heart knees and the team bracelets. Remember, those help keep us on the FYP. So let's get this thing moving, y'all. Start tapping.
And then you know
Thank
what is
you.
so crazy is that I don't need an alarm to wake me up because my ass be so ready to get back to the world. like, like I will
What?
literally, yes, like I would literally wake up and be like, okay, how long have I been asleep? And then I'll count and I'll say, okay, I'll go to sleep for another hour, and then I'll wake up. Like I'll be ready to get back. Is that
Okay,
weird? Is that
well,
weird?
I mean, no, I guess not. Because sometimes, I know before it hasn't happened in a minute, but I used to lay down and something in me after like maybe 4 or 5 hours of sleep, I don't know, I felt like a little kid, like I was gonna miss something. And I would just have to get up and start moving. So I don't know. I could
Yeah,
see it.
like I don't. Yeah, like it just be so much going on in the real world, right?
Right.
Yeah, sleeping sometimes just feels like a chore. Like it's sometimes like when my body is like really tired, then
Hmm.
I'll be like I can't wait to sleep. And sometimes I just let myself get to that point. I sleep every day, right? I don't let myself get exhausted or anything like that. But sometimes it's like a little kid. It's like go to bed, go to bed. She's like I'm not tired though, but you gotta like make yourself go to sleep. And so it feels like a chore, and it's like okay, let me go to sleep. I'm gonna go to sleep for 4 hours, and then I'm gonna get back to it. Like I'll be ready to get back to the world. What's up to the YouTubers? What's up, Cindy? What's up, Rodney? Yeah, it'd be boring sometimes in the dream world.
Oh no, because I'm a tourist and I like sleep.
You say you're a what? Oh, a
So
Taurus.
yeah, we
Yeah.
like sleep.
I don't know. Maybe your dreams are eventful. I
No,
guess I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know, but I do like
Uh,
sleep.
I was telling them in Christina's live today how you got your name, Little Teacup. That shit was funny. Dude, last night saying, "So you gonna call me a name when we?"
Yo, he went in.
Oh my
He
god!
came out just spazzing. Like,
You
what
gonna
the hell?
you just gonna call me a name? This and
Mm-mm.
that. Just think about the fact that this is somebody who is saying that they understand this very complicated book, but he
Hmm.
could not understand that he fucking went on teacup when he left the app. Like,
Right.
dude, you want us to
And
believe that you can understand the complex things of what you are calling an intelligent God, and you don't know what the fuck teacupping is?
mm-mm. And a spaz out like that,
Exactly.
that just makes me, I wonder how you are with your black wife.
I, sometimes I be wondering, like, do women be with men like that because they see potential and they're like, oh, I can make him better. You know what I'm saying? Like I can build him up
Yeah.
because most of the time we do. We know how good we are, right? We know how,
Hmm.
and we like, oh, he has potential. I can, I can build him up, and so
Listen, I'm gonna tell y'all right now that hardly ever works. Man has to
hardly,
want that. Like
never.
some men, I mean, I've seen some very, 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 very few that do. They
Start off
change when
like
they get a
that,
good woman.
really?
Yeah.
I
And
think they do it after the woman that puts all the work in him. Then when they
and
when he leaves her, he takes what she's taught him and apply it to another woman. I think another
I've
woman reaps the
seen that
benefits.
too. I've seen that too. But like I said, it's a very, 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 very small amount of men that I've seen change.
Well, at least I guess there is
But
some hope. But
I wouldn't
yeah,
put
I don't
my,
know.
I wouldn't bet on it at all.
Yeah, I would say
That's
that's a very
yeah,
dangerous bet. What's up,
it
Just
really
Cam? What's
is.
up, Petro? Huh?
I said it really is.
Yeah. But that shit was funny. And then Christina's live today was hilarious. That I had so much fun. That's one
I
of the
kept
reasons too.
I kept missing what was going on because I was like going back and forth through a political line and y'all, and every time I came back, y'all was cracking up. I'm like, God damn it, I missed something again.
The Hebrew Israelites, they kept coming up on her live and they were talking cash shit. And boy, Lords with that damn we represent the lollipop. Because every time they came on her live, they sounded small. And then it was one that was calling Kate, calling her a Edomite. And Kate called him out. And he was trying to yell, right? And it sounded like his phone was like he was like far away. First he sounded
Hmm.
like very clear. And the more he yelled, it sounded like he was getting farther and farther and farther away from us until it just sounded like a whisper. And Lord said that motherfucker went into the gas station, said, "Give me 5 on 10" in the box that say headphones.
Oh my
She said he
gosh.
bought his headphones from the gas station. He said, "Give me that box right there that say headphones." Boy, I almost
Look,
died. Then
Lord is crazy funny.
she said that motherfucker sound like we represent the
The
lollipop.
lolly. Uh-uh.
Oh my gosh, that was so funny. When people are bigots and they're hateful as hell, it is fun as fuck to roast their asses because why you got so much hate in your heart? That
Yeah, for
it takes a
what?
lot. Yeah, it
For
takes a lot.
what?
You know what I was thinking, and I want to ask this question tonight to a believer. So, believers, if you are listening, I do want to introduce a new thought. So, like for the question, God doesn't prioritize moral goodness. What's up, M's? Um, I was wondering today if your God ever just laughs right out of joy, if He laughs with His people. And so
Mm.
when I was doing the research on His laughter, He does laugh, but He only laughs out of mockery to the humans, and he's laughing from a place of, oh, these stupid humans think that they're going to continue to uh, refuse my authority, right? And
Mhm.
he's laughing like, oh, they're gonna get it in the end, right?
Right.
It's a deceitful laugh, like a mockery. He doesn't ever laugh out of joy in the story. Not even like there's no conversations with him, just talking with any of his prophets out of, pure joy for the humans. It's all submission, it's all loyalty and obedience and authority and worship. And so, there was one scripture that I found where he compares himself to a father, right? And he compares himself to a master. And Malachi 1:6, he says, "A son honors his father, and servants their master. If then I am a father, where is the honor due me? And if I am a master, where is the respect due me?" Right? And so, to me, that's all about yeah, people always say that God is like a father, right? So you
Mhm.
obey your father, and not a lot of people have good relationships with their father because they're sometimes parents look at kids like they're just property, right? They're
Right.
just shut up and sit down. They don't take time to get to know their kids. And so most kids grow up and they just fucking don't even call their parents because they don't have that type of relationship. And so it's not like to me that he's prioritizing the hierarchy in the relationship, right? Because he's like, where is
Mhm.
the honor due me, right? Not where is the relationship due me? Where is the honor, right? If I'm your father, and then he says, if I'm your master, where is my respect? And so
Mhm.
though when they say that
It's
it's a
all about him.
relationship, yeah.
Yeah.
And so when they're
It's
like, oh,
one-sided.
it's a master servant relationship
Yeah,
or a master child relationship, right?
I agree.
Yeah. And so if that's the case, If this God, and Jesus says to, like, you are worth, say to yourself, you are worthless slaves, right? In his parable, he talks about how he compares himself to a harsh ruler that comes back, and he's like, why you didn't double my money, right? And he's rewarding the ones that doubled his money, and to the one that was
Mm,
humble and was like, oh, I love my master, I'm not gonna lose his money, I'm afraid I'm gonna make him mad, and he buries his money in the ground, and he's like, you stupid, worthless uh servant, you didn't do what I wanted you to do. And then he, at the end, he's like, bring them to me so I can stab them to death, or bring them to me and slaughter them in my face. He talks about the type of master that he is, right?
mhm.
Even in the New Testament. So if this is the relationship that we see in the book, who are they in a relationship with then? Because it don't match.
It, we've been saying that. It doesn't. I mean, that God, like I said, he's self-centered, sadistic, selfish. I mean,
Yeah,
there's so many different words I can call him, but for Christians, they just see this loving father that looks out for them and comes in the nick of time each and every time and blesses them with, you know, things like cars and new jobs and trips, stuff like that. It's not adding up.
it's not. So are they in a relationship with Satan? Could could
Ooh.
okay, does this God have a court gesture? You know how all kings, all courts, right? He talks about his court.
Mhm.
Is there a court jester in his court? Is like, does he laugh out of joy,
Mm, mm,
or is he
mm,
just a
mm, mm.
wrathful, mean,
He
angry ass
doesn't.
God?
Like you said, he laughs to mock us. There is no joy. Like, look at my beautiful creation. Look what I created. Yeah, they mess up sometimes, but at the end of the day, I love them and I show them how much I love them. I hate to see them hurting. I hate to see what's going on in the world. None of that has happened,
Yeah.
you know.
He says, like, when he says the laws, he does say some things like, um not to abuse the orphan and the widow, and he's like, if you do, I'm gonna fuck you up. He says that, like, he's like, if you abuse the orphan and the widow, I'm coming down myself and I'm fucking strangling you. So he does
Mhm,
say that, and I was shocked to even see that, right? Like, he doesn't play about orphans and widows of the in the Israel in Exodus. And so I was kind of shocked to hear him say, not hear, but to see him say that he would come down and fucking
mhm.
himself, he would fuck up a motherfucker for abusing a widow and an orphan. Y'all, we do have people waiting in the guest box. Can we get the shares? Thank you, Jaco, getting the shares to 100 so we can start the show. But that threw a monkey wrench in there, because I was like, that's kind of interesting, because he does say kill kids,
Right.
and then on one hand he's like, if you abuse a child that doesn't have a parent, I'm coming down myself and fucking you all the way up.
Well, all them kids in today's, orphanages, foster homes, I'm not seeing that happen.
Exactly. But we know that that's the writer, right? The person that's writing this Sinai
Hmm.
covenant, who's saying that.
Right.
And so that's why I said, like, there's different personalities, uh different perspectives, right? And the God, and these are different people who see their divine in that way.
Hmm.
Yeah. But it's really interesting, because the God just doesn't laugh. Like, he doesn't laugh. Um and so I wonder who they're in a relationship with, or if they know that their relationship is out of pure servant, like master, harsh master, uh feeble servant, if it's supposed to
I
be
don't
that.
know.
And then,
They're not gonna believe that though. They're gonna still say you could read them every scripture in the book, and they're still gonna say he does that. He does what he needs to do for the benefit of humanity. He loves us. It doesn't matter that has people harming children, or he harms children, or he just looks away when children are being harmed. Does that for a reason. We're
Yeah.
sinful, you know?
So he could be told he was worthy. Like, why in the hell does he need to be told he's worthy? Like, when you were in church, do you remember saying, "You're worthy, Lord. You're worthy"?
Yes.
Like, why does he
Yes.
need to be told he's worthy?
I,
Right? Like,
yeah.
why? Why does he need
It
us to tell
doesn't,
him he's worthy?
right. You're
That's
all
building up his
powerful.
self
Like,
esteem.
you made us, supposedly. Why do I need to tell you?
Exactly. And like this big God, right? Powerful God needs mere mortals to remind him he's worthy,
Mhm.
and we're not. We, being finite beings, right?
Oh
We're not
my
supposed to tell
gosh.
ourselves we're worthy. We're supposed to tell ourselves we are worthless. But this is what Jesus said. You are worthless. Say. He says, say to yourself. Jesus is telling you to self hate
Mhm.
while telling him he's worthy. What? Like, shouldn't he already
Exactly.
know he's worthy?
Hmm.
What the fuck? It's crazy.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah. I am on my soap opera tonight. You got a problem with it, the real Derek Morgan?
Y'all must be in your what?
You
How
like
do
you
they
like
get
this soap
there?
opera. You like it. You turn it on right at 11 p.m. Let me go
Right?
watch my soap opera. You turn it on every
Goodness
night.
gracious.
The fuck you complaining for? Exactly. Like
Like
what?
what we could just literally what gave you? I, I don't understand the mind of Christian. I don't.
Like why complain? Like y'all know damn well how we feel about the God, right? We about to get the show started. Lala, you have any more announcements? Y'all, let's don't forget to keep the tea bracelets and the heartbeats and all that going. It's too
Okay.
early for the gifting to stop. And we got to get into the FYP. We only at 159 people, but I also know that Mezzo is live right now, and so everybody's probably in Mezzo's live until about 2 a.m. And so we're gonna go ahead and get started. But help us out with the algorithm, pretty, pretty, pretty,
Please.
please. Anything else
Thank
before we bring up the
you.
first guest?
Oh no, I don't have anything else.
All right, let's get going. KJ Bible Believer, how are you?
I'm good.
That's good.
I'm good.
All right, and so I understand from your comments you want to talk about prophecies.
Yeah.
Okay, and
hmm
what about the prophecies?
Oh well. Well, one in particular that I would like to share is in Second Timothy chapter 3.
I'm sorry, prophecies. We're talking about false prophets and prophecies. So, what about false prophets and prophecies do you want to talk about?
Well, who are you? What do you mean false prophet? Who are you talking about when you say a false prophet?
So, a prophet who prophesies something that does not come to pass.
Uh huh. Well, yeah, I know what a false prophet is, but are you talking about a false prophet that was
So, why did you
mentioned
ask
in
the
the Bible,
question?
or somebody
Yes,
of the time that we live in
yeah,
now who is a false prophet?
either a false prophet in the Bible, um, or or now false prophets and prophecies.
Yeah, there's a lot of false prophets right now. And well,
And
what I was going to say was
there are several in the Bible too.
right. Well, I wanted to show you prophecy proving the existence of God.
But did I ask that? Is that what number three is about?
Well, that's what I was thinking that you
But
wanted to know
it
about the
says
prophecy.
it says false prophets and prophecies. What prophecy are you talking about?
I'm talking about one of the prophecies.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question. How does a prophecy, explain to me right quick. How does a prophecy prove the existence of a God? A prophecy.
Because God has prophets all throughout history who prophesied.
How does a prophecy prove the existence of a God, though?
Okay, all right, I'll explain that to you. When you read prophecy and you look at the time that we live in, and you see all the things that are going on in the times that we're in, and then you come back to the passage and you go, if you open your mind and you open your heart and you see that, you go, oh man, this makes perfect sense and it lines up with everything that's going on right now.
And so what you're saying is things that were prophesied to happen during the late Bronze Age, during the and during the Greco-Roman period, you're saying that those things you see happening today. Like what? Can you tell me what you see happening today that's mentioned in this Bible?
I'm going to read it for you if you'll allow me to.
No. Can you tell me some things that you see happening today that's mentioned in the Bible? Like what's happening today?
Without natural affection. That's one of them.
What's without natural affection? I'm sorry, hold on. Be more specific, please. What is without natural affection?
Well, I'd like to. That's why I'd like to.
No,
I mean, it's only going to take me.
Hey, can you just be more specific? What is without natural affection? What is?
Man and woman of the times that we live in, sodomites.
You're talking about. So, are you saying that that first off, that wasn't a prophecy? Second off, are you saying that homosexuals didn't exist in the late Bronze Age or the Greco-Roman period?
Absolutely not. That's why Sodom was destroyed.
No,
Sodom
that's not
and
why.
Gomorrah.
I'm sorry. That's not why Sodom and Gomorrah was destroyed. Stop talking for a second. That is not why Sodom and Gomorrah was destroyed. But also, hold on. Stop talking for a second. And I can show you why your God says He destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah in Ezekiel. And then, are you not familiar with the practice of pedestry that was happening in ancient Israel and Rome? Are you not familiar with that? The male child sex slaves. And in fact, Matthew, when he talks about your Jesus healing the slave of a Roman centurion, the Roman centurion coming and asking Jesus to heal the slave of his master, the word Matthew uses there is young child. And it was during the time of pedestry. And so Matthew wrote it as if your Jesus was healing the young male sex slave of the Roman centurion.
Why are you lying about
I don't
God?
have to lie.
Why?
I don't have to lie.
Why
I don't have to lie. I don't have to lie.
Why do you hate me?
I don't have to lie.
Is your sin that much worth it to hold on to
Is
become a
your
vessel
sin that
unto
much
wrath?
worth it?
Is that what you want?
Is your sin that much worth it? Aren't you still a sinner? Aren't you still a sinner even with this God? So you're sin free? You're sinless?
My sin.
Are you sinless?
Do you let people talk, or is this
I'm
just
asking
for
a
your
question.
likes and-
Are you sinless? Are you sinless? I'm not
I
going
am
to drop him.
sinless according to the Lord
You're
Jesus
sinless,
Christ. I am
so you're
sinless
perfect.
now.
So you've reached perfection here on earth.
In
Do not
God's
spam
eyes,
my
yeah,
comments.
you won't understand.
Don't stop talking for a second. Stop talking for a second. Don't spam my comments, y'all. And he's not a problem. I don't have to drop him. Okay, he's good. So are you saying that you've reached perfection? You've reached perfection.
Not
on
in
earth.
my physical body. Absolutely
So
not,
you're
but
still
to
a
God,
sinner?
yes, because
Okay, so you're
do you
still a
let
sinner.
people finish talking?
I am responding to you. I'm not gonna let you monologue. Are you still a sinner? I'm asking a question. You already answered it. You said not in your physical body. But are you still a sinner then?
Am I a sinner? Is that the question you're asking me?
That is the question, yes.
Yes, I am a sinner.
Okay, so if
Absolutely.
you are a sinner, then shut the fuck up. Trying to point out everybody else's sins. Like, if you are still a sinner with
No,
your God, if you are still a sinner with your God, I am cool being a sinner without him.
then you're going to die in your sin. It's
Okay,
just
so
that simple.
I don't give a fuck. So are you.
No,
You're gonna
because
die a
mine's
sinner.
forgiven.
You're still gonna
No,
die a
I'm
sinner. You're
forgiven.
gonna die a forgiven sinner. You're gonna die a
The
forgiven
difference is
sinner.
I don't live in sin anymore. You do.
And okay, and what's the difference? You still suffer, right? You still suffer. You're still a sinner. What's the difference? What's
I'm
the difference
forgiven.
between you
That's
and
the
me?
difference.
I'm sorry. What's
I'm
the
not a
difference?
vessel unto wrath anymore. You're a vessel unto wrath. You keep
Okay, in
hardening your
what?
heart and your mind, you're
Okay,
going to be a
but what?
vessel unto
Okay,
wrath.
and what's gonna change between you and me? I'm a vessel for wrath, and now what? What do I do as a vessel for wrath? What do I
Unless you
do?
get saved, you're going to be a great white throne judgment and you're going to be judged by God.
Okay, and then what?
And then you're going to be cast into hell.
Okay, and then what?
And then you're going to be in the lake of fire for eternity, gnashing, weeping, and wailing.
So my soul
Is that
has
something
teeth.
that you want?
My spirit has teeth.
You're going to be given a new body.
Oh, so your God is going to make me a new
Yeah,
body just to burn it,
yeah, absolutely.
and that body's gonna be what, flame retardant?
Yeah. But you have a way out. You don't have to do that.
I no, I don't want to. I'm good. I would rather go to hell than be with your crazy ass God. Like, your God is a homicidal
Okay. Well,
maniac.
all right.
Like,
Well, that's the
yeah,
choice you made. And that's where you're going to
of
go.
course, yeah, I'm good. But here's the thing, right? Here
That's
on
not
earth,
good.
here, yeah, it's good for me. Here's the thing. Here on earth, you and I both are still sinners, right? We're both still sinners. We both still suffer. We have good days, we have bad days, right? I don't kill people. I hope you don't, right? I don't hurt people. I hope you don't, right? I eat, you eat. I shit, you shit, right? The only difference is that you believe that after death that you're going to go to heaven, and you believe that if you don't believe in this God, you're going to burn in eternity, and I fucking don't. I don't have a desire to live forever. You do. I'm okay with dying
It's
and not
clear to me.
existing. You're not. That's the only difference between you and me. And then and no,
Mm,
I'm sorry. One second. Another difference between you and me is that I'm not a bigot. I don't go around telling people that because of who they love that they are going to burn in hell. You spend your entire existence here on earth as a fucking sinner, pointing fingers at other people, telling them that they sin, while you are still
mm-hmm.
a fucking sinner, your damn self.
I don't. I don't preach to people about things that I struggle with, ma'am.
I don't give, it
And
doesn't
that's what
matter.
Jesus
I
taught.
don't give a fuck. You're still a fucking sinner. You're still a
I
sinner,
don't
and
care
you
what
came up
you
here
say.
to talk
I
about
don't care.
homosexuality. You are still a
I don't,
sinner. You're still a sinner.
it
And then
doesn't
and
matter.
then in your
I
head,
don't care what you think about God or what you
KJ
think about
Bible
me.
believer,
That's
King
no
James
matter.
Bible believer, in your head, you think that somebody else's sin is greater than yours. You're sitting up here puffing yourself up. And isn't that the thing that your God told you not to do? You have made yourself righteous. As you sit there and say, my sin isn't as great as theirs. He's laying with a man. I don't. I lay with a woman every night. So I'm still a sinner, but I'm not that big of a sinner. If you are still a sinner
You done?
and you are not perfect in your own body, fucking worry about yourself. Didn't your Jesus tell you to worry about the fucking log in your own goddamn eye before you go try to pull a splinter out of somebody else's?
That's what I just told you.
Worry about your own
You don't
fucking eye.
understand scripture.
If you cannot say to yourself that you are perfect, you should not be pointing fingers at anybody else. I don't give a fuck who they're laying with, unless they are laying with someone who cannot give consent, laying with a child, someone they're taking it forcefully. Two consensual adults having sex with each other is none of your fucking business unless one of those adults is you.
Are you done?
Are you
Yep,
done?
I've said all I needed to say.
Do you feel good?
I felt great when I started, and I feel even better now. Yes, I do. I feel great.
So now, do you want to hear any of these prophecies now or no?
No. Sorry,
What
they
prophecy do
hit
you
me in
have?
the
And
head.
if you go back to homosexuality, I'm gonna fucking drop you.
You can do what you want. It's your live. I don't care what you do.
Okay, bye. Go preach the word of Jesus in hell.
Oh,
Mm-mm.
Motherfuckers still talking about I'm still a sinner, but homosexuality, this a prophecy. There wasn't homosexuality in the late Bronze Age. Shut the fuck up, dumbass.
And had the nerve to call you a liar.
Talking about why are you so happy in your sin? Motherfucker, you still a sinner and you ain't happy. Something fucking wrong with you.
Oh
exactly.
man,
That part.
how y'all doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing good, doing good. Now I've listened to you guys a couple of times, and I've never been up here on your panel, so I thought I'd come up tonight and chit chat with y'all.
I appreciate that. The real Derek
Yes,
Morgan.
ma'am.
Are you a
Yes, ma'am.
Christian? You're
I
a
am.
Christian, right? Okay.
I am.
And what topic did you want to discuss?
Man, you pick one.
You
Whichever
know
one.
I don't do that. You know I've never done that. I don't pick a
Let's go
topic.
with is belief or belief. Oh, we could do prophecies. I don't mind that at all.
Well, what do you want to talk about? False prophecies and prophets. What about
Well,
it?
I think the validity of biblical prophecies would hinge upon the history, right? For one, all of them that have already come true.
All of what prophecies have come true?
Um, for example, let's use King Cyrus of Babylon.
And what
So,
about it?
200 years before Cyrus conquered Babylon, if you read the prophet Isaiah, he wrote, and Cyrus, he wrote his name and he called him by name. He said he was a shepherd, that God would lay waste to armies and part rivers and give Cyrus Babylon, even though Cyrus did not know God, who he was, and never worshipped him, that God was going to do these things for him. And Cyrus didn't even know this prophecy until he arrived in Babylon and he'd conquered it. And the prophet Daniel walked over and showed him the scroll. And he realized his name was in.
That was Alexander the Great. That story was written about Alexander the Great,
So
not Cyrus.
Alexander the Great did go to Jerusalem.
And he saw
Uh,
his name written in the scroll. That story was written about Alexander the
no,
Great,
that
not
one's true
Cyrus.
too. That one's true too. But Cyrus is named in Isaiah.
He is
Alexander was.
named in Isaiah. He's named in Isaiah as your God's Meshiach, as his anointed one, as his Messiah. Y'all keep talking about a Messiah that was supposed to come. Like literally, Cyrus was called your God's Messiah. He called him his Messiah.
No, so you're correct on what you're talking about on Alexander. But Cyrus was named. It says
I
and
said
Cyrus.
he called Cyrus. I literally did you hear what I said? Your
Oh, I missed that.
God called Cyrus his Messiah.
Hmm. Yeah, the reason being is because Cyrus was the instrument God used to deliver.
Yeah, I know the story. I also know when it was written, right? I also know when it was written. Like it was written after the fact. It was written post exile during the 6th century
You mean the 6th century AD?
BCE.
Okay.
And
So,
they were in Babylon during 8th, 7th century BCE. It was
but
written after the fact. It was written after they left Babylon. It was a prophecy aventu, prophecy after the fact. And it was written by third Isaiah. It wasn't even written by the ancient prophet Isaiah.
there's some claims that say that, but most scholars agree that it was written
No,
at the
they
time
don't.
of.
No, most
Mhm.
scholars do not. No, they do not. Scholars know that third Isaiah was not written by the ancient prophet Isaiah. No, they don't.
Well, I mean, I can say that I've read what you're reading, but I can say that there is a lot of opposition to that.
Of course, Christians are
Yeah.
going to oppose it because it doesn't fit their narrative.
But even
Of
secular,
course.
even secular scholars would
Would
argue
say
to my
what? Would say what? Because um
that's my read
like
on it.
it's literally Cyrus is the prophecies about Cyrus are mentioned in Isaiah 44, right?
Mhm.
That is third Isaiah. That is third Isaiah. Isaiah was long gone dead. So what would they argue? Who would have written that? Third Isaiah was written around the 6th century BCE.
No, I understand the case you're making. I really
Yeah,
do.
so how are you going to make that fit to the prophet Isaiah, who would have been writing between the 8th and 7th century BCE?
So, so do you believe that Daniel was after Isaiah?
I'm not talking about Daniel. We're talking about the prophecies about Cyrus and Isaiah 44.
Daniel was the one that gave those prophecies
I'm
to
talking
Cyrus.
about the prophecies that were written about Cyrus,
Mm-hmm.
right? First,
Yeah.
we're dealing with the prophecy, right? The
Mm-hmm.
prophecy that was written about Cyrus in Isaiah 44 is third Isaiah, and that was written after the Babylonian exile, after Cyrus had already required Nebuchadnezzar to let all of his slaves go, and he didn't. His edict wasn't just about the Israelites. His edict was about every slave that Babylon had. He had to let every slave go, not just the Israelites.
We both agree, though, that Daniel was one of the prophets that was in Babylon at the time of the exile, right?
And what does that mean?
It means that when Daniel presented that prophecy to Cyrus, and it had to have been written before because Daniel was alive and he was in exile and he was part of those people that left.
It was not written. It wasn't written during that time. It was written. It was written by third Isaiah, and third Isaiah was written after the Babylonian exile.
So that's what I'm saying. I'm saying there's two schools of thought on that, and you can argue that side, but the one thing they can't get over is how Daniel was the one that presented that to Cyrus, and so it must have been written before Daniel.
Or it was written after, and somebody just wrote that shit in. Like, you would have to prove archaeologically, right, in linguistically, that it was written before that. And you have a problem because it was written in third Isaiah, which third Isaiah was written after the Babylonian exile. So the prophecy itself, okay, is in third Isaiah. That's the problem. You would have to get around that. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and I'm saying that as much as you can make that case, one can be made to the other side, and so it's kind of
That's
a
what I'm.
scale.
It's
It's a
not.
stalemate.
That's what I'm telling you to do. I'm telling you to prove that the prophecy existed before third Isaiah was written. That's what you have to do, not me. That's your claim.
So if I present the fact that it
That
was written before,
the prophecy, present the fact that the prophecy about King Cyrus was written before third Isaiah.
and if I do that, then you'll concede that it was a valid prophecy?
I will concede that it's a valid prophecy. Yes.
Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. But yeah, that's one example there.
No, no, no. It's not. Are you going to do it?
I mean, I'd have to go. Yeah, I'd have to go pull it up. You want to
Okay, go
let
pull
someone
it
else
up.
up here, and I'll come back.
Yeah.
Okay, sounds
All
good.
right.
Thanks, ladies.
He gonna have to find. He gonna have to find it like Isaiah's ass living 200-300 years. What do you disagree with, Daryl Jackson? Like, what are you disagreeing with? Can you be more specific with what it is that you disagree with? Night night, Kate. You just said she's knowledgeable in her field, but I disagree, and you disagree with the Bible knowledge, although you just said that I'm knowledgeable. What part of the Bible knowledge do you disagree with? The third Isaiah, the fact that Cyrus's prophecy is in Isaiah 44. What part do you disagree with? Or you just disagree because I don't believe in your God?
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well today. I just wanted to say I love what you guys are doing. It's amazing. Um, it's just, man, I just love seeing you work. You tell it how it is, and I love it. And then just keep up the good
Thank you.
work. I
Thank you.
I love watching your lives. I love watching like pretty much cook these people. It's hilarious.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
Yeah, and you're very well educated too. Like I swear, like when you're on preaching and what you're saying, like serving them, it's man, I love it. It's amazing.
I appreciate you. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or you're an atheist?
No,
Or
yeah, I'm not a believer. I stopped believing I was like 17. You know, I do believe it is a man-made like religion to oppress people. Um, I really do believe that, and two, like I grew up Catholic. I read some parts of the Bible, the way they kind of mistreat women and stuff. It's just I couldn't like accept it anymore, and I had to drop it.
wow, at 17, that's amazing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I was, yeah,
Gen Z gives me hope. Y'all give me hope.
yeah. I really like. I'm 27 now, and I like for me when I was a teenager, I was very religious, very religious. I was like, God is, I was a God fearing person. But then after growing up, like, I felt like, reading some verses of the Bible, because I was like, okay, I'm gonna read the Bible, and I read some like stories, and I'm like, holy crap, like what the hell, like God really commend this, like promote this type of stuff, and promoted slavery, and promoted like
Yeah.
also too like raping, women and children, and I couldn't believe it, and I couldn't defend it, and for me, having friends who are also too like who are gay and a part of the LGBTQ like movement, and then also believing, I felt like I was kind of like betraying them, and it's just kind of like I don't know, I just had to like I just had to drop it.
Very smart move. Very smart move. I definitely thank you for coming up and sharing that. It's always good to hear, how people are enjoying and learning from, and appreciating what we're doing. We get so much flack in here.
Yeah,
So
yeah, no, and I do feel like, like I'm on TikTok whenever I'm watching, like, I see some funny videos, and then I see some lives, and it's like, oh, like, you know, like gays a sin, or like other things, and I'm just like, what the hell? Like, I don't want to see that stuff, but I feel like I see it a lot on like TikTok, and then when I see your guys' live, and I'm just it's just like a breath of fresh air, to me.
yeah, yeah, it's about damn time.
Yeah, for real, for real. And even too, like I have a girlfriend, and she's not a non-believer, but her family, like they're like very hardcore like believers. And man, like when I tell them my beliefs and how I don't believe in like, God, they look at me like I'm some sort of like devil worshiper, and it's like, no, I don't like pray to the devil either, like I don't believe, and yeah, I don't know, and they feel like I'm kind of like like influencing my girlfriend, but it's just like, no, I'm not like at all.
It's crazy how they do think that just because you worship, I mean, just because you don't believe in a God, you automatically are out here sacrificing kids to
Exactly,
Baal.
exactly, exactly. And it's so funny too because like one of her family members are like, they're like for example, like they're Catholic, but they're very anti uh like what's going on in the war in Gaza, like or like Palestine, like they're very anti you know uh like they're not pro Israel, right? But then we try to educate them, well, like the religion that you pray to or like that you worship is like pro Israel, and in the Bible it says like the chosen people are the Jewish people, and he is like in denying, and he like says that I'm a like I spread like lies, and that like that I'm like I'm gonna have a serpent tongue, and it's just like what the hell, man. Like what are you saying? Like I'm just
Where are they
and I can
getting this
recite
shit
some
from?
Bible verses. Yeah, I can recite some Bible verses too towards him, like to him, and educate him, like it's in the Bible, and then he gets like very like triggered by it, and it's just like, well, it's in your book.
That's crazy. Yeah, we had.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw yesterday. There was somebody on stage. Um, we were asking them. No, they were in the comments. Somebody had named their child Lucifer, and they were saying that they would be like reserved. They wouldn't hold the child. They would, you know, be withheld if they met somebody named Lucifer. And I was like, that is just freaking ridiculous, right? Like,
Yeah,
just
for
because
real.
somebody's name's Lucifer and you just gonna mistreat them just because of their name. They could be the nicest person in the world, right?
Exactly. You know, yeah, no, I do feel like, um, it is, like I said, like religion, like I always say it's, like where I live, and, like I live in the United States, we have like the freedom of religion, like, here in the United States, but then I do feel like, especially living here, whenever you're practicing your religion, you're like, well, I feel like a lot of Christians will persecute you because you don't believe in their God, and it's so like I don't know, like it's just, I feel like they're just hypocrites.
Yeah, but they don't even recognize or care to see you know, how they're being hypocrites. And they tend to they tend to put themselves on this pedestal as if they have to be the agent of their God while they're here on earth, and it makes them really unpleasant people.
Yeah, yeah, no, for real. And like I do feel like, like I said, religion can be weaponized, to promote like, I've seen it, we've seen it throughout history as well, how like, I'm Mexican, and how a lot of Mexicans were forced into Catholicism, throughout the years, and, like being Catholic is like a part of our culture. And if you're not a Catholic, it's like automatically you're like a devil worshiper, or you like practice witchcraft. And it's just like, what the hell? Yeah, so there's like hypocrisy within like, within my community as well.
Yeah. Well, I definitely appreciate you. Did you have anything else that you wanted to
Oh
share with
no,
us,
that's
or?
all. That's all. I just love your guys' work. I just love watching your live, and like I just love it when you're just, like I said, just cooking them up. I just love it. It's amazing to me.
Well, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. We're gonna get back to cooking. I hope you have a very good night. Okay.
You too. You as
All right.
well.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
He was sweet.
Oh, yeah, he was. Definitely.
Yeah, I like that.
After being called bitch 5,000 times, it's great to say, "Hey, I appreciate ya." That's right.
Exactly that part.
What's going on?
Hey, what you got?
I was gonna say, in all fairness, I enjoy watching you cook some people up too. I'm not gonna lie. It like
Well,
satisfies a
thank you,
little bit.
Derek.
I mean, my thing is I don't tolerate ignorance. You know what I mean? If you're gonna make a case for something, then make a case for something. You know what I mean? Just don't shoot from the hip on a whim, and then quote scripture that you don't have any clue about. You know what I mean? Or have the
Yeah.
context or anything in. I don't like that. I really don't, and I don't like when people, I guess try to preach to people that really don't want to hear it. It's like, make your case, but let's not try to evangelize here on people that definitely don't want to be evangelized, right? So
Exactly.
I'm,
That's the thing, right? Like disrespect people's boundaries. The choice that you as a believer say that you were given, respect everybody else's choice. And it's not for you to be like, oh, you made the wrong choice, so I'm gonna make your life a living hell until you choose like I did. Like what the fuck is that?
well, yeah, and it's directly contrary to what Jesus even said. He's like, if they don't receive you, then dust your feet off and keep going. Like what he's basically saying is don't do what people do today. You know what I mean? And I think a lot of it is they just want to be right.
Yeah, look, like Michael Thoth says in the comments, but religion isn't about you choosing.
Exactly.
It literally it's supposed that's what it's supposed to be about, right? It's supposed to be you making the choice to serve this God. Like y'all always talk about, and I say y'all, I'm talking about believers, that your God doesn't want people to be forced, right? That He
Exactly.
wants you to voluntarily come. There is a scripture where your Jesus says, "I stand at the door and I knock." Right?
Yep.
If He's knocking, He's not forcing Himself in. So why in the hell do believers go around trying to force? They got Jesus by the cloak and they like bogarting like a fucking SWAT team with Jesus
Ah,
in front of them. Like, why the fuck are they doing that?
no, I know.
If he ain't forcing, then why are they?
Yeah, exactly. And no, you're exactly right on that. So I just think we got it upside down and backwards. And you look at Christianity Today in America, right? I mean, I support. Look, if you're an American and you're a Christian, I want all you everybody in the audience to listen to me right now. If you are an American, you have to support people's right to freedom of religion or freedom of non-religion if they so choose as an American. The day you take away their rights to believe what they believe is the day you jeopardize your own rights. So that's to me that's huge, and I don't think they understand that.
Well, I definitely think there needs to be more believers talking to believers about stuff like that. Um, and I agree. The same way that they were able to choose, the same way that they're able to live their life right without people bothering them, they should just respect other people. I think that the thing that needs to be prioritized is making sure that people don't get harmed, right?
Yeah,
Um, you know, but they'll okay harm in order to protect some damn lifestyle, right? A specific type of lifestyle, and they want everybody to look alike, walk alike, talk alike, think alike,
mm-hmm.
but they don't want everybody to live alike. That's the crazy thing. Like, no, you can't live like me. You need to strive to look like me. You need to strive to think like me. You need to strive to um, love like me. But you can't live like me. I don't want you to have the same type of house I have. I don't want you to drive the same type of car that I drive. I don't want you to eat the same luxurious foods that I eat. I don't want you to have the same access to the same health care that I
Yeah,
have.
exactly,
You know what I'm
exactly.
saying?
Well,
That's crazy.
if you really look at it, you know what I mean. Like let's get to true Christianity here. True Christianity is communal living where everybody has the same as everybody else. I don't know one person in the United States of America today that would subscribe to that.
I think that's cult living, and I don't. I think
But
I think that was grounds for a cult. Like if you see that, right? Cults do
yeah,
that to this day, right? And
they do.
it has a person in charge, has a leader in charge, and that leader, right, is a fallible human, right?
Yep.
And like you're literally putting the trust in the hands of humans to make sure that you get what you need when you can do it yourself. Like that doesn't make any sense whatsoever to do.
Yeah, I know. I just, so I understand the other side, you know what I mean, and the bones they have with Christianity. Trust me, I totally get it. Um, I have the same bones, and I sometimes, try to check my fellow Christians, and I'm like, look, guys, that's not the way to do it. You're literally pushing people away with what you're doing. And I don't know. I just think to think it through and be more equipped to just have an answer ready if someone asks you a question. It doesn't say go and it just says be ready to give an answer. But you got to ask the question for me to give an answer, right?
Yep.
If you're not asking the question, I don't have an answer to give you.
And the thing is,
No.
though, like isn't it contradictory though? Like y'all are taught not to question, right? It literally says don't even focus on, questioning things, but be ready to answer. Like if you're not questioning yourself, what type of answer are you going to be able to give?
I don't believe in not questioning anything. I don't gather that from the scriptures myself.
When Paul
Personally.
says not to, like they literally say not to sit around doing that.
I'd have to read that. I would, but personally, I don't care whether Paul said it or not. I think, I think God has created us as, curious beings, right? And He gave us, um, a mind to be able to reason. It says, study to show yourself approved and need a workman that need not be ashamed, rightly dividing the word of truth. So I think we have a duty to look at the scriptures, to break them down and see, really understand it and understand ourselves and ask all the questions.
Yeah, but you do know that, like, most believers, right? Because they are told that they're not supposed to question, right? So they don't question. Like, and you may be the type to say, fuck what Paul say,
Mhm.
but most believers are not. Most believers will quote Paul before they even quote Jesus.
You're right. You're right. And it's because I guess their basis for that is all scripture is inspired, right? So if it's all inspired, then it's all equal. I don't know if I believe, I don't even know if I subscribe to that, because if it's in red letters, I probably am paying a little bit more attention, right? Um,
What do you mean?
I
Like
look at it as,
you're saying, like, they know that they, like, you don't even necessarily need the red lettering, right? In the Gospels, you can tell when Jesus is talking. Like the
well,
red
yeah,
letters was, I think the red letters was because there were no quotation marks in King
you're
James,
right.
right? And
You're
so
right.
they know when Jesus says something versus when Paul says something, but yet still Paul is the thing that gives them the out, right? I don't have to worry about being so perfect. Paul says that I'm saved by grace. And so
Mhm.
Paul is really their savior. And they quote Paul more than they quote Jesus, because Jesus doesn't say what Paul says.
Mhm. Yeah, Jesus, yeah, exactly. Because Jesus came along, uh, the law was still in effect, right? Jesus was the end of the law. So as a Jewish rabbi, you couldn't just come out and be like, hey, you ain't gonna follow that no more. You know what I mean?
And that's
So,
what he did, though.
well, he fulfilled it. Yeah, he did
No,
fulfill
I'm
it.
talking
So
about Paul. Paul did that.
Paul did after Jesus fulfilled it.
What do you know what fulfill means, though? Like, y'all, the way y'all are saying, the way y'all use the word fulfill is as if you're saying that, oh, Jesus lived according to the law, therefore the law is done away with. That's not what he was saying. When he came and he fulfilled the requirement
Yeah.
of the law. The requirement of the law was to live a specific way, worshiping this God, right?
Mhm.
And so he came to show that it is doable, that you can do it. That's why he said the that the love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, and might, and love your neighbor as yourself. And he said these two things hangs the entire law. And so he
Yeah.
said, if you do these two things, he's like, every law is written based off of these two things.
Hmm.
And he's like, if you do these two things, then you can fulfill the law.
Yes.
Like, you fulfill the law every day, right? Like, you stop at a stop sign, that's the law. Do you not stop at the next stop sign because you fulfilled the requirement of that law?
No, I agree. What I mean by fulfilled is that he he paid the penalty that the law demanded.
That's not what he said that he was doing.
But that's
Paul
what.
is telling y'all that. That's, you see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Paul is telling y'all that. Paul is the one saying that.
Well, Jesus speaks about his unaliving, his burial, and his
But he
resurrection.
doesn't say that that's to do away with the law or to
Well,
fulfill the penalty of the law. Jesus doesn't say that. That's
well,
Paul
when he's
telling you
walking
that.
down into the Jordan River, uh, John the Baptist looks at him and says, "Behold, the Lamb of God, which taketh away the sin of the world." If you were an Israelite at that
That
time, you
that
would
that doesn't
understand.
mean that he was doing away with the law.
It's, well, what I'm saying is that it meant that he was there to become sacrifice. That's what the Lamb of God would mean.
Not to do away with the law.
No, the law is that it says that the law will actually be forever. The law is not.
Yeah,
The
but
law,
you're saying that he fulfilled the law, right? To
he
pay the
fulfilled
penalty
our
so that you don't have to live by the law anymore. That's not what Jesus came to do. Jesus even said that. He said, "I didn't come to abolish it."
exactly. So this is where
Jesus was
Christians
more a
get mixed
Torah
up.
stricken person. Like he leaned more towards the Sadducees, what the Sadducees taught. Right? He had a little issue with the Sadducees, but not as much as with the Pharisees. But he leaned more towards the Sadducees, and they were strictly Torah.
You're right. So, and I think a lot of Christians get this mixed up, and I want to point this out that I don't subscribe to. The law being completely abolished, right? Um, Jesus said that heaven and earth would pass away before it, right? But the law would remain, right? So what I'm saying is that the penalty of unaliving that the law demanded for someone who broke it, that's what Jesus fulfilled. He fulfilled the penalty that the law demanded. It doesn't mean that he did away with the law, right? So as a uh, Gentiles, as non-Jews in the New Testament, all the vision that, say, God showed Peter, right, when about the Gentiles, right, and how basically what the Jews wanted to do at that time was basically make all the Christians get circumcised, eat kosher food, and all that. And God's like, no, they're not subject to this law,
God
right?
didn't say that. That wasn't God that said that.
Well, he showed Peter a vision
He
of
showed Peter a
basically,
vision, yeah, to
mhm,
go and that to bring the Gentiles in, right?
yeah, and that everything was clean,
Yeah,
nothing
and
was
Peter was
unclean
like,
anymore.
I don't eat unclean food, right?
Yeah.
And then Peter used that vision and said that I thought I was the one that was supposed to bring the Gentiles in,
Mm-hmm.
right? And when they were at the meeting, or they were at the Council of Jerusalem, right? And everybody looked at Peter like, God ain't told you to do shit. And then they just turn around and start talking with each other again.
Mm-hmm.
And they are the ones that decide, right, that the Gentiles don't have to get circumcised. That wasn't, your God didn't say that.
No, but that's what led to it. That's the vision said that
They
nothing
didn't
was
use
unclean
Peter's
anymore.
vision. That
Yeah.
they didn't use Peter's vision for that. They basically ignored Peter at that meeting. They ignored him when he was talking. Yes.
I'd have
He
to read
stood
that
up and
over.
he talked. They looked at him. They didn't say shit, and they went back talking to themselves.
I gotta read that. I gotta read that over because they ignored him. That'd be kind
They
of
treated
brutal, wouldn't it?
Peter was like the
I'd be big
um
mad. I'd be like, God just showed
man,
me a vision, and y'all ain't even paying attention.
Peter was like the kid in the gang that was just there. Like he's like the goofy kid that's just there that nobody takes seriously. That's what Peter was like to
Oh
them.
man,
They did Peter bad.
yeah, yep. You'd have a lot of Catholics be real mad at you for saying that.
It's the truth. They can be mad. It's the
That
truth.
nonsense with you,
Yeah,
but
he's a redheaded stepchild.
you said he's a redheaded stepchild. Yeah, he I mean, yeah, he denied the Lord 3 times. I mean, Peter, come on, man. Just stand up for your bro. I mean, I don't know. The stuff you do look at it though, and it's interesting. But no, I totally get the Paulician, the Paulician texts, or um, how different that is from some of the other texts.
Hold on, I want to show.
Hebrews.
Hold on for a second, because I want to show you this. I'm shocked you don't know. I'm because you brought up the dream. Like I want. Hold on. But some believers blind. Wait, is this the? Yeah, the new revised. Let me see. Where is that? The whole of Kimley says it.
I love how Christians are talking crap on me in the comments.
Huh?
So I love how Christians are talking crap on me in the comments.
Why?
I don't know. They're just mad over something.
Here it is right here. It says the apostles and the elders met together to consider this matter. After there had been much debate, Peter stood up and said to them, "My brothers, you know that in the early days God made a choice among you that I should be the one through whom the Gentiles would hear the message of the good news and become believers. And God knows the human heart, testified to them by giving them the Holy Spirit, just as he did us. And in cleansing their hearts by faith, he has made no distinction between them and us. Now, therefore, why are you putting God to the test? By placing on the neck of the disciples a yoke that neither our ancestors nor we have been able to bear. On the contrary, we believe that we will be saved through the grace of the Lord Jesus, just as they will." The whole assembly kept silent and listened to Barnabas and Paul as they told all of the signs and wonders. Like, they just said, fuck what he says, right? And then James, they just look at him like, shut the fuck up. And then
Let's hear about the
James,
miracles, bro. I don't want to hear about
yeah,
Peter's vision. Yeah.
yeah. And then James takes over, right? And he gives the final speech here.
I see where you get that. Like, I'm like,
Yeah, yeah. They like, pfft. And then James
uh,
starts talking, and then that's when they make the decision. Like, there's several times in here, like Peter just gets done bad. Like Paul talks bad to Peter because, like, when the men of James comes in, like Peter is like the real like the Orthodox Jewish men that's still living by the Torah, right? They're Jesus followers, but they're still living by the Torah, and you know they come into the Rome, and Peter has been living like a Gentile the whole time with Paul. He been kicking it, right? Eating like a Gentile, sleeping like a Gentile. He just been kicking it. They come in town. Peter decides that he's going to pretend he's been living like a Jewish man this whole time,
well,
and Paul cusses him out.
It was James and them from the Church of Jerusalem that came.
Yeah, the men of James. Yeah,
Yeah, he was like, man, I better clean my act up.
but Paul called his ass out. Paul was like,
Yeah.
"You fake ass motherfucker! Like you've been over here living like a
Got him.
Gentile
Yeah,
this whole time." Yeah, like Peter.
yeah.
Peter was a clown, man.
It brings, to me, that kind of that text brings the humanity into it, because people really do act like that, and to me it's like, hey, take notice, like Christians, sometimes we do dumb stuff and we act stupid, and you need to get checked on it, and when you get checked on it, you need to do better. You know what I mean?
I think for me, right, like it just shows that this is very human based, right? People look at Peter and James and Paul and Jesus and all these people as divine beings. Like some guy came up here and said that Paul was a Christ, right?
Oh, wow.
That Paul was the Christ to the Gentile Christians, and I'm like, that's the first. I've never really heard anybody refer to Paul as a Christ, but it makes sense because most Christians that we talk to, we call y'all Paulines because they will quote Paul over Jesus. They'll argue, like we'll be like, no, but Jesus said this, and they'll say, but Paul. They'll go to Romans, they'll go to Corinthians. We're like, why do you keep going to Paul when we are telling you what your Savior said, right?
Because they haven't been able to correlate it together yet, right? The problem is most people are indoctrinated, right? And I don't care what side they're on. The indoctrination is huge. It's the rule of first mention. I always say that the first thing someone's been told about something and they've learned is usually the foundation in which all of their theology will come off of. And so when I'm listening to people and they discuss theology and things like that, whether it be eschatology or we're in hermeneutics or whatever it is, normally within about 5 minutes, I know exactly what they subscribe to, right? And you can really start gauging people at that point on what they're gonna say. And the problem is they you're right. They only read part of it, or they don't read it at all, and they just take what they've been told.
Yeah, they trust another human.
Mhm.
And so like I think because they look at these characters in this book as divine beings, or like they have some sort of extra divine power that they themselves don't have, right? As a finite human, they look at their pastors, these theologians, much like the people did back in the late Bronze Age or in antiquity. If a person had intellect, right, if they had gone to school, they had learned how to read and write, they knew how to critically think, right? Those that were less educated, right, or illiterate saw them as some type of divine entity. And they either wrote stories about them and made them, turned them into gods or turned them into some angelic being, because they had knowledge that the common person didn't have and didn't have access to. And this is why these secret sects of knowledge, right, were formed, because they saw that as like a form of power. That was the only way to get people to look at everyday humans, like finite humans, as these divine beings, or as humans that deserve to have a specific type of power over other humans. And
And
they
you're
still do that to this day.
yeah, you're correct. The Church at Rome, when it became the Catholic Church, remember, Rome was pagan. They had many, many, many gods. It's Paul on Mars Hill. Um, when Constantine adopted Christianity and named it the state religion, I think it was in 340 A.D. What did they do with all those pagan gods? They just replaced them with saints and angels, right? That's why you go to Rome or
And
the Vatican
Jesus.
today, and yeah, and you have Jesus and Mary and all this, and you're right, they deified um, um, the apostles, they deified angels. I mean, angels, I guess already were powerful, but you know what I'm saying? They built statues to them and worshipped them and all this. They just basically replaced the old Roman gods, Jupiter and Mars and stuff like that, Mercury, and they put these things in their place. And I think we fast forward 1,500 years after that, and here we are, right? Especially when that church controlled 1/3 of the known world. I mean, that's a massive influence.
Yeah. So if you know that, right, why is it that you still think that Jesus is Jesus?
Well, I know that from the time Jesus was there up until 325 AD, before the Roman Catholic Church was even a thought, right? Um, Christianity was still there and spreading, and Judaism had been in place for a long time. So it's not that to me it doesn't affect Jesus, right? It
So,
affects
but the
Christianity
stories
from
that were written, right? The stories that were written, it has the Roman influence. Like literally, some of Jesus' stories were written during the same time that Apollonius' stories were written, and they damn near match each other. Even
yeah. So
Romulus,
you're getting into like the virgin birth and some of the miracles done, things like that. Is that what you're referring to?
yeah, the archetypes, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
they
Yeah. So
like stories that were written about Jesus have the same archetype as Roman gods that were
on Mithras.
that and Apollonius. I'm sorry, Apollonius and Jesus, their cults were growing at the exact same time
Mm-hmm.
as stories that were being written, as stories were being written about Jesus, stories were being written about Apollonius,
Yep.
and they were using each other's stories to write about each other's gods. So like what I guess what I don't understand, like what if you can see the pagan gods
Mm-hmm.
influence in Christianity today, why like I why are you thinking that that influence isn't in the text itself, because it was written by Greeks and Romans.
Mm-hmm. So y- I'll take it back, and I do have an educated answer for you here. And like again, you say Polonius, Mithras, Horus. You know what I mean? There's a bunch of figures throughout antiquity that have the likeness, certain elements of the story that the story of Jesus has. The reason being is because of astrology, right? The Bible even talks about astrology, and a lot of people don't know this, but in the book of Job, God writes, it says that God's talking to Job. He says, "Do you understand Orion? Do you know where Pleiades is?" Right? These are star constellations. He says, "And do you understand the Mazzaroth?" The Mazzaroth is only used one time ever in the Bible, but the Mazzaroth directly translates to the zodiac. Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So if you look up at the stars, right, you have Virgo the Virgin, Aries the Ram, you've got Taurus the Bull, Pisces the Fish, right? And what I believe is when you go back to like Zoroastrianism and ancient star studies and stuff, is that the story of the Messiah was laid out in the stars before it was ever written down on paper. And so the religions of antiquity could read those as well. And I
I
believe
don't
these
know where
characters.
y'all are getting this from. That there's nothing biblical about that. There's nothing that anybody can say, right? That anybody was able to read the Mazzaroth. So like Babylon was the ones that created the astronomy and astrology system, right? That
They were
like
the first
that they were the
religion.
first, right? And so uh when you I Job is considered to be an Edomite, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I think this story has some influence from Mesopotamian, from Babylonian culture, from the righteous sufferer, the story of the righteous sufferer. And so I think that the reason why it mentions the zodiac, the stars in there, is because of Babylonian culture. But there's absolutely no uh, um, evidence that anybody has read anything from the Mazzaroth.
No. What
Nothing.
I'm saying is well, you get into like the Essenes. The Essenes understood astrology. We know that again Ezekiel when he was Elijah, when he was going up against the other priests. They were astrologers too. Egyptians when
Yeah,
Moses.
but you're saying that I'm talking about what you were saying, like as far as them reading it, right?
Oh
Like,
no. God was just saying, do you talking to Job? Can you do you understand the Mazzaroth? The answer was no. Job didn't understand it, and God was basically calling Job out. Like, wait a minute, why are you questioning me? Can you tell me where the winds come from? Can you tell me about the where the constellation Orion and his belt? Like he goes in and kind of explains it. Go to you have your stuff up there?
no, I know what you're talking about, where he talks shit to Job, and
Yeah. So
yeah,
my point is that the Mazzaroth, we'll just say that the zodiac was there, it existed, and God is pointing out that Job has no understanding of it, right?
yeah, but
But it
like
also,
you're saying it as that's something to like take into consideration when Babylon literally used the zodiacs, right? Like that was their
yeah.
system. The Chaldeans are known for that. Um, Abraham, there is Jewish tradition that says that Abraham was an astrologer, and
Mhm.
Abraham decided that there is no point in looking at the stars and trying to get information from the stars when there's the sun that goes up at a specific time of day,
Yep.
and he's like, there must be somebody that's doing it, right? That
Well,
and
yeah,
that's a
that's what
tradition
I'm
from
saying.
Josephus, right? That's not biblical,
Yeah.
and that's midrashic tradition, rabbinic literature, but it's not like it's just. I mean,
My
it's not like there's this thing to, you know what I'm saying? Like it's not that big
well,
of a
my
deal.
point is that that I believe from the beginning of time, we know that the stars have always been there, right? And so I believe that the stars have been placed in such a manner that the story of creation, right, and the cross, for example, the Southern Cross in the Southern Hemisphere, on December 25th goes down every single year for 3 days, and on the third day it comes up, right? And then eventually at springtime it's over, it's at its highest point, but it goes into the grave 3 days. I believe that this is God telling the story of his plan of redemption in the stars long before he ever wrote it down.
I think that's like that's a cool belief, but that's not something that you would be able to prove, right? There's nothing written down from the Maseroth that anybody can read.
Well,
Right.
we can look at the stars, and of course, everybody's going to have their interpretation of it. I go to this, I look at look at the first, when we say the last 6,000 years, right? The first 2,000 years of that, we were in the age of Taurus, right? Interestingly enough, the pantheon god of the Middle East during that age was Baal, representative of a bull. About the time Moses comes along, a transition takes place, and we entered the age of Aries, representative of the ram. Moses just happens to be, every time he's shown, it's like he's got a ram's horn in his hand, and the world
But
moved
you
away
do,
from.
but you do realize like this is all man-made, right? Men are assigning this stuff,
Well,
and you're
hold on,
saying, and you're
let me
saying
finish on this.
God, like these
Let me
are
finish my
men. This
thought.
is men, but it's like this is men, right? Looking at the stars and assigning these times to it.
Well, I'm
You,
saying it's coincidental that Moses comes upon the scene, and that
it's
the
not
world switches
coincidental. It's
from.
what was happening during that time, right? But he
Well,
does. It's man, like saying no, like no different than somebody creating a calendar, right? It's man made.
so you think Moses knew the stars and was like, I better make the world monotheistic because we're going into the age of Aries?
You know, when did Moses make the world monotheistic? It wasn't Moses. Moses wasn't real. Moses did not exist. So when did Moses make the world monotheistic?
Okay, well, we'll fast forward another 2,000 years, and another figure pops up on the scene 2,000 years after Moses, just as the world is transitioning into the age of Pisces, symbolized by the fish. Turns out his name was Jesus. And for the last 2,000 years, we've been under that sign. And it
Okay,
just so
let's
happens.
talk. Let's read about another man right quick. Hold on.
All right.
Stick with the age of Pisces.
I
Okay.
know.
Okay. All
All
right.
right.
Before he was born, his mother had a visitor from heaven who told her that her son would not be a mere mortal, but in fact would be divine. His birth was accompanied by unusual divine signs in heavens. As an adult, he left his home to engage on an itinerant preaching ministry. He went from village to town, telling all who would listen that they should not be concerned about their earthly lives and their material goods. They should live for what was spiritual and eternal. He gathered a number of followers around him who became convinced that he was no ordinary human, but that he was the Son of God. And he did miracles to confirm them in their beliefs. He could heal the sick, cast out demons, and raise the dead. At the end of his life, he aroused opposition among the ruling authorities of Rome and was put on trial. But they could not kill his soul. He ascended to heaven and continues to live there to this day. To prove that he lived on after leaving this earthly orb, he appeared again at least to one of his doubting followers, who became convinced that in fact he remains with us even now. Later, some of his followers wrote books about him, and we can still read about him today. But a very few of you have ever seen these books, and I imagine most of you do not even know who this great miracle worker Son of God was. I have been referring to a man named Apollonius, who came from the town of Tyana. He lived, his stories, his followers, his birth was at the same time of Jesus. So who was the age of Pisces about? Jesus or Apollonius?
Well, Apollonius didn't perpetuate for the next 2,000 years, so I'd have to go with Jesus.
Because, and why didn't they? Because you said earlier why they did it. What did Rome do?
What do you mean? Oh, they replaced the old pagans with the new ones,
Oh,
new gods.
exactly. That's
Hmm.
why. It's not that these pagan gods no longer exist. You just people just don't know that they're still paying homage to them. Even in some of our holidays, the days of our weeks, like they just don't know some of the names in this book. right? Just everyday words are really they've replaced the names of gods with just regular words. Like they just don't know.
Yeah, and I understand, and I've looked into a lot of those. Mithras was another story. You know, I think he was a Greek god that has some similarities to Christ. The difference is the major difference, right? Is that all of those, all the other ones that have those attributes to it, none of those figures came to unalive for the sin debt or to redeem mankind.
There
They
was
all
never
fall.
even
They
a
all fall short.
prophecy. There was never even a prophecy that said that anybody would come and do that. There's no prophecy that says that a Messiah would come and die for the sins of the world and rise again in 3 days. There's no
Um,
prophecy that says that.
what about the one where he was beaten? He was
It doesn't say that he's gonna
charged for our
die. It
iniquities.
doesn't say that he's gonna die and raise again in 3 days. The
Jesus said he
sufferings
was
of
going to
it.
die and rise again in three
I said
days.
there's no prophecy that says that. Like your Jesus saying self prophesying,
Mhm.
that's not a prophecy about him. He's self prophesying about him. He's saying what he's going to do. And they wrote that in. Like there's no prophecy that says that that a Jewish Messiah was going to do that.
In Psalms it says, "And you won't let your holy ones see corruption." That was actually a prophecy about Jesus going into Sheol.
What does
Um,
that have to do with me saying that there is not a prophecy that says that the Messiah is going to die and rise again in 3 days?
well, there's a lot of little pieces all throughout the Old
Like a
Testament.
prophet, if you have to red tape a prophecy together, it's not a prophecy.
Oh, is that the bar now? If we have to pull it from different books of the Bible.
You're literally taping a prophecy together. You're creating one when you do that. That's what they did. They
But you got to
even
remember.
here's the thing. Here's the
All
thing.
right.
That's what they did with the Hebrew scriptures. They taped scriptures together. They took like one verse, right, from one person, took another verse from another person, and made it one prophecy.
I know what you're saying, but I'll argue this: a book written by 43 different authors comprised over a period of 1,500 years that happens to correlate with each other. I don't think that's taping it together. These men were from different times, different places, and yet these scriptures flow unanimously with one central theme. And the theme is that mankind is fallen and needs to be redeemed, and God sends a redeemer. The whole so Isaiah, interestingly enough, is 66 books or 66 chapters. Yeah, and there's 66 books in the Bible. I think the first part of Isaiah is I think the first 43 or something like that. 53 talk about basically mankind being in this sinful state. You know what I mean, or this lost state from God. God being angry. I believe it's Isaiah 53 that the Messiah is talked about, and then after that, the rest of Isaiah is about redemption. It just kind of coincides with exactly the framework of the entire Bible. And I don't think that's by chance.
Okay, so I'm going to give you an example, right? Um, so let's say we have three psychics, right?
Mhm.
Okay, and they live in three different generations, right? Psychic number one is in the year 1900. And psychic number one says, a great leader will rise from the east, right? And they will build an army, and his name will be known across the world. Okay? That's a very vague prophecy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Very vague. Okay? And then about 50 years later, another psychic comes and he says, a terrible war will break out, lasting for many years, and nations will tremble at its destruction.
Yeah, that's very
Right?
big too.
Okay. And then psychic number three, in let's say 2000, says a powerful ruler will be struck down in his prime, right? And that a powerful ruler will be struck down at the height of his leadership, and everything will be shaken. And then they say, well, let's say that's 2025, right? Let's say that's today. Okay, so we got prophecy number one is about a ruler coming and building an army. He's gonna be known around the whole world, right? And then somebody in 50 years later says that a war will break out and it's gonna last many years, right? It's gonna cause the economy to shift. And then in 2025 says a powerful ruler is going to be struck down at the height of his thing, and then somebody puts all three of those together and says that that's one prophecy.
No, I totally get what you're saying there. And I can understand how prophecies have been made and people attribute it to it after the fact. I absolutely can get on board with you on that. We look at all sorts of people, Baba Vanga and Notre Dame, you know what I mean? And we're trying to insert stuff into that stuff all the time. The Bible has some specific things that says they're going to happen. I believe we as humans and we, as Christians sometimes overcompensate on some of those. But I do think when it does happen, we'll know that, we'll understand, hey, we were wrong on the other one.
When what happens though, because the thing that y'all are waiting to happen, right, is after death.
What do you mean?
Like y'all are waiting for this Jesus to come through the clouds. Mm-hmm. Right? Half of y'all don't even know what you're really waiting for. Like the book says that when he comes back, he's coming back to take the sinners off the earth. And his believers, his followers are the ones staying on the earth. But so many of you, right, are looking for a prophecy that's going to have him bursting through the clouds to take y'all off the earth, to take y'all where he is, because that's what Paul said.
I don't subscribe to a first of the week rapture, by the way.
But that's the prophecy that's in this book, that he's going to come back, right? He prophesies the day of the Lord as his second coming. Mm-hmm. Paul prophesies that the dead in Christ will rise first, and then everybody will be changed in the twinkling of an eye, and then you're going to go up into heaven and be with him forever. That's what Paul prophesies.
Yeah, so Paul says, behold, I show you a mystery. We shall not all die, but shall be changed in the moment, in the twinkling of an eye. And then he says when? He says, at the last trump. Mm-hmm. Paul wrote that under the inspiration.
At the last trump, what will happen? At the last trump?
He wrote that under inspiration before trumpets were ever.
What?
Trumpets weren't put together until Revelation.
Yeah. What does that have to do with what I'm saying? What he says? What does he say will happen?
Well, I'm saying it's been misinterpreted, and
I'm saying that's not the point. The point is, what do most believers believe? What are they waiting for? We're not talking about, Paul misinterpreted a lot of stuff, but that's not what we are talking about right now. We're talking about
I'm saying modern Christianity has misinterpreted that as a first of the week rapture. I'm saying it's bad eschatology is what it is.
But I'm saying, what are most Christians waiting for?
Oh, they're waiting for the second coming of Jesus before the tribulation.
And for what will happen? What are they expecting to happen?
They're gonna float up in the sky, and Jesus can take them away from here.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. Because that's what Paul tells them, right?
Yeah, they gather that from Paul, but they and it's funny they gather it from Thessalonians, from
which is what Paul. This is Paul.
Yeah, they got Thessalonians there. They've got Corinthians, which is funny because I think Paul's talking not about a separate event, but the same event that is described in Revelations, and the same.
Revelations doesn't say that y'all are going to be caught up in no sky. Revelations does not say that. Revelations does not say that the believers are going to be called up to heaven. I think in Revelations only the 144 is where this God is, and then everybody else is on the new earth, building the new earth.
Yeah,
carrying in the gold, building the walls, planting the Lebanon trees. Only the 144 is where the God is living amongst the God. The
Where the
144,000.
rapture, I guess what you could say the rapture, quote unquote, if you want to use that terminology, takes place is the Lord does take his saints up to heaven to the judgment seat of Christ and the marriage supper of the Lamb.
Which are the 144,000, right?
Yeah, no, the 144,000 are still here.
The 144,000 get to be where the God is, right? And then
Yeah,
the rest are under Jerusalem. Like there's nothing in this text that says that Christians are going to go to float up to heaven outside of what Paul says.
so the all of prophecy hinges upon Daniel chapter 9. So if we're going to interpret Revelations or interpret Thessalonians, we have to start at Daniel, the ninth chapter. And it's how
Oh
you
my God.
interpret
Are you
that.
trying to
Or
say that that's about Jesus, that that's leading to Jesus?
the
Please.
Daniel 9? Absolutely. The
Oh
topic is
man.
Messiah the Prince.
Yeah, okay, so then when did the temple, when did they start building the temple? Hold on, because you got to do the math, and this is what we're going to do. Give me just a second, because I've already done this. So hold on for a second.
Yeah, for sure. You
I
mean the
got to
temple
sign
will be
into my Google
even in
Docs. I
trouble?
don't want people to see my information.
Is
Huh?
that what you're talking about? Temple will be built even in trouble.
No,
Will
they
be
when they
built
like
in
how,
trouble sin?
hold on. Hold on. Give me just a second.
So I'll tell you before we go there. I don't believe that the he in Daniel 9:27 is the Antichrist.
I don't. I think
So
it's just
so
talking
my
about.
eschatology is going to be a little different
I
than what
know.
you're probably
That's
used
why I
to.
said we need to do the math, right?
Okay. Yep.
Yeah. Hold on.
I was like, hey, fair warning. I'm not going to be like most of you talk to on that one.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, you should be able to justify it with the math, right? Like with the years.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, that's all I'm asking you to do.
We're getting pretty deep tonight. Look at this.
This is really what I
You
like to
down
do.
theology
I'd rather
lane.
do this than argue with dumbasses about shit they haven't read.
I get what you're saying there. I'm actually quite impressed with how much you know.
It's because we study in here.
Yeah, but were you raised Christian?
Yeah, my father was a pastor.
That
But
makes a lot of sense.
no, it doesn't. I didn't know this when I was a Christian. I didn't learn this stuff until I started deconstructing.
But you heard a million sermons, and so
I
when you
did.
do,
And the same sermons that y'all hear in church. The
yeah,
same ones
but
that
when you do
indoctrinate and scare us into hell and all that shit.
well, I'm saying like you heard a million sermons, so when you read the text, you actually draw correlations much faster because you're remembering the stuff you've already heard preached, right?
No.
And then you see it in the text, and so you
Some
can.
things, my dad didn't preach about Daniel's prophecies. My
No,
dad
what
didn't.
denomination?
Mm-mm. Huh?
What denomination are you out of?
When we were Church of God in Christ, they talked about hell. Every service was hellfire, brimstone.
Oh, you're a
Uh,
COC.
no, Church of God in Christ.
Oh, Church of
Co-
God in Christ. Okay.
yeah, Kojic. It was
Yep.
hellfire, brimstone, speaking in tongues,
Uh
fasting and praying, uh, m- uh, marriage, like no sex before marriage,
huh.
no
I was
homosexuality,
I was
shit
raised
like that.
Missionary
Like it was
Baptist,
shit like that. They didn't
almost on
teach
the same
about
end.
this.
And I that's not my cup of tea. The missionary Baptist stuff, or even the Church of God in Christ. I don't subscribe to that kind of stuff. I don't know, man. Some of it's tough, but I totally get what you're saying. The hellfire and brimstone, and the no sex before marriage, and the just beating you up all day.
Yeah, that's why I ended up marrying the men I ended up marrying because I was told that somebody was praying for me that I have no peace until I get saved, until I stop living in sin, and I end up marrying somebody that I should not have. So, but we're gonna move on from that. If you want to hear about it, you can read about it in my book. But okay. So here's the math of the 70 weeks, right? The
Can I read
first
this?
the first period of the 70 weeks um, refers to the period after the Babylonian exile,
Hmm.
right? When the Jews returned to Jerusalem and they began to rebuild the city and the second temple. I guess it depends on when you start that. So like if you're not starting the 70 weeks with the decree with Cyrus the Great around 538 BCE,
Hmm.
there are some people I think who started with Antiochus, I believe. When do you start the 70 weeks?
So I can't even read what you got there.
Hold on.
Um, so what? I'll put it this way: the 70th week of Daniel, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think the 70th week of Daniel starts at the baptism of Christ.
What?
Yep.
Where do you get that from?
Well, get this. So it says, Daniel 9:27. It says, "He shall confirm a covenant with many for 1 week." Okay, so 7 years. Who's he? The entire topical subject of Daniel chapter 9 is the Messiah, the Prince. So the he there, in order to not create redundancy, that's why they use he. So the he there is Jesus, not the Antichrist. And
What?
he
No, but
will
hold on.
confirm a covenant.
How did you get that the 70 weeks starts at the baptism
No,
at his
no, no, no,
baptism?
no. The 70th week
Oh, but
out of
how
the
did? But where are you starting the 70? Where so that if you're saying that it ends there, where do you start it? Is my question.
so I'm not ending it though because it says in the midst of the week he will be cut off, not
I
for
get
himself.
that. I get that. What period? What like for what
Here,
time period do you start your 70 weeks?
let me pull mine up over here while you get yours up because I can't read yours.
Hey, y'all, can you tap that screen? Let's get up to 100,000, please. And let's double the shares. Thank you.
I need to fix me some coffee. You want to do the
Same.
announcements while I go fix me some coffee? While he's pulling up his, huh?
What are you doing?
I said, do you want to do the announcements or something? Well, I'm gonna go fix me some coffee while he's pulling up his document.
Okay.
Okay,
All
there you
right.
go. Thank you.
Okay, y'all. If you are enjoying the live, please check out Thinker's bio. And her Cash App is in her bio, so please tip.
All right.
Also, can you
Oh, yes,
please go
sir.
on mute? Yeah, just give me just a second. She'll be right back. Get these shares up. Let's double them. Get the likes up to 100,000. Tap, tap, tap. I'm not sure what to say right now, but yeah, can y'all please tap the screen? Oh, also, Thinker's YouTube, Arc Thinker, ARCH Thinker. Also, please go to Verses and Vibes on YouTube. It's Thinker and Bash's podcast. So, yes, please keep tapping. If you want the Discord link, you will have to subscribe, which you will have to use your desktop because you wouldn't be able to subscribe from there. Her Cash App info will be in her bio. Do I know any jokes? Not at the top of my head right now. No, Selena, do you know any jokes? She's probably knocked out.
Y'all up here talking about telling jokes. He still ain't came back. You got to
He
come back
did. He
and
did.
oh,
I
he
told
did.
him that.
Okay, to check up.
Yeah.
Okay, that's want to make
Yeah.
sure you don't get
After, like,
dropped.
I drew a blank real quick.
Are we, are
I
we
was like,
good?
I don't know what else to say.
Are we solid?
Yeah, you ready?
Yeah,
Did
yeah,
you
yeah.
did you find it?
Yeah, so I'm going to start my, I'll start the 70 weeks at the rebuilding of the temple there. When they went back and they were rebuilding the temple in Jerusalem.
Mm-hmm.
So you break it into three parts.
Mm-hmm.
The rebuilding, 434 years to Jesus at his and when his ministry begins, and then the final 70th week, or the 70th week, begins at the baptism of Christ. That's
Which
how
is
I'm.
when? Which was around when?
The
Around what year?
baptism of Christ would have been on 27 AD.
Okay.
So that's where I'm starting the 70th week of Daniel, right?
Mm-hmm. And then the first week would have began when?
That'd be 483 years.
Let's see. You said 27 A.D. Hold on. Is the 70th week. And then so hold on. You do realize that 1 week equals 7 years, right? You do
Yes.
realize that?
Mm-hmm.
So if that you said that's when the 70th week starts or end, I'm sorry.
Starts
Start.
at the baptism of Christ.
But he died and he's estimated to have died between 30 and 33 CE. So
You're
that's
exactly
less
right.
than 7 years though.
You're correct. So in the midst of the week, he was cut off, but not for himself, right? Or the overspreading of abominations that was taking place, right? We know that the way the Pharisees and stuff, they were abominations in the temple, but he was cut off at the cross. At the cross, he was cut off, and then the people that would come to destroy the city, Nero did that in 70 A.D. But from the baptism of Christ to the cross was exactly 3.5 years, and that fulfilled the first half of Daniel's 70th week. Remaining
So
left.
hold on. So how many weeks? So the prophecy says after the 62 weeks, an
Mhm.
anointed one shall be cut off and have nothing. After 62 weeks. So that would be, hold on. Let's see, that would be, so it doesn't say he'll be cut off in the middle of the week. So let me do the math on that. Give me just a second, okay?
For those that are still trying to tip Thinker, please click the link in her bio. It will say Linktree. Her Cash App is in there.
Then it says he shall, so Daniel 9:27 said he shall make a strong covenant with many for 1 week. So that means that he's in covenant with many for at least 7 years. Not, and so if
Yeah,
he, hold
what
on,
covenant did Jesus come to fulfill? What covenant did he make with
for at least 7 years?
he reestablished the Abrahamic covenant of grace, right?
No, he didn't.
Yeah.
No, he didn't. He was enforcing the existing covenant, right? And then he said, I shall make a new covenant. But he didn't. He didn't. He wasn't in that covenant with them for 7 years.
Well, no, because he was cut off in the middle of the week.
But it says that he shall make a covenant with many for 1 week.
Uh-huh.
And he didn't.
So the last part of Daniel's 70th week has not happened yet.
It says,
We're waiting.
and in the middle of the week, he
Mm-hmm.
shall put an end to sacrifice and offering. He
Yep.
didn't do that.
Yes, it
He
did.
did. No, he didn't. Sacrifice and offering did not end until 70 AD. He did
Well,
not do that.
the need for sacrifice and
No,
offering.
it says in the middle of the week he shall put an end to sacrifice and offering, not the need. You're adding that in there. It doesn't say the need.
Well,
It says, and
God's
in the middle of the
requirement for
week,
the
hold
sacrifice.
on. It says he shall make a strong covenant with many for 1 week.
Mhm.
That means that he made a strong covenant for 7 years. He did
Mhm.
not do that. Then it says, in the middle of those 7 years, he will put an end to sacrifice and offering. He did
Yeah.
not do that. Jesus didn't do that while
Well,
he was here. He didn't. So that, like, that alone doesn't add up.
the temple, the veil in the temple was rent, was it not?
That doesn't mean that it put an end to sacrifice and offering. He didn't do
Well,
that. They were still
hold on.
hold on. They were still sacrificing and putting and doing offerings even after your Jesus died. They didn't put an end to that until 70 AD. And that was the Romans who did that. It wasn't it was the Flavian dynasty who put an end to that. It wasn't your Jesus.
I understand what you're saying, but understand my end here. If the temple veil was rent, and now God had come back into relationship with mankind, then there was no more need for sacrifice in the temple. Thus, Jesus put an end to sacrifice in the temple because it was no
That's
longer
not
needed.
true. But that did not happen.
It
There
did.
was still a need. That's the whole point of them at the Council of Jerusalem, talking about who can eat, what meats they can eat, and whether they had to do the sacrifices. That they were still doing sacrifices.
So
That's not true.
the Jews were doing sacrifices. The Christians understood it as the payment for their the ultimate sacrifice. The Lamb of God had already taken away their sin.
But they were still doing sacrifices. That's what
The
I'm
Jewish
saying. And
people were.
this was for the Jewish people. This prophecy that Daniel is given was saying that they would not need to do sacrifices in the Jewish temple. And
So
they were
you
still
realize
doing so. The sacrifices did not end until 70 AD.
Do you realize that there's two different? So when we look at Christians and we look at Jews in the Bible, they're right. After Jesus,
I
there
get
were
that, but who was this prophecy
Judaism
for?
and Jews.
Hold on, listen, because this is what you're doing right now is you're retrofitting, right? The prophecy. First off, Christians weren't in the temple sacrificing anything, right?
You're right.
There were no Christians in the temple sacrificing ever.
Mhm.
The prophecy says that he will put in the middle of his 7 years, right? It
Mhm.
says that he will be in a strong covenant for 7 years. It does not say that he will die during that week.
It says
Not
and
during that
he
week.
shall confirm a covenant with many for 1 week, and in the
And
midst
in
of
the
the week,
middle of the week, he shall
yep.
put an end to the sacrifice and offering. Not that he will die. He gets cut off at the end of 62 weeks.
Mm-hmm. So it says, not for himself, but the people of the prince that would come to destroy the city. Right? He will make it desolate. This has taken place. The temple is desolate now. There's nothing in that temple that is doing anything for
But you're
everybody.
not doing the math isn't lining up. That's the thing.
No, it is. So from the ministry of Christ was 3.5 years. The remaining 3.5 years is 1,290 days or 3.5 years. That lines up perfectly with what Revelations talks about as the 1,290 days or 3.5 years of the tribulation. There's nowhere in Scripture it says a 7-year tribulation.
It
Never
said
once.
Jesus has to make a 7-year covenant. He never does that. He never does that. He never makes a 7-year covenant.
He brought in a new covenant.
Did he do that for 7 years?
Well, again, during his ministry, right?
No. Did he do that? You see how you're stretching the prophecy, right? The prophecy says, yes, you are. The prophecy said, listen, the prophecy says that he will make a strong covenant for 1 week. That is 7 years.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus never did that.
If he was cut off,
it doesn't say that he will be cut off in the middle of that week. It says that he will
does
end
say
sacrifice.
that.
No, it does not. It says he shall put an end to sacrifice and offering, and that did not happen.
It
You
literally
are
says
adding, you are,
verbatim.
no. Look, what you're doing is you're adding in the word for the need to sacrifice an offering, and that's not what it says. It says he
So,
will put it says he will put an end to sacrifice an offering, right?
will
And
you pull it up?
sacrifices, and no, I didn't cut out.
Will you
Sacri-
pull it up? The Daniel 9:27.
yeah.
You should make strong covenant made for 1 week. For the half week, you should make sacrifice offering cease. All right, go to KJV.
And that didn't happen.
Go to the King James, please. There you go. In the midst of the week, he shall cause sacrifice to cease. And for the overspring of abominations, he shall make it desolate. Mm-hmm.
I don't know why y'all keep wanting to do the King James. The King James is a horrible translation, and it's just Middle English. But you're adding in the word the need for sacrifice, and that's not what the prophecy says. In order to make this prophecy fit Jesus, right? The destruction of
It's not so much
Jerusalem
fitting.
happens after. I'm sorry. Let me finish what I'm saying. The destruction of Jerusalem happens after the 70 weeks, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's when the sacrifices end.
So this isn't trying to fit Jesus into that necessarily. What I'm doing here, and where the messianic view comes from, this is called the messianic view of Daniel 9:27, is that what it doesn't allow is for a 7-year tribulation period that's referenced nowhere in Scripture. Right. The only thing that we have is a 3.5-year tribulation. So what this does is it reframes it, because Daniel 9 is literally the backbone on which we understand eschatology.
Rephrase what? What? Say that again. I didn't say that again.
So Daniel 9 is the backbone on what all prophecy hinges upon. So that's where you see cut off there. An anointed one shall be cut off and shall have nothing. The troops of the princes come to destroy the city and the sanctuary, and the end shall come with the flood. So yes, it does say cut off.
Hold on. So it says, after the 62 weeks, an
Mm-hmm.
anointed one shall be cut off and shall have nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And the troops of the prince who is to come shall destroy the city and the sanctuary. Its end shall come with a flood, and to the end there shall be war. When Jesus died in 30 or 33 CE,
Mm-hmm.
right? When did this happen? When he was cut off? When did this happen?
Nero came and destroyed the sanctuary in the city in 70 AD.
So 40 years later.
Hmm. Yeah, this is prophecy. This
After
is
the 70 weeks, like 40 years after the 70 weeks ended.
No.
That's what it would have to be. If you are saying that the 70 weeks ends with Jesus's baptism, this is 40 years after the 70 weeks. That's what you said. You said it ended with Jesus's baptism.
No, I didn't say that. I said it was.
And so did it start with Jesus's baptism?
Yeah, it started the 69th.
So then,
the 70th week of Daniel starts at.
No, that's what I'm saying. The 70. I said the 70 weeks end. So you're saying the 70th week starts with Jesus's baptism.
Yes.
Okay. So then that means that the destruction, right, comes after the 70 weeks ends.
Well, in the midst of the week, he was cut off. Okay.
It does not say in the midst of the week he will be cut off. It says that he will be cut off after 62 weeks. You're retrofitting the prophecy. It says in the midst of the week it puts an end to sacrificing an offering. It does not say he will be cut off in the middle of the week. That's not what the prophecy says.
He shall make a strong covenant made for 1 week, and for 1/2 the week he shall make sacrifice and offering to cease in their place.
That's not saying he will be cut off in the middle of the week. That's
Let
not
me pull something up here. I have there's something.
You're retrofitting this scripture right now. I think when I see Christians in the comments saying block me or block this account, it reminds me of, have you ever been in a relationship and you can't stop yourself from calling the person that you know that you shouldn't be
Hmm.
calling anymore. Huh?
Yeah,
Yeah. It's like they're in love with us, but they can't stop themselves from coming
they
in
can't
here.
stay away.
Go
Yeah.
back to Daniel 9:24, would you?
Yeah.
That's where
Hold
this
on.
starts. Why are they blocking the account? What are they?
Oh, because
What are
they
they
don't
doing?
like, they don't want to hear this. It scares them to for us to be talking about the
For us to
scriptures
do
this way.
Bible study on TikTok? Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
like because I'm disagreeing with you, right?
Oh my
And it
gosh,
scares them to see someone do that. And
they
so,
wouldn't have lasted 5 minutes back in like the turn of the century when people would like debate publicly on stage and like
mm-hmm.
just shred each other. And different denominations at that too. You know what I mean? You remember those? You ever read about those?
Mm-mm.
Oh man, they had like crazy debates.
Yeah, like it's they sometimes this is one of the things that I don't like about religion and the belief in a God, because it becomes a person's identity and it shakes them to their core to hear something different about what they already believe, right? And the what that tells me is that a lot of people think that that they have it, like they just have it. There's no more to learn, right? There's they can't be wrong, and so when they hear someone saying something different than what they've already accepted as truth, it shakes them to their core.
Well, yeah,
And
that's
they're,
the
you know,
that's the rule of first mention thing too that I said earlier, right? If it's like you were raised a Church of God in Christ, and what's a foundational doctrine for that church?
I don't know. I don't remember. I
Uh,
don't know.
well,
But the
yeah,
Bible
the
is absolute truth.
sola scriptura.
No, like that, yeah, there's solo scriptura. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's the
sola
infallible
scriptura.
written word of God. Yeah,
And so if you took a Catholic and put them up there with you to debate that, then you guys would have a pretty hardcore debate on whether that's true or not, right?
no, yeah, I do that every day. Like JJ, like it's so funny that you commented that, because you know damn well that what I just said shook you to your core, and that's why you fucking commented what you commented. If you feel like we are rage baiting, then you fucking fell for the bait, and that makes you weak. That means you need to go somewhere and do some fucking spiritual push-ups and get stronger, because your ass is here. Why am I mad about it? Because you're fucking complaining about some shit that only you can control. You're here because you want to be here. I didn't make you come in here. I'm sorry. Go ahead, the real dragon.
No, no, you're good. You're good. I'm letting you. Yeah, I know. Yeah, some of the comments I just stopped looking at them.
They complain so fucking much, but they sit here and watch. I literally have somebody at their house holding them down, making them watch this live.
Or disagree with my eschatology or disagree with my view, but I don't see you up here, bro.
Exactly.
Come defend your view. You get chewed up and spit out.
Oh my gosh. Okay, what did you want to say
So
about verse
start at
24?
9:24. So not 70 weeks are decreed upon your people and for your holy city to finish transgression, to put an end to sin, and to atone for iniquity, to bring in everlasting righteousness, to seal both the vision and prophet, and to anoint the most holy place. You scroll down just a little
Yeah,
bit.
but it's saying that all of this will happen in 70 weeks.
Hold
It
on. Keep
didn't.
going. Know therefore and understand, from the time that the word went out to restore and rebuild Jerusalem until the time of an anointed prince, there shall be 70 weeks. And for 62 weeks it shall be built again with streets and a moat, but in a troubled time. Right, 9:26. And after the 62 weeks, an anointed one shall be cut off, shall have nothing. And the troops of the prince who is to come destroy the city and the sanctuary, the end shall be thereof with a flood. Right?
That
And then
means that that means that sometime during the 62 weeks, that Jesus would have had to been in covenant with a strong covenant for 7 years. Okay. He would have had to cut off the sacrifices, right? And then after he died, then this happened, right? The this happened right here. the flood,
Well, it's because
the
you're,
troops coming in.
and I get it. And so our disconnect here is you're reading it as one as continuous, right? And
That's
I'm
what the
saying,
70 weeks is. You have to,
well,
it has to be continued. You can't break the 70 weeks up.
that's what I believe. I believe that 69 and a half weeks has happened. And the last part of Daniel's 70th week is what we're waiting.
But you are adding that to the prophecy. Do you realize that? You're adding that to the prophecy.
I understand what you're saying, but it's prophecy, right?
No,
It's
it's no longer the same prophecy when you change it. It's not the same prophecy. It doesn't say that he's gonna in the middle of his strong covenant, the 7 years, does not say that he will be cut off during that week. What you are doing is saying, oh, Jesus died for the sins of the world and he was the final sacrifice. Therefore, he really did end the need for sacrifices and offerings, although the sacrifices and offerings didn't cease. And that's what you're doing. You're changing the prophecy and you're reading your interpretation into it.
so just so you know, like most Christians would subscribe that the 70th week of Daniel, the he shall confirm a covenant with many for 1 week, is speaking about the Antichrist.
I don't
Okay,
care who they're speaking about.
I'm just saying that
historically it leads to Ananias the third.
well,
Historically, who was cut off in the middle of Ananias was the third was cut off right at 62 weeks. But I like it doesn't. What I'm talking about right now with you is it the interpretation that you're saying it is, right?
what I'm saying is there's a couple schools of thought. So when it says the prince who is to come to destroy the city, or wait, hold on, Daniel 9:27, and he shall confirm a covenant with many for 1 week. That's referring to in modern eschatology, right? The people who believe that the rapture is going to happen in the beginning of the tribulation period, and that we're going to float up in the air. This is where they get that from. This is the whole backbone of that, because they believe that the he shall confirm a covenant with many for 1 week is an antichrist signing a peace treaty with Israel for 7 years. That's where they get this idea from. Okay.
I don't
I
know.
say,
I've not heard that. I've not heard that. And that's again, that is
never seen like
people.
Left Behind, that movie?
Hold on. Because 70 weeks is over. Okay, and the fact that they are like they would literally have to be starting a brand new set of 70 weeks right now for them to be saying that Netanyahu is this person. Like I've never heard of anything like that. That doesn't make any sense to me. But if they are doing that, again, all they're doing is retrofitting the prophecy. Right? They're reinterpreting it and making it fit modern society. That's all they're doing. They're just starting a new period of 70 weeks. And what would be the point of your God giving Daniel this prophecy in the 7th century? If it's about Netanyahu today in 2025, and then who alive then would be able to tell whether Daniel gave a true prophecy if it was meant for us today in 2025? How would they know whether Daniel was telling the truth back then?
I don't subscribe to the fact that I believe that an antichrist is going to sign a peace covenant with Israel for 7 years. I don't believe that. I believe that the he that refers to
Yeah, I
is
know
talking
what
about
you
Jesus.
believe, but why did you bring that up? Why did you
Well,
bring that up?
I was saying that you're talking about, so you have one of three ways you can interpret this, right? And you can have the dispensationalist view and the messianic futuristic view, right?
But you do realize that with your view, the messianic futuristic view, right?
Mm-hmm.
You are adding to the prophecy to make it fit your Messiah. You are retrofitting the prophecy and adding in the word need for sacrifices, because that's not what it says, because it does not naturally fit the
I would
timing of your
say
Messiah.
I would say you could be a dispensationalist apologist.
You said
Like
say what? I don't like you
you
said
could be an
I am.
apologist
I
of
don't care. I don't care whose
dispensationalism.
side it leans on. Listen, I don't give a damn whose side it leans on. All I care about is facts.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
know.
like that doesn't do anything to me. Like I'm not gonna change my facts because of whose side it fits. That it is what it is.
Yeah, but are you a literalist with the Bible?
I deal with facts. I have no need whatsoever to retrofit, paraphrase, rephrase, reinterpret, or deny.
Yeah.
I'm not attached to this. There's no inspirational, no reward, no motivation that I need this text to say a specific thing. It says what it says to me.
Yeah. So, but I do notice this. I do notice this. It's kind of a when you do read, no matter what you're reading in scripture, you do read it as literal.
Because I only deal with facts. I don't do hermeneutics. I don't do theology. I have no need to reinterpret this.
Yeah, I understand your position, and I understand people that take that position. And I mean, there's people within the faith that take that position, right? So that's why I was joking, being like, you could be a dispensationalist apologist. You know what I mean? Because you argue it well. Um, with that said, you do understand that there is a different view, and that you
And
can.
I don't have to accept it. Like y'all can do what
You're
y'all
right.
want to do with the text, right? But whether you bring that to me, right, and
Mm-hmm.
you try to convince me of your argument, if I don't have to accept you adding to the prophecy,
Mm-hmm.
I don't accept that for myself.
No, no, and that's where I go. Hey, it's your right to believe what you want to believe, right? But at least we understand each other's sides. So the way I see it is, you understand my side and I understand your side. So if I'm wrong, if I really get to the point where, like, maybe it's just not adding up the way I put it together, then I can go, hey, you know what? She was right. You know what I mean? And I'll have a better understanding of your view on it, or an understanding of what's happening, because I've been able to have this conversation, and said vice versa. You know, what if we get to the point where what I'm saying is true, you know, being that it's prophecy, you might refer back to this conversation and go, you know what? I remember the real Derek Morgan talking about that, and you'll know where to reference.
Yeah.
So,
At what point are they going to add the word need to Daniel 9:27? Like they would have to add the word need for sacrifices and offering to Daniel 9:27. Like in order for me to go, in order for me to say that Daniel, what the real Derek Morgan said is true, the word for the need would have to be in Daniel 9:27 for me.
I think you missed your calling. You should have been a lawyer.
Yeah, I know. I wanted to, and then I went to college, and I started as an English teacher, then psychology, then business.
That's
But
funny.
yeah,
I started with English and psychology too, so that makes a lot of sense. But no, you should have been a lawyer. Definitely, you were definitely built for it. Um, no, but that's where I would again with that one in Daniel. You know, I'm just sitting on the other side of the fence on that one from you. So wait, let me ask you a question, and this is to jump a little bit, just a hair. Have you read anything ever on the Shroud of Turin?
a little bit. I think it's nuts.
What do you think about it being the most scientifically written about
I think I just told you what I
artifact in
think.
history?
Did you
120
hear what I
scientific
said?
papers. Huh.
Did you hear my entire answer
What'd you say?
when you asked me if I read it? I read about it. Did you hear my entire answer?
No, ma'am, I didn't.
I said a little bit. I think it's nuts.
Okay, fair enough. Um, but the science behind it, we can't. I mean,
Alan, shut the fuck up. Like literally, if you feel like I'm using psychology to manipulate you, then why are you here, Alan? Why are you here? Do your Holy Ghost not have more power than psychology, Alan? Can your Jesus not fight the psychological demon?
What the hell?
yeah. What is going on?
That's crazy.
You come here every night, Alan. I know your name. I know you by heart. Alan, you was talking to me because I said I did psychology. If you're not talking to me, then I apologize.
So how are you talking to him? Like,
I don't know.
uh, I don't, yeah.
Someone said science in the comments. There's 120 scientific papers, both secular collegiate and theologian, or well, Christian investigators have gone in there and written on this thing. 120. It is the most studied artifact of all time. All time. You guys can. There's a bunch of stuff on it.
But you do realize that it's been carbon dated many times, and it doesn't, the fabric does not come from the time that your Jesus would have been buried,
You're
right?
correct if we're going off of the 1980s carbon, but we now have X-ray, and the X-ray actually puts it right at the time.
This is the crazy thing, right? If your Jesus, like, y'all don't ever focus on the fact that y'all are having to carbon date some old ass linen to prove that your Jesus exists. When your Jesus told y'all in this book that y'all would be able to fucking drink poison and you wouldn't die. When your
Take
Jesus
up
told y'all, hold on. Your Jesus told y'all that y'all would be able to lay hands on the sick and they would be healed. He told y'all that y'all would be able to cast out demons and that demons would tremble in his name. That these would be signs that people would just see. And y'all are having to go to radio carbon dating a piece of linen from the late Bronze Age, right? Over and over and over and over again to prove he exists. And the reason y'all are having to do that is because what he told y'all that y'all would be able to do, you cannot. Y'all don't pay attention to that.
In all fairness, I don't believe that Mark 16 was part of the original text. I believe it was added sometime later. So, but that's me personally. You can talk
And
to
what
the
about
rest
when
of
he
them.
says it in
I don't
John?
think.
What about when he says it in John? What about when he tells y'all that y'all would be able to do that?
Which part of John?
Hold on.
Which verse we talking about? We talking about the limited commission or the great commission? Well, yeah, I think the shroud's fascinating, right? Being that, now the X-ray has come back and dated it at the time of Christ. The mineral samples taken from the knees put it right there in Jerusalem, on the Temple Mount. All the limestone that they found in that is exactly what the soil samples would have been. The blood stains match up with the body, right, and with the biblical crucifixion story. The light marks on it would be that of a, what was it, 62,000 50-watt bulbs is what it would take to make that. And then some people argue that the blood stains on the head, or I'm sorry, the blood stains on the head, you can look at them under and zoom in on them, and they make looks like characters from Hebrew. And the one on the front, if you blow it up, it says Jesus, or it says Yeshua.
Oh, goodness
And the one on the
gracious.
back says God put to a cross.
This doesn't make any damn sense.
No,
I'm
Okay,
it
telling you.
doesn't.
listen. Yeah. Okay. Jesus said to him, this is John 14.
Hmm?
Jesus said to him, have I been with you all this time, Philip, and you still do not know me? Whoever has seen me has seen the Father. How can you say, show us the Father? Do you not believe that I am in the Father and the Father is in me? The words that I say to you, I do not speak on my own, but the Father who dwells in me does his works. Believe me that I am in the Father and the Father is in me. But if you do not, then believe because of the works themselves. Very truly, I tell you, the one who believes in me will also do the works that I do, and in fact will do greater works than these, because I am going to the Father. I will do whatever you ask in my name, so that the Father may be glorified in the Son. If in my name you ask me for anything, I will do it. I think in Matthew 10, he says, hold on. In Matthew 10, he says that you can cast out spirits. Hold on. He says See, then Jesus summoned his 12 disciples and gave them authority. Then Jesus summoned his 12 disciples and gave them authority over unclean spirits to cast them out and to cure every disease and every sickness. Every sickness. Then the mission. These 12 Jesus sent out with the following instructions. Do not take a road leading to Gentiles. I keep telling y'all he don't want y'all. He did not want y'all when he was here. And do not enter a Samaritan town, but go rather to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. And you go proclaim the good news. The kingdom of heaven has come near. Cure the sick, raise the dead, cleanse those with a skin disease, cast out demons. You received without payment, give without payment. So if he told them that they could do that, like I don't see the need for the shroud of Turin. Well, he left. I don't know why he left. I thought we were vibing.
They always leave when you start, you
Yeah,
know,
I
bringing
guess
out evidence or truth or
he was
uh,
cool. He was a cool Christian. Although we didn't agree on shit, there was no yelling and cursing each other out.
yeah,
I didn't expect that. I did not expect that.
like it.
Huh?
I said they don't like it. Starts to make their brain twist and
That was weird. Gracie, are you in the guest box on purpose? Mr. Clutch, how are you? Mr. Clutch, are you asleep?
Hmm?
Are you asleep?
No.
Did you mean to request up?
Where?
You don't know where you are?
Yeah.
You're on TikTok?
TikTok.
Were you in Dreamland? Were you sleepy?
Yeah, I was laying down. I didn't even know you were on the phone.
It's okay.
rockabye baby
To
in the
the
treetop.
treetop.
And
Go
you
back. Go
wake
back to
up,
sleep.
the cradle will rock
Who am I talking to?
in the dreams.
This is Thinker and Lala.
Yeah, I'm in La La Land right now. Mhm.
Go back to sleep. Have a good night.
Who am I talking to?
This is Thinker.
Who?
Thinker.
Thinker.
Yeah.
Who is that?
You're in a live on
Oh, I
TikTok.
am?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Go back to sleep.
Yeah, I was asleep. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Have a good night.
All right.
He said, hmm? Hmm?
Oh boy.
What's up with the Mezzo Raiders in the house? Welcome in. Lonnie, hi, how are you?
Hello, salutations, y'all. What's that?
How are you? Can I get your age, please?
I am 24.
Awesome. Are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing or are you an atheist?
I am not a believer of the person of the Bible, even though I have preacher um, grandparents on both sides. I deconstructed very, very, very many years ago. I don't believe in the Bible
Okay.
at all.
And all right. And so, as an atheist, I guess, are you an atheist though?
No, surprisingly not.
Okay. So, the God that we are discussing is the God of the Bible. As a non believer of the God of the Bible, you still have to pick one of the topics on the post and discuss that topic. And I do ask that you are bringing some type of value to the conversation and not just talking about how much you just don't like that God. Does that make
Of
sense?
course, I feel like he is the most evil of them all. I feel like the
Okay.
God of
Give
the
me just a second.
Bible is just so evil.
Lonnie, 1 second. Can you pick a topic, please?
Oh, I
upon belief.
apologize.
That's
Is
okay.
belief or non-belief in the God more harmful to society? I feel like it's the most harmful to society. Yes, if you believe in the Bible, God, if you would say.
What? Just the Bible, God?
I believe if you believe in the Abrahamic God, you are evil. And if you believe if he does any type of good, you are selfish and you are an evil person. If because you've never read the actual Bible. So yes.
What other Bible is there, Lonnie? What's the actual Bible?
You can believe in the Abrahamic God goes through Judaism, um, um,
No, I'm asking
Islam.
when you said you've never read the actual Bible. What's the
Oh no,
actual
I've read the
Bible?
actual Bible
No, no, no.
back and front.
What I'm asking is when I'm quoting you, not saying
Oh, I
this to you.
apologize. Maybe
Yeah,
I'm talking
yeah,
wrong.
yeah.
English isn't my first language. Sorry.
Okay, okay. But you're speaking very well. Okay.
No,
When you said because you've never read the actual Bible,
no, I've read
right?
the actual
No,
Bible.
no, no,
Maybe
no, no.
you
Lonnie,
think I misspoke. I apologize.
Lonnie. When I
Oh,
say
okay.
because you said that's called quoting, right?
Yeah,
I'm
but
hold on,
like
Lonnie,
I
please,
said, oh, okay, but like I said,
Lonnie.
I
I am quoting you. I am reciting what you said. I'm not saying you haven't read the Bible. What I'm asking you is when you said these words, because you've never read the actual Bible, what I want to know is what are you referring to as the actual Bible? I'm not saying you've not read it, right? I'm just quoting you. What are you saying is the actual Bible? Can you please let me know that?
so you're gonna mute me even though I'm
Yes.
trying to explain what I'm trying to
Because
say?
I do not like when people talk over me. Yes, I
Strange.
will. It is
That's
strange.
strange.
I
That
know.
is strange that
Yeah,
You
I'm trying to
talking
explain
over.
myself.
I
Have some
know.
That's so
self-composure.
What's
strange.
the actual
It's-
Bible, Lonnie?
Jeez.
The actual Bible, I'm talking about the Abrahamic God of all Abrahamic religions, be it Judaism, be it Muslim, be it Christian.
Okay. So I know you said
Okay.
English is not your first language. Okay. Because
Yeah, okay.
I didn't ask what is the actual who is the actual God.
Yeah,
I
but I'm
said
trying to clarify.
stop talking over me, okay?
No,
What
but I'm not.
hey,
I'm
if
going
you
to
want to
clarify
stay,
what I
hey,
said.
this is going to be my last warning to you and then I'm going to move on.
Okay, that's cool.
Okay. I well, Lala, I wasn't
You
Lala.
said okay.
I said this is gonna be my last warning to you, and then I'm gonna move on. I didn't even get to the last warning.
She's
I was trying to
like the way she
find
responded.
out. I,
Bring her back up.
no, don't bring her back up. She's a ooh, she's good. I
I
was trying
didn't
to
like
figure
the way
out.
she was like,
It's
mm-mm.
okay. I can deal with their smart asses. Like I please let me get them when they're like that. Don't take away the fun. Like seriously, let me get them when they're like that. But
Okay.
I was trying to figure out what she was saying was the actual Bible. Like what the fuck did she mean by that? That's
Yeah.
what I was trying to figure out. Hey Mezzo.
I like that you said she's a ooh. She's a ooh.
I don't think you would have been able to get to what she was talking about because I don't even think she comprehended what you were asking her.
That's it. I just wanted to know that last part is what I needed to know when she was talking about the actual Bible because I think she was a Hebrew Israelite.
Mm,
Yeah, I think she was a Hebrew Israelite, and she was trying to insinuate that the reason why we don't like this God is because we're reading the wrong Bible. She was another one of those language type. You know what I'm saying? The lady that was saying she had a Bible that was written in language. Yeah, she was another one of those. We could have had a good clip. We could have had a good clip. Uh, Sabito said Lonnie saved me. Lala said Lonnie saved me $15, so I'll just donate 10. So he didn't have to drop her. Oh my goodness. Let's see.
I would have come in here earlier. I was having a nice live and I was going to come in earlier and then we got a flat earther and I had to yell at her for a little while. So we got a little tied up.
You yelled?
I can't
I missed you
fucking
yelling.
stand flat earthers. Like, I mean,
Nice.
I've yelled like twice on my life. But yeah, it's so infuriating. Like they're so intentionally dishonest, and I had to just like deal with it.
Doesn't that like it gets under your skin? You try your best to be civil, but then when they come in there and be intentionally dishonest, it's very hard to keep your composure. I think you do a really good job though, keeping your composure.
I mean, I have a lot of composure. I try to. I exercise it. I also have 9-year-old twins, so I get a lot of practice, and I do not always succeed with them. Sometimes I lose my shit with like stop being jerks to each other. But also, I can't mute them, and here you can mute people, so it's a little easier, I think.
Oh, you can't mute them on. Oh, you talking about your kid?
No, no, no. Yeah, I try. I mean, with my kids, I've tried it. You
Oh,
can't do it.
yeah. Was Oso in there with you?
I don't know. Were you in the chat at all, Osa?
I was in there on my backup on my computer. I was taking a little nappy nap.
Oh, okay.
At first, we were wondering if the flat earther was you, Oso. So we were a little, a little suspicious, but it
I
was a
don't
You
know.
woman.
never
So I was
can
like, she's.
tell.
And then I was like, is this Spicy Jess maybe? Because she does that sometimes. But no, she was real. She was a Muslim flat earther.
A
Oh
Muslim
wow.
flat earther.
She sucked
Oh,
so
Oh,
much.
did she say the earth was an ice cream upside down ice cream cone?
what?
No.
That's kind of
So
similar to the
we
Red
did
Sea
have a
Scrolls.
Muslim flat earther in here one time who did say that the earth was an upside down ice cream cone.
I love that mind. I want to have that mind.
Gonna be a mind of.
But to be fair, I think there is a hadith or the sort of that does say that kind of like that it's an upside down cone.
Oh yeah, the ice cream hadith. Yeah. I
Yeah,
know that.
yeah. Let's see.
I've been doing a thing with Muslims because the last few I had in the last lives were all apologizing for the Aisha thing, and I just couldn't do it anymore. I couldn't hang with it. So I had 3 today, and I asked as a preliminary before we get into this, I'm willing to talk to you, but how do you feel about the marrying a 6-year-old and consummating with a 9-year-old? And 2 of them were like, no, F that. That's not okay. Or it didn't happen, but if it did, I would condemn it. And so I'm like, cool, let's talk. And she actually did. She was the one that condemned it. But then the third lady was like, well, there's certain things where of the time. And it's like, I'm out. I can't do it anymore.
Yeah. Did you hear about what happened? I think that is I'm sorry. I just gotta address this. What kind of question is that? Where is the proof
I
of
mean, I just saw
atheism?
it.
The
Oh, I love that.
what?
Mhm.
What do they think that is smart?
I do that all the time. That's the one where I hold out my hand. Have you ever seen me do that one, Thinker? I'll go, okay, here, let me grab this. And I reach down and I grab something and then hold out my hand and I open it and there's just nothing in it. And it's like, as you can see here, there is no God in this hand. There's no detectable God, nothing you can see, smell, touch, or really detect in any way with any tool. So if God's omnipresent, it's not in my hand. And so now it's your turn. Show where God is in this hand. And so it
Yeah,
just
but
like, kind of puts it right back on him.
but I don't think that is even needed because atheism is just a lack of belief in a God. And so the proof of atheism is just the fact that there are atheists who exist. It's a lack of belief in a God. Like I don't think that
Oh, you're right. That they asked a dumber question than than even
exactly.
normal. Yeah, you're right. I've
Yes.
seen that. Yeah.
Like what? I don't know. But did you hear what happened to the Muslim deconstructionist?
No.
He was on live, and a Muslim man, came to his house and shot him while he was on live, deconstructing people.
What?
Yeah, and they've been like making videos, laughing about it, talking about he's gone, but Allah's still here.
Cause did he like get doxxed or something?
He had been like burning the Quran for 3 years, and they told him to stop. He said that he would stop, and then he did it again, and then they went in and killed him while he was on live
On TikTok?
on TikTok.
Was that just like
That
today?
was last week in Sweden.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. but and he was like he was very public with it. He said he didn't care. Like they had been threatening him for like years, and told him to stop burning the Quran, and he said he didn't care.
Did they catch the guy who did it?
They got his face because the guy that did it picked up his phone after he shot him. He picked up the phone, looked at the live, and then threw the phone. And somebody screenshot his face.
Yeah. Fuck.
But that's some crazy shit. And so we had a Muslim guy on our live this morning, and he chuckled at the shit. And then he was like, "Oh, I wasn't laughing at that." And he's like, "I apologize." I'm like, "No, that was like a natural, like that came out naturally. Like what the fuck?" And he was like, "No, we condemn that. We are a people of peace." I'm like, bro, it's crazy shit.
I'm throwing up. That's crazy.
Yeah. But
All he did was lie that whole time. It was so annoying. All he did was lie.
he just lied the whole time. The Quran doesn't say anything like that. The Quran is a book of peace, and like we were able to pull up verse after verse where Muhammad is saying to do shit like that.
Has any of you had seen the guy who was doing the deconstruction stuff before, or was it like in Swedish? So we
It
didn't
was
get
in
it.
Sweden. Like I didn't
Okay.
know him. Yeah. He wasn't a part of the community or anything like that. Ems came and told us about him. Yeah. It was just like a random thing. Like it was just crazy.
Yeah, I'm thinking about Days. He used to burn the hell out of the Bible.
Yeah, he don't do that no more. But he said he only taking a break because the algorithm.
Oh yeah, but he got in trouble too many times. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. That shit crazy though. And then like we pulled up, the Christians was in the comments saying Jesus doesn't require anything like that, and then we pull up the verses where he's like, yeah. And then who said somebody was like, the Christians, Dugal came up and was like, the Christians were clutching their pearls when you was reading from the Quran, and then when you read from the Bible where Jesus is saying to do the same thing, they were what did he say? He was like they were grabbing shield and sword and ready to go.
Yeah, I heard him say that. I heard that part of this, but I just didn't realize it was in reference to this other thing. I missed that earlier part. Yeah, wow. Yeah, it's so true that they're going to be like, yeah, it is like that. They're so bad. And then as soon as you read the same thing, they're just like, sign me up.
Can't wait.
Where do I go? Yeah.
It's crazy.
Hypocrites. Shit.
Milk.
That can't be it. Micah Poo.
Micah Poo? Is it Micah Poo?
Milk Pew?
Is that me? Am I on?
How do you say your name?
It's first name, middle initial, and last name. That's my real name, Mike A. Pugh.
Mike A. Pugh.
Yeah, my name is Mike though. Friends call me Mike.
Okay, Mike. It looked like milk from back here. I apologize.
Are you? Is that the thinker? Are you thinker?
Yeah.
What is that language behind the thinker part? What's the language behind the English part?
Oh, I'm learning Hebrew.
You're learning Hebrew.
Yeah.
Does language matter?
What do you mean does language matter?
It matters. I think somebody was saying something about somebody else was up here. Not like I don't endorse anything. I'm a free thinker. Yeah, Hebrew Israelite saying. Yeah, I think y'all was saying.
I'm not a
something
Hebrew
about,
Israelite though. I'm not a
yeah,
Hebrew
but y'all
Israelite.
were saying that one person who got dropped might have been
What one person?
the person dropped, the one that was dropped before I came in.
The one who was saying that you got to have the right Bible or something like that.
Oh yeah,
Y'all was
the
saying
young
language.
lady. Yeah.
I put it in the comments, and I know nobody really checks out the comments, but I think language does matter. And also, I believe God matters, man. And God is real. And different people with different beliefs and different gods give power to their gods. You hear me? Gods are as powerful as their belief, as the belief in them.
Are gods as powerful as the belief, or is it that the people
Yeah,
are
the
powerful?
people. Yep, the people are empowered by their God, and the God is as
I don't think the
powerful
people
as
are
the
empowered
belief.
by the God. I think the God is empowered by the people. That, like, let me ask you a question.
It
Why
goes
does a
both ways.
God hold on? Why does a God need to be told that it is worthy?
God don't need that.
Except he does.
Nah, you
Yeah,
don't
he
need that.
does.
It is.
He demands, right, worship
Nah,
from
he
his
don't
people.
demand. Well,
Yes, he
sometimes they do
does.
demand. Sometimes it is a demand and a command.
It's most of the time. Like, there is not a
Well, in
time
the
in this book
popular
where he's
religion,
not. Hold on. There's not a time in this book where he isn't commanding it. Like, where
in
he's
which
just
book
saying,
though? Like
hold on,
that's very
in
specific.
this Bible,
That's very
in the
specific.
Hebrew scriptures, there's not a time where he's saying, come and sit with me and laugh. Let's have fun together. There's not a time when he's doing that. He's literally commanding, right, for y'all to worship him, to obey him, to be loyal to him, and well, I already said obey. I don't know how many times I can say that shit, but that's literally his entire motif. Are you there?
I sent you an invitation. There you go.
We here? Are we here?
Mm-hmm. Did you hear me?
Yeah. You sent me an invitation.
No. Did you hear what I said?
I'm sorry. Go again.
Did you hear what I said about
I
your
don't think I
God?
did. Mine. Say it again, please.
I said there is not a time in the Hebrew scriptures where this God is just wanting to spend time with the Israelites or talk about like laughter and joy with the Israelites. Like, it's
Yeah.
all about
No.
command. It's
No.
all, hold
Yeah.
on. Hold on.
What
You
is? You know
asked
what a
me. Wait, wait,
covenant
wait, wait,
is?
wait. See, this is why you got muted. Like, you asked me to repeat myself and then you're talking over me while I'm doing that.
Well, it's a conversation. We should go both
Not, I don't
ways.
have conversations like that.
What do? You just
That's why
command,
humans don't understand each other, because y'all want to talk at the same time.
baby. Listen,
Y'all feel
we
like
two
your
people.
voices. I'm sorry. You feel like your voices matter more than the voice that you should be listening to. If there's going to be any type of understanding, then you have to close your mouth at some point and actually hear the words that are coming out of somebody else's mouth and consider those words, and then think before you speak. I'm not going to repeat myself again, because I normally don't. And this time I was going to, and you interrupted me. So I'm not doing it again.
You're on mute there. Gotta press the button.
Do you know how to unmute? Y'all done woke do that up. Mike, do you know how to unmute? I can't hear anything that you're saying if you're talking. Sky Dreamer, it's you are an idea, not your idea.
So, Mike, at the bottom of your phone, there's a thing that says mic, and it looks like a little, kind of like a microphone, or like it's like maybe like a flattened out like banana that's been peeled, like, or like a tampon kind of thing. I don't know what you're most familiar with, but
The
yeah. There you
hard
found it. There you
boiled
go. Tampon
egg
gun.
inside of those little dishes that the fancy people eat
Man,
with.
so
There it goes.
do not
The
type in caps in
tampon.
my comments.
The tampon. I got it. I think I got it.
It's your turn to speak, Mike.
Okay, yeah, man. So, all right. Now, listen, I ain't no scholar or no theologian, but I've heard of this thing called a covenant. You know, you heard of that?
Mm-hmm.
It's like an agreement, right? Like a
Mm-hmm.
deal.
Mm-hmm.
Like y'all'll be mine and I'll be yours. Hear me? And these are the rules. This is what I like. You know, some rules. And as long as y'all abide I'll be y'all God and y'all will be my people.
The question that I asked was, why does your God need to be told that it is worthy? Why does your God need to command loyalty?
I
Command. I'm talking.
wait.
I'm talking. I
Well,
did not
I heard.
interrupt you. I did not interrupt you.
I heard that question.
I don't, you are
Thinking,
not
here's
answering
the
that
answer.
question. You are not answering the question. Why does your God need to command loyalty, need to command being told that it is worthy, needs to command love, if your God is so damn great?
All right. Now, when we first started talking, I was saying that God don't need none of that.
Except he does in your book.
That ain't my book. I told you I don't
That you then
endorse
don't
nothing
talk
for
about the
God.
covenant. Don't, if it ain't your book, don't quote it.
We're talking about a concept here.
No, we're not. You quoting the covenant.
What we're
You're
talking
quoting the
about
words
the,
that
the
he gave
concept
in the
of God.
covenant. No, we're talking about, if you brought up the covenant, right? You're quoting the book.
Really?
All I'm saying is that's why I used to go to sleep in church.
I'm afraid to tell him he's on teacup because then he's gonna snap off like dude last night and think that I'm calling him names.
That
I'm
was
so
so
glad I heard
hilarious.
that. I was so excited. So now
Gosh.
we're gonna start with names. What?
I stepped down. I stepped down for half a second, and that popped up. I was so mad because I couldn't go to sleep.
Mike, you are on teacup and we can't hear you when you leave the app.
Can we start using it as an insult?
All
It
right.
can be a
So,
thing where it's like, "Oh, so are you on teacup right now?" Like,
Oh, teacup.
You see, so Selena done changed her name to Little Teacup.
oh goddamn, I
how we
didn't.
doing that? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. So listen, these three questions. What my main goal of requesting to get on was to see how you felt about these three questions. I want your opinion or either your facts, whatever you.
Like I don't know what did your God tell you that I was gonna be?
No,
Okay,
no,
yeah,
come
no,
on
that
now.
it's a
You keep
discussion,
calling me my
and you
guy.
pick one topic.
I just wondered.
It's a
I just wondered
discussion.
your
Pick one
opinion.
topic and let's talk. I'm not
Are
here to be
you like? Do
interviewed.
you do you have a bias? Do you lean one way or another?
I have rules and I have boundaries. He called me baby. When did he call me baby? Did he call me baby?
I don't remember hearing it.
I didn't hear it.
I didn't notice that either. Oh, so did you
Can't
hear that,
trust.
baby?
I trust Joshua.
It
Mike,
seems
please refrain, right, from using any type of language, baby, sweetie, honey, love, any of that. Okay, and you can come off mute. You're on mute again. Hit the tampon. Mike, there we go.
So, how does it go? I mute myself or you mute me?
I didn't mute you.
How's it go?
I think a moderator muted you.
Uh,
I didn't. But if that ever happens again, just hit the tampon and come back off mute.
Next time I'm gonna hit the banana.
Okay, whatever you want to call it.
All right.
How is he tracking that and not the rest of this?
I don't know.
How can you track that little subtle joke and not the rest of this conversation? You got it. So, which topic are you picking, man?
Me? Ah, man. Listen, I was outside of the rules. I wondered what the thinkers' views were on the
well, that's
topic.
not gonna
Why are you
happen.
calling me the thinker? Like I'm not an object, right? I'm not some machine. I'm not an AI. I
So
am not
it's
the
just
thinker. There is
thinker.
no the in front of my
What is that
name.
Hebrew word?
That, are you a Hebrew Israelite?
No, but
So
I
then
don't
why are
know.
you asking me?
Hell, I don't know. What difference
Like,
does it make?
I mean, because you're asking me about what the Hebrew word is, and I'm sure
Well,
that
I don't
I'm
understand the language.
sure,
I
I'm
don't read it. I
sure
don't
that
see it.
this
I'm just
covenant
curious.
is
I'm
your
just a thinker,
covenant. The barit is
inquiring mind.
yours, right? I'm sure. I'm not the thinker. My name is just thinker.
Conversely, I'm their king, so in Espanol.
Are you going to pick a topic? Hit the banana, Mike.
The other way, Mike, is if you push multi-guest and then push the button that says disconnect, that'll get you back on. There you go. Good.
No.
Uh,
Can I get a clip of that? That was fucking perfect.
Oh,
that's so.
I don't think that was really me. That was too fast. There's no way.
oh my gosh. Do that. Do that. Did you do that? Oh my God, that was perfect.
I'm crying. That cracked me up, but that worked so well.
That had to be Dudette's ass. Let's see.
You said it wasn't her.
That wasn't you?
Someone said something about how can you be so smooth voiced and smooth brain. I thought that was very insulting and very rude, and I don't appreciate that.
I'm tripping off of the way that they are fucking rebranding me. That's the second motherfucker that came in here calling me the thinker.
It's probably because you say the God, and they're trying to do something
Oh.
like that. Which, by the way, I don't know if I've told you this. I love that so much. I like the way you say the God, and then Joel doesn't say the Bible. He just says Bible. Have you noticed that? He'll be like, yeah, but that's Bible. Like we're reading
Oh
that.
yeah.
It's
Yeah.
Bible. Like
Yeah.
yeah, it's really good.
Not Quintana said ill thinker.
You guys hear me?
Yes. How are you? Is it Grebo Crew? Grebo Crew?
Yeah,
What does that mean?
but yeah. Y'all can hear me, right?
Yeah. What does your name mean? Is that your name or is that stands for something?
No, that's not my name. It's just my username.
Oh, okay. So do I just call you Grabo?
You said it right the first time.
Grebo Crew? That do you hear how hard?
Crew is an empire. It was a former African empire.
Can I just call you Crew? Can I just say one of the
That's
words?
cool.
Okay, thank you. I don't want to struggle with your name. Um, are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
Yeah, I believe in God.
Okay, and what topic did you come up to discuss?
Uh, I came to discuss number one. I can't really discuss number two, number three.
Okay.
So
Well, what are your thoughts about number one?
I think being a non-believer is a little bit more harmful to society because um, I feel like there is what I feel like if you're a non-believer, right? What am I trying to say? So to a certain extent, I feel like when you're somebody that like believes in God, you sort of most of the time, not all the time, right? Because we all make mistakes, but most of the time you tend to humble yourself a little more. You tend to like religious people. Some of them tend to carry themselves a little better in a way. Like I said, not everybody does, but most of the time. So I think it's a good thing to society more than it is a bad thing when you do believe in God because you tend to kind of try to hold yourself accountable even though you make mistakes.
Can you solidify any of this with evidence? Like instead of just like an opinion, right? That
Yeah, I could
people,
use.
hold on, can I finish speaking? Like, do you see how I did not interrupt you while you were talking? And now I could use that as evidence to say that I have more manners than you as a believer, you know, and my manners as a non believer, my interest in actually sitting and listening to what you have to say and considering that is evidence that as a non-believer, that I actually carry myself in a better way than you as a believer. But I'm not going to do that. What I would like to know, right, is if you can prove that non-believers carry themselves in um, more immoral ways than believers do, and if you have like uh, statistical evidence that you can point to.
I think you meant that the other way around because I said people who tend to believe tend to carry themselves a little better. But
I'm sorry. Let me. I said non-believers carry themselves in a more immoral way than believers. Immoral is the opposite of moral.
okay. All right. Yeah. So I could use my grandma as the perfect example. Um, to be honest, I don't really since I've been alive, I haven't really met anybody who carries themselves so in such a good way with manners, respect. I don't know, just the way she carries herself is like sometimes it makes me ask myself like how that's even possible. But she just has like a really good heart. But and I mean all that comes from her uh believing in God and like believing in the things she believes in. So she carries herself and lives her life based off of that. So I can't speak for everybody else, obviously, but I could use my grandma as a perfect example. And of course I came across a bunch of people too who are just like my grandma who are believers. Again, like I said, not everybody who is a believer carries themselves in this way. But I'm just saying that I don't think it's I think it's not really harmful to society because there are people just like my grandma who tend to carry themselves in a very good way around other people based off the simple fact of their beliefs. And I'm not saying non believers can't carry themselves in a good way. I'm just saying that for the question, I'm just saying I think that God is more helpful to society when you do believe because you tend to hold yourself a little bit more accountable.
Mm. And so the fact that you say not everybody does, right, what this God does for your grandmother, right? Um, are you saying that people who believe, right? And keep in mind that I'm not asking if these people uh, are perfect or if they sin. We're talking about their belief in a God. And so you're saying that the people who believe in a God behave better in society than those who don't believe in a God. That's essentially what you're saying. And then you're using your grandmother as the standard for that and based off of your experience. And then you say that you've met other people who act and behave just like your grandmother. But at the same time, you say, I've also seen people who do not believe in a God act and behave just like my grandmother. Because I'm not saying that people who don't believe in a God cannot act and behave just like my grandmother. Is that correct?
I mean, yeah, to a certain extent, yeah, everything you said is exactly what I mean.
Okay. And so, do you see what's going on in the world today? Like, um, people being detained, losing their Medicaid, um, uh, Native Americans being detained. A young lady was killed, who was detained by accident, and they thought she was a immigrant, which they shouldn't have done that anyway. But she lost her life. Like, do you see all of these things happening in the world today?
Yeah, but that's just free will. People just have the ability to do
Sure,
things.
I understand. Do you think any of that is being driven by a belief in a God?
No, because I think I don't. I mean, it actually. I mean, it could or it could not be, and even if it was or if it wasn't, again, I just think it's free will. Everybody has the ability
Mm-hmm.
to do what they want.
Yeah, but let's keep in mind of what the question is asking, okay? The question is asking, is belief or non-belief in a God more harmful to society today? It doesn't matter if you want to say that the people are, that a devil is making them do it or that they have free will to do it, right? They're using their free will, right, to exercise actions based off of their belief in a God. Okay, so that isn't important. It's the belief in the God that's important. Okay, and so my question to you again is: do you think, or have you seen that some of these actions that we see happening today is being driven by a belief in a God?
No, I don't. I don't. I don't think any of this. I mean, I don't think any of it is being driven by God because again, if you're somebody
I'm
that
gonna let me correct you right quick. I didn't say is it being driven by your God. Is it being driven by a belief in a God? Not is your God doing it.
yeah, I heard your question. I was gonna elaborate, but yeah, so I don't necessarily think that that the person's is being driven by God. No, and even if they
You're
were, I
still
mean,
saying the same thing. That's not what I asked. I didn't ask it, are they being driven by God? You're answering something I did not ask.
okay. Do you want to ask your question again so I can make sure I understand it this time?
Is it being driven by a belief in a God? Is it being driven by a belief in a God?
Okay, so I don't think that the people doing this, I don't think they're doing it with the intention of it being driven by a belief in God. It could be that or it couldn't be that, but personally, I don't think it is that because again, most of the people who tend to believe in God hold themselves accountable to like certain actions. So I don't think that it could be that, but again, if it was, right, this is where I'm going to finish answering that part of the question. Even if it was, at the end of the day, people do all kinds of things in the name of God, anyways, whether right or wrong. But at the end of the day, that's because everybody has the ability to do things freely, right? Free will. I know people don't really like to hear that, but that's just
But
the
that's
truth.
also not what I care about, right? Talking about free will. Like the question is the belief more harmful to society? Right? You can, blame it on whatever you want to blame it on. You can blame it on the alcohol if you want to. What I'm asking is a belief in a God more harmful than non belief in society? That's the
But
focus.
okay, well, I think I already answered that. That I think the belief in God is better for society than not
Except like
believing
we
because
see
you tend to
today
hold
that a
yourself.
belief in a God is driving people to write laws that are causing harm, right? To write laws that are um, causing people to starve, to go hungry, to write laws that are causing people to go without life saving medicine. A belief in a God is driving that today. Where do you see non belief driving
Could you
that
give me
type of
some
harm?
examples of that?
I just told you the examples, like the immigrants that are being detained, the young lady that just lost her life because they thought that she was an immigrant, the Medicaid being taken away, the food stamps being cut, um, in in Africa and Kenya, they cut the budget for medicines for AIDS. All over the world, they're pooling life saving treatments because they're rehauling America and getting America ready for the tribulation period for Jesus to come back. They're trying to create a Christian nationalist state. I mean, a Christian nationalist country. And so I'm trying to pull up something right quick that Lala sent me today. I just have to sign in on TikTok on my desktop. Hold on. Let me show you this. Hold on. As we see um, things happen in the world today, people who believe in a God look at what's happening and they either clutch their pearls or they celebrate, right? Give me just a second. Let me see if I can pull this up. Goodness gracious. I'm sorry, it's loading all of the DMs that I get. I made a request yesterday for the Hebrew Israelites to stop DMing me, and the first thing I pull up is a message from a Hebrew Israelite.
Classic.
It's crazy.
Did it start with bean pies, my sister?
I'm trying to find the video that Lala sent me today with the guy. Lala, can you send it to me again right quick? I have so many DMs. It's ridiculous. Lala, are you there?
Was it in the Discord anyway?
Yeah, I am. Well,
Thank
what you
you.
say? I was in the other room.
Can you send me the video that you sent me of the man singing about how we're going to take our nation back in the name of the Holy Ghost? Can you send me that video again? You know which one I'm talking about?
No, but I was gonna go through them real quick.
I think it was you that sent it to me.
I think so. I think. Hold on.
He's in a store singing about how we're going to take our land back in the name of the Holy Ghost.
Can, can I talk, or I don't want to like?
You can talk while I look for this. Yeah.
Okay, so I hear your example. I heard your examples. And I don't disagree with what you're saying. Um, People have always done negative things in the name of God, like throughout history, right? I don't disagree at all. And people continue to do that to this day.
So let me ask you this question real quick. What have people done in the name of non-belief to cause harm?
You said, what has people done in the name of non-belief to
Yeah,
cause
what
harm?
have people done in the name of atheism, right? That causes harm in society.
I don't think people have done anything in the name of not believing in God to cause any kind of physical damage to anybody.
But
No.
people have
You
done
can,
things in the name of God that causes
you
physical
can
damage or in society, though, right?
right, but no,
So
yeah, I
then,
agree.
hold on. So let's stay right there. So then, which one is harmful to society?
I think both can be harmful.
Hold on. Let's go through this again, okay? What have people done in the name of atheism that causes harm in society today?
People can preach things like God doesn't exist,
That's
right?
what atheism is. What have
Right.
they done in society that causes harm, physical
Or can I
harm?
finish answering?
That causes physical harm in society, not that bruises your God's ego. What have they done in the name of atheism that causes physical harm in society today?
Well, now it seems like you're just picking what you want me to answer.
Oh, you can say that preaching that God doesn't exist, right? How does that cause physical harm? How does that harm society today?
But it's not all about just physical harm. I mean, if we're talking about the word harm, harm isn't
Okay.
just physical.
Okay. And how does it cause harm? Go ahead.
So, again, like I was just about to say, right? I do agree with you. Like, it hasn't caused any physical harm uh, just by simply having the belief that God doesn't exist. But it does cause mental harm to certain people who do believe in God. who do
Can
not
you
like to,
can describe this mental harm? Go
do
as
not.
far as how does it? I need you to be more specific because when I tell you when it's my turn, I'm going to be very specific about the belief in a God and what it does to society. So I need you to be as specific as possible when you're talking about how non-belief causes harm in society today. So
So
I'm just asking you to be very specific.
okay, so it can cause again, it can cause mental harm to people who do believe in God, right? When you
Hello?
t- when you tell someone that their God doesn't exist, or like sometimes some people who are atheists, not saying it's you guys, but some people who are atheists who will make fun of people who do believe in God by just making funny comments to them or calling them unintelligent. So it can cause mental harm to people as well.
Can you
Right.
go a little bit further? Because all I hear is hurt feelings right now. I'm asking you to be very
But I
specific when you
mean,
say mental harm.
I don't know how much more specific you want me to
Okay,
be.
so then that means you don't have any examples, right? Like just hurt feelings.
I just gave an example.
Right, I'm telling you, you're talking about their feelings getting hurt. Is that correct?
Well, that's
I just
literally
want to
what
make
mental
sure that's
harm
the
is.
extent of the harm. Hurt feelings, is that the extent of the harm?
I mean, yeah, that's what
Okay,
mental
okay,
harm
cool. Go ahead,
is.
keep going. Okay, go ahead, keep going.
So yes, again, that's what mental harm is when you tell someone that their God doesn't exist, right? And you make fun of them in multiple different ways to, I guess, clown them, basically tell them that their belief is false, right? That causes a certain level of mental harm to that person. Now, on the physical part, yeah, I do agree that it doesn't cause necessarily any kind of physical damage, right? But it could drive somebody to physically harm themselves by saying things to them that mentally harms them. That could still drive that person to physically harming themselves. Now, on the other end of the question, how it's like, to answer your question, actually, about the physical damage that's being done by people who do believe in God. I do agree with you 100% that there has been more harm caused in the name of people believing in God. I do see what's going on today. I do see everything you described with the whole situation with the immigrants. Personally, I don't agree with any of that thing happening. I think it directly contradicts someone's belief in God. So I'm not an ignorant person, right? But this is what I mean when I say it just depends on who you come across, I guess, and who you talk to.
Hey, I'm not interested in hearing you justify the stuff
I'm not
going into. Hold
justifying
on,
it. I'm
but
just
you're going into something that has absolutely nothing to do with the topic, right? Like I'm not interested
what?
in hearing. Yeah, I'm not. You're talking about now othering yourself and othering those that cause harm. I'm not interested in that. All I'm
I
interested
thought
in.
that's what we were
Hold on. All I'm interested in is answering the question: is which is more harmful to society today,
I just
right?
went through the chat. I didn't see anything.
Then it might have been. It might not have been you. Maybe it was due
So
down.
I can't
Uh,
answer. I mean,
yeah, yeah, the question says, "Is belief or non-belief in a God more harmful to society today?" You are detouring away from that topic. I'm trying to
wow.
keep you on topic.
But okay, all right. Well, I'm a little confused now because you asked me questions and I answered it right,
And now
but
you're
then you
going into
gave
something else. I'm
no,
trying to
but
keep you on topic so that I can respond. Like right now, what you're doing is you're going into, well, and the people do this because of this, and they're not really believers, and this and that. Like I don't care about the justification. You explaining it away as to why people do what they do. Right? That's not important. Right? What's important is they're doing it,
how do you?
right?
Okay,
and
that's
so and so I, this is why I kept asking you to be specific when you were talking about uh, non-belief, right, causing harm, mental harm. And I kept asking you, are you saying that the extent of that mental harm is hurt feelings, right? Like I'm literally writing out a list as you list things, because the question is, Which is more harmful to society today?
It seems like you just want me to answer what pleases you. Then I
I want
mean,
you to answer the question I asked. If you can't do that, if you don't want to do that, then you can
I
leave.
do want to answer it, but you're
Okay, so
not
answer the
allowing me.
question. You already answered it. You said that you believe that non-belief is more harmful. You said that you believe that belief in a God is better for society because your grandmother was a
Right,
good
and then
example. Right.
we
You hold on. You answered that question. And then I said what I said about believers who believe in a God, right? Today, enacting laws that is causing harm on society. Then you wanted to tell me how non-believers, right, cause more harm in society. I don't want to hear the justification of why you think believers do things in the name of this God and that everybody not everybody does that. Like, the justification isn't important to this conversation. That's something you can do in your own time. That's not important to determining which is more harmful. Does that make sense?
not really.
That because to you, right, you need to be able to other yourself from those that believe in a God. I'm not asking you if they believe in a God perfectly. I'm not asking you if they are sinners. I'm not asking you if they follow your God's word. What I'm saying is they believe in a God. And many of them are asserting that they are doing what they're doing because of that belief in a God.
But, okay, all right. Can I just say something quick? I
You've
mean,
been saying a lot of stuff.
okay, all right. So you've been asking me a series of questions. The
I've
last,
asked you the same question.
can I just finish what I want to say?
I don't know what you're hearing. I've not asked you a different question.
The last thing you asked me before you just went on that explanation, right, was literally specifically about why people are doing what they are
No, I
doing.
didn't. No,
Yes,
I
you
didn't.
did.
I
Are you
never asked you that.
serious?
I told you I don't give a fuck. The only thing I care about is, are they doing it? Are they being driven by a belief in a God? I never
I
asked
said
you that.
why.
And I kept telling you, I don't care about your justification of it. Is it being driven by a belief in a God? That's all I care about.
Literally asked that, but all right, I'll
No,
just go away
you're
from
being
that.
streamed to YouTube. You're being streamed to YouTube. We can play it back if you want. We can sit there and listen to that
You
boring
can. I
conversation
put my
if
right
you
hand up
want.
to the Lord. You said that.
Okay.
I have no reason to lie. That was literally the last thing you said. You said, "Why are these people
I
doing this
don't
thing?"
give a damn about the justification, and I keep telling you that. I don't care about you justifying it. Is it being driven by a belief in a God? That is all I care about.
You ask a question, but then you don't like when I want to answer it. I don't. I mean, I don't
You're
understand.
making me do this. I
But
really
I'll
don't
answer
like
your
your
questions.
conversation was really boring, and I don't want to go back through all that. But hold on.
I'll just answer the questions you want me to answer. Then
Well, Thinker goes through that tape. I think, like, compared to the other questions on these options, like number two, God doesn't prioritize moral goodness. There's a little more like opinion that can kind of fall into that becomes a like, well, what does it mean? What is morally good? Blah blah. These kinds of
Give me
things.
just a second. Let me play this real quick.
Oh, sure, sure.
One second.
so I can't answer. I mean,
The question says, is belief or non-belief in a God more harmful to society today? You are detouring away from that topic.
you
I'm
got to
trying
go
to
back
get
further
to
than
the
that.
topic.
But okay, all right. Well, I'm a little confused now because you asked me questions. Go back further than that. Come on.
Hold on.
What I want to describe with the whole situation with the immigrants, saying things to them that mentally harms them. That's factual for typical harm. Cool. Go ahead, keep going. Okay, go ahead, keep going. I don't know how much more specific you want me to be. Intelligent, so it can. My turn. I'm going to be very specific. Simply having the belief that you. Again, like I was just about to say. Today. But you can say that preaching that God doesn't exist, right? It's ego.
What have they done in the name of atheism that causes? What have they done in society that causes harm in the name of atheism? No, so yeah. Hold on. So let's stay right there. Sorry. But not believing in God to cause any kind of physical non. Right. I don't disagree at all. I heard your examples. How we're gonna take our land back in the name of the real quick. This is they celebrate, right? Go ahead, Mezzo. While I find it, gotta go back to this boring ass conversation.
I was just going to say that, option two, you get to apply a little more opinion, but one is a bit more of like, it's data driven. Like, you can kind of, I know it's hard to quantify harm like too specifically, but you can in a way, like we can kind of count, right? So you can say that, atheism causes 1 point worth of harm for the emotional damage it does to believers who are sad when we tell them God isn't real. And then another point too for clowning
I'm sorry,
on.
I found it.
Okay, go ahead.
At the end of the day, that's because everybody has the ability to do things freely, right? Free will. I know people don't really like to hear that, but that's just. But that's also not what I care about, right? Talk about free will. Like the question is the belief more harmful to society, right? You can blame it on whatever you want to blame it on. You can blame it on the alcohol if you want to. What I'm asking is a belief in a God more harmful than non-belief in society? That's the focus. Okay. Well, I think I already answered that. That I think the belief in God is better for society than not believing. Like we see today that a belief in y'all can't hear it. Hold on. The question is,
I can hear.
To the day hold on. I'm gonna finish answering that part of the question. Even if it was, at the end of the day, people do all kinds of things in the name of God, anyways, whether right or wrong. But at the end of the day, that's because everybody has the ability to do things freely, right? Free will. I know people don't really like to hear that, but that's just. But that's also not what I care about, right? Talk about free will. Like the question is the belief more harmful to society, right? You can blame it on whatever you want to blame it on. You can blame it on the alcohol if you want to. What I'm asking is a belief in a God more harmful than non-belief in society? That's the focus. I have been asking you the same thing over and over and over again. I don't care about you blaming it on free will. I don't care if you blame it on the devil. And as I stated, you can blame it on the alcohol. I don't care. All we're talking about is the belief, the action being driven by the belief in a God. That's it. I'm sorry, Mezzo. Go ahead.
No, you're good. And I heard you say the same question 30 times. So I get it. And so Gribo, I think we can count like you said, the thing that atheism does bad. And I wouldn't say atheism is like flawless or perfect necessarily, but I don't think that there are people who are like, in the name of atheism, I am now going to do something that just doesn't really happen, as you mentioned, whereas it does with Christianity, and it does with other religions as well. Like witches were burned at the stake. I know that's not today. It says in society today, but that there are very prime examples of things throughout history where it has been used again and again in ways to harm physically and emotionally people. Today we still see young women and girls being taught to be submissive and unquestioning in church. And that leads to real physical and emotional harm. Way, way, way worse harm. Way more points of harm than any of an atheist clowned me in a live debate harm can cause. Right?
Okay, so it just seems like then you guys care more about the physical harm then, right?
I was saying in that case it was both, right? So when you teach women to be unquestioning from a young age, and then they're susceptible to not only be like raped and abused and things like that, but also just to be like emotionally held down in the like in society because of the church, then yeah, that's an emotional harm. That is a mental harm that is worse than, like we said, the you know, an atheist punked me on TikTok or whatever it is. Like I know that's a bummer. I know that's like a super bummer. I do it every time I go live. I had two people, I think, in full tears earlier today, and it's super embarrassing for them. But I think it's worth it because there's an overall better good out of that, you know, because like people are listening to it and deconstructing and getting away from this horrible religion that causes real physical harm and more emotional harm, right?
And
And so
I
I
think
think there's more. Go ahead.
I think too, like the way you asked that question, like it just seems like y'all prioritize the physical harm or care more about the physical harm. Like it's, to me, believers don't give a damn about the physical harm. Like y'all only think about the spiritual, right? Or what y'all call spiritual. Y'all will turn a blind eye to what's going on in the physical. And will turn a blind eye to what your own brothers and sisters who believe in a God are doing in the physical.
But that's just, I mean, I don't disagree with you what you're saying, but that just all boils down to like I was saying earlier, I guess who you associate yourself with and like who you surround yourself with, because not everybody who's a
You're still
believer behaves
justifying
that.
it. You're still justifying it. I don't care
I'm
about your
not
justification. You
justifying, I'm
literally
telling you
are.
what's
I don't
true.
care about the justification. All I care about is answering
That's
the
like me
question.
saying
All I care
all
about is answering the
atheists.
question: is belief or not belief in a God more harmful to society? You can justify it in your own time. I don't care
I'm not
about that.
justifying
You
it. I'm
literally
telling.
are. But when you say, but that's just like depends on who you hang around. Tell yourself that in the mirror. I don't
Is
care.
that not the
That's
truth
not the
though?
topic. I don't give a damn about that. That's not the topic. You can justify and make yourself seem better than every other Christian in your own time. I don't care about that.
Okay, that's weird, but all right.
The topic
Um,
is a belief in a God or non-belief in a God more harmful to society? That's the topic.
yeah, I already answered that one. Should we just move on to the next one?
You didn't answer that. Like do you think that because you said your grandmama was a good grandmama, that's the answer?
No, my answer. I'll explain my answer in literally like 10 seconds. Again,
We already know your answer.
my answer
We
is
know that you think that belief in a God is better because you had a good grandmama, and you think that non-belief in a God is bad because somebody can have hurt feelings. We also
that was not
know
my
that you
answer.
think we also know that you know that belief in a God can cause harm, but the spiritual.
That was not my answer.
That was your answer.
Now you want to speak for me? That was not my answer.
What did you say differently?
You kind of had it right, but you missed a little. But my answer was
Like
this.
what?
My answer was this. My answer was simply that I believe, based on who you hang around, doesn't matter whether you are a
That's the
non-believer
justification.
or a
Nobody cares
believer.
about that. Nobody cares about the
Okay, so
justification,
then just
bro.
say you
Like,
don't like
listen,
my
listen.
answer. It's that simple.
That is a justification. What the hell is wrong
No,
with
it's not.
y'all?
You just don't like my
You're
answer.
just justifying it.
You just don't
That's
like my
all you're doing.
answer.
Your answer, oh my fucking God, this is why. Thank you, Mr. Curtis. Get the fuck out. Just go. Because, like, there's no thinking with you.
Was Grebo the one that Han Solo like zapped in the Mos Eisley spaceport, or am I mixing up?
I don't know. Now he gonna have hurt feelings.
Oh yeah. So let me say that one more time. In the name of atheism, was Greedo? Oh, Greedo. That's what it was, not Grebo. Yeah, never mind. I had it wrong.
He's gonna say, the atheist told me to get the fuck out. It is so hard having conversations with them.
But you
That
do it so
saying,
well.
it's like nailing jello to the wall.
Thank goodness.
I really loved that he was like, "That's not it at all. You're putting words in my mouth." Well, what was it? Well, you basically had it. Come on, man. That's it. That was great. Um,
Could I mention that?
oh,
I would
Fatima,
like to.
Fatima,
You don't answer
Sorry.
questions, Grebo. You don't, like, literally. Somebody paid $15 to drop you, bro. Someone dropped cash to drop your ass. Fatima, how are you?
I
I'm
want to.
okay. How about
I want to
you?
step down, thinker. I'm going to leave. Do I have to pay $15 or can I just go?
You can go for free.
Ooh, suckers. All right. Bye, everyone. Have a good
Bye.
night.
Okay.
Have a good night.
Um,
Fatima, are you a
I wanna.
believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I'm a Muslim. I'm a
Okay,
believer.
right now we're not having conversations with Muslims. I don't think is M's in here. Hold on, is M's in the comments?
What?
M's
Can
is
I
hold
just?
on, Fatima. No, Fatima, hold on. Where this
Ask why?
conversation right now, the conversation is about the God of the Bible, unless M's is here. So give me just a second, and let me see if he's here. Then I can keep you on stage. If not, then I have to move on. Oh, she's the one you didn't let up. Oh, okay. Yeah. So we're gonna move on. M's isn't here. Okay. Have a good rest of the day.
Oh,
Yeah, she's the one that Mezzo didn't let up.
justify. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, we're not doing that.
Mm-mm.
Justine, are you in the box on purpose? Empress, how are you? Not connecting.
You need me to, okay.
Huh?
I was gonna ask if you needed me to take them down.
It's where the box is opening quick today for some reason. They must have did an update. What's up, Justine?
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Pretty good. Is this mic okay? My other phone mic is really bad. So,
Yeah, I can hear you.
okay, cool. I'm good. I've just been thinking about the belief and non belief thing and what's more harmful, but
What are your thoughts?
we just went through that one, so I'm not sure. I think it's pretty obvious that belief is more harmful because you can have faith in literally anything and it's not provable. And when you look at what's going on in society today and what has been going on, I think it's pretty clear that following these ideas is pretty much the worst thing you could possibly do for everyone around you.
I think too, because it also takes away the people's ability to critically think, and they have like this sense of loyalty to their belief system and their God, and so they prioritize that loyalty over the well-being of others, and they're not able to see the human in front of them. They're they're literally willing, to justify, um, whether it's to justify the action being done or to separate themselves. Like they justify why a person does something just to separate themselves so they can still look squeaky clean, all for a deity that they don't even see, one that they just claim to feel. It's crazy. And like non-believers, they're like when a non-believer does some fuck shit, it's not because some deity or you know some loyalty to something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like, yeah.
especially when you consider how like this belief sinks their teeth in. It has to do with shame and sin because without this idea that you're like that you have this sickness, it makes you like search outward. It makes you have to buy into their savior. Without that idea, that sin idea, I don't think anyone would fall for this at all.
Yeah, that and the idea of heaven and hell.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Did you have anything else?
off this topic, we've been through it so much. I don't know. I was kind of thrown off by that last guy. I basically typed out most of what I was going to say in there anyway. I was sitting in request for a couple hours now, so yeah, I guess it's just kind of bad timing for when I got pulled up.
No, that was a good conversation though. Thank you so much for coming up.
Yeah, sure.
All right,
Talk to you
have a
later.
good one. All
Yep.
right.
Bye.
Major Arcana. Okay, not connecting. Oh, there's a call on Discord. I am not even in the Discord. That's crazy. Hold on. I went to the Bad Bible Debates Discord. I don't see it. I don't see a call on Discord. Ethereal. There's not a caller in here.
He's coming back.
Huh? Wait.
He's coming back. He
okay.
left.
Okay. All right. Just let me know when he comes back in. Mr. John World? Mr. John World? Okay. Whew. I am very aggressive, Daryl. Thank you for noticing. Y'all got a whole ass God that's filled with wrath, and y'all cry about an aggressive woman. Who gave y'all the expectation that people were supposed to be soft to you? Like, where did you get that from? I want to know. Like, who told you to expect softness from every human you encounter? I would like to know where that came from. To the Discord caller. To the Discord caller. What's your name? Okay, I'm going to ask one more time and then I'm going to disconnect the call. To the caller on Discord, can you unmute yourself? You can't hear? I don't know. You're going to have to come back. Hold on. If you can't hear, I just typed a message. If you can't hear, you're gonna have to disconnect and come back. I can't control that for you. Let's see. Chatting Kathy, are you in the box on purpose? Where did Va go? I just added him to the live. Not done yet? How are you? Not done yet? Did you mean to join? All right. I don't know. I heard you clear your throat. I don't know if you were joining on purpose. Suchi? Is it Suchi?
Hello, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. And you?
I'm doing good. Can I get
Yes.
your age for TikTok purposes? And let me know if you are a believer, if you're deconstructing, or if you are an atheist.
I am 35 and I am a believer.
All right. And what topic did you come up to discuss?
I wanted to discuss topic number one.
Okay, go ahead. Why is everybody saying, "Oh God, not her"? Yeah, you've been cutting up in the comments.
Well, not today.
Oh, okay. All right. Goodness gracious. I hope we
Buddy
can
said
have.
she finally got up here.
I hope we can have a civil conversation. Can we do that?
Oh, yes. Yes, of
Okay.
course.
Okay, great. And then do me a favor and just move a little bit closer to the microphone, if at all possible, so we don't have to like squint to hear you.
Hold on.
Oh, that's so much better.
Yeah, okay. There we
Yeah.
go. Sorry. Yeah, because I was driving and been waiting for
Okay.
a
Yeah.
while.
Don't say
So.
that. Don't say that on TikTok. Like they'll take you down.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not driving anymore now. So,
Oh,
yeah.
okay. Great. Awesome.
Yeah.
All right. And go
Um,
ahead and start.
yeah. So, for me, I believe from where I grew up, I'm Malawian. I grew up in Malawi and I grew up in a religious and non-religious tolerant country. So from what I've seen, like for us, we're more believers. We're like 49% Christian and 48% Muslim. And we've never had like any misunderstandings or anything like that. And usually when there is
Wait,
like
you said there's not
misunderstanding,
any? I just want to make sure I heard you right. You said there's no tension between the Christians and the Muslims?
no, actually. So we respect everyone. Where I grew up in Blantyre, right behind my dad's office was a mosque, and in front of the mosque was like a bar, and we'd hear the five calls of prayer every single day. Close to my church was a temple, and everyone just basically lived. They were allowed to live their lives, and and usually it's a peaceful country because of our beliefs. Like people don't go out of their way to do each other harm. And if there is sort of like tensions, we will get the respective religious leaders to come in and talk on behalf of the people, including even traditional leaders and things like that. So we respect everyone's beliefs and we love our neighbor as we love
So why
ourselves.
was
Even
there? So why was there a protest? Why are there demonstrations and protests about whether female students should be allowed to wear their hijabs in school there? Then
I think that is more like recent. That is more recent. Um,
see, on July, concerning remarks by a Catholic bishop, some Muslims said that they found it offensive. On July 13th, religious groups and churches joined peaceful protests against same-sex marriage in several cities in the country ahead of a July 17th constitutional court hearing on the appeal of a transgender individual convicted in 2021 of unnatural behavior. Representatives from the Catholic Archdiocese of Lilongwe, Church of Central Africa Presbyterian, Evangelical Association of Malawi, Muslim Association of Malawi, and Malawi Council of Churches took part in the protest. So, I mean, it doesn't quite sound like there's not any tension there.
yeah, like I'm saying, it's more, those are more recent developments.
Yeah, it says today, right? The question
Yeah.
is today.
Yes, today. But it's not like whereby a Christian then will go and remove the hijab off of a Muslim girl in the
Yeah,
school.
but the issue is like even just the fact that there are Christians who think that they should be able to dictate whether a Muslim student can wear a hijab, like that creates issues within the Muslim student to be able to be who she is, right? Without a Christian trying to enforce their way of life onto that Muslim student, right?
Yes. Yes, I understand what you're saying. Yes, I understand. But like I said, that's more of recent developments, and usually those sort of beliefs, those sort of strife was in the villages. Like they would be, but that would be amongst the uneducated people. Like we even had a Muslim president, and there weren't
Oh, so
any
they're so
protests.
because they fight for their rights, they're uneducated because
No, no, no.
they're speaking up. What do you mean by that when you say that?
So like, yeah, so like, so so basically, it's like there in the villages there'd be religious tensions and fights because of the beliefs. But like I said, there would be leaders from the cities that would then go, and it was usually because of it wouldn't be in the more urban areas where that would be a problem.
So, in Malawi, are the students forced to learn a religion?
No, actually, no.
Well,
So there'll
according
be
to the constant, so there's not like a religious based a religious based curriculum there, with 75% of it being Christian.
So it would be like if you went to the school and let's say it's a Christian school. So they'll say it's a Christian school, and you as a Muslim, if you go there, you're not forced to actually partake in chapel or anything like that.
So it says
You would have
religious
to.
instruction is mandatory in public primary schools with no opt out provision and is available as an elective in public secondary schools. According to the Constitution, eliminating religious intolerance is a goal of education. In some schools, the religious curriculum is a Christian oriented Bible knowledge course, while in others, it is an interfaith moral and religious education course drawing from Christian, Islamic, Hindu, and Baha'i faiths. According to the law, local school management committees elected at parent teacher association meetings decide on which religious curriculum to use. Private Christian and Islamic schools offer religious instructions in their respective faiths. Hybrid grant aided schools are managed by private, used religious institutions, but their teaching staffs are paid by the government. In exchange for this financial support, the government chooses a significant portion of the students who attend. At grant aided schools, a board appointed by the school's operators decides whether the Bible knowledge or the moral and religious education curriculum will be used. So it says
Yeah.
it's mandatory.
But like you just read, they would also incorporate Muslim, Hindu,
Yeah, but you
Baha'i.
said you said that's only in private schools, but
Okay,
it's
sorry, I was
mandatory in public
mistaken.
schools.
I was mistaken. But as you heard, they also offer the option of adding those other religious beliefs. So it's not ruled out.
But there are people who, like, there have been protests, right? Because there are some Muslims who feel that the schools are prioritizing Christianity.
Hmm. Okay. And were they violent or
I didn't.
peaceful?
I don't think this says anything about violent, right?
Yeah.
It it causes harm, right? When people can't practice freely without somebody trying to enforce a different curriculum or a different doctrine on them. If people have to like protest for them to be able to have the freedom to practice their faith, right? That's harmful.
And it can also be seen as opening up a conversation, right? So that,
It can be seen as both, but it's still harmful.
yes,
And then
yes.
what about people who don't want to have faith? What about the kids who don't want to have faith? Like literally the children are being forced, right, to choose either Christianity, Islam, Hinduism. Like, do they have rights to say that they don't want a faith?
Mm, well, obviously, the way you're putting it, then the answer would be no. They don't have a right.
And you don't think that that's harmful to force faith on a child? Like, y'all will always say that it's a choice, it's a choice, it's a choice, and that your God doesn't want to force himself on you, but it's okay to force this God on children. What about their choice?
But that's man forcing God. It's not God. That's not.
Okay, so again, the question is it harmful? What about the child's choice to choose?
I did say yes, it can be
For
harmful.
children?
Yes, it can be. And at the end of the day, they choose what they can choose. It's not like you have to go home and practice the faith.
I mean, like
If you don't
literally,
like math,
you're
doesn't mean
indoctrinating them into these beliefs, right? Indoctrinating them into a wrathful God, right? Who tells people that if they don't obey him, right, then they're going to burn in a hell. You're indoctrinating that thought, right, into children.
okay.
Again,
I
like
don't think
without
that's
their
what the
without them
curriculum.
choosing that.
I don't think that's what the curriculum includes, to be honest.
What does
So
the what? Let's see. Let's see if I can pull up if I can find the curriculum. Give me just a second. I would be interested in seeing what that is. Let's see. Require students to complete practical ministry assignments. There it is. Let's see. Central African Preaching Academy. I don't know if this is. I think this is for pastors. Hold on. I don't think this is for. I don't think this is for the kids. Is it? The Masters Academy International. I think this is for.
Oh, can y'all get these likes up to 150, please? And Thinker, when you get a chance, can you reset your gift goal?
Yeah. Thank you. You can talk while I find this. So Suchi, you can
yes.
talk while I research this.
Oh, okay. So basically for me, like the way, like before I got saved again, so just to also go back a little bit, I got saved. I did fall out of my faith for about 10 years. And the past 4 years before I got baptized last year, I was into African religion, a traditional religion and everything like that. So even for me to go back, I just liked how, like, I know this is going to be ripped apart, but it was the way that when I read, especially the Old Testament, it was like God was, I know the way he went about it.
Wait,
People don't,
I think you're going into a personal testimony, and the
okay,
topic that you chose was is belief or
I'm not,
non-belief, right,
okay,
more
harmful.
harmful to society? So
Okay,
if you're
so
going to go into that testimony, I hope you can tie it to the topic, right? Other than that, like I'm not
yes,
interested. Okay.
yes. That's so it's like the way that then I would act was again, it could have been seen as harmful even to others because I was more selfish in that moment
Yeah,
to
but
be,
if you were doing African spirituality, you had a belief in some God. It just wasn't this God.
yes,
That's not non-belief. That's still belief. You're
okay,
just attributing it to a different deity.
yes, and also myself basically.
But I mean, you had a deity involved.
Yes. And then but like I said, also growing up in Malawi, what I would see was people being good towards, apart from the protests, even with all the tensions and everything, people still chose to do good. Like you wouldn't hear that people are attacking someone specifically on their beliefs. If people had a problem, that would have been a personal problem, but it wasn't because they were of one particular belief or not.
I'm sorry. What are
So
you say that again? What are you saying?
like I said, so it was because of the beliefs that we had, like people wouldn't intentionally attack others, because then there would be the social implications of it. So if people had an issue, it wouldn't be focused solely on religious beliefs. So my thing might turn off just real quick. I'd put on a timer, a session timer. So it might go off in about a few minutes. So I'm not running away, and I'll try to come back if
I'm
I'm
sorry.
allowed
What
to.
what's on a timer?
Like Opal, like a social media timer.
Oh, I don't know what that is.
So it's like it times you out. You set a timer to block out certain apps, and TikTok is
Oh,
one of
you
them.
put yourself on a like a to keep you from being on social media a lot.
But yeah, but so TikTok was one of the
Why
apps I'd
didn't you
put.
turn it off? Why didn't you turn it off before you got up here?
I'd forgotten that it was on. It just reminded me
Oh,
now.
okay.
Sorry about that.
It's
So I
okay.
might go off, or can I go off now so I can unblock
Yeah,
myself?
go ahead and do that while I'm
Okay.
researching, and then come back.
Yes. All right. Thank you.
hmm does anybody understand where she's going with this? Like, she's already said, like, I don't know where else she's trying to go with this. Were y'all tracking her?
I was lost as hell.
Also, the teacup. Were y'all tracking?
They sleep.
Give me a second, y'all.
Good see. Katana said, should have stayed in the comments with us. Y'all tap
Y'all
that
give me just a second. I'm
screen.
talking to my daughter. One moment. If she comes
Okay.
back, can you check the box and just go ahead and bring her back up?
Okay.
Okay.
Tap the screen, please. Let's get the likes to 150. And don't forget to gift the host, even though she hasn't set up her gift goal. Please, this takes a lot of time, a lot of research, a lot of studying. So please, let's just support her in any way you can. You can also tip her. Her Cash App is in the bio. Just click on her link tree. Yes, she does have a lot of patience, positive on purpose. Like, I don't think I could have this every night. I don't think I could do it. I'd be ready to pull my hair out. What in the world? Do I need to? What's up with the Fatima? Do I need to get rid of her? Y'all just let me know. What in the world did you want to admit defeat? What's she talking to? Check. No, she hasn't come back yet. Okay, I'll let her stay then. Y'all, please don't forget to also subscribe to Thinker's YouTube. It's Arc Thinker, ARCH Thinker, and also Verses and Vibes with Thinker and Bash. Yeah, she made absolutely no sense. Like, I was trying to follow it, I couldn't. Mm-mm. Is
Y'all
Fatima
give me one
talking to
second. My
herself?
daughter needs me. One moment, okay?
It's okay. She having a conversation with herself. She's not tagging anyone. Kind of weird. Mhm. Weird. Okay, you guys. I did find a joke. It's pretty darn corny. So y'all better not come for me.
All right, sorry. I had to be mommy for a
Well,
second.
too late. I'll do it next time.
Did she come back?
No.
Okay, we'll bring up somebody else then. I I didn't understand. Y'all made it seem like that she was a firecracker. She didn't seem that bad.
Think
Uh
you were saying she didn't make much sense.
oh, okay. Yeah, I was trying kind of hard tracking her. Dopest Dougie. Oh, she was on Ria's live. That was the girl that was on Ria's live. Dopest Dougie. Okay, I think she's asleep. Discord caller, are you able to hear us now? To the caller on Discord, can you are you able to hear?
Yeah,
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How you guys doing?
I'm doing good. What do I call you?
I'm sorry, what was up?
Your name. What do I call you?
You can call me Ian.
M.
It's Ian.
Ian. Okay, Ian. How old are you for TikTok purposes?
I am 22.
Okay, and Ian, are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I would call myself a believer, though I haven't like read the whole Bible and I'm not completely familiar with it, but I do think about it a lot.
Okay, and do you know what topics we are discussing? Like, can you see them from YouTube?
Yeah, the first topic about belief causing more harm than good, or rather than not believing.
Okay. Uh, and it's referring to society today. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Go ahead.
Okay, well, I don't really understand some of the things I hear you guys saying. I feel like are more of a human error rather than believing in God. Like I heard a guy say that witches were burned at the stake, but I feel like that is more because the
Who
Bible
said
doesn't
that?
say. I'm sorry, what was that?
Who said witches were burned at the stake?
I heard a guy get on here and say that.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe that was Mezzo when I was gone. Okay, go ahead.
Well, even all right. Well, even like how you were just saying how Christians try to decide whether or not Muslims. I don't remember exactly what you said, but basically, I feel like some of the things you guys are saying that belief causes harm by, I feel like that's more of a human error rather than believing in God because the Bible doesn't say like we should silence Muslims or we should burn witches at the stake.
It literally does.
It says we should burn witches.
It says to kill witches. Yes, it does. In Exodus 22.
Can you quote that verse for me?
I will pull it up on the screen for you.
And like I said, I'm not read it all, but I do think about these things, so I won't have a perfect argument
No, that's
for every.
okay. I understand you, and you're young. Um, I get it. Um, you shall not permit a female sorcerer to live.
Okay, well
I
that's
think
fair.
I think the King James just flat out says kill witches. I think. Hold on, let me see. How does the King James say it? Let's see. What does King James say?
Do you know if that's talking?
Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live. That's how King James says it.
And that's referring to anybody, not just
Any
specific
witch.
in the Bible.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Whenever it says that we should kill witches, that's referring to anybody, not just a specific person in the Bible.
What do you mean, anybody?
Like, does it advocate for me to go burn a witch?
These are the laws of Moses. And so it says, thou shalt not suffer a witch to live. And so he's telling the Israelites that this is a law. When you come across a witch, kill her.
Okay. Well, I didn't even know that. I think
Do you agree with that? Would you do that?
no, I would not. I would not advocate for violence toward anybody or anything like that. But I do know, like in the Bible, it says that we should not punish people because God will do that whenever they die. You know what I mean?
Where does it say that? Because like in this book, this God tells them to even kill their own family if their family tries to convince them to worship another God. In
Yeah,
Deuteronomy 13.
that, and that's also why Jezebel was killed.
Jezebel was killed because men were jealous of her intellect. She like her she wasn't
like
an Israelite. I'm sorry, one second. Jezebel was not an Israelite, and she was not under any obligation to worship the God of Israel. But she was so influential, the Israelites started worshiping her gods on their own. Now, one time did she tell them to worship her God? They didn't like the fact that her husband Ahab allowed her to worship her God openly, and he put up a statue, allowed her to put up a statue to her God in her court where they lived. Other Israelites started worshiping her God on their own. There is nothing in this text that says that Jezebel told them to do that. And so your God got jealous and sent Elijah to kill her and her prophets.
Okay. What about Solomon's wives? I know somebody, and like I said, I don't really remember and I don't know the whole context, but what about Solomon's wives? He had a bunch of wives, right? Were any of his wives leading him to believe in other gods?
That's what it says. It says that Solomon did things, because he had so many wives, and that they led him to do evil against the Lord. That's what the Bible says.
Okay, can I ask you, do you believe that belief in God is more harmful than not?
I do. I
Can I
think
ask
I
you why?
think a belief, for one, a belief in a God. Let me read this right here. This is Deuteronomy 13. Okay. If anyone secretly entices you, even if it is your brother, your father's son, or your mother's son, or your own son or daughter, or the wife you embrace, or your most intimate friend, saying, let us go worship other gods, whom neither you nor your ancestors have known, any of the gods of the people that are around you, whether near you or far away from you, from one end of the earth to the other, you must not yield to or heed any such persons. Show them no pity or compassion, and do not shield them, but you shall surely kill them. Your own hand shall be first against them to execute them, and afterwards the hand of all people. Stone them to death for trying to turn you away from the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery. Then all Israel shall hear and be afraid, and never again do such wickedness. If you hear it said about one of the towns that the Lord your God is giving you to live in, that scoundrels from among you have gone out and led the inhabitants of the town astray, saying, let us go worship other gods, whom you have not known, then you shall inquire and make a thorough investigation. If the charge is established that such an abhorrent thing has been done among you, you shall put the inhabitants of that town to the sword, utterly destroying it and everything in it, even putting its livestock to the sword. All of its spoil you shall gather into its public square, then burn the town and all its spoil with fire, as a whole burnt offering to the Lord your God. It shall remain a perpetual ruin, never to be rebuilt. Do not let anything devoted to destruction stick to your hand, so that the Lord may turn from his fierce anger and show you compassion, and in his compassion multiply you, as he swore to your ancestors. If you obey the voice of the Lord your God, by keeping all his commandments that I am commanding you today, doing what is right in the sight of the Lord your God. Now, here these people have a belief in a God, and I'm going to tie this to today. Just give me just a second. So in Deuteronomy 13, Moses is saying to them that this is what their God wants them to do. If the people that you love come to you and try to convince you to believe in another God or take you away from God, kill them. Doesn't matter if they are your wife, doesn't matter if they're your son or your daughter, right? Then he says, if any of the towns that God has given us as our inheritance, if you hear inside the town that there are people inside the town that are saying that they worship another God, kill everybody in the town and burn the town to pieces as an offering to God, so that it will renew God's compassion on us, and you must obey the voice of God, right? So back in that time, people, a belief in a God drove people to kill family members, right? If we go to Matthew 14, today we people believe in Jesus today. Jesus says, is it Matthew 14? Is it Mark? I think it's Mark. Hold on. Is it Mark 14? I always get these mixed up. Is it 14? Hey, where Lala, when he says hate your mother, hate your son, ain't it Mark 14:26? No, it's not Mark 14:26. It's in Matthew. Oh, let's get them mixed up. Is Luke? Hold on. Is it Luke 14:26? Oh yeah, it's Luke. He says, whoever comes to me, thank you, JC, whoever comes to me and does not hate father and mother, wife and children, brothers and sisters, yes, and even life itself, cannot be my disciple. Whoever does not carry the cross and follow me cannot be my disciple, right? And so a lot of believers will say, well, that word hate doesn't necessarily mean hate. It just means love less or love God more. And I would agree that this Jesus is saying that you must put me first. You must love me first, be loyal to me first, obey me first, and over your father, over your mother, over your wife, over your children, right? Over your sister, your friend, even yourself. And so when we go back to Deuteronomy, where as God in the Hebrew scriptures, he's telling them to obey the voice of the Lord, right? And if it doesn't matter if it's your mama, your sister, your brother, if they are worshiping other gods or trying to get you to worship another God, kill them. Now, today, there have been several people who have killed their children. They've killed just random strangers over a belief in a God. Very rarely, I don't know, I can't think of one myself of where a non-believer just goes out and kills a believer because they believe in a God.
I would agree with that, but I would definitely add that non-believers are from what I know, just from going to church and having family that are believing in God. Not like I've never known of a Christian to want to go murder somebody, but I do know of non-believers who have at least wanted to do that. You know what I mean? And there's definitely
Can you
non-believers who
can
have.
you can you prove that though? Right? Like
Well, yeah, no,
hold on. What I'm asking for you to do is to prove that, right? Because in the prison system today, atheists are underrepresented. Less than 5% of the prison population are atheists. Less than 5%. That means that over 94% of the prison population believe in a God.
well, just because they say they believe in a
It
God
doesn't
doesn't
it
mean.
doesn't matter if they're living by it or not. They believe in a God.
I don't agree with that.
You can't tell someone whether they believe in a God or not. You
Well,
can't
the Bible.
you can't say whether they believe. If someone says that let me ask you a question. Do you believe in a God?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay. And do you
I would
live
like.
hold on. So you believe in a God. Do you live perfectly according to how your God wants you to live? And I don't want the excuses. I just want to know yes or no. Do you live perfectly according to how this God wants you to live?
I don't live perfectly, and
Okay.
I don't necessarily
Hold on.
100 believe.
Hold on. You do believe in a God and you don't live perfectly. So does that mean that because you don't live perfectly that you don't believe in a God?
No.
Exactly. So you can't say that just because they're in prison, right, that they don't really believe in a God. They identify as someone who believes in a God, that believes that a God exists, right? Less than 5% of those that are in jail do not believe a God exists.
Okay. Well, let me like in the Bible, right? It says that not everybody who says "Lord, Lord" will be saved because
I
it's
didn't
easy.
ask if they were saved. This conversation isn't about whether they're saved, whether they're living right. It's the belief in a God.
Do you think what you believe is what you say you believe?
If like, what would be the point of somebody saying they believe in a God, that they believe that there is a God, if they don't? Like, what would be the point? What's the purpose of it?
Well, like because you wanna have it's hard to because if you don't know, right? If you're stuck kind of in the middle, and you think there might be a chance that you could go to hell for not believing
Well,
in
then that
God,
means
you
that they believe. If they think that there's a chance they could go to hell for not believing, that means that they believe. There is a fear there.
well, I know for a
Nobody,
fact.
people don't fear shit that they don't believe.
Well, if you don't know what's gonna happen, you can definitely
Yeah,
fear
that
something.
means that you believe
And,
it. That means that
and
you,
what
but that means that there is belief there, right? Like
what you
I don't believe in hell. I don't fear hell.
like what you say you believe does not decide what you believe. What how you
What?
act, right? Yeah, that's a fact.
If someone is so you're saying that a person identified themselves as believing in a God because they are scared that if they don't believe in a God that they could go to hell when they die because they don't know what happens when they die. And
It don't necessarily
you're
have to do with.
saying hold on, and you're saying think about listen to what you're saying. You're literally saying that that fear of the unknown is what drove them to say they believe in a God, but they don't actually believe it?
Some people, yes.
That makes absolutely no sense.
Well, okay, I know for a fact that what you say you believe does not always account to what you believe. It's how you act and how you really
No, you're
uh
talking about what you're saying is is a person um uh in living by that belief, right? A person can believe in a God, right? But not live by that God's laws. That doesn't mean that they don't believe the God exists. A person can believe a God exists and not give a fuck. They could not give a fuck if they're gonna go to hell. They could believe that a God exists and think that they're gonna go to hell and still not live by this God's laws. That doesn't mean they don't believe that this God exists.
I don't know if I would agree with that. Do you know anybody who wholeheartedly believes in a God yet still goes against God?
You are one of them. You just said that you don't live perfectly by his words.
Well, I also am. I want to believe in God.
Yeah,
Like I
but
said,
you do believe. You said you believe, and you still go against his words. Like you still don't live perfectly according to his words. Like you're literally one.
I agree with that, and but also that's a lot my fault because I neglect God and
Doesn't matter. You still believe in a God.
the way that I should search for Him.
Yeah, but you still believe in him, and you still go against it, what he says.
And I think that would apply to everybody who believes
But you
in
still
God.
believe. But you still believe this God exists. You still believe this God is real. That doesn't invalidate your belief.
Is your argument that if I believe in God, I should live perfectly?
No, that's your argument. You're the one saying that because they're in prison, that their belief isn't real because they obviously aren't living by the God's word. That's your argument, not mine.
I didn't say that because they
So
were
why are
prison.
you invalidating those that identify as believing in a God and that are in prison? Why are you invalidating their belief right now?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Why are you invalidating or casting doubt on those who identified as believing in a God in prison? Why are you casting doubt on their belief right now?
It didn't have anything to do with the prison. This just applies to everybody.
Okay, so I'm going to say my stat again, and then I want you to say again what you said, okay?
Okay.
Less than 5% of prisoners in America are atheists, which means that over 94% of prisoners in America believe in a God. Now, say again what you said.
I don't remember exactly what I said.
You said
I'm
not
sorry.
everybody that says they believe.
Which is true, but that doesn't only apply to.
Why are you saying that? Why are you casting doubt on their belief?
Well, I know people in person, right, who claim they believe in God.
The question is
Me,
why was that your response to the prison stat?
because you said 5% are non-believers or less than 5% are non-believers, but I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying a higher percentage of that is going to be non-believers because people will say they believe something that they don't actually believe.
Why are you saying that? Is my question.
Well,
Why?
that's a fact.
How is that a fact?
It,
How can you say
it
that a person who self-identified as a believer in a God, you're saying, well, they're not really a believer in a God because of
you
what?
you
Why
can
would they not be a real believer in a God?
you
Explain
can
that to me.
take God out of the equation and that will still be a fact
Why would
because
they not be a believer in a God?
you're
I'm trying to understand I'm trying to understand why you brought us here, because you asked me, am I saying now that if you believe in a God you should live perfectly, but you brought us here, right? So I'm trying to understand why you brought us here. Why are you saying that a person can believe, right? Say they believe in a God but not really believe. Why are you saying that?
okay. Okay. Can I talk for a second?
Yeah, answer my question. Yes.
Okay, let's take God out of the equation, okay?
No, not yet. No. Why are you
You're
saying no? Why are you saying that a person can say that they believe in a God, right? You cannot take God out of the equation when my question is about the belief in a God. If a person says that they believe in a God, right? Yet they're in prison, Why are you saying, well, they just say they believe, but they don't really believe? Why are you saying that if it has nothing to do with you insinuating that they should be living perfectly in that belief? Why are you saying that?
Why? Okay, so is your question, why will somebody say they believe if they don't believe?
No, why are you saying that a person is saying that they believe, but they don't really believe? Why are you insinuating that?
People do that all the time about a lot of things. People will say they believe things that they don't believe.
But why are you saying that a person in prison identified themselves as a believer in a God, and you're saying, well, they just say they believe, but they don't really believe? Why are you saying that about these people?
Because you said less than 5% are non-believers, and I said, well, it's probably a higher percentage than that.
I understand what you said. The question is, why did you say it?
I feel like I just explained it.
You think you explained your why?
Yeah, I think
No, you
so.
did not. If
How
you're
not?
Because all you're saying is there's got to be more people who don't believe, because that's all you're saying. There's got to be more people who don't believe.
Yes, because your beliefs are not what you say. Your beliefs are
Because what? Because your beliefs are not what you say. Because finish that part. Your beliefs are not what
you.
you say. Because what?
Your beliefs are not what you say you believe. Your beliefs are your intrinsic values. They're how you carry yourself, and they're how you behave.
So then,
Like, and
therefore, you
that
don't
doesn't
believe in a God.
that doesn't only
That
apply to
means
God.
you don't believe in a God. Then
That applies to everything.
hold on.
People
So
will
then that means you
don't believe.
also do not really believe in a God.
I don't know there's a God.
So you don't believe in a God.
Okay, yeah, you could say it like that.
So you deny that you believe in a God. So you are now atheist.
I have I'm not an atheist. I will never say there's no God.
So you do believe in a God.
I want to believe in a God.
So you believe that there is a God. Is it
I
like, do you realize that you are acting like Peter right now? You are denying your God for some odd reason to win an argument. Like,
I
why?
would
Why would you do that?
I would agree with that. And
Why would you do that, though? Do you think that your God would be pleased with you?
no,
So why are you doing it?
I don't know.
To win an argument?
Not to win an argument. I think about these things a lot. I really do consider these things, and I've like and like I wish I had the same faith that some of the people in my family have, because I feel like we need God, and I feel like I need God, right? I went to church like one time within the past 6 7 months, and I don't know, like it I haven't been since, because I wrote down, and like I'm not the type of person to be like emotional in front of people. But I'll never say I don't believe in God. I would like to believe in a God, and I hope that I can find God. But yes, I don't know there's a God. I can't say that, and I'm
But
not
you do
wholeheartedly.
believe. Knowing and believing are two different things. You do believe that there is a God. You might be searching for that God, right? You might be trying to live according to that God's laws or wishes, or what you believe that God's laws or wishes are. But you definitely believe that there is a God. Do you see the difference between knowing and believing?
Yeah, like my aunt would tell you she knows there's a God, right?
Mm-hmm.
I would tell you I believe in a God, but like you said, yes, like I can't say I really believe in a God, because I don't do what I should do to make that statement true. You know what I mean?
But that does not negate the fact that you do believe. No one is saying that you have to
True,
know.
but if I believe more, I would act more morally, and
I mean, that's your opinion, right?
well, for myself,
That's
myself,
I'm sorry.
myself,
From what?
for myself.
Yeah, that's your opinion for yourself. right? But just because that is a standard that you've set for yourself, it does not give you the right to go and negate someone else's belief, right? Because it doesn't match the standard that you created for yourself, or because you think that it makes you look bad as a believer of the same God. These
Right. And I
these
don't,
people, these people who are in prison, who have committed crimes, have identified as a human who hold a belief in a God.
and maybe you're right. Like maybe it is only less than 5%, but I didn't necessarily mean that prisoners only are the ones that are going to be saying they believe things that they don't believe in. I mean that in general. Like I know people personally who claim they believe in a God, yet like they say they know there is a God, right? But they don't really act according to how they're supposed to act according to,
Does
you know.
that mean that they don't know? Like they just could just not care. Like your God is absent. Like, right? Your God has made a lot of claims to like strike motherfuckers down for not believing in it. And so they could believe, that there's a God when it comes to um like heaven or hell. And they may think that, oh, yeah, I know that there's a God, but right now I can just do whatever the fuck I want. And then before I die, I'll just ask for forgiveness so I can go to heaven. Like they may be using your God as like afterlife insurance.
Right. I would, yeah. I don't know. I think, I think, and not to take God away from the subject, but I know that the things you say you believe don't necessarily account to what you believe. I can say I believe that cheating is bad, yet I could be cheating every
It
night.
doesn't
You
mean
know,
you don't think it's bad. It just means that you don't give a damn that it's bad.
well, that's a good point. But I've heard psychologists say that what you say you believe, and I've literally heard this: what you say you believe is not what you necessarily believe. It's how you behave and how you really feel on the inside. And so I just kind of take that as a fact because I've heard people who study the mind say that.
I mean, it's like people saying that they believe that their Jesus wants them to love their neighbor as they love themselves, right? But
I'm sorry.
they say that their Jesus, right, wants them to love their neighbor as they love themselves, right? That's a belief that a lot of believers hold, right? But here
Okay.
today we have a lot of believers who are advocating for immigrants to be deported or held in detention for life and used as prison labor. Do you think that believer would want to be used as prison labor? Do you think that that believer would want to travel to a foreign country and be taken and detained and have their freedom taken away for life for trying to find refuge in another country?
I would challenge those people's interpretation of the Bible,
That's
or at
what the
least
Bible says.
their belief.
The Bible
It's
literally says that the Israelites can enslave foreigners for life.
does it say? Okay, well, does it say? Hmm. I wish I understood the Bible. I wish I knew more about the Bible because I feel like I'm kind of I have less ammunition to work with and less, to compete with. Can we switch? Can we kind of switch the argument for a second?
Sure, go ahead. Only because you're young and you're the same age as my son.
All right, thank you. Okay, let's take Christianity out of it. Let's just use God as a whole, okay?
Go ahead.
Okay, do you believe that the complete absence of all belief in God, not only Christians, but the absence of all God would be better for society?
It could, yes, I do.
I would disagree with that because we built a foundation. Pretty much every place in the world has built a society based off a foundation of a God, right?
Do you know
And I feel
why?
like, do you know why?
Mm-hmm.
Inform me.
The kings of every nation used the gods to scare their subjects into following the laws of the land and to obeying the king. And so they told them that the legal codes that they got were given to them by the gods, and that if they transgressed one of the laws, that they were transgressing divine law.
And I think that might be better for society rather than a complete absence of all God, right? Because all of these religions come with a certain basis of morality. And to take that completely away and let people depend on their own free will and their own personal decisions, like man is known to fail. Man is known. That's the quality of man, right? We destroy. And so when we have that kind of those principles to follow by, it keeps us kind of in check and in line.
Mm-hmm. And so, if I were to read a slave law to you, not from the Bible, right? Would you say that that was a good thing that a good law that God created?
I'm not sure what a slave law is.
A law about slavery that condones slavery.
I don't believe that would be a good thing, no.
And that, so the God, then you said that that's better for society. So when the God says that you can enslave a person and steal their labor, hold them for 6 years or for life,
Well,
because another human says, "Hey, a God gave me this law."
Do you think that could not happen without God?
It definitely could happen without God, but more people would be willing to stand up against the human. People are afraid to stand up against a God or a divine figure if they are afraid for divine retribution.
That's a fair point. I can see what you're saying, right? Like it would be easier to go against I can see what you're saying there. But I would have to maintain my stance that the principles that these religions cause people to follow would be better rather than a complete absence of God.
What
You know,
principles are you referring to?
um,
Like
do not
women
murder.
being forced to marry men that they don't know. Yeah,
I'm
right.
talking about the ones like that would somewhat keep us in line. Like
That's what I'm asking. So, like, one of the laws, several of the laws dealt with women and their body parts, right? Um, young girls were made to be virgins on their wedding night because they had to be in pristine condition for the male. But the male, it wasn't any law that required the male to be a virgin and be in pristine condition for the female.
in the Bible,
Yes.
the Bible says you're not supposed to have sex until marriage, right?
No, it doesn't. No, it does not.
Are you sure?
I'm positive. There is no law in the Bible that requires for a male to be a virgin on his wedding night. Only young girl virgins are to be a virgin because her father would get a dowry in exchange for her. And if she was not a virgin on her wedding night, if she did not bleed on the sheet on the night of her wedding, then they would assume that she was not a virgin. They would assume that her father knew she was not a virgin, and they would stone her and her father.
Do you
You
believe
know what's so crazy about that? You know
what?
what? Not a lot of women bleed on their first time. Every woman doesn't bleed when they lose their virginity. I think less than 20% of women bleed on their first time. So your God, who was most likely a male, a human male, your God created a law, right? That it instituted a test to make sure that when the father was giving his daughter away, that he was giving a virgin, that he was selling a virgin. And the test was that her hymen would break and she would bleed. Except that male didn't know that not all women hymen breaks during their first time they have sex. So I can imagine a lot of young girls being stoned for some shit that doesn't even happen 100% of the time.
That's fair, and I wouldn't advocate for that. Um, do you believe in monogamous relationships?
I think if a person makes a vow with another person and says that I'm only going to be having sex with you, that person should keep their vow. That's about integrity. But if they don't make a vow with each other, then you can't hold them to that.
Okay, that's fair. I think that because over the last, let's say, um, I don't even know, 75, 50, 75 years, right? I feel like us at least in America, us as a society, we have stepped more and more away from God each day. And our country falls apart whenever we neglect God more and more. I feel like that.
Do you see that what's happening today where people are moving towards your God? Immigrants are being detained.
I don't, I
Immigrants
don't,
are being held,
I don't,
given life in prison. Bills being submitted to give them life in prison for being a foreigner.
that's based off of,
That is that is
going,
Bible.
that sounds more of like a political issue.
You do realize that in that this Bible, right? In antiquity, religion and politics were one and the same. There was no separation of church and state. That the
Our,
religion system in
uh,
ancient Israel, the religious system was the political system.
that's fair. I don't think our government necessarily is following God's, you know,
Did you not see the Trump Bible? Did you not see how
yeah, and
they
I
did
do
you
not agree with that Trump Bible.
but they are
I,
using
I think that's
Christianity.
blasphemy.
Hold on. But Christianity was used as a campaign strategy.
Right, for yeah, but that wasn't necessarily out of love for God.
I didn't
I
say
don't
it was out of love for God.
I don't believe in the Trump Bible. I don't like Donald Trump. I feel like his Bible is blasphemy, and according to the Bible, I don't see how that wouldn't
But
be blasphemy.
so many Christians voted for him
I agree. I agree. I think
because
that
hold on. Think about the question that you are answering, right? Is belief or non-belief in a God more harmful to society today? So many Christians voted for Donald Trump because of their love for this God or their belief in this God, right? They had a greater hatred for transgender people, for non-binary people, for LGBTQIA, for women, right? Their hatred was greater for immigrants, right? And they
right,
used their Bible, they used their God to push that hatred to get Donald Trump elected, and then we see what the aftermath of that is today.
right. And I've also heard Christians, because a lot of Christians bought Donald Trump's Bible, and I think that they're wrong for that. So I think that's a lack of belief, not necessarily a belief.
That
Like
you
he's
can
saying,
say that like literally everything that they're doing can be backed up in this Bible. Everything that they're doing can be backed up in this Bible. Nehemiah, when they came back from the Babylonian exile, he read from the book of Deuteronomy and kicked out all the foreigners. Right? He said, "This is what God wants." Right? Hold on. I think it's a little bit further down. Let me see. Is it 7? Is it 13? I think it's Nehemiah 13. And build up and set up the doors. Yeah, hold on. I think it's 13.
I just want to add, I
Yeah,
would never
hold
think
on.
less of anybody for their personal beliefs either.
Say that again.
I just want to add, I would never think less of somebody for their personal beliefs either.
That's good. And I think what I do see is that a lot of younger believers, right, kind of take the stance that you take. There are quite a few who have very egotistical attitudes, like very nasty personalities that they probably get from their fucking parents. But I do see that Gen Z is a little bit more open-minded and not, so much focused on trying to get or force other people to see the world they do, the world the way they do, which gives us hope, right? Because y'all are the new leaders of tomorrow. And a lot of you are fighting for the world that you actually want to see and the world that you actually want to exist in. And so I'm glad to hear you say that.
Can I ask you to read something out of the Bible?
What? It depends on what it is.
Okay, this is just a side note. Read Revelation 13.
For what?
Because I kind of, and I'm not saying this is the case, but, and it sounds crazy to say, but I think it correlates perfectly with our presidency today about Donald Trump and Elon Musk. And I don't know, I just
It
see a
doesn't.
perfect.
Like you're reading today's. It doesn't. You're talking about prophecy, right?
No, yeah. Well,
It's not. It's not.
it's huh?
It's not.
What's not what?
You're trying to say that what's happening in the world today is prophecy for the end times.
Well, I don't necessarily think that or know that because I asked a Christian about it and they told me that I should not try to identify when that is. I was just wondering if you could read it out loud.
It doesn't have
Just
anything to do with the conversation.
that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah. But back to the conversation that what we were talking about with the immigrants and how they did use Christianity. So like everything that they are trying to do today, they could go to the Bible and back up what they're doing. Right?
Yeah, they got yeah.
Mm-hmm. And so the belief, what you don't see today though, is atheists or non-believers, right, trying to force people to live life like them, right? The atheists aren't saying, get religion out of here, write a law and no more religion, right? No more God, no more Jesus, no more Christianity. Although a lot of us probably would rather that it be that way.
I see that a lot though.
No, when have we wrote a law that y'all could not practice Christianity?
They don't say that, but they make
No. I
like
said laws. Listen to what I said. Although a lot of us we probably would rather live in a world without Christianity. We are not writing
that's
laws today trying to take y'all's Christianity away.
fair. And take Christian. Let's just focus on God, not Christianity. Like I feel like the lack of
We are
all
not
God.
writing laws trying to take your God away. Although a lot of us probably would want to, but we just don't do it. We haven't done it.
Well, you might not have wrote a law to take that away, but like I've been disrespected just for even saying I believe in God. Like
And
I've
we
been
get
called.
disrespected for saying we don't. That's not what I'm talking about.
I wouldn't do
I'm
that.
talking about what I'm talking about, right?
I respect your
Is hold
beliefs.
on, listen. I heard you say that, right? But you're like believers get disrespected for saying they believe in a God. We get disrespected for saying we don't. And 9 times out of 10, right? A non-believer is not just gonna walk up to a believer and be like, "You fucking believer, you believe in a God." If a believer gets disrespected for saying that they believe in a God, 9 times out of 10, it's because that believer has not respected the boundaries of the non-believer. Like if you think about it, atheism hasn't been as loud as it is today because we've kind of just allowed the believers to just, say and do what y'all do, right? We've kind of been a lot of us have been afraid to just come out and be like, listen, I don't believe in your God, leave me the fuck alone, right? And believers have had a leeway and just saying and doing whatever the fuck they want, and they operate that way. They operate like this beast that can just move about the way that it wants to move about and trample on everybody else. And now that we are coming out and we're saying that we don't believe, we're openly about it, now all of a sudden we're expected to prioritize the feelings of the believer, and we're expected to let the believer continue to encroach upon our freedoms, right? And then when we speak back, then all of a sudden it's the believer being persecuted. And never mind all the years, all the decades of non-believers having to hide or be in the closet the fact that they don't believe in a God.
Right. I think I think for today's society, I think I would say less than 10%, 10% or less of the people who claim they believe are actually morally following those principles, right? And like how you said that Christians use the Bible as a reason for supporting Donald Trump, for example. Like I feel like that's hatred, but they're making up for that hatred by using God's word. I don't necessarily think it's like, oh, I'm following God directly, so I'm gonna vote for Donald Trump. I think the hope for Trump to take office came first.
Like, you do realize if they can um produce hatred using your God's word, that means your God spoke hateful words. You do realize that?
I would have to read the Bible all the way through before I agree with that.
If they can use the Bible, this is your statement, that they are using the Bible to produce hate. If they can use the Bible to produce hate,
I don't
right?
think they did that.
You
I don't
said,
think
you just said it, so now you want to take it back?
No, I think that hate comes from within them,
But
right?
they're
And I think
using the Bible. You said they're using the Bible.
right to justify that hate
Exactly. So if they can produce hate
by twisting it.
they didn't twist it. They don't have to twist it. Literally, I just read Deuteronomy 13 to you, and your God told the Israelites to kill their own kids if they worshiped another God. They don't have to twist it. Your God told the Israelites that they could enslave foreigners for life. They don't have to twist your God's words.
Well, he told
Nine
the
times out
Israel.
of 10, when they're twisting it to make it not hateful. They're twisting it to make it sound good, because in its rare form, it is hateful.
And then
Right.
I think another question would also be if they didn't
I don't
use the
know. I
Bible.
don't agree with that. I think
Hold on. Fee, I think you have to get on the Discord. I don't think he can hear the
Oh,
stage.
he's a Discord caller.
Yeah.
Okay, hang on one
I'm sorry.
second.
What?
Okay.
Hold on.
Another host is getting ready to join the conversation. She's getting ready to join the Discord.
You want me to hop off?
No. She's coming to talk to you. She's getting ready to hop in the Discord room with us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
For some odd reason, you can't hear the stage, and when you see the other host on stage, when they
Maven J.
no, you're not looking at the YouTube. There's
Oh,
other people on stage on TikTok. For some reason, you can't hear them when they talk. So she's getting ready to join the Discord. She's in the Discord now. Do you see her?
yeah, Faye.
Yeah. She's coming to talk to you.
Okay.
Are you able to unmute, Fee?
Can I say one thing real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think when we start, man, too specifically, man, I mean man, the male, like I think when we start relying on men to decide what's right and wrong, that's going to be way more harmful than belief in God. I really feel like that.
When a human that has an ethical framework. Okay, so hold on. A human that has an ethical framework built on do not cause harm, right? Do not cause harm.
Right.
If at all possible, right? If at all possible, do not cause unintentional harm to another human, right? Let's say that's one of the tenets of a human. And then you have a God. We have this God and his sacred texts and his doctrines, right? She can't unmute. I don't know what's going on. Maybe can you help her? Hey, how did you unmute, Ian? How did you unmute when you came into the Discord? What did you have to do?
hold on. I really don't remember. Hold on.
I don't know why the Discord does that.
I don't know. I think it just like I really think it just I don't know. I think it surprised me whenever it got unmuted.
Oh, you don't know? It just did it.
Yeah, I don't remember how
You
to.
have to change. You have to change your settings.
My settings are hers, or Fee has to change her settings.
Her settings.
Huh?
So my settings on Discord, it has my settings on my
She has
iPad
to change
has
her settings based
Discord
on her browser because she might have to
with
give.
Oh, did you go in through the browser, Fee?
through what, the YouTube browser?
No, through the Discord. Did you go through Discord through your browser or on your phone?
No, I pulled up the Discord app on
I'm on
my
my app.
Oh, your web browser.
No. I was looking at what Maven sent me. She said I needed to give Discord access to my microphone, which it does have. But let me see if I can do it through the YouTube link. I'll let y'all continue till I can figure this out.
Okay. So we have the ethical framework of the human do not cause harm, do not cause intentional harm to another human, if at all possible, right? And
Based
that's the law that the human has set for themselves, right? No,
not
do
God.
not cause harm, right? And then you have a human that lives by the creed of this God, this Bible, right? The sacred doctrine, the teachings of the God, the voice of the God, prioritizing the loyalty to the God, prioritizing the God's voice, right? Right. So these are two humans, right, living in two different societies, or let's say they live in the same society. Okay. So this human's ethical framework is not to cause harm to another human. Which one of these would be influenced by an outside voice, or a voice, somebody coming and saying, I'm speaking for this person, blah, 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 to cause harm on a human?
I'm sorry. I don't understand what you were asking.
Okay, so you asked me, you said that a human living by their own laws, right, without being governed by the laws of a God, would be more dangerous than a human being governed by laws from a God, right?
As a society, yeah, I believe that.
Okay, and so I'm giving you a hypothetical, right? We have one human who has created a law for themselves not to cause harm to another human, intentionally, right? Not do no harm. Okay.
Yeah.
All
Okay.
right. No intentional harm, if at all possible, to another human, right?
Okay.
And then you have a human who is governed by the God of this book, by this doctrine, this teaching, this God's voice, this God's leaders, the representatives of this God, right? They're governed by this sacred doctrine.
Yeah.
Okay. So these are two different people. Which one of them is more likely to be convinced to cause harm to another human? The one that has created a law for themselves to do no harm to a human, or the one that has who has dedicated their loyalty to a God and to obey the voice of a God?
I believe that the person who lacks God is more likely.
So if a God tells the human who has dedicated his loyalty to this God, prioritized this God above all humans, if that human believes that a God is telling him to harm a human, who is more likely to go and harm a human? If the other human has a law
I
to
was
themselves not to harm a human, who is more likely to harm a human?
I would still say the atheist based
Explain
off
to me how. If the atheist has a law not to harm a human, right? They've created that law for themselves. Why would an atheist go and harm a human? Why would they go against themselves to harm a human?
Can I use an example?
No, I want you to answer the question. Why would an atheist go against their own law to harm a human?
Because man is inherently known to
Mm-mm.
destroy.
No. Why
Yes,
would
it
no?
fact.
I'm asking why would they go against their own law if they've created a law for themselves? If they say I my law to myself is that I do no harm to another
Not
human.
atheist is gonna form that law.
I do. That's a law that I have for
You
myself.
and I'm that's a very good thing, and I'm glad
So
that
you can't say no atheist is going to have that law because you're talking to one.
yeah. Okay, well, not every atheist is gonna
But
form the same.
I'm not. I didn't say every atheist right now. What I said to you right now is that there's one atheist and one believer in a God. Which
I know.
one of those are more likely going to harm a
I,
human?
I know atheists who have murdered.
Can you answer? I know Christians who have murdered. That's not what we're talking about. We have one atheist who has a law not to cause harm, and we have one Christian whose loyalty is to this doctrine and this God. Which one of them is more likely to harm a human? Is my question.
An atheist, and if I could give an
Why would
example,
that atheist do it? For me, use me. I have created a law for myself not to do no harm. Why would I all of a sudden go and harm another human?
pride, want money, you
I
want
don't I
power.
don't care about money like that.
I don't.
Literally my boyfriend cheated on me while we were in India.
I
He
don't
cheated
think
on
you.
hold on. He cheated on me. I found out he was cheating on me while we were in India. He offered me $100,000 to forgive him, and I told him, "Fuck him. He does not deserve to even be around me." I turned down $100,000. I don't give a
Bad.
fuck about money like that. So I'm not gonna kill anybody over money either.
Do you think all atheists would believe how you believe?
We're talking about me. We're talking about me right now. We're talking about me right now. I'm the atheist that set that law to not cause harm to another human. Why would I go and cause harm to another human?
Right? Like we're focusing on you, but I'm.
Because it's a one-on-one. I'm giving you the hypothetical. Okay? You said that in a society where a human creates the laws for themselves versus a law going by the law of a God. I created the hypothetical. I am the atheist that had created a law for myself not to cause harm to another human, and then there is a Christian or a believer who is loyal to this God, right? Why would I harm another human? Why would I go and harm another human and go against my own law is what I'm asking.
I mean, yeah, I guess you wouldn't. But
But why would the Christian? Why would the believer in the God? If the believer believes, here's a voice that they believe is God, and that God is saying, go and unalive the immigrants. Who's more likely to go and harm immigrants, the atheist or the believer in a God?
well, are we talking about you or anybody?
In this scenario,
You, because you keep saying it's about
in
you.
this scenario, I gave you a hypothetical because of what you said. We're in a hypothetical. In this hypothetical, who is more likely to go and harm immigrants, the atheist or the believer who heard God's voice?
I'm. I'm gonna. I really don't know. I really don't know.
You're not being honest with yourself. You're not being honest right now.
Can I say something?
Now I
It's
want
related.
you to be honest. You said that it is better. You said that it is better to be in a society governed by um, laws given by a God, by the God's morals, than it is for man to govern themselves, to make laws for themselves. You said it would
Right.
be more dangerous for man to make laws for themselves than it is for your God to make laws for man. And so I created that scenario. And now you don't want to engage with the scenario.
Well, I don't believe that all Christians are gonna try to hurt immigrants, and
I
I don't
didn't
think.
say all. I gave you two. We're talking about two humans right here. We have one human,
But
me, who has
society
created a
revolves
law. Hold on,
around
stop.
you.
I did not say all. There are two humans in this scenario, right? We have me, who is an atheist, and I've created a law for myself not to harm other humans. Then we have a Christian who is loyal to this God. That's it. Forget everybody else in the world right now. Who would be more likely to go and if they and harm and kill somebody? If the believer believes, right, that they hear a voice telling them to kill all immigrants.
I'm gonna say the atheist.
Why would the atheist do that? Why would I go kill immigrants when I don't have when I love immigrants? I think immigrants deserve to come here and get away from their crazy dictators. Why would I just go and start killing immigrants?
I would hope you wouldn't, but some
why
would.
why would I? Answer the question why you chose me to be the one to go kill immigrants and not the believer who heard your God's voice.
I mean, there's a lot of reasons why you might.
Okay, give it to me.
Hatred.
I have no hatred of immigrants. I just told you that I think they should be able to come here and seek refuge. Yes, we are in a hypothetical. I've explained this I don't know how many times.
Is it about you or society?
It's about me and one other Christian.
You and one other Christian. Okay, yes. If I compare you to my aunt, who the only person who I know that can even.
Okay, you can make the other Christian your aunt. Is your aunt loyal to this God?
Very.
Okay,
very.
So does your aunt prioritize this God over you?
Yes, and she would not hurt any.
All right. No. Listen, would she obey the voice of this God?
Yes.
Okay. So that's what the God wants, right? The God wants you to obey his voice. Now, me and your aunt live in a world. Okay? Your aunt hears the voice of your God, and your God says to your aunt, kill all immigrants. Does your aunt obey the God? Which one of us are more likely to go and kill immigrants?
You, compared to my aunt.
Why would I do that?
I don't know.
So you just want to say that I'm going to kill immigrants just because I'm an atheist. You have no reasoning whatsoever, right, to say that I want to kill immigrants. But your aunt, who is obedient to this God, right, who prioritizes this God even over your own life, you're going to say that your aunt wouldn't obey the God and kill immigrants, but I would?
I don't believe you would kill anybody.
You literally just said you did.
Well, I think that this is the wrong way to try to come at this argument.
No, you made the statement that a human who writes laws for themselves without a God is more dangerous in society than one who is governed by a God. And I literally built that scenario for you, and you refused you refused to engage with it. That's your This was your statement. You brought this in.
Can I? Why does my aunt not harm people then?
Because your God, she hasn't believed that your God has told her to. I don't know your aunt. I don't know what kind of harm your aunt has done or hasn't done. Like, I don't know if your aunt has said harmful things about LGBTQIA. I don't know. I don't know your aunt. I can't say that your aunt hasn't caused harm.
Okay, well, if we're talking about you as a person and only you and not society, I don't believe that. Yeah, okay, maybe, you won't. Maybe you won't. You won't have the urge to hurt somebody, and maybe you won't hurt somebody based off your own moral compass. But that's you, and that's not the 300 million other people in this country.
Exactly. So you cannot definitively make a statement and say that the world would be worse off, right, if they made laws for themselves and not a God, because we have not lived in that type of society. This world has been governed by religion, especially America has been governed by Christianity, even though it's supposed to be separation of church and state.
Okay.
That's my point. And when people have an ethical framework that says do no harm, it's less likely that if a person builds that ethical framework for themselves, they are less likely to intentionally cause harm. But your God doesn't prioritize moral goodness at all. Your God prioritizes obedience and worship and loyalty.
And I respect your belief on that, but I would
That's
just
what your
have to
Bible says. You got to read
I
your
would
Bible.
agree to dis
You got to read your Bible. There's nowhere in this Bible where your God is prioritizing you over his own loyalty, over you being obedient and loyal to him.
Okay.
Thinker, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear her? Ian?
Yeah, I can hear.
Okay, go ahead, Fee.
And that was one of the things I wanted to ask him. What exactly, Ian, do you think is the thing about religion that unifies people? Or I'm sorry, not even religion, belief in God that unifies people.
I think it's the not knowing of, how we got here. I think it's the absence of knowledge that drives us to that, right? Because like if we put ourselves like a few thousand years ago, for example, like we didn't have any science, we didn't have an understanding of a lot of things today. Like we would wonder, where do we come from, right? So I think that kind of was a unification, and yeah.
So do you think that unifying around something that is true would be more beneficial compared to unifying around something that is false?
Um, I guess.
Because ultimately, what you're saying is that belief in a God is the thing, or fear of the things that humans don't know, and galvanizing collectively around that fear is what unifies people. But I think what we see in society is the exact opposite. Because you're here talking to us about belief in a God based on a book you haven't read. You have no idea what this book says about this God that you say you want to believe in and you think does so much benefit to the world, and you don't even know what this God says. So
I know,
oftentimes,
and I'm ignorant for even getting on here because I don't really have a.
no, I'm not. I didn't bring that up to say that you're ignorant at all, because I don't think that you're different from a lot of people who we talk to on this live. And the point that I'm making is that this fear that humans naturally have of the unknown is being manipulated, and it's manipulated to the benefit of a few people, not to the benefit of society. If or belief in God was so helpful to society, do you think society would look the way that it does right now?
Yeah, and
Because
don't call
way
yourself
more.
ignorant. Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were done. I just want to say this. Don't call yourself ignorant anymore.
Yeah, and to be ignorant means to not know. So there's something that all of us are ignorant of. So, but I agree with you, Thinker. That was very denigrating to yourself, and you shouldn't do that, because none of us know everything. And there's something that there's plenty of things that plenty of us don't know. So, but my point is, when you rally around fear and you group together and make a decision that this is the best way to go, and especially when that decision and the things that you're doing in a group hurt other people, you're not operating on things that you know to be true. And then the vast majority of people who think they follow this book don't read the book. They don't know what the book says, but they are doing exactly what so many people are doing in society now, and pushing agendas saying that it's rooted in this book that's been given to them by this God that they don't know anything about. That danger is the thing, or that belief in this deity is the very thing that's keeping so many people harmed across this globe. But you guys don't give yourselves permission to investigate that, because you've been told the only way to fix it is to draw closer to this God. And that's just simply not true. And it's demonstrably not true, because when you look at countries that are less religious, the population there does far better. When you look at prisons, the population there is overwhelmingly religious. So the data just does not support the positions that you're positing.
I would. Can you give me an example of a non-religious place that does better than America? And I would also say, if those people were
If I'm
in
not
America,
mistaken, Sweden is one. There are a lot of European countries that does way better than America. And I'm pulling it up right now. Uh,
perhaps people were born, if America was under those same principles, it would be worse because we have different societies, right? And they're gonna push towards different
Well, I mean, if you're just gonna like excuse it away, there's no point in asking for the data.
And if you also haven't looked into this information, then there's also no reason to refute it, right? If you've already decided in your mind, God is the only thing that will ever fix anything, then every point that we bring up, you're going to refute. And that's just not being intellectually honest.
I'm trying to think of how.
You can, Bash brings up this point all the time. You can look in the United States. There's, I think it's a Pew Research study that shows that the most religious states do the worst economically, educationally, and in every metric that we can measure in the United States. The lowest ranking states in literacy, in happiness, in physical health, in all of those things are the most religious states in the United States. Additionally, or conversely, I should say, the ones that do the most, that do the best, that have the most educated, the happiest, the healthiest people are the least religious states. The data shows what the data shows. I can agree that religion galvanizes people because it gives community. It provides a one
But
central thing for people to circle around. But that does not make that thing true. And that's the thing that you're missing. And it also doesn't look at the harmful effects of those belief systems either.
okay, I would. I'm gonna. I don't. I don't really. I don't have the answer for everything. I'm gonna
Nobody
make.
had, yeah, nobody has the answer for everything, Ian. But I will ask you this: how many of the things that you've said since you've been on this live have come from data that you've researched, people that you've talked to that live in a non-religious society, or from things that you've witnessed yourself firsthand?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
How much of the points that you brought out about what society would look like, what God wants, what the Bible teaches, what religion does to society, how much of this did you learn from research that you have done personally or from people that you've talked to that are non-religious?
Um, a little. Not. I haven't researched much of the. Uh, a little bit, I guess.
And I think that points to the other issue where so many people talk about what society would look like and what religion has done, but it's based on what they have heard on TV shows. It's based on what they've heard on podcasts. It's not based on factual data.
Right, and I try to stay away from most of you know, said like research or other people's opinions. A lot of the things I'm saying are coming from just me thinking. Right, I've spent a lot of time thinking about this, and I'll maintain my stance, and we'll see too, because we're gonna keep stepping more and more away from God. We're gonna see how that where society will end up. So
But I think you're still holding on that basis that God improves society, but you don't have any information or data to demonstrate that. And as Thinker is showing
right,
on the screen right now, the
but
data just doesn't show that.
I think that's because we don't really even know yet, right? Like we don't know what it's like to live a completely godless society. So there's not really a way I can.
But you
Um.
can look at the data. Estonia is the least religious country, right?
Mhm.
13% say that they believe in God with absolute certainty. So when we compare Estonia to the United States, just a second here, they rank in age of crime or responsibility. Estonia was at the age they were number 14, 2 times more than the United States. But crime levels in the United States ranked at 55.84%, 2 times more than Estonia. 2 times more. The United States uses cannabis more, 2 times more than Estonia.
If I
So
can,
look at the grape rate in America.
the what? Wait.
The grape rate, the RAPE.
Oh, rape rate.
Yeah, you can't say that on TikTok.
Oh, my bad. My bad.
America has 5 times more grape cases than Estonia.
Can I say
Total crimes. America has 205 more. 11.88 million, where Estonia has 57,799. And they are the least religious country ever.
that's a fair point? Can I say one thing? I think that the grape rate in America and the rest of the crimes, even for that matter, I think that comes from the abstinence and not the following of God.
America is
Very,
literally like God crazy. Like America is God crazy. Like
very
there is
few.
no absence. Like they're literally trying to force the God in the schools, right? America, there's a church on every freaking corner in America. There is no God absence in America.
Like the pastors I know are the, I'll say, then even my like people like my aunt, they're the least, from my perspective, the least likely to do those things. The true believers, like the ones who like my aunt's read the Bible hundreds of times. Like I'm not just saying somebody who claims they believe, like me for example. Like I claim I believe, and yet I'm ignorant to the Bible. But like the true believers, I feel like they're the least likely people to do any of those things.
It's so crazy. Like believers deny, they deny facts, right? There's a believer on YouTube named Daywalker who says that we are gullible for believing the facts, for believing the stats, right? That's gullibility, right?
Those
y'all
stats,
y'all walk around y'all walk around, right, as believers, expect people to believe that you are talking to an invisible deity in your head, and then that same invisible deity makes laws through the mouth of another human and says, God told me, right, to that humans need to live their life this way. God told me, right? Y'all will believe the invisible conversation of another human before you believe science and data. And we're the ones that's gullible. You and honestly, like you have to be you have to be gullible in order for you to have faith that another human is having a conversation with a deity in another galaxy, in another dimension.
I mean, you can call me gullible, but I think, like for the statistic example, the people that are raping people in
Don't
America, the
say
people,
that word. You can't say that word
I'm
on
sorry,
TikTok.
I'm sorry, the people that are hurting other people in America, those people aren't the followers of God.
You
Those are the
you
people that,
you are saying that your God harmed a lot of people in this book. Your God militarized the Israelites and sent them into another land to genocide people because Moses said so.
okay, the Christians I know won't do that.
They did it when they enslaved Africans. And when they used this book,
Believe
hold on,
Christians,
when they
I don't
used this book, no, when they used this book, and used Leviticus 25 verses 44 through 46, when they used Deuteronomy 20:10 through 16, when they used Ephesians 6 5 through 7, when they used this book, when they used Luke chapter 17 verse 7 through 10, when they used this book to enslave West Africans here in North America.
those people are suffering right now, or they will be
No, they're
suffering.
not. Who's suffering?
I
Is
believe
Wells
the
Fargo suffering?
I believe the founding fathers that came here and enforced slavery upon people, I believe that they will answer for that.
Nobody, like, again, gullibility. Like you're talking about some fairy tale shit. You're
How?
saying, because you're
Why are you?
literally saying that they're suffering in hell. Who can you see them suffering in hell? You want us to just be okay with what happened to our ancestors because you believe that they're in some fire and some other dimension.
Atheists that couldn't happen? You think if they were atheists that they couldn't
I
just
didn't say if they were atheists they can happen, but what happened was that they used this book. What I'm saying is, you telling me, oh, they're suffering right now because I believe that they're in a lake of fire. What does that do? Like
they don't
literally,
go?
their descendants are living comfortably. They have wealth and power on the backs of my ancestors.
Okay, not just my descendants, or not
I
just
didn't
white.
say your descendants. I didn't say that the people that did these were your descendants. I don't know who your descendants are. I said my ancestors. I said the descendants of those who did that to my ancestors are living in wealth. I never claimed them people to be your people. I don't know who your people are. All
Okay,
white people didn't own slaves. I know that.
I think that slavery was wrong, and I think that the people who came here with that intention in mind will answer for that.
They still
Your God
used Christianity. They still used the book. I'm sorry, Fee. Go
and
ahead.
no, I didn't mean to interrupt you, thinker. And your God didn't think slavery was wrong at all. He actually told his people how to do it, which is another example of why you saying belief in a God, specifically this one, is very, very dangerous when you don't know what is in this book and you keep skirting past that. You are more moral than the God that you claim everyone needs because he didn't have a problem with slavery at all. He told slaves to be good to their masters, even the harsh ones. He didn't have an issue with telling a man, if you grape a woman, your punishment is to pay her dad 50 shekels and you got to marry that heifer and you can't divorce her ever. So why are you saying that society would be better being built around a God who thinks things like this? But you don't know that when you don't read this book and you just believe that people who worship this God are better. Better compared to what? And better to who? You may have people in your life that behave as Christians in one way. And then when folks deviate from that, you say they aren't real Christians, but you can't say that because there are no rulers to determine or measure who is a real Christian. If you say you are a Christian, then you are a Christian. There's no test for that. There's no certifying organization for that.
Not
There's
according
no
to
checkbox to say this person meets all the criteria for being a Christian. It
the
just
Bible.
doesn't work that way.
The Bible literally says, "Not all people who say Lord, Lord will be saved," because it comes by how you, and that's the same thing with the
But do you know
people who.
what he means when he said that? Like he literally in another parable talks about making yourself friends of wealthy people who deal unfairly until he comes back. Right? He literally says that those that have a little, it will be taken away from them and given to those that have a lot. He says he is a harsh master in his parables. He tells y'all he's harsh. He tells y'all that he wants y'all to double his money, right? Like that he likens himself to a master that goes away, leaves money with his slaves, and when he comes back he expects his money to be doubled.
I wish I knew the Bible, and maybe it probably does say that. Um, I don't really know how to argue these things because you guys know it more than I do.
He prioritizes your God prioritizes loyalty at all costs. Like he doesn't, like if he wants more followers when he gets back and you're like, oh, I didn't do it because I thought that you didn't want me to cause harm, he gonna be like, you worthless ass slave. Just because you say you believe in me doesn't mean that you did. Like you were supposed to double this, you were supposed to do this. That he literally says that's how he is. And then he says that he's gonna be like, when I get back, bring the ones that didn't want me to rule over them and stab them in front of me, slaughter them in front of me. Y'all have this picture of this meek, lowly, social justice, poor Jesus, and y'all don't listen to nothing he tells y'all that he is, or who he was in the Hebrew scriptures, who he was in the four gospels. Paul's Jesus is a completely different Jesus. And if you notice, like when you go and you start reading the Bible for yourself, Paul does not mention anything Jesus says or does in the four gospels.
Okay, and like I said, I don't know. I don't know. I wish I knew it better, and I wish I could come at you with better, more informed than I am now.
Knowing the Bible won't help you defeat the words that are in the Bible. Like what we're telling you, you can know because Bibles are readily available in this country. There's nothing precluding you from getting a Bible and starting to read the book. But when you do that, you also need to ask yourself some very, very logical questions. And I think if you asked yourself those questions after reading this book, this conversation would be very different.
What do you mean? If I ask myself logical questions, I would be less likely to believe.
For a lot of people, that is the case. The very reason that most of us are non-believers is because we read this book. You likely grew up into a family or was born into a family that was Christian. And that's the same thing for pretty much everybody on this panel. And we believed the very same things that you believed. But sometimes when you look at society and you see what you've been told, but you hear what you've been told, but you see something that doesn't quite align with what you've been told, at some point you're going to have to take it upon yourself to do some actual research and read for yourself so that you can start thinking for yourself. We say this all the time here. The
And
best teachers tell you where to look. They don't tell you what to see. But in all of our lives, most of us have been told what to see. We've been told that God is the only way to make people behave morally. You can't be moral without God. That is simply untrue.
it
That
isn't.
is fact.
That,
No, it is not true. It is absolutely not true.
oh yeah, no, I know. I know psychologists that are very good people, and they don't believe in God. But I think that if you take 300 or all the people, the billions of people in the world, and strip God completely away from it, I think a lot of those people are likely to fall victim to pride, especially men. Men are known to destroy, and that's always been the case. New World Order has always been man's ultimate goal, and that's like, we think that is just gone. We think that doesn't exist anymore because we live in such a easy society. But like World War II was.
Who do you think wrote this Bible, Ian? Why do you think men are categorized or positioned as the leaders in this Bible, Ian? The very thing that you're saying is the problem comes from this book. Every word that you have read in this book or heard read to you in this book came from the hand of a man. Every single word of it. So you're saying that the problem that you see or the thing that you fear is the source of the thing that you think is the solution. That doesn't make any sense.
I don't believe that because there's been wars led by people. Millions of people die by people who didn't believe in God.
You're the God in this Bible. Everything that you know about the God in this book was written by a man. That's the piece that you're missing.
Yeah, okay.
So you're saying that men are destructive and all the
Let
things that you.
let
I'm sorry.
man from his pride, and
You,
I believe that will be catastrophic, and I think that will happen. I think we are in the end of times.
Like, I
every
think you think
generation.
that your God like is against the war or some shit. Like, you do realize that your God is responsible for several wars.
And yeah, I've heard that. But I also think that the lack of God will lead to war too.
You can think that, but you would have to prove that.
Well, we'll see because we're not gonna go. We're not gonna start
I mean,
going
the
close.
wars that you do realize that, like
We're gonna.
Our Speaker of the House right now in the United States, they are trying to usher in World War III because they believe that Jesus needs help coming back. He calls himself Moses. And the reason why TikTok got banned and they pushed that fucking bill through because he said that he needed to hurry up and get money to Israel because he is responsible for ushering in Armageddon. Like, these are his words, the Speaker of our house, who calls himself modern day Moses.
And I would call that
Doesn't matter what
then
you call it. Doesn't matter what you
black.
call it. What we are saying to you right now, right, is what people do in the name of your God because of their belief. And ushering in wars is one of them.
Those people aren't like the true Christians I know.
Why
Right?
don't your God give the true Christians power? Why is it that your God
Power
in
and
this book your God says that he chooses the leaders, right? He says he puts them in place. So why
Right.
is it that the leaders that your God chose to put in place, right? The leaders that your God chose to give money and power, like he did Abraham, right? Why is it that those are not the true Christians, but the true Christians, y'all don't have any power, y'all don't have any money, y'all can't do anything? Why don't the true Christians have power to do what y'all believe your God wants done?
I don't really know. I don't know. I don't have an answer for that. I I don't know. I don't know. I think in Satan, I like Satan. I don't know exactly the context in the Bible, but I know Satan he's deceiving, right? So Satan can lead you to believe in somebody who basically Satan can lead you can act like I don't know how to put it. Satan can promote somebody like they are godly when they are not godly.
Except your God says in this book that he chooses the leaders. He says he sets them up, not
Yeah,
Satan. Your
he's
God said he does.
I don't know. Yeah,
So that means your God put them in place, not Satan. This ain't on Satan. This is on your God.
yeah. It says it probably. Yeah, I agree.
So why are you bringing up Satan?
Well, I just meant like Satan can lead you to him, claiming that
But
he
we
is
were but we were talking about your God choosing his leaders.
right.
That Satan didn't have nothing to do with that.
I don't have an answer. I don't have an
Except
answer.
that this is if you believe in your God and you believe what your God says in this book, then that means he chose the people who are doing what they're doing. And when they say that they are doing it for their God, they're not lying. They're more a believer than you are because you're saying that they're not and they're going by their book.
That's fair. And I don't, you know,
But
for me,
but you're saying they're not true Christians because you have a different I'm gonna say it like this. I think I like your Jesus. The version of the God that you've created for yourself. It doesn't sound like, because you haven't read the book, the God that you believe in is not necessarily the God in this book, the God that is wreaking havoc on this earth within his followers. It sounds like you have a different understanding of a God, like you've connected with something that's not in this book, and you might think it
yeah,
is.
yeah. My God, yeah, I feel you. Like, I see what you're saying. Like, my interpretation and my creation of God is better than what you perceive the Bible's God to be.
Not what I perceive it to be, what this Bible God said he is. I'm going by what's in the book. I've quoted the book multiple times. You haven't. So you haven't read the book. So you're perceiving. I'm not. You see the
Right?
difference?
Yeah, yeah. And you have a better argument than me. I'm not gonna lie. Like, y'all definitely have a better argument than I'm prepared to have.
I think
Uh,
I think your God, like I think the thing that makes it confusing though is that you have this idea of a God that you think is all good, right? Think is all loving, doesn't want you to cause harm, and I think that that is great. I think that those might be your own characteristics, right? And you've not yet recognized that yet, and you are attributing them to this God. I think the issue here is that if it came down to it, right? If there was this religious war, right, and you had to pick sides, the question is, what would you be able to do if it came down to Donald Trump and Elon Musk and them coming in and stripping rights away in the name of this God? Would you be able to stand up against that, even if they could point to your book and say, "This is what Jesus said. We're going by the book." Would you be able to stand up against that Jesus for the Jesus you've created, or would you
do I have to?
conform?
In that case, would I have to have a complete understanding of the Bible?
I mean, where you are today. Like if they were able to come and show you, right? If they were able, like in their elaborate speeches, they're already doing it. I don't know if you're paying attention. Like when they get interviewed, they bring up the Bible. God wants this. God said this and such. Like they're already doing it.
That's so disrespectful to the Bible.
But they're following the Bible. Like they're quoting the Bible. They're not twisting it.
In my opinion, I think that they're following their own desires, but they're using the Bible. They'll probably go pick something out of the
So
Bible to
okay,
make.
listen. So when they read Nehemiah 13. On that day, they read from the book of Moses in the hearing of the people, and in it was found written that no Ammonite or Moabite should ever enter the assembly of God, because they did not meet the Israelites with bread and water, but they hired Balaam against them to curse them. Yet our God turned the curse into a blessing. When the people heard the law, they separated Israel from all of those of foreign descent. So if they go and they read that and they say, God does not what like American Christians or European Christians believe that they are the new chosen, right? It's not the Israelites anymore. They believe the covenant is new. Christians, which were European, are the new chosen, and that America is New Jerusalem, right? That's what they believe. That's our Secretary of State believes that it is his duty to get New Jerusalem ready for the second coming of Christ. Okay, that's what the fuck they're doing right now. And so if they read this and they say, Nehemiah 13 verse 3 says that God separated the children of Israel from all the foreigners, and we are doing the reforms. We're making America great again, and we're following the reforms of Nehemiah. They can point to the Bible, right?
What does reform mean?
What does reforming like? Restructuring.
I would say just because God
Like
spoke
make
to.
America great again.
Yeah,
Restructuring.
no, I don't like that whole campaign. I would say if he came to me in the Bible, like, this is why I'm doing this, I would say that unless he showed me context in the Bible saying America should do this, I would just tell him I don't think it necessarily applies to him, because like if God told the Israelites to do something, that doesn't mean he told me to do something. You know what I mean?
That's the problem that you have when you have a book that you're putting in a position of authority, because it's open to interpretation. And then when you have people who don't read this book listening to other people who don't read this book and are interpreting it for their own agenda, America is what you get, Ian.
That's fair. I would agree with that. You know.
And then like to say like, oh, unless it says America, none of this says anything about you or anybody in 2025. But y'all are still applying it to yourselves today. Like you don't need to see it say Ian in here. You don't need to see it to say anything that has to do with you today. It doesn't say America in here at all. When it
Well,
mentions
if,
the nations in here. Like this is late Bronze Age Greco-Roman culture. It has nothing to do with the culture that we have today. But y'all still apply this book to y'all today.
and it's like the way I see it is like when he's telling these Israelites to do this or that, that's more of like a story of what he said. But like when I look at the commandments, if it was in the commandment that I need to murder somebody for their beliefs or whatever, you know, that would be one thing. But the fact that he told somebody in the Bible to do something doesn't mean he's telling me to do it.
What are the 10 commandments that you think you follow, Ian, or that you think America should be following?
I'll try to name them. There's Wait, which ones I follow, or I'll like just name the commandments?
No, like the ones that you think this Bible holds and you think is the foundation of good behavior. What are those commandments?
Don't hold envy. Um, do not commit adultery. Don't murder. To be honest, I don't even know all the commandments, or if it would take me a minute to think of them. Can you list the commandments for me?
Well, you know what? I could, but I think this is a situation where you need to look it up yourself, because the problem is that I think, again, going back to what I was saying earlier, most of these conversations go like this. You guys don't read the book. You don't know what the book says. And then you say that our society is better for the book. But I will tell you that one of them is not to covet your neighbor's male or female slave.
What
It's
does
literally it's
what's
literally what your God tells his people
what is covet?
to be jealous of, or to be envious of.
I also want to say,
I agree with
Ian,
that. Yes.
you sound like a very respectful young man. I think that it sounds like you have a really, good heart. And it sounds like you achieved that even without knowing this book. So you can't
I would agree with
That's a great point.
yeah. And so like to say that you can't be good without the book, you are already doing it, Ian.
I know, but I'm very different. I've changed a lot over the last year or two. I've been I've been through a lot of stuff, and you wouldn't know it just from hearing about me or just from hearing me speak. But like I've been hurt, man. Like I've thrown Bibles. I've been so mad at God. Like I've told him I hate him and I hate Jesus. I've thrown Bibles. Like I've been really against God at one point, and I don't know. But I appreciate you telling me that. I do appreciate that.
Yeah,
And I also
even though you threw the Bible, you didn't pick it back up and read it. You still became this good person. Like you threw the Bible and still became a good person. You still have not picked it back up and read it.
Good point. Yeah, that's a good point for sure.
and it's most people who put this book down is what leads to them becoming a good person. Because we say this in here all the time too. This book clearly can be used for good or for bad. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
And I think the way the individual reader uses it, or even the individual listener uses the book, is indicative of what their character is. None of us have lived a perfect life. All of us have good and bad thoughts. And you're sitting here talking about the fact that you are accepting of people and you don't support exclusion and you don't support war and you don't support slavery. That tells us that you are a good person in spite of this Bible, not because of it.
Right. That's fair. That's a good point. Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. I do want to read the Bible. I think. Will you guys keep this channel active?
This Thinker, I think you and Bash's podcast would be a really good resource.
Yeah.
Thinker has a podcast called Verses and Vibes with another co-host of some of the shows that we do on TikTok. And it's on YouTube. It's called Verses and Vibes with Thinker and Bash. And they started reading at Genesis 1, and they're going all the way through the Bible. We are a jovial community. We cuss a lot, but we are a very studious community as well. So if you would like to look at that, it's on YouTube, Verses and Vibes with Thinker and Bash. That's a resource. Another great resource, I know Thinker can give you plenty, and I'll let you do that, Thinker, for where to start when you're reading the Bible.
For sure. Is it? I was just referring to like I'm gonna because I do want to read more, but I would like to debate again after I have more knowledge of the Bible.
I'm
That's why
not
I just
debating you, love. This isn't a debate.
Not at all.
this ain't a debate.
No. This is a
Are we?
discussion. I'm not debating you.
Well, okay. Then I would like to have another discussion whenever I have more knowledge. So I'll read it over the next few months or however long. I'll read it quick, but if you're down, I'll definitely get on again. We can have another
Well, I mean,
discussion
we're here Sunday through Thursday. On the weekends, I'm not here. But Sunday through Thursday, I'm here 11 p.m. to 10 a.m. Central.
for sure. For sure.
Is this your first time listening to the live, Ian?
No, I actually heard it probably about a month or two ago. I was on here on a different account.
Huh. I talked to you before?
We didn't. No, we didn't talk. I was just in the comments.
Oh, okay.
But
Yeah.
I respect your channel, and I respect both of you. I respect your beliefs, and yeah.
And I did want to circle back. I'm glad you said that about religion. Like, we grew up Christian, different denominations of Christianity, but we both grew up Christian. And I heard you say something about wanting religion to go away. I do think that there's a very clear difference in terms of believers trying to push their belief on non-believers as opposed to the other way around.
I,
But in the same, would you say?
I was just gonna say, yeah, I see that a lot, and I understand your frustration for sure about people pushing their beliefs on you. I see that a lot, and I see, like, people who claim to be Christian trying to make other people feel bad or feel insignificant for their beliefs, and that's not me. I just want that to be known, and yeah.
Yeah, and I brought that up because I was going to say, I think for some people, the community that religion brings and the connection that religion brings, they need. So, in as much as I fight for my right to be without religion, I'll fight for your right to be with religion, or Muslims' right to be, to practice their religion. I
Thank
think that respect of everybody's personal beliefs should be a cornerstone of any society.
you
And
very
that personal belief should include the lack of belief, because some of us want to believe things that are only things that are true. And if we follow the data where the data goes,
Y'all,
and the
hold
things
on,
that
hold
are
on. Can somebody screenshot that thinker account? That's not me. That's another and then block their asses, please.
thinker, they had added the Hebrew name.
they want to be you. They're
That's
fans.
fucked up. I just noticed that too.
That is diabolical.
And then block them, please. Thank y'all.
What is your picture of Thinker, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, and Avatar.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, so I was just saying that in your search, talk to people of different beliefs, not for the purpose of debating them to prove them wrong, but for the purpose of understanding them to see where we have similarities. As humans, we have so, regardless of our beliefs or lack thereof, we have so much more than that unites us than divides us. But we won't know that if we don't talk to people. So as opposed to reading the Bible for the purpose of defending the Bible, read it for the purpose of understanding what it says, and then seeing how that changes your worldview of people that don't have those same belief systems.
True, true. And I agree with you. Both of you guys could eat at my table. I'll say that.
Oh, that was sweet. Thank you.
That was very sweet.
For sure. And I believe that. And I believe that a lot of Christians don't feel the same way. And I disagree with that.
And I think that's very telling. I think, one, that's a very honest take, because the vast majority of believers and those who are kind of on the periphery will come up here and say, that, Christians are all good. But being able to just recognize the good and the bad in any group. I mean, there are good and bad atheists. There are good and bad Buddhists. There's a good and bad in every single belief system or non-belief system that there is out there. But that's just the nature of humanity. We all have good and bad thoughts. It ultimately just depends on what we choose to act on. That determines who we become.
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
Not them
And
saying he got to have honey buns at the table.
wait, what? What'd you say?
We gotta have honey buns at your table. That's
Honey buns at my table. What do
yeah.
you mean?
That's my favorite. That's one of my favorite snacks, honey buns. So
You like
the chat is
you like
like, when you
you
said
like the
both of y'all could
icing?
eat at my table, they was like, you gotta have honey buns, huh?
Uh, you like the white icing or the clear glaze?
The white icing.
Fact.
Yeah.
Fact. All right,
I'll
y'all.
eat
Well,
both, but yeah, the white icing for sure.
all right. It was good talking to you guys. Hope you guys have a good rest of your night. I'm gonna hop off here soon though. I might stay in the comments for a minute, but
Same here, Ian. We're looking forward to the next conversation after you have read some more. And somebody in the comments said start with the 10 Commandments. And then look, when you start with the 10 Commandments, what I want you to do is see if you can find the laws, the last 6 laws of the 10 Commandments anywhere else in history. And see if there are
okay.
any other nations that lived by those laws before the God gave them to Moses. And then let's come back and talk.
You said the last 6.
The last 6.
All right, cool. I'll
All
keep that
right.
in mind. Good
Nice
talking.
chatting with you,
All right.
Ian.
Have a good
You
one.
too. You too.
Let's see. If you are in the guest request box and you are waiting to come up, can you please comment? The I think we were supposed to do the. This motherfucker is bold. That bitch is in the guest request again.
This is wild.
This motherfucker bold as fuck. You a bold motherfucker. You know that, right?
Hello.
Why the fuck are you still in my shit?
I need the support.
Like, you don't have any type of conscience whatsoever? Like, I'm gonna just get your shit banned, though, right? Like, you're stealing from people.
I've done this before, multiple times.
Yeah, I know. You have no conscience whatsoever. You're a fucking immoral ass piece of shit.
I've gotten donations, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I know it doesn't matter, but I'm gonna get your shit taken the fuck down.
Thank you for your help.
No, oh no, nobody's gonna follow
You
your
atheist
dumbass.
bitch.
You do
Fuck
realize
you.
that nobody's gonna you fucking Christian ass bitch. Like, you're literally doing this as a Christian. You fucking dishonest ass motherfucker. Like, you gotta and your God can't give you your own motherfucking influence that you gotta fucking steal mine. Like, your God can't give you your own influence. You gotta steal my likeness. Why don't you just be in the likeness of your God? Why the fuck do you need my likeness to eat? Why your God isn't answering your prayers that you have to steal my likeness and steal from people to eat? Does that make any motherfucking sense?
It does.
Get
That
the fuck
just
off
shows
my
her
stage. That's why your
character.
shit is gonna get taken the fuck down, dumbass.
Just
Stupid
shows her
motherfucker.
character. That is so insane to me.
Shit pisses me out. I'll put scamming motherfuckers in my with my motherfucking name.
Wow.
Can we block that account, please? Infatuated ass bitch. Like, she's infatuated. She done created another account that motherfucking quick. When we blocked the first account, she's infatuated.
And she says she's done it multiple times.
Exactly. This is why I say, like, if y'all are in this live, all 924 of y'all, and then to the ones of y'all on YouTube, I only have 2 accounts. Only 2. I will never DM you and ask you for money, and I don't even like saying never. I won't ever DM you and ask you for money. I won't ever DM you and ask you to support shit. That ain't me. Don't get scammed by these damn scammers on here. I won't do readings. I'm not a spiritual person. Y'all know that. I'm not going to DM you for a reading. I'm not going to try to tell you about your life. I'm not going to, I'm just not going to DM you. I won't DM you. Don't be gullible. Question everything. And 9 times out of 10, I'm talking to y'all on Discord. And the nerds know how to contact me. Discord. The bitch is back. This is just fucking ridiculous. Just block her. Take a screenshot. Block her dumb ass every time she come in here, and let's move on with the show. Y'all, please don't get scammed by her dumb ass. Talking about atheist ass bitch. You're doing this, and you believe in a God. Natasha? Not Tasha? Her voice sounded familiar though, didn't it, Fee? Like, we've talked to her
Kind of
before.
did, yeah. It kind of did, and I was trying to place it.
No, I don't think she sounded like Jaleesa. She didn't sound like Jaleesa to me. I think we
No,
talked to her before.
she didn't sound like Jaleesa to me either.
Bitch out here scamming.
But I mean that it kind of makes me think that it's not about her quote unquote needing the money, because why would you come up here and kind of out your own scam? That doesn't make any sense.
That's true. Ooh, wow. Hold on, wow. That's true. So you think she's like trying to like tarnish my name or something?
I think she's probably a believer that you probably read left and right, and she's hurt, so she's trying to do anything to just fuck you up and piss you off. That's what it sounds like to me. Because if a person was really doing it for, the purpose of continuing a scam, why would you come up on the as an imposter? That just doesn't make any logical fucking sense. But we are talking about believers, so logic is not really a
Yeah, she's
requirement.
telling people to like email her. Like yesterday, she was in the town. She was telling people to email her or some email, for charity or some shit. Like, I think what she's trying to do is tell people, like, as me trying to pretend like that I'm gonna help people and then not help. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause I saw yesterday where she was like, email me for charity if you need help with something. Email me here. Like she was sending them to some email yesterday.
Mm.
But y'all see whatever, like y'all, like I won't ever do anything like that. I'm transparent than a motherfucker with y'all about my shit. So I mean, they can try all they want. If you're in the guest request box, oh never mind, Va. I forgot. I forgot I brought you up. What's up, Va? Rent a thinker is crazy, Greenhouse. That is crazy.
I think it was wild.
That is crazy. Va, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Hey,
Hi. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, good. Just cracking up at your lives. So funny.
People,
Happy
human
New Year, by
beings
the
are
way.
funny. Happy New Year to you too.
Thank you. Yeah, I got scared for a minute there. I was like, when they banned TikTok, I was like frantically looking for you because I didn't write down your YouTube name. And then I found you on YouTube, and I was like, yes, finally, I found her.
Yeah,
But
we went live on YouTube. We couldn't go one night without chilling with each other. We went live on YouTube. We had fun. We had fun that night.
yeah, it was like a weird, scary time.
Yeah, yeah. So how are things going?
Oh, good. Just, doing my acting thing and working and just trying to stay out of trouble.
That's what's up.
Yeah.
Did you come up to talk about one of the topics or?
Um, it's Thursday, right? Technically.
That's tonight, but
Hmm.
we don't do the Freeform Friday anymore though.
Oh, what happened to that?
People were not participating, and I got tired of
Oh,
begging
okay.
people to come up on stage, so we went back to just the one on ones.
Oh, okay. All right. Um, hmm. Can you, number two, God doesn't prioritize moral goodness. Can you explain the question to me?
Well, a lot when we talk to believers, they're always talking about how they get their morality from this God, like their morals from the God, and that
Mm-hmm.
they're always talking about love your neighbor as you love yourself and blah blah blah, and they
Yeah.
believe that the whole purpose of having this God. Y'all, can y'all get the bitch out of my guest box? She's back in there again. Whenever y'all see her, just on the lookout, just block her immediately, please. I appreciate y'all. The
Crack
bitch
me
is
up.
crazy.
You crack
She's
me up.
fucking nuts. Uh,
People
but
seriously have no life. Like, get a life, get a graveyard shift job at Taco Bell.
Like, it's
Do something
insane.
with yourself, please.
You don't have shit to expose. You have absolutely nothing to expose. I'm not scared.
Who is this
I don't
person?
know. Some butthurt ass person. I don't know. But there's nothing to expose, love. There's nothing to be scared of. There's nothing to expose. But yeah, so they believe that they get their morals from the God, and and that they always say God wants a relationship with them, right?
Mm,
And this God, literally, his whole message in the book is loyalty and obedience, right? Um, and he prioritizes that over moral goodness. Like, he'll tell them to do something, right, that goes against the natural instinct, the natural moral instinct of a human. And so I don't think that the God is so much focused on being moral as he is on your loyalty, not your, but the believer's loyalty to him, his obedience.
I see, I see.
Yeah.
So kind of like as a human being a good person doesn't matter to him. Is that what you're saying?
Well, not that it doesn't matter, it's just not the priority. So, like, for example, Abraham uh, deceived the Abimelech king, right? When he went in there and told the king that Sarah was his sister and didn't disclose that Sarah was his wife. So Abraham put the Abimelech king in a fucked up position, right? He almost got the Abimelech king killed by his God in the story, and he put Abimelech uh, in position to damn near commit adultery by lying and not saying that Sarah was his wife. And so the God was willing to kill the Abimelech, right? And he took the side of Abraham. And so because Abraham was his prophet and Abraham was part of his plan. So he prioritized Abraham and his plan over morality, right? He
Mm,
overlooked Abraham's willingness to deceive, right, to protect his prophet. And so I don't think that moral goodness is his priority. It's his plan, right? His command for the for mankind to follow his divine authority, to obey him.
mm, okay. Definitely. That's a loaded question right there. But um, I don't think that he prioritizes it. I would say I agree with you on that.
Yeah. Did you have anything else that you wanted to share while you were up here?
Uh, no, not really. Just glad you're back on, and it's always great to hear you and hear your wisdom, and just love your lives, and I think everybody else in here can agree.
Well, thank you so much. So you said that you're acting. What? I didn't know you were an actor.
Yeah, I'm an aspiring actor.
That's what's up.
Yeah,
So
I've
what are you
been.
doing now?
Well, I'm in the LA Hollywood area, so I'm very close to everything. Thankfully, thank goodness. And I am really just trying to do anything. It's so with the writer's strike that happened, that really hurt the entertainment industry. But commercials, I'm down to do commercials. I'm down to do really anything. But um, I mean, the goal is to, be on Hulu or Netflix one day, God willing.
That's what's up.
Well,
That
God, not God willing. I mean, because
I
I
know
don't
what you
really
mean.
believe in God, but yeah,
Yeah, I know what you
the
mean.
the supreme powers of the universe, you know,
Yeah,
granting me that.
you could play. So if they ever did a movie about like Sylvester Stallone.
Hmm.
You kind of look like him when he was Rocky,
Oh
like
yeah,
from
yeah.
that picture. That's you in the picture right there.
That's me. Yeah.
Yeah, you could play like the young Rocky if they ever did like a movie about Sylvester Stallone.
Thank you. Yeah, I get like, well, so a lot of people don't know this, but when you do acting, you pick a role and you stick to that role. So like a lot of people that have met me have told me I should do like the spy or the Russian spy or the bad boy or like the drug dealer, something like that.
Oh, you can't say that word on TikTok.
Oh, excuse me,
Yeah.
the D dealer. My bad. Like just that whole kind of FBI agent type thing. I don't know if I could say that.
Yeah,
Um,
some TikToxic just said there is a whole heap of House of Dragon work coming in March, and they say look out for it.
oh, thank you. Yeah, I definitely will.
Yeah, that's typecasting.
Huh?
No, I was agreeing. But truly cosmic, that's typecasting.
Huh?
Typecasting.
Oh, typecasting. Oh,
Yeah.
oh, is that's bad, right? Typecasting.
Like
Is
it's, like Urkel, he was really never able to get any parts because no one saw him
other than
doing
Urkel.
anything other than that.
Other than that,
And
yeah,
Oh,
you know what
okay.
I'm saying?
Yeah.
The movies that he was in was basically more goofball movies, that
yeah,
type of
yeah.
thing.
So that's how it works. And like Jim Carrey, for example, when you think of him, you think comedy, funny. Robin Williams, comedian, funny. That's kind of the roles they did their most of their career. Um, like I can't see Jim Carrey in a serious movie because that's not the roles that he does normally. Um, when you think Tom Cruise, you think action and fighting and shooting and spy. So that's kind of what I'm hoping for. But hell, I'll settle for an Allstate commercial or a State Farm commercial. I don't care at this point. But yeah, I've always dreamed of doing that since I was a kid, and my parents. Oh, that's devil worship. That's devil worship.
Mm,
Just like so negative, and had they put me in it in acting as a kid, I would have definitely been in something by now.
yeah, I feel you. I went through the same thing with singing. I was told um, that it was secular music and it was demonic and
Oh
it wasn't
no.
God's will for my life and all of that. So yeah.
It's crazy like everything like people link it to God. I'm so tired of people doing that. Like, like I wanted this since I was a kid. Why not say, "Hey, what do you want? What, like what makes you happy? What can we help you with? As your parents, we should be supporting you, I would think." Um it's super frustrating, everything God can devil worship. This is bad. God rebukes that or whatever. Um
And it's crazy because
it's
then they'll go and spend their money on the people who are doing it. Like they'll take you to the movies to watch their movie,
right,
but tell you that you can't.
right.
Like it's so weird how that
Yeah,
works.
yeah, it really is. Um but just crossing my fingers, and it's just hard with because I work full time. So it's hard to like go to auditions and stuff because I have to ask permission to leave work and or go on my lunch break. It's so frustrating. And then sometimes there'll be like 1,000 people in line for one audition. I'm like, I get intimidated and stuff, but I'm just gonna keep going.
Yeah, keep going. You got this.
Thank you. And then when I'm
And
famous,
then come back and let us know. You
yeah,
know, Bash just won a Grammy, right?
I'll still come back. Oh, really?
Yeah, he just won his fourth Grammy the other night. Like he at the point to where he winning Grammys in his sleep. He's like, I was asleep. I didn't even know. I didn't even go. He
Oh,
winning them in his
wow.
sleep now. Yeah, so you got this.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, hopefully. Uh,
I appreciate you for coming up. It was good
yeah.
hearing from you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, you too. It's always nice talking with you. I appreciate you having me up. And maybe next time, when you have some different questions or topics, I'll come back because these are tough ones. This is a hard one today, except for number one. Number one is pretty self-explanatory.
I
Uh,
thought they were pretty easy. I tried to break it down a little bit. I don't know.
number two
I
and
don't know.
three kind of just I don't know. For me, it's a little bit difficult, but I'm not as educated in this realm like you are. So, um, but no, great lives. You guys are so funny. You guys are so mean. I love it. It's
I don't
the
think we
jokes
mean. I
and
think
stuff.
we just don't deal with bullshit. Like I need to
Right.
I want to ask a Kenny need to like I don't I tried to say your name when we first started the live. When I first went live tonight, a Kenny need to you were one of the first here before the even the nerds, and you said, "Hey, thinker," like all excited. And I was like, "Hey, a Kenny need to." Why are you asking in the chat right now? And I just please tell me that this is a like you're not. I don't know. You're being sarcastic. Why are you asking how many people in this group have been robbed of their belief system? Why are you asking that right now? Because like, are you trying to say that we're robbing people of their belief system in here? When you were one of the first that was here tonight and was like, "Hey, thinker, their Christian belief system." So we're robbing Christians of their beliefs. Why are you here? And why were you one of the first to speak to like why are you here?
Trolls. One word. Just trolls. Honestly.
I don't think this person is a troll. Like this is a real person, and like I was joking with them when we first started the live because I thought it was a friendly because I couldn't say his name right, but he was one of the first to greet me when I went live. But now I'm robbing Christians of their beliefs. Like I'm just a little confused about that.
Someone just said to me, "Have you ever considered a role as a fake thinker account to make money?" Like what?
Who said
She's
that to
back
you?
in. She's back in the comments, thinker, with that
Uh-huh.
SNSUSSHBSSH. That's her again.
TikToxic callouts. That's the name I'm seeing.
Oh, he's joking. They're joking with you. I
Oh,
think the TikToxic call out is an actual person.
oh, maybe they're joking. Yeah.
Yeah, they're joking. Where's the other account? She's back.
Yeah, she's back. SNSUSSHBSSH is the
You
name.
play with people's truth. You wash their mouth. Y'all don't make no fucking sense. If your God is real, go fucking live your life about that bullshit. Yeah, like that's fucking ridiculous.
It
Like
must be it must be several of them because that other one is another fake thinker account in here too.
there's more
They're
than
just
one in here.
haters.
Yeah, it's
Just
more than one in
haters.
here.
Oh, okay. Let them stay. Let them
Yeah.
stay and
Eh,
let them bore themselves out.
Yeah.
Let them stay.
I would also say, chat, stop engaging with them. Like,
Yeah. Exactly.
yeah, games stop when you stop engaging with them. So just ignore everything they put in the comments and don't even respond. They'll get tired of ignoring themselves or talking to themselves eventually.
Also,
Right.
recognize that game. Recognize game. Their God came to see about me and not them, and they're mad about it.
Right. Speaking of God, you know, why is all this crazy stuff happening? You know, why these fires and stuff. Why couldn't he just put the fires out in California where I live? You know,
Yeah.
it's insane to me. It really is insane to me. Or why a God would allow a child to be born, sick. That just doesn't make any sense to me.
They always say free will or what Adam and Eve did in the garden. I think one of the things that I've been trying to do this whole time is get people to just recognize the God that's walking around in human beings. Like I don't give a damn about the God that's in another galaxy that's called like not that I don't
Yeah,
give a damn about, harm caused by storms, but what the fuck? Who's gonna stop a hurricane? You know what I'm saying?
right,
Right? Other than like climate change and stuff like that. But the conversations in here, I try to focus them on the God that lives in humans and the God that speaks through humans, right? I try to
right,
focus on that because that's where the most harm is caused
right.
in our world. And they don't get that, right? Like I don't believe in your God, you know. What is your fucking God saying to you? That's the thing. What does your God say
Yeah,
to you? That's all
yeah.
that matters.
He's saying you can go be a murderer and a killer and a I won't say the word, but um, taking advantage of women, and then on your deathbed you just ask for forgiveness and you're going straight to heaven.
I
That
think
You you
part, yeah.
you killed
I
20
can need
people.
I can need you. I can need you too. I got you. I hear you. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, just saying, you killed 20 people. Just ask for forgiveness on your deathbed, and you're going straight to heaven to the pearly golden gates.
I also think that if you have to resort to deception, lies, and scamming people to protect your God, how strong is your God? Like, what can he do for himself? That I think they demonstrate daily that their label is way more important than their actions because their
Right.
actions don't have to be moral at all as long as whatever they're doing they're telling themselves is for the benefit of God.
At least we know he has the power to create multiple thinker accounts within like 5 6 seconds. That's power.
Was that Fee just talking?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
She's
me.
you're so like calm and collected and like so soothing to hear you talk.
Thanks, Bob.
You're welcome. Uh, man, it's
Somebody
great
said
coming
living
on.
with real Christians. That sounds like a fucking reality show. Like that. That needs to be a reality show. Living with real Christians.
What time is it where you are?
5:30.
Jesus, do you ever sleep?
I do. I just sleep with. I sleep in the middle of the day. I go
Oh,
to sleep
okay,
about 3
okay.
p.m. Hmm.
Oh, wow. Yeah, because sometimes you have these marathons on here. I'm like, when is she going to bed? Is she a robot?
No, I don't do. I don't do marathons. I don't do marathons.
Well, I mean, I'll come on it like, for example, 10 o'clock my time, which is probably 1 o'clock your time. And then I'll wake up at 7 in the morning to go to the bathroom and you're still on. I'm like, dang, they're still going. And sometimes you're talking to the same person. I'm like, what on earth is going on here?
Yeah, no, we do. So it's an 11-hour stream, starting at 11 o'clock at night, right?
Oh,
11
okay.
Central. Yeah, and then we end at 10 a.m. Sometimes 11, depending on if Christina goes live. I'll try to stay live
Oh, okay,
so they can
okay.
have somewhere to go after that. But yeah, and
Oh, is
then
that like
I
rules
sleep
how
at three
long you
p.m.
can live?
No, that's just how
Oh,
long I'm going to do it. And
oh,
then
okay.
I'm Sunday through Thursday.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and then on the weekend I chill on everybody else's live, which allows me to hop on like after like if I'm doing something like this weekend I got a lot of stuff to do. I'm getting ready for the family trip, so I got a hair appointment this weekend, so I'll be busy.
Oh,
But
okay.
during the weekends, like I chill, and
Yeah.
then I sleep from 3 to 9 p.m. So
Oh
about six
wow.
hours. And then sometimes I may do 4 hours on, 4 hours off, depending on if I have like a meeting during the day or something
Wow.
like that. So yeah, but I sleep. I just don't sleep when everybody else sleeps. That's all.
Right, right, right. Yeah. We gotta get you like doing a TED talk one day. You're just so smart.
Oh,
Would
thank
love to
you.
see you on a TED talk.
I don't know. I don't know what I would talk about.
Well, this like
I
deconstructing.
don't think the world is ready for that. That type of TED talk. Like atheism, they're still like I think they're still warming up to it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
Wow. Oh.
Well, I definitely appreciate you coming up. I know that the box is getting full, so we'll let another guest up. But I hope you
Yeah,
have a blessed
definitely.
rest of the day.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm heading to bed in a little bit here. But thank you for having me. Wish me luck and I wish you good luck.
Thank you. I wish you so much luck.
Thank
Good
you
luck,
so
Bob.
much.
All right.
Thank you so much,
Break a
P.
leg.
Appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah. Have a great night. Take
You
care.
too. You too. Bye.
Thanks. Bye bye.
Let's see. Jai Jai? Is it JJ?
Yeah, I think JJ edits. Wait a minute. What is that?
JJ edits.
Yeah, I was right.
Are they still connecting?
I just see a black box on my side.
I guess they left. They were in the comments saying that they wanted to debate. Let's see. This person, Suchi. Did you go to
Hello
sleep?
again.
Hey, did you let your
No.
what happened?
Oh, I had life to do, feed my
Oh,
son,
okay. Okay.
Bible study. Yeah.
Oh, you went to Bible study?
Yes, it was online. So,
Oh, okay. Okay.
yes.
Um all right. So, before you left, I didn't quite follow your point that you were making after we talked about the tension between the different religious groups in Malawi.
Malawi? Yes.
Yeah. And so if we can just start back over, we do have another co-host who have joined the stage with us, and she wasn't here when you were on the stage and you had to hop off.
Yes.
And so just repeat the topic that you chose, or if you want to choose a different topic this time, you can, and just start from the beginning for me, okay?
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So I had chosen the topic is belief or non-belief in God, a God more harmful to society today. So I had given the example of growing up in Malawi, where we're more religious tolerance, basically. So, and I and also sorry because I had a lot of things to do, so my mind was a bit all over the place. But because of that belief, from even when Malawi gained their independence, there hasn't been any civil unrest or wars within the country, and I believe that that's due to our beliefs in God. So there is also the spiritual practices that are there. And also, I did find like the document from the state government, US state government.
The curriculum, the school curriculum that I was looking for.
No, not the school curriculum, but then it was talking about religious practices in Malawi. And
Yeah, but I think we read some of that, right? And we did agree that there has been some civil unrest um, recently there. Like I didn't go back into the history. Like I just pulled up the most recent, where there were protests. Right, there
Yes.
are Christians who don't think that Muslims, female students, should be able to wear a hijab. There are Muslim parents who think that the public schools are prioritizing Christianity over Islam. So there is tension between the different religions there, right? There is LGBTQIA tension there, right?
Yes, yes, that
So
one, yes, I agree, and that's also more a cultural thing than religious, basically.
mm-hmm.
So, but I went through that article by the state government, the U.S. state government, and it did say that it was actually Christian leaders and Muslim leaders went and um, spoke to the MOU. I think that's what it's called. Like I just glanced over it, I forgot the proper name, and they were advocating for Muslim girls to be able to wear hijabs.
right, because they can't, right?
Not that they can't, but it's not outlawed.
There are some schools that, well, from what I read to you, right, there are Christian parents who feel like that the Muslim girls should not be allowed to wear the hijabs, right?
Well, for that, what I could say, if that was more like the public schools, most of the public schools, all the girls have to shave their heads. So that's,
Which why do you think that that's okay? Like there, I did see that there was a law recently passed that Rastafarian boys can keep their dreads. Why do the girls have to shave their heads?
it was more of like it's also like protecting girls that weren't from fortunate families. So then they wouldn't be able
Protecting them
to,
from what?
like, from like not being able to upkeep their hair. So there's
So
sort of
shave it off instead of teaching them how to upkeep it,
well,
or
not just
providing them with
shaving.
the things to upkeep it. Like shave it off.
Well, the governments
So
don't have
the
that.
rich kids can keep their hair, but the poor kids can't.
No, all kids. So that was all kids. So whether you're a rich kid, poor kid, in between,
So
whatever
just the
really.
girls.
Yeah, well, the boys
Why
also
didn't
have
the
to keep
boys
their hair
have?
short.
No, I saw the boys can have dreads. They can have locks.
That was more recent in the Rastafarian communities, like less, was it 0.2 or 2%
I
of,
don't know the percentage. I don't know.
yeah, so, and there's only been one child that was refused that, and that was in 2021.
And you think that this is okay to shave the hair off of children to make them go bald? You
Yeah,
think this is okay?
I was just about to ask for clarification because is your position that because of religion, this society is better, and you're including that the girls have to shave their heads? I'm like, I'd have to be missing something.
No, I was just giving an example, like, of that they wanted to keep everything equal among. So that wasn't even based on religious beliefs or anything like that. That was just we see an issue that may arise here. So let's just all keep it neutral for everyone. It wasn't based on any religious belief.
And you think that's good?
Well, I don't really think it's good. I don't think that it's good, but I can see where they are coming from, because where kids struggle with getting, especially female girls, getting sanitary products and things like that, because most of the times these schools may even be boarding schools and things like that. So kids would struggle to get these sort of supplies, and our government isn't strong enough to be able to provide that for everyone. So
So the government can't provide. So the the girls have to go bald,
Yeah,
and
because
it's because of God. I just want to
no,
make sure I
again,
understand.
it's
Wait,
not.
hold
Again,
on.
it's not.
But hold on. But y'all are you're saying that y'all's community is a better community because of God,
Well, that no, that
That's
again,
what.
it wasn't
Wait, that
based on.
not that the shaving the head is based on God. You are
Mhm.
saying that your community is a more civilized community because of your belief in God, and that y'all don't have much civil unrest amongst the three different religions that are there because of your
Amongst
belief in God. That's what you're saying, right?
yes, because of the beliefs. Yes.
Okay. But the children have to shave their heads because the government cannot provide basic necessities for them to take care of their hair
Hmm.
while you have this God.
Well, that's due to corruption. Point.
But what is the God good for then? What does the God
What
do?
is?
Like the God can't provide basic hair care for these kids.
You
The
have
God,
goodwill. Well, you have good Samaritans from like you would have read from the
I'm asking about the God. Like I'm not asking about
yeah,
humans. I'm not asking about humans. What is the
yes,
purpose of the God? What is the God doing?
and that's what I was getting to. So, as you had read from that article, there was even like religious groups that banded together to build schools.
This is humans.
Okay, but they're using their beliefs to do that.
They're still humans. I'm not asking you about humans. It was humans who made the decision to shave the kids' hair because humans could not, as you say, afford to buy the stuff for the kids to be able to take care of their hair. Now I'm asking about your God and its power.
And its power and his power. So I honestly don't understand the point of the question.
Do you see
I,
how you can't
Isn't it like
imagine your God without
we're
humans? Like you
talking
can't
about the
imagine
people?
your God. You cannot even imagine your God doing anything without a human. But if I say your God needs humans, y'all will say, no, he doesn't. Like your God needs a human to operate in the
Yes,
physical.
I agree with that. For
Right.
me, I
And
agree
so
with that.
and so there for you to say that the reason why, right, your community operates without as being a community that doesn't cause harm to people is because of the belief in the God. I actually think that you're not seeing the harm, right? Because of your belief in a God.
Okay, and what is
And
the
the
harm?
belief in the God to me, like this is a perfect example of of why I say the God is used as a way to govern a state. Like it's a way or a way to govern a country. You incite indoctrination and fear into people, and they're easier to control.
Okay,
I mean,
and
it has you up here affirming that shaving girls' heads, not boys, but just girls, is better for society, as if boys don't grow hair and need hair care as well. Like it just completely it skews your perception of reality, and it's wild to me that you don't even see that.
okay, so what is the harm?
The harm is the fact that it has you believing that a viable solution to government corruption is to shave the heads of little girls. It has you not understanding that thinkers' question about what can your God do resulted in you not being to list one verb or not cite one action that this God can do. Yet,
Well, I'd agree that
yet,
he needs people
hang on a
to.
second. Hang on just a second. Yet you believe that the belief in this God leads to beneficial actions. Yet everything that you said, nothing was beneficial, and
Okay, but
you
how
don't see
is
the
shaving
dissonance in that.
harmful to the society in general?
How was what?
How is then this shaving of the heads harmful to society?
Because those little girls make up part of society, and
Okay, but
Is the
there's a
shaving of the heads connected with child marriage in Malawi?
no.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm very sure about that.
There's an article that I just pulled up that says ban child marriage in Malawi, and both economy and women's health will improve. What links the hyenas shaved heads and child marriage in Malawi?
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that. Sorry. But
I'm gonna read this. Go ahead, Fee. I'm sorry. I just needed to see. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, what it does, the damage is that it completely shuts down critical thinking skills. and it stops people from looking at the reality of a situation, and it only allows you to see it through the lens of religion is good. It doesn't even allow you to question things and facts that are right in front of your face. And it's not only clearly in Malawi, it's all over the world because we see in the new. Oh, Thinker, what did you read?
Are you're telling me you didn't know this?
About child marriages, I knew about child marriages,
You
but
didn't
that
know
it's
that a
linked
man
to
visits the child in the middle of the night when
that
she
it's
reaches
wait, wait,
puberty?
wait.
Hold on,
About
hold on, hold on. You didn't know that a man goes to the little girl's house the night that she reaches puberty and has sex with her to prepare her for marriage. You didn't know that.
oh, I knew about that,
So
but what
why
I
why
didn't
why
know
you say
about
you
was the
didn't know?
shaved head,
It,
the connection between the shaved head and
it's connected, and they're
uh,
trying to they're actively trying to ban this practice.
yes, and that's a cultural
Why
practice,
are you
not
saying that
based
you
on
but you said that y'all don't have stuff like this because of your belief in a God.
that we don't. I didn't. Okay, I said that as a society, we don't have that intolerance to religions and strife, wars. So
But
yes,
you
I
have
believe
but
that
you have
same-sex
little
marriage.
girls who go into puberty, have grown men crawling through their windows in the middle of the night, having sex with them, saying that they're getting them ready for marriage.
And that is a cultural
That
practice, not a
like
belief. And
literally the
people,
fact that humans have to, you literally said that there was no tension. They are literally trying to actively get that banned, but and here you have your God, right? Why hasn't your God stopped that practice?
he is through
That's
humans.
not a
He's trying
Christian
to
belief.
get through
Malawi is
humans.
75% Christian. That's not a Christian
That's a
belief.
cultural belief.
But it's
Not
not
every
Christian. But
Malawian
is
is
your God?
pure.
This
Not
is why
every
I say the
Malawian is
God. This is
pure.
why I
Not
say this is why I say the God is different for everybody. Because is he the same God in America that he is in Malawi? Because that's not a Christian tradition.
it's not a Christian tradition.
Exactly. So is he the same God in Malawi that he is everywhere else?
Yes.
So then why hasn't that God stopped that? Why do humans have to fight to end that tradition?
Okay, so what are you exactly expecting God to do? Like to come in and like I don't understand.
What are you expecting him to do? You believe he's real. And this to me completely demonstrates perfectly the saying that when you can get people to believe absurdities, you can get them to commit atrocities and clearly ignore them as well. Because you're sitting here telling us that Malawi is this beautiful utopia of religious communion and connectivity, yet you have little girls having their heads shaved and men crawling through their windows, and you say that's cultural. And what do you expect God to do? Do you
No,
not
I
see
never
that that's
said
a
what do you
problem?
expect. And I've said that he's using humans to fight it. And that's not the first time that that has come up. It's been going on for decades. Because then that's even then the parents who will accept that. There's a lot of things that have been outlawed for decades, decades. And that was cultural practices. And that's been outlawed by religious leaders.
But hold on,
That
child marriages are not banned in Malawi. That's not outlawed. Why are you saying that?
they're working on
They're
it.
trying to get it banned. It's not banned right
Yes,
now.
they're working on it.
Yeah, so you said it's been outlawed for decades. No, it has
No,
not.
there's other practices. That's what I'm saying. There's other practices that have been
If I had an
outlawed.
all powerful God in my pocket, I wouldn't have to work on shit. I'd
I
just do
said
it.
the fuck out of my comments. You piece of shit. Like if you need to have sex with a little child, get the fuck out of my comments. I'm sorry, Fee.
No, you're good. Like this has got me 85 hot because if I've got an all powerful God, I don't need to work on anything. I can just make it happen. But y'all sit here and say, "Oh, well, they're working on this. God is using people." Who used the people to put this shit into action or put it in place in the first time? Half of the atrocities that are committed across this world are justified in the name of some God or another. And y'all completely ignore that.
Okay, so uh, when did Christianity exact? I'm not trying to justify this at all, but I'm just trying to put in the context that this could have even been happening before Christianity even, this did happen before Christianity even came into practice in Malawi. And I'm not justifying it at all. And but that's what I'm saying. It's like the cultural practices. Do I agree with it? No. I wish it did not. Not even I wish. I pray that it does not happen, and I pray that things move faster. And there was the chief actually who did ban and annulled like 350 marriages in Malawi. So I think there's an article about that. So there are people that are actively trying to do that.
I honestly, I'm glad
I'm
I
at
didn't
loss
hear
for
this
words.
conversation. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't hear this conversation before. And the fact that you're saying that people are actively trying to change something that an all knowing and all powerful and supposedly all loving God has sat back for centuries and just watched happen, that's so in conflict to what he would approve of is insane to me. And the fact that it's not insane to you is absolutely
Yes, I've
indication
said
of
it's
lack of.
insane. I've
No, no,
said
no.
it's
I'm
insane.
not
I
talking
don't.
about the practice. I'm not talking about the practice. I'm talking about the fact that you believe God is all powerful. You believe God is all knowing, and you believe God is all loving. Yet an all powerful, all knowing, all loving God sits back and watches men try to stop little girls from being married at an early age. That doesn't make sense.
And then on top of that, like they don't even like they have there are grown men crawling in the windows of little girls the nights that they come on their period for the first fucking time to have sex with them, not even to marry them. Like this is double the trauma. This is double trauma.
Yeah, I agree. I do agree that it's very traumatic and it's a disgusting practice that it should have been outlawed long ago. Long ago. But not even a but. It should also look at the state of that is something that we need to even analyze of who is still allowing it to continue. And that
Y'all
is
are,
something that
because y'all are trying to live in peace in this fairy tale as dystopia. But when you came up here and you were like, we live in peace because of our beliefs in God, y'all should be mad. Y'all are allowing it
yes, I
for the
agree.
sake of your God,
Not for the sake of our
because
God.
you want to pretend like y'all are living in peace. You want to pretend like that y'all have this good culture because of 75% Christian. Y'all are allowing it.
I will agree. Yes, we are. And it's very wrong. I'm not going to deny that. And it's disgusting.
Your God is allowing it too. Is it disgusting of him?
And it's also humans that are allowing it.
No, no, no. But your God is allowing it. Humans don't have the power to Thanos snap and make it go away. Clearly, your God has all the Infinity Stones. Have you asked him why he's allowing it?
Uh, no, I haven't.
That might be where you want to start, because usually the people that have the power to change something are the ones that you go to.
Yes. Yes, I agree.
I don't have. Free. Do you have anything else? I don't.
Absolutely not. No, not
I
at
don't
all.
have anything else. I can't. All right. I can't. I can't even say have a good day. Like little girls are being like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
And they're
just
like
have a
they're
day.
so nonchalant. Just
Yeah,
so nonchalant. Like I can't even tell you to have a good day because you're so nonchalant about the shit.
yeah, that's the part that's got me pissed right now, because it's almost like this Pollyanna hiding your head in the sand and not even looking at the world around you and seeing what's happening to these children. You sit here and say, first of all, only the girls have to shave their heads. I'm wondering, where did that come from? What's that rooted in?
Free will.
Girl.
free will? What the fuck is wrong? What? And then their bio says here to serve Christ.
I wasn't even gonna wake and bake this morning, but you know what? I think I might need to because this.
What the fuck? And it's black
Wow.
women. It's black women.
And that's all you have to say about that? Like, that's your response?
Look what this fucking motherfucking thing has done to us. It's just ew. Yeah. And this is why Pete the
Man,
Neos choose the church. This is why they
it just,
say they choose the church. And they identify as Christian because of the same
mhm.
people in the comments talking about free will. Same ones. But y'all motherfuckers don't scream free will when it comes to LGBTQIA. Y'all motherfuckers will sit there and let a grown ass person essay a child and scream free will. But two grown ass adults that want to be with each other just because they are the same motherfucking sex, y'all be all up in their shit. There's no free will there. Oh, and sleeping with kids aren't? Sleeping with kids isn't? Huh? That's not against your God's will? Y'all hypocritical as hell. Sick motherfuckers. Cause y'all motherfuckers priorities is fucked up. That's why. Y'all priorities is fucked all the way up. You worried about what grown ass people are doing and would just let a child go through the most traumatic bullshit for the sake of your belief. That's why. I don't know if everybody left. I done tried to bring up I don't know how many people, but every time I click somebody, they're not there.
There you go. What is this? Is that color?
What you say, Lola? What'd
Yeah.
you say?
Oh, they went on mute.
Uh, Oh, is it hello. is it Moises? Yes, you or can say Moses. How you Moses. guys doing? I'm good. How are you? I'm pretty Why good. you Thanks put for an asking. I there? Oh, my real name's Moises. I Oh, just okay. usually go by Moses. Okay. Can I get your age for TikTok purposes, please? Yeah, I'm 27. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist? I'm a believer, but not like in the traditional sense. I say, I Okay. don't What believe topic? how other people do. Mm. What topic did you want to discuss? Um, well, I just wanted to talk about. I heard you talking about, There's four like topics. There's four topics on the board. Do you see that? yes. One of those, please. Number two. All right, go ahead. Um, so to go back to what you're saying about SA I do and not carry children. over conversations from previous guests. So if you're going
Okay.
to bring that up, there's a reason why I don't do it. Okay. And I don't know if you can notice me trying not to carry the energy from the previous conversation over to you. I would rather that you not do that, okay? And start a conversation from your own perspective, brand new, okay?
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Of course. Um, I feel like, so do you think that God doesn't care about prioritizing moral goodness?
No, I don't think he does. I think he prioritizes obedience to him, his will, loving him, and his loyalty. I think that there have been several times in this book where he has just made moral goodness, what we would consider morality or a moral act, made it secondary.
Okay, so you feel like something that was supposed to be made primary was made secondary.
No, I didn't say something that was made that was primary was made. I said he made morality secondary. What he prioritizes is his will, his
Okay, okay.
command for loyalty and obedience and worship to him and love of him. That's what he
So,
prioritizes.
so do you feel like there's no place for suffering and things like that?
I don't know what that
Not
has
saying
to
that they're
do with the
okay.
topic. What does that have to do with the topic?
Well, when you say like prioritizing, moral goodness, like if that's like the main concern of what we're talking about right now,
Hold on.
I
Is there
just feel
something
like
that wait? Give me just a second. Fee, do you know is there something that we can do to try to like help with this ban?
With what?
Like, is there something that we could do to try to like help get that ban pushed through?
I don't know. I just sat down at my computer and started looking because I didn't even know anything about it, to be perfectly honest with you. But I can definitely look around and see if maybe some organizations that we can try to support or promote, because that's got my heart hurting right now.
Yeah, me too. If there's something that we can let me know what you find.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Moses. Go ahead.
oh, you're fine. I was just saying, when it comes to moral goodness, I don't think that bad things that happen to people are necessarily okay. But I think if somebody can grow through a negative experience, I feel like that's what's important.
Yeah, but that's not the topic. The topic is what your God prioritizes, and then whether He prioritizes moral goodness, whether He wants you to be morally good over anything.
I mean, I
We're
think
not
so.
talking about suffering. Like I'm not
Okay,
even
I got
sure
you.
what moral goodness have to do with suffering.
Well, I think just by nature, like I feel like people have maybe a certain level of moral goodness, but I feel like just born as a human being, everybody has a certain level of moral goodness.
I don't think that was the question though. Like, what does it look like for you to prioritize moral goodness?
Well, I think just summing up, like when it says doing unto other people as you would yourself, because as I'd want somebody to treat me, I give myself the expectation to do the same to others.
So when we say that from a God, right? That's what it looks like from a human perspective. When you extrapolate that to a God, what does that look like?
Well, I'd say it depends what parameters that falls under, because circumstances and situations can change how somebody acts or behaves.
So using an example in the Bible, do you think it's morally good for a person to face the consequences of their own actions?
Yeah, I feel like depending to what extent, I feel like accountability is important.
I agree. So when this God killed David's baby for something David did, how was that morally good?
I don't think it was morally good as far as the baby dying. I think what's important was a lesson, and that not only did, yeah, he lost the baby, but it is also said that he would see his baby again.
That doesn't
So
matter.
like,
That's not what we're talking about, because we're talking about what was the priority. So the priority was punishment, not morality, not moral goodness. Because if moral goodness was the priority, that baby never would have been killed for what his father did. When the man who was trying to stop the ark, I think it was the Ark of the Covenant, from hitting the ground or falling, when his intentions was to protect God's property and to follow the law of not letting this relic or this sacred item get damaged or touch the ground or whatever the law was, he was doing it for the right reason. The morally good thing would be to look at him and say, yeah, okay, I completely understand why he did that. He had all the right intentions. Good on you for trying to do the right thing, but this God struck him down. Was that prioritizing moral goodness, or was that prioritizing following the law?
I mean, that one I'd have to go read like context of the actual situation. But as far as like what God does in certain situations, I don't think there's necessarily any contradiction. I think there's just a part on man's part that we don't understand how God operates.
Why do you guys always say we don't understand how he operates when he does shit that we know is clearly wrong? You
Because
say his
if
ways are higher than ours when he does actions that are lower than ours. We say this all the time, and y'all don't seem to recognize that pattern.
so, if I could fully explain God to you and and But you just vice told him you versa, have to go and read the book, right? Like you have to go and read the story that she just told you about in full context. And so, like, I don't know why you think that we, right, would take an explanation of a God that you barely know because you haven't read it. well, that's my point. If I completely knew God, I don't think God would be that worthy of worshiping. God is something Except that's you're sitting on here justifying away or explaining why your God does a thing and expecting people to just accept it.
And
I didn't say that. I
hold
said
on just a
God does
second.
things. I didn't justify.
Wait a minute, Moses. You just said that if you completely knew God, he wouldn't be worthy of worship. Can you kind of unpack that a little bit for me?
Yeah, like if I can completely unpack to you with this human body and human intellect that we have currently, something that's beyond us that we can somewhat understand but not fully comprehend. Yeah, it's a little different trying to explain something like, okay, like the word ineffable. The word ineffable explains something that's too great or wonderful to be expressed in human word or in action. And to me, trying to talk about actual God, not God in the book or on a wall or anything like that, but on people's hearts and in the living minds of every living, breathing person, I
Sure. So
feel like
you're
it's,
talking about the vastness of the concept of God, right?
yeah, I think people misunderstand
That's not what
God.
we're talking. Or that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about killing a baby. You and I both fully understand that. You and I both fully understand killing a baby for its father's actions. There's nothing ineffable about that.
Okay, I don't agree with that either.
So why would
But
you
I'm saying
worship a
like if
God that
God
did it?
I'm saying if God has a justifiable reason that God can explain, like it says when we go into heaven and stuff, it says everything will be made plain and known to us.
What if
I feel
what if
like,
when you get to heaven, your God asks you, why did you say that that was okay? Why did you assume that there will be a good reason for killing a baby when you know that it's wrong? What if that's the question that
well,
God
I
asks
said
you?
I didn't agree. I'm
Right,
saying,
but you're simultaneously saying I don't agree, but God must have had a good reason for it, so I'm going to stay team
for
God
lack for a better
regardless.
term, I don't understand. I'm saying I don't understand why God did that, but I'm saying I still would rather try to learn why than to write off that, God's just a big bad person. And so Because, death and to stuff for you, like God that would isn't. be immoral, though, right? Like you've already identified that If somebody here on earth killed a child for what their parents did, that would be immoral.
Yeah, to human standards, yeah. But I'm saying
Right, but
God's
so
standards
right,
and
so your
humans are
God
different.
killing a innocent baby because David wanted to get a nut, and instead of making David pay for his own sin of committing adultery, he took David's baby's life because he had a plan for David, right? So
Okay,
David
yeah.
had to live. David couldn't pay for his own sin. The baby had to pay for David's sin because your God had a different purpose for David, right?
Well, a baby to be unborn is to be with God. So
I didn't
the
ask you that. That's not what I asked you. Your God took David's baby's life because David had to keep living because he had a different plan for David. So David could not pay for his own sin, which would be death. According to your God's own law, David should have been stoned to death for committing adultery. Except your God didn't make David pay for his sin. Your God made David's baby pay for his sin. Therefore, your God prioritized his own self and his own plan over morality, over moral goodness, over his own law. Right?
I mean, I don't agree with it, but I can't necessarily
Did
say
he do
yes.
that?
Wait,
Did
hold on,
he
let me
prior
answer
hold
it.
on. No, no, I want you to answer my question. Did he prioritize his own plan over moral goodness, over his own law?
No.
So what is the law for committing adultery?
Yeah, it's death. I agree.
So was
But I'm
David,
saying God can,
according to the law, should David have been stoned to death?
yeah,
And instead of your God allowing David to pay for his sin and be stoned to death, your God did what?
to David's baby.
And because and the reason why he did that was because David had to what?
Learn a lesson
David was
for
part of his what?
his plan, the will.
Therefore, your God prioritized his plan, did he not?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it was morally bad.
I didn't say it was morally bad. I said your God prioritized his plan over moral goodness. The reason why your God has in the law that committing adultery is a sin is because it was immoral. Your God allowed the immorality, right? He didn't make David pay for his immoral act because he prioritized his plan. David's
It's not
baby paid
immoral
for
because
David's nut.
if God takes somebody to
You're still listen.
heaven
I don't
and
care
they
about how you
never had a
justify. I
chance. Hold
don't care
on.
about how. Listen, I don't care about that. What we're talking about is your God his priorities. I don't care about whether you're like, oh, the baby was in heaven. I don't care. He still prioritized his plan over moral goodness. David committed an immoral act according to your God's
What
law.
moral goodness? So you talking
Your
about moral
God's
goodness according to
law.
God?
Listen, the
Okay,
law says that if a man sleeps with another man's wife, he shall be stoned to death.
okay, I agree with that.
Okay, and David slept with another man's wife, did he not?
You did,
David was not stoned to death, correct?
correct?
Therefore, your God prioritized his plan that he had for David in this Davidic kingdom over his own moral law.
Not true. Because just like how you said that
Y'all are
that's the wait,
delusional.
hold on. Because just like that, the moral law also says that according to sin, we should all be dead as well, but we're not.
Oh my
So in
God.
just
Like
in the
what the
same
fuck? Like
way,
you're like how you gonna bring in Jesus when we're talking about what your God did with
I
David?
didn't say anything about Jesus.
Where did he say this in the law? Where did he say this in the Hebrew scriptures?
That's in the book.
Where?
I had to go look it up for you, but
Go
it's
look
in the
it up.
book.
Go look it up. If that's his damn law. David's baby wasn't the one who got that nut. Like the asking that question is kind of crazy.
And I think it's those types of questions that demonstrate perfectly why belief is much more harmful than non-belief in today's society, because it doesn't even allow y'all to think, like, on even the most basic level. And it allows you to excuse away the most disgusting behavior for the purpose of making this God look good.
I found it, by the way.
Go ahead. We can't hear you. You have to tell me so I can pull it up.
Verse 10.
Where in verse 10? I couldn't hear you. You were off the app.
Oh, Psalms 103, verse 10.
He does not deal with us according to our sins, nor repay us according to our iniquities. What does this have to do with David
Oh,
supposed to
okay.
have been dying? No. You said that this says that you're not supposed to die for your sins. So where does it say that?
Okay, so it says for the wages of sin is death.
Hold
That's
on.
the
This is
verse
hold
2.
on.
So you're talking
Hold
about
on. Hold on.
moral
Hold on.
law.
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Thanksgiving for God's goodness. Bless the Lord, O my soul, and all that is within me. Bless his holy name. Bless the Lord, O my soul, and do not forget all his benefits, who forgives all your iniquity, who heals all your diseases, who redeems your life from the pit, who crowns you with steadfast love and mercy, who satisfies you with good as long as you live, so that your youth is renewed like the eagles. The Lord works vindication and justice for all who are oppressed. He made known his ways to Moses, his acts to the people of Israel. The Lord is merciful and gracious, slow to anger, and abounding in steadfast love. He will not always accuse, nor will he keep his anger forever. He does not deal with us according to our sins, nor repay us according to our iniquities. For as the heavens are high above the earth, so great is his steadfast love towards those who fear him. As far as the east is from the west, so far he removes our transgressions from us. As a father has compassion for his children, so the Lord has compassion for those who fear him, except for babies. For he knows how we were made. He remembers that we are dust. As for mortals, their days are like grass. They flourish like a flower of the field, for the wind pass. This is David talking about your God. And it doesn't say anything about you not paying for your sins, right? And then on top of that, he literally says in here, he made known his ways to Moses, his acts to the people of Israel. What he made known to Moses was in Exodus 20, I think it's 22, that you are to be stoned, right, for committing adultery.
Yeah, but see, you missed the whole point of what that just said. There was a part where it said that
You
God
do know
wouldn't be.
that I'm getting ready to say about that though, right? Because he
Go
does
ahead.
not deal with you according to that way, because he prioritizes his own selfish agenda.
That's not what that said.
No, you said it said that you don't die for your sins. That's what you said it said. That it does
No,
not
I
say
said
that.
it
It says
says the
he
wages of
doesn't.
sin is
No,
death. It does say you die
you
for your
said it
sins.
said you don't die for your
So
sins.
if the
What
law,
it
hold on. So if
says
the
there,
law
hold
says you
on. What
die
it
for your
actually
sins,
says there, is that he doesn't deal. He doesn't deal with you according to your sins, right? And
that's
he
not what I'm
doesn't.
talking
He
about.
prioritizes his will.
You're understanding
No, you're not
my point.
understanding.
Hold on. Let me clear it up. What I'm saying is, you're talking about the law, right? According to the law, it says the wages of sin is death. And if we're all sinners, we should already all
You
be
are still
dead, but
thinking
we're
about
not.
that. You are still thinking about this through the eyes of Jesus. There was no Jesus at this time of David and Bathsheba. We are talking about what your God did to David and Bathsheba. There was no grace. They were still under the law, and David's ass should have been stoned for what he did Okay, it according just to the law. and okay, and in verse 10, right, it says right there, he does not deal with us according to our sins.
Who's writing this? Who's writing this?
David.
Who? David. Of course, David is going to say he does not deal with us according to our sins because your God prioritized the plan. Your
Okay,
God
but if we're supposed
prioritized. Listen to what I'm saying, okay? Because you forget what you came up here to answer, okay? Like you forget the question that you chose, and this is all I care about, right? All I care about is answering this question. Did your God prioritize moral goodness, his law, or did he prioritize something else in this story with David? What did he prioritize?
himself and his law, like you said.
He prioritized moral goodness. He prioritized his law. Are you sure?
Yeah. If God
So
see you,
what did his law say? Hold
you're
on. What did his law?
misunderstanding.
You are like literally lying. What did his law say? What did his law say when it came to adultery?
Stone to death. That's
So
my
did your
point.
God?
We
Did
should
your God?
also
Stop. Listen. I don't know if you understand what the word prioritize mean, and that's why I'm getting upset because I feel like you are gaslighting the hell out of me. What does prioritize mean?
to make most important.
And what did your God make the most important in this situation?
David learning a lesson.
I'm sorry. What?
David learning a lesson.
No. He prioritized his plan for David to be the king of Israel. Had David been stoned to death, then David would not be the king.
Yep, true.
He prioritized his plan, his will, over the moral law, over his law. Right? The law that says if a man commits adultery with the wife of his neighbor, both the adulterer and the adulteress shall be put to death.
Okay, and that's my point. So just like it says that we should be dead because we're all sinners and
Oh
we're not
God, I don't
dead.
know how you're not getting
So
this. I don't know how you're not getting this. I don't.
same. I'm thinking the same thing. You're saying according to his moral law, they should both be dead, and according to his moral law, we should all be dead too, but we're not.
That's not what she's saying. According to God's law, Moses should be, I mean, David should have died, right, for his sins. That's the law. He should have been
Yeah,
stoned,
yeah.
right?
And the same with us. We should be dead too.
Hold on. Don't come to us. We're talking about David and we're talking about your God. We're not talking about us. Stay on David and God. According to God's law, David should have been stoned for adultery, correct?
Uh-huh.
If God's law was the priority, what would have happened to David?
He got stoned.
And he didn't get stoned,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
Okay. So why did he not get stoned?
Mercy, grace.
Was it mercy or grace, or was it God's plan? Because mercy or grace wouldn't even have even resulted in his baby dying. So if it's mercy and grace, then nobody gets stoned, nobody gets punished. The baby would still be alive. We know that didn't happen. So let's go with what actually happened in the story.
Okay. It was God's plan.
So God's plan was the priority, not moral goodness, because it's not morally good to kill a baby for the father's sin. You agreed with that.
You can't say it's morally bad for God to not let a baby be born.
That's not even remotely close to what we're talking about. So why did you say that?
Because it's true.
But
And it
why?
goes with the theme.
How does it go with the theme when we're talking about a baby that was born and was then killed by your God? Like you
Because it's
guys make
God. You're immortal trying to answer for God. You can't how can you answer for something
No,
that God does?
literally all we asked was what did he prioritize? You're the one trying to answer for him. You're trying to justify the fact that he did not prioritize the moral law. You are the only one answering. All we're doing is stating the what.
Okay, like I said, I never said earlier I was trying to justify anything. I said I can't answer for certain things that God does, and that's very
You
fair
literally are when you
and
say
humble.
we're not supposed to die. It was mercy. We're supposed to die for the sin. Blah, 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 blah. Yes, you are. You are incapable of saying that your God prioritized his plan over his law.
You've been trying to justify it. You've been gaslighting this whole time.
No, that's like
Yes,
me
you are.
saying. That's like
Yes, you
me
are.
saying.
Did your God prioritize his law?
No, he prioritized his plan, like you
He
said.
prioritized his plan. Bam, that's it. If you'd have said that 5-10 minutes ago, we'd have been moved on in this conversation.
And this is a perfect example again of why belief is so much more dangerous than non-belief, because y'all will bend yourselves into pretzels in order to make this God look good, only because you believe you can't question God's actions when you know what he's doing is wrong. When
That's
you
not
know,
true.
you just tried to justify a baby being killed for his dad's actions, and that's not true. Tell me how
As I
it's
said,
not
I
true.
didn't justify the being a baby being killed. I said you can't unjustify God doing it.
What do you mean unjustified? What does that
What?
even
I'm
mean?
Look,
saying,
I didn't
in
try to
speaking in
justify, but
terms
you
of
can't
reality and
unjustify
truth.
because unjustified doesn't mean I'm saying it's justified.
I'm saying you can't prove it was unjustified of God to do that, as much as you can say that it was.
Actually, I can, because as a normal, logical thinking human being, I know that no one else should pay for my crimes except me.
Okay, okay, but you said human being. God's not a human being.
God's not real, so I agree with you on that. But what I'm saying to you is there's no framework under which you can think of, or even a God can think of. Even your God doesn't think that children paying for the a parent's sin is right. Depending on what scripture you read,
Okay,
of course.
if a
Let me
child, if a,
finish. Stop talking over me. Your God in this book says that in one place that the person who commits the sin is the person who pays for that sin, correct?
yeah,
So if he knows that, if he's told you that that's a moral standard, why is he not required to follow it?
because
Either it's the moral standard or it's not. You can't have it both ways.
it's not true. For God to change his mind and do something else, that doesn't mean that changes God's character.
Well, that's about a bitch,
For
because if
real.
I'm not mistaken, Numbers 22 says that your God is not a mortal that he changes his mind.
Again, these pretzels y'all twist yourselves in unnecessarily is insane to me.
So, okay, God changing is on the account of us, not himself.
Even in the book, he tells you he doesn't do that. He's not a man that he would do that. But when he
He
does it,
does
it's
that
because
for
of
us,
us.
but himself, and as far as who is he is in character, he does not.
So where did you read that? Point us to that
In
scripture,
his
because
head, in the
Gonna,
Maseroth.
See,
Thinker's
but
gonna.
you're stuck on the
It's in
book.
the
The
Maseroth.
whole
You got to
truth
be
is
able to
not
read
in
the
the book, and the
Maseroth.
book says that itself.
It's in the Maseroth.
The book says
That's in
what?
Ephesians 6. That the truth is not written in books.
Then why are you pointing to this book and talking about your God lives in it? Or you learned about your God in this book?
I didn't point out any scriptures. You did.
But you're talking about and justifying the things that this God does in the book.
It's so
What
funny
are we
because he
Okay, I
said
even
that.
never
doing right
He
said.
now?
listen,
Wait, I
listen.
never said. Hold on.
Remember, he said that he can't know his God, because if he knew his God to the point to where he could answer for his God, then his God wouldn't be worthy of praise, right? And here he is answering for his God back to back, right? He does. He says, "Don't use
I
the
did answer
book,"
for
right?
God.
You've been answering for your God back to back. He changed his mind. He can do that because he's God, right? The babies go to heaven. Like, you've been answering for this God the entire time. And you said that if
How's
you
that
know
answering
the
for
God,
God?
you said if you know the God, right, to the point where you can answer for the God, he's not worthy of praise. I don't think he's worthy of praise. I think that's why that he needs y'all to tell him he's worthy.
No, you don't understand.
Yes,
I'm saying
yes.
I can understand. I can understand what God allows me to. I can. I can't sit here and say how God built a grain of sand. Scientists can't even make a grain of sand from scratch.
Something is wrong with y'all. I'm
Oh
I'm
my
I'm
God.
serious.
Oh
I
my
am
God.
so serious that I really do feel like there needs to be some psychological studies done, because this is just insane to me. Like, between him and the previous guest, I am afraid for humanity, y'all, and I'm not even joking.
I'm almost scared to bring up the other person that was talking about free will. I see her in the guest request right now.
I'm wondering if the conversation might go a little bit better than this one, because if you don't care that your positions on certain things are logical, or they follow a logical train of thought, I'm not sure how a conversation happens, because you've jumped from to so many different levels, and none of those levels are connected to each other, and you don't even seem to realize that.
That's
And
not
that's the
fair.
truly sad part.
That's not fair. I said I didn't necessarily agree. I said that at the very beginning of the conversation.
Necessarily agreeing and then turning around and saying that it was justifiable are two completely different things. If it's something that I don't agree with, I'm going to tell you why I don't agree with it. And I'm going to tell you that this person did this thing and that person was dead ass wrong. And I would not be in agreement with that and I would not support that person. But you don't allow yourself to do that because you, for some reason, can't criticize this God. You've been told that this God is above reproach. So anything that this God does is
It's not
good.
true. The Bible says, God says to test me and see if I'm true.
So
So
now
that's
you
not
point
true.
to the book that you just said can't help us understand God.
I
You
said
see,
the complete truth is not in the book. I didn't say there's not truth in the book. Then Then where where is is the the rest rest of of the the truth? truth? Because Because you you said said you you can't can't know know the the God. God. So So how it are you getting the says rest it of the truth? says God can make known himself to me. No, That's but if true. you He know him, can. though, he's not worthy. Remember, if he makes I didn't himself say known that. to you, you said if I you said if know I this could God, understand it myself, you that's said if you different. know, nope, your words were if you know the God, then he's not worthy to be praised. That's what you said. Then he's not worthy to be served. That's what you said. Okay, like for a So better now he term. now he make himself If I could now understand God half truth. myself, Hold on, now only half the truth is in the book. The other truth is he's going to make himself known to you. So then that makes him not worthy. No, because the truth is, like it says, that God lives in the hearts of living people, and to me, that is the truth. That is why we are living and breathing. Y'all don't make any fucking sense.
none.
And neither does How your God. so? And this is why your God needs you to constantly tell it that it is worthy. This is Not why. true. Yes, it is. Yes, it Mm-mm. is. Not true. I mean, Well, do I'll you say think that I that is won't say it's an not true. I'll say I intelligent don't thing? Like, agree. do you hear yourself? All you're doing is going, nuh-uh, 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 nuh-uh. No, I've given words.
They just haven't meant anything. Like they haven't made any sense whatsoever. I agree. You've given a lot of words, but
To you?
none of them may have made. Ask the chat. Ask the chat.
I don't mind what other people think. I'm not concerned with other people. When I go to bed tonight, everybody else ain't gonna be in my bedroom with me.
Well, I don't disagree
I'm
with that. And
if
I'm not,
if
hold on, Moses. I'm not saying that you should rely on the opinions of others, but I am saying that you need to pay attention to whether or not your thought processes are logical. And you can't make that determination in and of yourself. I fact check myself all the time. All the time. And I think we all should. Because if we hold positions that are illogical, we need to know that. And you aren't willing to examine that for whatever reason. You're
that's
stuck
not
on the
true.
fact that you keep refuting every logical point that we bring up,
That's not
every
true.
single one of them. And by
I agree
saying
with you at
exactly
many
what you're
points.
saying right now.
No, I agree with you at many points. And there's many times I look at myself in the mirror. I have 6 sisters, and I worry constantly about people trying to harm them. I work for the government, and I try to help inmates clean up their mental so they can get back on the street and with their families.
You have 6 sisters,
So
but you don't have a problem worshiping a God that says if a man grapes a woman, his punishment is to marry her and never be able to divorce her. Square that circle for me. Moses. Make that make sense for me.
I'm gonna say the same thing I said earlier. If I don't understand something, I'm gonna humbly and honestly say I can't answer that. I can't answer for God why that happened or why He said that. That's my point. Well, I But you only do say realize that it's humans that says a God said it. This is what I just need to understand yes, and why that's why I y'all don't can't see that. completely But go so by you the book. should question a human. I do. That's What the I want? point. No. You are sitting here saying that you can't. This is what I don't understand, and this is the thing that literally pisses me off about believers, right? And I'm gonna say this again. I'm not asking you to question a fucking storm. I'm not asking you to question a tsunami, an earthquake. But if a human says, God said, why can't you question that? Well, I mentioned that I didn't necessarily agree, but my point is I can't answer for God on
But you didn't
why.
answer Thinker's question. You're not answering to God. Like how many of the things that you've admitted you don't understand did you hear directly from the mouth of a God? And I'm going to answer that for you. And the answer is zero.
Everything that you can't explain came from the mind of a human being who said they got it from God.
Well, I can't necessarily. Well, neither of us. Nobody can necessarily they did or did not. We don't. We won't know the truth until reality unfolds, and that's the nice
Do
thing
you
about
do you hear what
reality.
you just? No, no, no,
Opinions.
no, no. Do you hear what the fuck you just said?
What's that?
You can't understand why God does what God does, even when your God does it in the mouth of another human. And the beautiful thing about it is that you'll know it when it's all said and done. When you should be questioning humans.
I do.
No, you don't. Everything that Thea has brought up has been a human saying, a God said, and you've said, I can't answer why God did what God did.
And I said I don't necessarily agree, and I said I can't answer for God.
You know what? When I wanted to question this God, right, and I wanted to know why this God did the fucked up shit that this God did, I researched to even see if the God actually existed. If the God actually did this shit, right? And to my surprise, I learned that half the bullshit in this book is not even true. Half the bullshit in this book didn't even happen. Because I questioned humans. I questioned whether humans tell the truth. Y'all don't.
So have you not seen like some of the archaeological discoveries that prove the Bible?
Like what? There is
So
archaeological stuff that
okay, modern day.
hold on. There is archaeological stuff that proves some of the stories in this book. Some of the people in this book existed. But what archaeological evidence are you referring to? Which evidence?
Okay, like modern day Sodom and Gomorrah.
No, it's not. That has been debunked.
How so?
What do you mean? How so?
I've seen the
First off,
documentary.
scholars don't even know where Sodom and Gomorrah is. There is not one scholar today that would tell you that they know where Sodom and Gomorrah is. And the salt deposits that they claim that they found and said that they were radioactive or some shit are salt deposits that have been there for centuries. It's not, and the salt deposits come from the ocean there. It is not Sodom and Gomorrah. It's already been debunked.
Well, I'll go relook it up. I'm a fair person. I'll go relook it up. I don't just go based off of what people say.
But
Obviously, you
oh
are
my
because
God.
you just quoted it as evidence.
Not only that, you don't go off based on what people say, yet
Well, I seen
everything
the
you read in this
documentary.
book was what somebody said. And a documentary, friend, does not mean that it's based in truth. You can make a documentary on anything. And
Okay,
this
oh,
is
that's not the point. There's more than just a
And y'all
documentary.
motherfuckers in the comments talking about somebody hurt. That motherfucker that's hurt is your ass. That's why you typing what you typing because you don't like that. Y'all, you don't like what I'm saying. You don't like that I don't believe in your God. You're the one that's hurt.
I'm saying even if we don't agree, that's okay. We don't have to agree. We're all different people, and it's okay to have our thoughts and opinions as long as we respect and love each other. And I think that's what's actually missing on both sides.
You
And I
can't love and
think
respect when your loyalty lies at a God that talks to the mouths of human lined lips. You don't, there is no love and respect there because you, in an instance, the way that you are willing to just look the other way that for a child to die for something that a grown ass man did trying to get a nut. Like I wish the fuck I would put my trust in you. You would sell me out for your God in a minute.
That's what I was about to say. Like trust is directly
that's not
tied to
true.
respect is directly tied to trust. I don't respect anyone I don't trust. And I can't trust anyone whose belief system is based in a book, one, they haven't read, two, they haven't verified, and three, they blindly believe and claim that it comes from a God and don't question anything. That we are so far from respect. And you can't respect me either because your moral character requires that you follow what God says, even when it's immoral.
That's
Why
not
would there
true.
be?
Let me hold on. Let me say something. Somebody can say anything. Somebody can say, "Oh, I love you," and then beat their kids. Somebody. It doesn't matter what your belief system is. It matters what your actions are. I'm not. If you tell me something, like if I'm in the room with somebody who says they're a Satanist or something like that, if we're in a life or death situation and I see them trying to help save my life, I'm not going to ask questions about what they believe.
Moses, I think you're missing the point. You're
You
missing
guys
the
are
key.
too. You guys,
No, we're
I'm
not.
being
Moses,
humble. Hold
Moses.
on, you guys, yeah. 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 Only your ass trying to be humble. I never promised you that I was humble. So don't come at me with that shit. I'm not humble.
And
I never
he's
said you were. I said I am being humble. That's why I said. That's on you, and I still don't believe your ass. Like I said, you would sell me out in a minute for your God. You selling yourself out.
exactly. And the thing that you're missing in this whole conversation is that what we're talking about is the basis of belief. We're talking about critical thinking skills. We're talking about the fact that you hold a position where you're looking up to see, hey, God, can I do this? Is this okay? And you're not looking at the impacts of your actions. And you're also looking at God's lens, God's actions through a very myopic lens. Because there's a part of your brain that knows that killing a baby for a father's action is wrong. But there's another part of your brain that says, oh, well, I can't say God was wrong for it. That is a dissonance that you are, for whatever reason, not willing to resolve or even acknowledge for that matter. And that's a problem because there cannot be trust in my world, for people who are not willing to truly ask themselves, where do I hold dissonance? Where is my belief system, part of my belief system, in conflict with another part? And most believers are not willing to do that.
So are you saying that I would go kill a baby?
No, that I'm not. But the fact that you asked that question shows me that you are not utilizing critical thinking skills, nor are you hearing what I'm saying.
No, I'm asking the It way also you're says that, structuring like, what when you you're see that saying. when somebody goes through something, you're just gonna tell them, "The Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away." When some fuck shit happen.
Or you see
Moistus,
atrocities and genocides committed over oh, yep, the Bible said this was going to happen. This is this prophecy. Just let all the, Palestinians die. God's kingdom is coming. That is ridiculous. It's that type of mentality
Okay,
that gets
but
the world that we live in right now.
y'all are being a little belittling. I'm saying I'm not doing that to y'all.
are
Like,
you going to
how the fuck
participate
did I belittle you?
in the day of the Lord?
Okay, How did I belittle you? that's okay. When y'all
No,
be
no,
saying
you've
stuff like
accused
that,
me of
and
something. I
I
want to
can't
know.
trust. Okay, you say, I
I'm
can't
not. I
trust
don't
you.
fuck. First off,
I'm
Moses, I
telling you
don't
what you
fucking know
said.
you. I don't trust you. How is that belittling? I don't fucking trust you.
Okay, then
Your
you gotta say,
loyalty
then I
lies
can
with your
remarks. Hold
God.
on.
Your loyalty lies with your God. The fuck? And first off, I don't know you. You are a stranger. Why the
That's
fuck
true.
would you even expect me to trust you? Second, you've already exemplified to us that your loyalty lies with this God.
I'm not
You
expecting you to
weren't even
trust me
honest in the
or that.
beginning. You were not honest in a simple conversation in the beginning when we were simply talking about whether your God prioritized his law or his plan. Why the fuck would I trust you?
I'm not saying you have to trust me. I'm saying the way that y'all be coming at me sometimes, and I'm just sitting here trying to have a peaceful conversation.
Sometimes.
Yeah, like there's
Don't
sometimes
gaslight
you.
us. You did it with the
Oh, let me
gaslighting.
tell you, there's sometimes you throw a fuck and you get
I'm
a
gonna
little
say
upset.
fuck because I'm a
I'm
grown
calling it
ass
out.
woman. I don't
Okay,
give a fuck
I'm grown
if
too.
you don't like cursing, right? Then don't come on my stage. And it's wild to me that you're prioritizing a curse word, but you don't
That's not
see
the
how
point.
your. Can you stop interrupting me, please? You're prioritizing someone cursing or speaking to you in a specific tone, and that's more problematic than your God killing a baby for its dad's actions. The scale with which you guys
I
weigh
want to
and
say it
measure
for,
is insane to me.
and I want to say it the way that it is. You are okay with your God killing a baby for his daddy's nut. That's exactly what happened. His daddy wanted a nut, and instead of your God killing him for that nut, your God killed the innocent child. That's exactly what happened.
Moistus, are you going to participate in the day of the Lord?
Why are you asking that question?
And real quickly, Moses, if you want to engage in this conversation, engage in the conversation, but don't be in the comments engaging with them. If you want to be in the comments, you can drop down and do that.
I haven't said nothing in the comments in a while. You can
That
go
being
look in the
said,
comments.
are you going to participate in the day of the Lord when the Lord
I know. I said,
returns?
why did you ask that question?
Because he said his elect are going to help. Are you one of his elect?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah. You know what the day of the Lord is?
What's that? Judgment Day?
You don't know the day that the Lord's going to return?
I know it's Judgment Day. I mean, there's different things that are happening when the Lord's return. That's why I'm asking. I'm asking for clarification.
He's going to gather his elect from the four corners of the earth, and you're going to go ride out on the heathens and run them through by sword, grape the women, dash the babies' heads on stones. You gonna participate in that?
Doesn't say all that.
Does it? You never
Right.
read Isaiah 13, the prophecy of the day of the Lord?
I have to definitely go read that. I've read it, but
Oh,
it's been a while.
so hold on. You read about the prophecy of the day of the Lord, and you don't remember that?
Ain't no way, because it literally says that women are gonna be raped. It literally
And you
says
asked
women
us
are gonna be
if we
raped.
thought that you was gonna unalive babies. That's kind of that's the thing. That's what you're supposed to do.
I'm saying I have to go check it for myself. Like I never said I
We're
was
about to check
a
it.
There you
perfect
go, right
devout
there.
Christian.
There you
We're
go,
about to
right
check it.
there. Read Isaiah 13:16. First, let's read the signs of the time so you'll know what it's talking about, right? Start at verse 9. See, the day of the Lord comes, cruel, with wrath and fierce anger, to make the earth a desolation, and to destroy its sinners from it. For the stars of the heavens and their constellations will not give their light. The sun will be dark at its rising. Does it sound familiar? And the moon will not shed its light. I will punish the world for its evil and their iniquity. I will put an end to the pride of the arrogant and lay low the insolence of tyrants. I will make mortals more rare than fine gold, and humans than the gold of Ophir. Therefore, I will make the heavens tremble, and the earth will be shaken out of his place at the wrath of the Lord of hosts in the days of his fierce anger. Like a hunted gazelle, or like a sheep with no one to gather them, and will turn to their own people, and all will flee to their own lands. Whoever is found will be thrust through, and whoever is caught will fall by the sword. Their infants will be dashed to pieces before their eyes, and their houses will be plundered, and their wives raped. And this must be the New King James Version that I'm reading, or the King James. No, this is the new oh, that's the anglicized version. I think the new revised just says the R word. Yeah, that's the day of the Lord. That's the second coming that Jesus alluded to in Matthew 24.
You put that in there, thinker. It wasn't in there the whole time. I'm going back on mute.
So where is it saying that God's people are going to be the ones doing that?
Yeah, it's the beginning of the prophecy. On a bare hill, raise a signal, cry aloud to them, wave the hand for them to enter the gates of the nobles. I myself have commanded my consecrated ones, have summoned my warriors, my proudly exulting ones, to execute my anger.
Be justified because God will be angry.
That's what I say, God.
Yeah, that's when it says stuff like that, because if you guys know, there's been thousands of interpretation changes in there, and that's when you have to go to the Strongs and see what the actual translation of that is.
Okay, let's see.
Oh, wanna look at the Hebrew?
I guess like we're gonna, I
Well,
guess
yeah.
look at the words and see what it says in Hebrew.
You read Hebrew, Moses?
No, but I go by the translation. It's closer to what it's actually supposed to say, and it does make a difference in
Okay.
some translations.
All right. Let's see. Which one do you want to question? The verse 16, the one that says that they. Let's see what it says. Verse 16. Le'a le loyim ve ru teshu le'a le'ane him isha so va bet to him onis ihim. I don't know what that word is, but this word tisha kavana tisha kavana. Their babies also shall be dashed in pieces before their eyes. Their houses shall be spoiled, and their wives ravished. Great. Yeah, it says that.
What you say?
I don't agree with that.
So if God asked you to do that, what would your answer be?
No, I don't think the God I believe in would ask me to do that.
It's literally in the book that describes what's going to happen on his
Okay,
judgment day.
like I said, I don't. When it says that the truth is in the living hearts and minds of people, like I said, some of the truth is in the book. I said all this stuff earlier.
But you also said it wasn't in the book, and you're reading it right here in the book.
Okay, and I said it says it. I'm
No,
being fair.
prior
It
to you're
says it.
being fair
Yeah,
because
I
you
don't agree
can't
with it.
debunk, you can't deny the fact that it's in the book and it's being read to you. Sorry, I should have stayed quiet because I've been seething this whole time. And man, the last guy's been talking to me.
Yeah, So you would tell God no when Jesus comes back, like everything that y'all are waiting for. And Matthew 24, Jesus alludes, he quotes Isaiah 13, right? In Matthew 24, when he's like, these are the signs of my second coming, right? Here in 24:29, he quotes Isaiah, Isaiah 13, 9 and 10. And he's pointing to the day of the Lord, right? When Jesus comes back to execute this prophecy, you would tell him no. So then why are you worshiping him now? Like you might as well just be like, no, dog, I'm like, why are you going to tell him no then, but you won't tell somebody who's speaking on behalf of your God no now? Make that make Because sense. like you said, and how I mentioned earlier, we're questioning men, correct? So if we're questioning men, they're trying to explain God. If the book itself says that the truth is not written in the book, but on the living tablets and minds of a living person, I believe But that who if told? How there's do you something in know the that? book How that do I you don't know that agree the with, book said? How do you know that when the book says that's really what your God says?
Yeah, I was about to say that came out of the book too.
Because I believe that past the book, I believe in my own opinion, because reality is reality, and no matter who's here saying what, reality is going to be what it is, no matter what nobody thinks. And that's the great thing about reality. It doesn't conform to opinions.
You're
So
talking
you
So
about
have a
reality, but you have a relationship with an invisible, intangible God in your head. But
I
you're
didn't say
talking
that.
about reality being reality?
I never said God's invisible and intangible.
Do you think God is
God,
visible and tangible?
if God makes himself visible and tangible, yeah,
Is God visible? Have you seen or touched him?
possibly. And I might not have known that.
Have you knowingly seen or touched God?
No, not that I'm aware of, no.
Do you believe that there is a God?
Yeah,
Do you believe you have a relationship with God?
yeah, for sure.
Then you have a relationship with an invisible, intangible God, yet you're talking to us about reality.
I Okay, wouldn't. if God's outside, wait, if God made this reality and God's outside of it, then yeah, God would be intangible and invisible. That would be correct.
See, and this is why I say we're doomed, y'all, because this is insane.
That's the correct response though. If
If
God's
he's
outside, let's
if
think
he's
about
outside of
dimensions.
if he
If we
outside
were,
of reality, then that means he doesn't exist.
that's not true. Think about the Big Bang and what scientists say about
What
reality.
exists outside? No, what exists outside of reality that is actually real?
Antimatter.
You think that exists outside of reality?
Yeah, antimatter is
It
not
does.
outside of reality. It's not outside of reality.
Yeah, because they brought it to this reality. It can't exist here. They had to contain it. There's
Are
That's
you
studies
not
trying
on
to
that.
say
true.
material? Are you trying
Yes,
to
there
say
is. They
physical?
have it disclosed at a
Hold
college.
on, hold on. Are you trying to? Are you conflating reality to physical?
No, I'm
Yes.
saying dimension. I'm saying dimensionally
No,
and
you're. I
spiritually.
think you're talking about material and physical, not reality.
He said dimensionally and
Okay,
spiritually. That's
spiritual.
crazy.
We are spiritually physical beings, so spiritual and physical go hand in hand. We're just at a limited level of the spiritual part.
Spiritual and
How
physical do
is
not. What the fuck?
how square to circle? How?
Okay, the fact that we can talk and contemplate about something that is past our existence and that we have not experienced, like heaven, and that's evidence right there. We can think
Of
about
evidence of
what's past
what?
us
Evidence of
because we're
what?
thinking about things
Imagination?
that are past our physical
That's
reality.
imagination.
Okay, but it's not. Okay, let's say
You
okay,
can't
Mario,
prove that
right?
it's not.
Hold on, let me explain something. Let's think about how they explain Mario and him being in the 2D world. If you were to put your 3D hand in
Did
Mario's
he
2D
fucking go
world,
to Mario Karts?
Mario and
Did
Luigi?
he? He
Luigi?
is. Did he go to Like, Mario
okay, it's
Kart?
called a
Put
Like
preset.
no,
Nintendo?
put your 3D hand inside of a 2D world. Do it.
Okay, yeah, they said that it
Do it.
would appear
Show
to
me that you can do
Mario.
that. Demonstrate that that can happen.
Okay, they made an example of this out of a pool table.
Demonstrate that it can happen.
and hang
Put
on,
your
There's
hand
a
in
wait,
video. You
Mario.
can go
wait,
look it up.
Moses, wait 1 second. If something is 3D, by definition, it's already part of the 2D world. You're stepping into a realm of conversation I don't think you're equipped to have right now, friend. You can't be 3D unless you've already been part of the 2D world. You're saying something that's nonsensical right now.
Okay, and this reality that we're in is limited. Scientists have has explained there's at least 11 dimensions, and we exist and experience four.
I don't even know that. What's the dimension, Moses? I don't even know why I'm doing this. What are
So,
you even
okay,
referring
a
to?
dot on a piece of paper is the first.
No,
You,
no, no, no. What is a dimension? Not giving me an analogy. What is a dimension?
I mean, I don't have a definition, but I understand
Okay, so
the
but
one through four
until
dimensions.
until you can know what that is, maybe you shouldn't engage in conversations about them. And I'm saying that with all honesty and all sincerity. This may be something that you're very interested in, and I'm very interested in it as well. But until you've actually done the research, done the work, done some studying, and you know what you're talking about, is really, really unwise to engage in these conversations until, and the same is true of the Bible. Like, we've read scriptures to you today that you did not realize that was in that Bible, but you came up here with your full chest out with both nipples to defend this God, saying that he would not command something like that until we
That's
read it.
cap. That's what I'm saying. That's hypocritical. I've done plenty of studying. I've done plenty of
He's
things.
telling you you're being
You are the
hypocritical.
one who said that to him.
What?
She's just repeating what you said.
Okay, when she said
And
that I
then you've
came
been
up here with my chest out and my
victimizing yourself
nipples
since you've
poked
been on
out,
this
that
stage.
was unnecessary, and that's my
You
point.
well, but you can't tell
The
me
the
what was
point is,
necessary for me to express my thought. Thinker, did
okay,
we
you
do an
can't tell
age
me that I
check?
don't.
Did we do an I think age he said he was check? like 27 and 32, something like that. I Are can't you remember. serious? Wow. Okay.
He was mad because you said he had both nipples out.
Well, I mean, I didn't mean that. I just meant that you were really bold. That's what I mean by that. I wasn't really talking
I
about your
know.
nipples, friend. Like, I
I
really
know.
wasn't.
I know.
I didn't even have them in my mind. It's just a saying, right? It just means that you were really boldly convicted in what you were saying. It wasn't really referencing your,
I get that. I'm
yeah.
saying you're
He
making
getting prepped for the day of the
assumptions.
Lord.
I was
He
just
getting prepped for
including
the day of
that
the Lord.
that was just unnecessary.
It
My
wasn't
point is,
making an
that's an
assumption, though.
assumption.
It wasn't
You
an
did.
assumption.
You said you should go study more. You said that you should be well versed before you come up here and have these conversations. I did plenty of studying. I
Do you
have a
want to
whole bunch
know?
of things.
You want to know
I have
why I
things.
said that? Do you
How's
want to know
that?
why I said that? Because you were about to explain well, first, because you said something about a 3D object reaching into a 2D world.
Yes, they.
That tells me you don't understand dimensions, because to be 3D means that you already exist in the 2D. So that's
Do
a
you,
nonsensical statement to make. That's why I said that.
do you want me to post a video of scientists explaining it?
I know what I'm saying is that I know what video you're talking about. What I'm saying is that you have a skewed understanding of what they mean. That's all I'm trying to say to you.
Okay, the example they used was you reaching your hand in tomorrow's world, and they explain what happens and what he would experience and what you experience, and that was my point of mentioning that.
I know what you're saying, but what I'm trying to explain to you is, because I know what you're saying, I'm trying to explain to you that you don't understand it in the way that you think you're understanding it. It's not proving the point that you think you're proving.
Okay, so you know what how they talk about extra dimensional entities and the aliens and all this stuff, right? So you know how they talk about how there's entities that come into our dimension that don't exist in our dimension, but they can materialize here.
What dimension are they from?
I don't know. That's what they're talking about. And that's my
Who's
point.
they?
The
Who's
point
they?
is, look, that's my point. If we
Who's they?
exist and experience, hold
Your point
on,
is
the
that you
government,
don't know who it is? Who is it?
people in the government. There's been many
Who?
videos of them talking about EDEs, or what they call extra
Who?
dimensional entities. The government,
Who?
CIA, the CIA vault, FOI.gov. They have declassified documents in there about all this stuff,
The
including.
CIA said there are beings from other dimensions that come to the third and fourth dimension to do what?
I didn't say all that. The I
You
said that
did say that.
the
You said extra dimensional
I didn't
beings
say
come to
from
this
the third and
dimension.
fourth. Yes, I said they materialize here. I didn't say I knew which dimension they come from. But what I'm saying
I
is
didn't
that
say that
they're.
that you knew what dimension they came from. I asked you if you think that beings from a different dimension than the one that we currently exist in come to this dimension. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and that's what they're concluding with the quantum computers as well.
Hey, Thinker, you see Jeff in the chat? What did he say? I think he wants to come up. Let me see. Also, let me drop you down for just 1 second. I don't want to have too many people up here at one time, okay? I'm going to bring you right back up.
All right.
All right. Hey, Jeff.
It's too early for this. Why are we doing this? Moises, what is a tensor?
I don't know, sir.
What is Euclidean space?
I don't know Euclidean space. No, I know there's a Euclidean geometry.
Euclidean space is part of Euclidean geometry.
I figured.
What is it?
Not sure.
Okay. What are, let's say, two applications of higher dimensional math? That the scientists that talk about it, what do they use it for?
To explain the interaction between 3 and the 2D world and what both users would be experiencing.
No. I'm talking about higher dimensional conceptual packages, like saying there are 11 dimensions and things like that. What are they used for?
Well, I know dimensions, past time, they, okay, I know there's length, width, time, and height, and that's the four that we experience. And past those up to 11, 11 is hyperspace energy. And they're saying in certain papers, like in the patent that they have, it sounds weird, but they say if you acquire this dimensional hyperspace energy, you can like heal yourself and things like that.
The answer was string theory, like in physics,
Mm-hmm.
and computer science
and in some cases, understanding social sciences. There is zero scientists saying you can get energy from higher dimensional concepts. I
That's
should
not true.
know. No, no, it is true. I would know.
Quantum computing.
I don't know why you're talking. I'm trying to do research to get all the hydrogen out of the sun, which requires a lot of energy. And I understand these concepts, and there's no energy in it. It's just conceptual.
So, have you seen anything about quantum computing and how they're gathering data from what they think is parallel dimensions?
They're not gathering data. They're using the concept in order to make models that allow a computer to make calculations.
Yes, but they think that the computer is getting information from other quantum computers from different locations that don't exist here.
What would be the mechanism for that?
It's on. There's a whole TED talk about this stuff, and they said,
TikTok
"Oh, it
is not a
sounds like science
mechanism.
fiction."
I asked a very direct question. What would be the
Mhm.
mechanism for a quantum computer here getting data from some other theoretical quantum computer somewhere else?
Well, them having it have computations like a brain and not being completely binary no more, and then them
That's not
having
a
to keep it
mechanism.
at absolute zero for it to work, and all the things and components that they have to
Wait,
use
did you
for it
say
to
it
work.
would have to be at absolute zero for it to work?
Yes, they have to be at
Like
absolute zero.
0 Kelvin?
Absolute zero, yes. And
What?
that's them explaining the
I just have a
computers and how they
question.
work.
I have a separate question. What is the utility of this for you?
The utility is to explain that dimensionally that there is something that exists past the dimensions that we experience.
So here, I know that you don't know what you're talking about. Everybody in the chat and everybody on the panel is certain that you don't know what you're talking about. And I'm now convinced that you know that you don't know what you're talking about. My question
I'm
is,
pretty sure I
why are
do.
you doing this though?
I just explained it.
No, like, okay, so you saying it's not binary is not a mechanism in computer science for data exchange,
I said
right?
not completely binary.
It's not binary at all. But again, that's not a mechanism for data exchange. Like if I was to say, hey, what's up with a flash drive? Well, it's not a spinny drive, and therefore it got information from aliens.
That's
That
not what I'm
doesn't make
saying.
sense, right? That is exactly an analog to what you're saying.
No, I'm saying the
There's no
computer. I'm saying
mechanism.
traditional.
Listen very closely. There's no mechanism for someone to make a quantum computer, turn it on, feed it information, and then say it's generating information from somewhere else.
I didn't say it's generated from other information from somewhere else. I said it's gathering.
Gathering,
And there's studies on this.
receiving,
I'm not just saying stuff.
transmitting, any of that. There's zero mechanism for that.
There's studies.
What is a quantum computer?
As far as I know, it has computations and it's not completely binary with zeros and ones. It has computations like a brain.
A computer has computations.
Yes, quantum computer. Yeah.
What how does it do the computations?
I mean, I don't exactly remember how they explained it, but there's a whole bunch of science to this and explanation.
There's science. So here's what we got. I'm just going to synthesize your answer to the simplest form. And I just want you to tell me when it sounds like you know what you're talking about. A computer does computations using science.
No, I'm saying a computer does computations explained by science.
Okay, great. Now, how does it do those computations? There is you and I both know there's an answer to the question I'm asking you, and you're not giving it. Like you know that, right?
No, what is that? That's an assumption.
No, no. Currently, right now, I'm asking you a question that has an answer,
Hmm.
and you're not giving me that answer.
Well, I'm
You
saying
are
the
aware,
answer you're
right?
looking for.
I'm looking for the answer. How does a quantum computer do its computing?
I don't specifically know.
That's the answer. That's the answer. So if you don't know, then how could you possibly say it's gathering information from anywhere?
I'm saying I can go to a source that has credibility that explains it, and not only
Okay,
from one source,
cool.
multiple.
Give me the title of a source that says that.
Okay, like I said, TED Talk they have a whole thing about it, and
A
the
TED
scientists
Talk?
are on there. Yes, there are scientists who are
Okay,
accredited
great. Give me
having
the
a
TED
speech.
Talk.
Let me go find it real quick.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Oh, On the bright side, my Hebrew's getting better.
That's good.
It's, it's
That's
difficult.
amazing.
Is it better than the guy yesterday? Yeah. He said, "What did he say? Alala yude, alala yude." Oh my gosh. Oh, well, the black dragon, you are a fucking hater. It's better than the day before. Uh, don't worry. When I get to the point to where I can do all the ha and all that good stuff, it'll be perfect. I've only been studying Hebrew for a month. I guarantee if I bring you up here, you probably can't read shit. I do want to point out that we started out talking about a study, and now we're looking for a TED Talk. But
And Dragon, it's hurt to hear you. You might want to focus on reading English before you venture out to criticizing thinkers Hebrew. Because what?
yeah, oh, that's okay. They just haters. They're just mad because their Jesus still ain't came to see about them. They on TikTok arguing about their Jesus existing and he ain't came down to prove shit for them. At least when Elijah went up against the prophets, the God showed up. Just write stories. That's all you got to do. Just write a story. And there you go. By the way, he's going to bring up a TED Talk by Hartmut Neven talking about, well, I'll let him tell it.
All right, Michio Kaku. I believe I have to rewatch the video. I'll wait till later. But I believe the short that they have, it's him explaining to Joe Rogan the parallel universes. Okay. So if you look that up, it's right there on
Just so you know,
YouTube.
when they're talking about parallel universes, it's an analogy.
Yeah, because they can't explain how it works and
They
how it's
can.
doing
No,
what it
they
does.
can explain. They definitely can explain how it works. It's like saying Schrodinger's cat. There's no cat, right? It's an analogy. It's saying that the computer is using superpositions and quantum physics in order to move a lot of information and calculate differently than a. How does a regular computer work? How does a regular binary computer work?
I don't know exactly how, but I know zeros and ones.
This is frustrating. This is what I think Fee gave you the best advice that you're ever going to receive from a person. And that is that you need to study these things and make sure you understand them before you start speaking on them, because your lack of knowledge in this space is astounding for the amount of confidence with which you speak on it. Like like astronomical.
I mean, I've seen multiple places that explain this stuff.
But you don't understand it. So you couldn't make heads or tails out of the people who are explaining it correctly and the people who are full of it. You don't even know.
It's just because I don't refresh myself with it. If I did, I would.
No. This isn't stuff that like how a binary computer works is something that once you know it, you kind of know it. You don't forget.
Okay, the when I learned about what a binary computer is, Is explaining how a quantum computer has computations like a brain. And there's also a movie on Netflix that's similar.
A binary computer has computations like a brain. They just
I know,
compute
but I'm
things
saying,
differently.
yeah, but I'm saying it's in a way that's closer to.
No,
What you mean?
it's not closer to. There are no synapses, there's no neurons. It's just calculating it differently. There are things that quantum computers do better than binary computers, and there are things that quantum computers do not do better than binary computers.
Okay, I'll have to go look all that up because I'm just
Got a
getting
lot
this
to
from a
look up.
person over a screen. Everything I've seen has came from people giving a lecture or giving a speech.
But if you don't understand it, how are you, like, that's the point. Like, if I hear a computer scientist from Google talk about quantum computing, I understand what they're saying.
I'm not that person from Google, and I never said I was.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about you're listening to computer scientists give TED Talks.
Not just TED Talks. I've seen, as I said, I've seen other things.
You're listening to computer scientists talk on Netflix. You're
Okay.
listening to computer scientists, and it's as if somebody was to give you an entire lecture in Japanese. Do you speak Japanese?
No, but just because I can't articulate myself doesn't mean I don't understand something. And I think
That's exactly what it means.
that's where you're going wrong.
No. If you can't articulate a thought, you do not understand it.
It's not true. There's plenty of
No,
people
it's
who can understand
100%
things
true.
without being able to
If
how to
I
explain
if
them.
I put a quantum computer in front of you right now, you wouldn't know what you were looking at.
If you put a quantum computer in front of me,
Yeah,
I've seen a couple. It depends which one, I
that's not
guess.
that's not
But
what
I've
I'm.
seen a couple.
If I said, "What is this thing?" You'd be like, "That." I'm getting yeah. That's the I'm pointy getting thing. more. I don't.
Okay, I get you.
Yeah. I don't know. Do y'all have anything else to say? I'm sorry. I'm getting bored with him.
The only thing I would like to add is Stephen Hawking's quote: "The greatest enemy of knowledge is not ignorance; it's the illusion of knowledge." And that is the truth for everyone.
Facts.
All we're saying, Moses, is go study. Before you talk about this again, go study it.
Just gonna
Fair.
keep on denying shit. Like it's just gonna be very circular. Here's a good exercise for everybody. Like, if you think you know a concept and you cannot explain it in some way to a 5-year-old, you don't actually know it. You don't. Because not that the 5-year-old will be able to understand it fully, but you should be able to synthesize the concept into its like basic forms and say, this is this is this.
Okay,
And
but
then
that's
you can say you
see,
understand it.
but that I agree, but that depends on what you're talking about
Have a
because
good
I
night,
can
a good
explain.
day. Enjoy your day.
You too. Thanks.
Yeah, he's just gonna keep on going round in circles. Yeah. Let's see. You can swap me back for Oso if he wants to come back. I get really frustrated at the confidence of people when they talk about like things like that. They always come up here talking about shit they don't know. Yeah, it's
Wild.
crazy. Deanna. First, I want to ask Dragon. Dragon, why do you follow every atheist in this community? I think it's weird for y'all to be hitting follow on these on people that you don't like. Yeah, it's just like it's weird. Like he follows Fee, he follows me, he follows Justin, he follows Rhea, he follows Mezzo. I didn't see Joel on there, but why? It's weird as fuck. Like I don't follow none of you. None of you Christians that come on my page. I don't follow y'all. It's just weird. Deanna, can I get your age and your whether you're a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I am 26 and I am a Christian. Yes.
And what topic did you want to discuss?
Um, I'll go with the first one. Is belief or non-belief in a God more harmful to society? I think that non-belief, and I don't want to say a God, I think non-belief in Jesus is more harmful to society.
Are you going to go into I think this because and here's the evidence, like, or are you just gonna state, like, are
Well,
you
yeah,
gonna tell us why you think that?
I think that when we people who don't believe in God, and I do mean Jehovah Jireh, the Most High God, who don't believe in Jesus, and they try to figure life out on their own or they experience certain things, it's because they're living in a life of willful sin.
And you know this how? Like, do you know everybody's life?
No, I don't know. Of course, I don't know everyone's life,
So
but
why would you state something that you can't prove?
because we're all sin,
If you're all if we're all sinners, you are living a life of sin even with this Jesus. And so,
Um,
like, you're stating something that you cannot prove. Right.
well, the key word I said is willful sin.
Right, but it
So,
doesn't matter. Sin is sin. Is it more
well,
harmful if it's willful? No, hold on, hold on.
it
Is it?
absolutely does.
Don't hold on. Is the sin more harmful because it's willful?
Absolutely,
How,
yes.
how so? So if a person, if a Christian grapes somebody, and a non-believer grapes somebody, is it more harmful because the non-believer does it?
If a Christian grapes somebody, well, that person is not a Christian. We'll just start off there.
Well, so all the pastors and priests that have essayed children,
They're not truly Christians.
yeah, but they identify as a Christian, and we're talking about belief. They have a belief in a God. So they have a belief in a God, and they have great children. Jehovah Witnesses. I don't know if you're a Jehovah Witness because you keep talking about Jehovah Jireh. Jehovah
I only said
Witnesses
it once.
had an
You said it once.
entire.
I
I'm
only said
talking.
it
Stop
once.
talking while I'm talking.
I only said it once.
How you
Don't.
gonna
You said it twice.
do?
You said
No, I
Jehovah
didn't.
twice.
No,
Do
I
you have
didn't.
any
Yes,
self
you did. I can
control?
play it
Like, oh
back.
my goodness.
I don't like. I shouldn't have to do that, but you did.
You could play it back because I
I
didn't know
can.
what I
Yep, I
said.
can. And I can. You said it twice. But Jehovah's Witnesses had an entire scandal with them covering up essay claims from pastors in their organization. So are you saying that they are not believers because they essayed children and the organization covered it up?
Okay, so yes, I am stating that they are not true believers.
I
If
didn't
they,
ask if they're true believers. I said, are you saying they are not believers?
yes, even so, I'll say
So
that too.
how does that constitute taking away saying that they believe in a God because they committed a sin?
Because when you say that you believe, when you put on, say that I am a Christian, I believe in God, I believe in Jesus, your action should follow suit. You can't say that you're a Christian and be raping children.
I didn't say anything about Christian. I said a belief in a God. So when you believe, there are
That
things that,
Christian,
hold
you
on,
said Christian a
I'm
few minutes
talking.
ago,
Stop talking while I'm
but you
talking.
kept talking over me.
I'm the host.
You're
Brother
rude
I'm
said,
the
as
sis,
host.
shut
hell.
up. Shut
I'm the
up.
host. My
You are
job
rude
is
as
to
hell. Is
drive.
that your
Shut up. This her
subject?
freaking
Hold on, y'all. I
stage.
got it. I'm the host, and my job is to drive this conversation. Okay, I'm the only one that can interrupt. Okay, and I'm going to interrupt to drive the conversation. I'm asking you, based off of what you said, as being a believer, there are actions that should follow. According to your book, the actions that should follow is that you should be able to raise the dead, you should be able to heal the sick, you should be able to cast out demons, you should be able to drink poisonous shit and not die, right? Can you do those things? And if not, does that mean you are not a believer?
No, that does not mean that you're not a believer.
So if your Jesus said that these are the signs that shall follow those who believe. You just said that when you believe something, there are actions that should compute after that with that belief. Your Jesus listed those actions. So why does that not negate belief? if you don't do what Jesus said that you should be able to do?
I don't think that every single one of those actions should equal to being a believer.
But Jesus said it. So who are you to negate what
No, he
Jesus
didn't.
said? He
He didn't
did.
say some of those will accord to different believers,
He
but
said some.
it would not be for all.
Let's
Yes.
pull it up. Let's pull it up and see if he
He
said
said
some.
those
Hold
are the
on.
signs. He didn't
Let's
say
pull
that
it up and see if he said
for
some.
each and
Hold on.
every
Hold
believer.
on.
He didn't
Let's
say
pull it
that it
up.
would be
Let's
for each
pull it
and
up
every
and
believer.
see. Let's pull it up. We're going to go to the book.
Thinker, can you reset your gift goal?
Yeah.
And thanks, Christina, for the reminder.
Mark 16, starting at verse 15. And he said to them, go into all the world and proclaim the good news to the whole creation. To the whole creation. The one who believes and is baptized will be saved, but the ones who do not believe will be condemned. And these signs will accompany those who believe. By using my name, they will cast out demons. They will speak in new tongues. They will pick up snakes. And if they drink any deadly thing, it will not hurt them. They will lay their hands on the sick and they will recover.
So these signs mean that I'm sorry, I don't see the part where it says that all signs will be for each believer.
Go and proclaim this to the all of the world, to the whole creation. To all the world and whole creation. Those who believe, the one who believes and is baptized will be saved. And these signs will accompany those who believe. All it says is those who believe.
So again, it's not saying that all the signs listed will be to
Then
each
show me
believer.
where it says some of these signs.
It's right there. It says these signs. It didn't
Where does
say
it say
all.
some? Where does it say some of these signs will only be given to some believers?
I don't think English is a first language.
Okay, so um your next point.
Uh, what do you mean by next point?
You said you are
You
driving
just
the
gonna
conversation.
ignore? You just gonna ignore this?
You said you are driving the
You
conversation
just got.
here.
I asked you a
And these
question.
and these
I
and these
asked you a
signs will accompany those
question.
who believe.
I asked you to show me where it says only some of these signs.
It doesn't say all.
So, like, can you do
It
any of
doesn't
these?
it
How can hold on,
it
hold on?
doesn't say
Can you
all.
do any of them? What out of these signs? I'm gonna pull up some more that he said. Okay, I want you to tell me which ones you can do.
And I'm sorry, what was your point in this again? What is it?
You were literally saying that because the pastors in the Jehovah's Witness organization SA Children, that means that they don't believe because there are actions that's supposed to accompany believers.
And
Right, that shows that they
was to
believe.
bring
And
up
my point in bringing this up is that yes, your Jesus did say that there were actions that would accompany believers. Right? You're negating a pastor belief in your Jesus because he has saved a child.
because
But
he's a
but I
true
can easily
believer.
negate your belief in your
He's
Jesus
a
because
true
you can't do
no,
stop
but
talking while I'm talking.
your
I
argument
can
is
I'm talking right now. You asked me a question and I'm answering you. I can negate your belief, right? Because you can't do the science that your Jesus said that you should be able to do according to this book.
I'm not referring to the signs that you're referring to.
I'm talking about your Jesus.
I'm talking about a life of actually turning away from sin.
But I'm talking about what your Jesus said. Your Jesus
Turning
said that
away from
believers,
sin and doing
but your Jesus said that believers, right? You can tell believers by these signs. These signs will accompany them, right? Let's go to Matthew. Let's go to Matthew 10. And see, these 12 Jesus sent out with the following instructions. Do not take a road leading to Gentiles, and do not enter a Samaritan town, but go rather to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. As you go, proclaim the good news. The kingdom of heaven has come near. Cure the sick, raise the dead, cleanse those with a skin disease, cast out demons. So these things. Now, here is an out. You have an out here. Because Jesus clearly says, don't go to the Gentiles unless, are you an Israelite, Diana?
I am a Christian.
And so therefore you're not an Israelite.
I am a Christian.
Okay. I get that you are a Christian, which means that you're a Gentile Christian, right? You're not an Israelite.
No, I am not an Israelite.
Okay. And so because you're not an Israelite, an argument could be made that Jesus wasn't talking to you about you here, because it says don't go to the Gentiles, right? Because he said that he came for the lost sheep of Israel, right? And so this could be an out, but you would have to kind of admit that Jesus didn't come for you, that he only came for the lost sheep of Israel, which I don't think y'all are willing to do. But if you are grafted in, and that makes you a spiritual Israelite, then therefore you should be curing the sick, raising the dead, cleansing those with a skin disease, and casting out demons. Like, there are some of these signs, at least some, right, that you should be doing based off of your belief. Right? Let's go to John. I'm going to leave that one up. Let's go to John 14. Jesus made sure y'all understood what he meant when he said it. Like, he said it multiple ways so that y'all wouldn't get confused. Let's see. He says, do you not believe that I am in the Father and the Father is in me? The words that I say to you, I don't speak on my own, but the Father who dwells in me does his works. Believe me that I am in the Father and the Father is in me. But if you do not, then believe because of the works themselves. Very truly, I tell you, the one who believes in me will also do the works that I do. In fact, will do greater works than these because I am going to the Father. So, Jesus said that the one who believes in him, okay, will do the works that he does and better. What can you do?
This conversation is not about what I could
It
do.
is. It's
You
about belief. It's
you
about
asked,
belief.
you
It's about
asked
belief. The
you had
conversation is about belief. You said
and
that
when I
those,
started talking, you cut every
listen,
speaker off. You don't let anyone speak.
it is about you. Okay. You came up here and you said that believers live better lives than non-believers because blah, blah, blah. And when I asked about the pastors and the Jehovah Witness program, SA and children, you negated their belief. You said that they're not real believers because there are signs, there are things that should follow a believer, and I'm telling you, you're absolutely correct. And if you are a believer, these are the signs that should follow you. What can you do?
You did not let me explain that because you keep talking over me.
I'm telling you what I want to know. What can you do?
Again, it's not about what I can do.
That's what your Jesus said. Do you
Can you go
deny
back?
what your
Can you
Jesus
go
said?
back?
Do you
Can you
deny
go?
what your
You're not
Jesus
a real
said? It's on the
believer.
Can
screen.
you?
It's on the screen. It's right there in front of you. Do you deny what he said?
I absolutely do not deny what he said.
Okay, so what can you do that follows your belief, that proves that you are a true believer?
What can I do that proves that I'm a true believer?
Out of the signs that
I
Jesus
read
said.
I
Out of the
read
signs that
I pick
Jesus
up
said.
my cross every day. What
That's
that
not what Jesus
look
said here.
what that well he said to pick up your cross every day.
That's not what he said here. That's not what he
That
said will be the
includes
signs that follow you. I'm asking about what Jesus
it's
said
in the
here.
book. It's in the
I'm
book.
asking what Jesus said here. The signs that shall follow you as a believer. Okay? And we can go through it again. All right? We're going to start with Mark since he was first. He said, and these signs shall accompany those who believe. By using my name, you will cast out demons. That's one. You will speak in new tongues. They will pick up snakes. And if you drink a deadly thing, it won't hurt you. You'll lay hands on the sick and they shall recover. You'll cure the sick, raise the dead, cleanse those with a skin disease, cast out demons. Okay? And then he said, you're going to do the same works he did and do greater. That's what I'm asking you for.
If I do all of these things, what is your point? What is your point, so to say? Because if you let me finish what I was going to say, me living a Christian life, turning away from sin, is living a completely life that's different from the life I used to live, which is turning away from my sin. I used to live in willful sin. That looked like deliberately going out to the club, deliberately fornicating, deliberately getting drunk, deliberately getting high. Now I don't do those things. I read the word. I pray every morning. I worship God. I listen to gospel music. I do things that point me in a direction to get closer to him. So that's what I meant when I said I live a life that's turning away
Okay.
from evil.
Okay. Now, what I need you to do, okay? I need you to show me where it is a sin to drink. Your Jesus came partying, he said.
It's not a sin to
Where
drink.
where is it a sin to go to the club?
Oh, I got
Well,
you.
I don't drink. I don't party. I'm a
And
real
then where
Christian.
is it a sin to
Woo.
fornicate? Where does it say that premarital sex is a sin?
And I've been married almost 20 years, so I do mine within the confines of my marriage. I'm winning.
I also want to know
I'm a winning thinker.
how do you indeliberately fornicate and go to the club? That's what I'm curious
Right.
about.
Did they have clubs in Galilee?
I don't know. I mean, it
I'm
might
she
be
gonna pull up a
cool.
scripture talking about the club in Galilee. What club they went to?
In the
The
current, we
ghost,
all Jewish. I don't know.
one ghost party.
DJ Khaled been making hits for that long. Y'all don't
And
know.
another one.
He was like, instead of mustard on the beat, olive oil on the beat. I don't know what they were doing back in the day. They were.
Olive oil on the beat is unhinged.
That's
Mm-mm.
wild.
But did you notice it was I pray, I read the Bible, I sing God, I listen to gospel music. Like that's like what the fuck does that do for society because she prays, because she listens to gospel music, right? Because she reads her Bible. Like it's I do this, I do that. Like what? What the hell? How did the fuck does that help society?
You asked me what do I do.
I said the bullet. I asked you about these motherfucking gifts. I ain't asked you
Then
about
you
you
asked
singing
me
no
what do
fucking.
I
Here
do.
I am to worship. Here I am to bow down. Like I don't nobody give a fuck about that.
It's like you don't want to help society. That's not
You
what.
said what's the scripture? So do you want the scripture or
Girl,
Y'all say sing that sing. That's the song I used to sing in church. when I was a
I used to sing
missionary.
that too.
Here
I did a praise
I
dance.
am to
Mhm.
worship. Here I am to bow down.
Here I am to say that
I ain't
you're
saying that
my
part.
God. You did?
No, I said I ain't saying that part.
Oh. Yeah, cause somebody gonna clip that and say, see.
Club of the Firstborn is diabolical. Club Messiah.
Yo,
That would
Yeah,
be a
hole
Club
club.
in the
Messiah.
wall.
Club Messiah.
There'd be a hole in the wall.
Great.
Oh, going on mute.
They be selling Crown Royal.
The crown. It'd be right across the street.
For the bougie, we have shave a manger.
I'm
With a
having a
Bloody
Virgin Mary
Mary.
myself.
The Bloody Mary. With a wall full of spirits.
Wall full of spirits. Mm.
Ephesians 5, verse 18.
Ephesians 5, verse 18 for the club.
No, for the drinking.
No. I said, where does it say that drinking is a sin? Is that what you're finna say? It's finna say that being drunk. I mean, that drinking is a sin. Ephesians 5:18.
She going to the do not drink to drunkenness.
Yeah,
Not
do not
drinking
get
at all.
drunk with wine, for that is debauchery. But be filled with spirit. That's Paul. First off, Paul doesn't write a law. Second, he says don't get drunk, not don't drink.
And then the moment another Christian comes up here to tell you that you can drink, you just can't get drunk, that kind of blows your point completely out of the water.
I mean, Jesus turned wine into water. Like, it never crosses their mind that he had something to drink there, right? They could have drunk the water, but Jesus wanted to party. And he turned a very good, sustainable liquid into wine.
That's because you can drink.
Exactly. I asked you
But I
to point.
didn't.
I asked you to
You're
point to
twisting
where
my
drinking
words.
was a sin. I asked you to point to. I asked you to point to where drinking was a sin.
I
I asked
never
you to point.
said
I
that
asked you
drinking
to
was
point
a
to where
sin.
going to the club was a sin, and I asked you to point to where having premarital sex was a
I didn't even
sin.
say going to the club. I didn't say any
You
of.
said you
I
listed the things that you used to willfully sin. You said I was willfully sinning. I was drinking. I was
Yes,
clubbing. I was fornicating.
I was
That's
getting
what you
drunk. I
said.
was in a space where demonic spirits operate at an
Oh my
all-time
God. And the
high, which is
demonic
the
spirits that
club.
operate in your church for the people that's essaying children and what? And what?
Why are you so why are you so what are you
You still
why are
around the,
you so
you're still around demonic spirits. The pastors in the Jehovah Witness organization was essaying children. They still there. They still in the church.
You're right.
Okay, so
They are
what does going to
they
the club got to do with anything?
they are still
Your
because
club just turned into a church.
you asked
Your
me what do
club
I
just
do
turned
that's
into a
different.
church. Why did you list the club then? Like, your club just turned into a church.
No, it didn't. I rebuke that.
Okay, and your club turned into
Rebuke
a church.
that.
And I said it again. Your
I
rebuke
rebuke
didn't work.
that.
The rebuke didn't work. Your
I
club turned into a church.
rebuke me and I just
Your
simply
it
disagree.
didn't work. It
And
didn't
I
work.
rebuke
It didn't work. It didn't work.
Deanna, can I ask you a quick question?
sure, whoever is speaking.
This is Fee speaking. So when you have a standard that you follow as a Christian and you
Mhm.
read a scripture and you make a decision about your life, that's the standard that you have. You have to admit that there are other Christians who don't agree with your standard. Like, there are some Christians who believe drinking is wrong, that there are whole denominations that forbid drinking, right?
Yeah.
So how do you know which one of you are following the actual word of God?
Because everyone is entitled to, like, drinking is not a sin, right? So if someone believes that they choose to completely not drink at all, okay, kudos to them. However, the life I used to live, I used to get drunk, and that's what I was saying.
Right. And I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the standard that you said, the markers of what makes a true Christian.
because you have to admit that there is no one standard. When you have one denomination that says any imbibing of any sort is strictly forbidden by the scriptures, they hold that to that, and they point to the Bible as their reasons for that. You say it's okay to drink, you just don't get drunk, like do it in moderation. So which one of you checked the boxes for being the true Christian when your positions are different and you're pointing to the same source for that position?
If you're not getting drunk, which is then therefore committing a sin, then both parties technically correct.
But they can't be correct because one is telling you you can't drink at all. And that's the only way to be acceptable to
Well, the
God. To
Bible doesn't say
completely,
that, so I would have to say that they're wrong in that case. The Bible doesn't say that you can't drink at all. It
but
doesn't.
the
It doesn't say that.
right, but the Bible also doesn't say you can't fornicate. It doesn't say you can't have sex before marriage, but the vast majority of
Yes.
believers think that it
Wait.
does.
You said the Bible says that you can't. Could you repeat that? You said it says that you.
The Bible never says that sex before marriage is a sin. It doesn't. But a lot of believers claim that it does. There are some religions that teach that it does. There are some religions that now, specifically the more progressive ones, are teaching safety as opposed to abstinence. So when you see the rules of the church shifting with the culture, are they really the rules of the church or are they the norms of the culture? And it gets us back to the whole what's a true Christian? If you can't see us, we can't hear you. You're on teacup right now.
Could you show me where it says that?
I think Thinker's pulling. Think, are you pulling it up? The
Which
scripture
one?
on fornication, or what pornea actually is?
So there isn't a it just says sexual immorality. Pornea?
Yeah,
It's prostitution.
right. So they point to, well, the religion I grew up in pointed to pornea, and they said that it was fornication, and they use that as a justification for no sex before marriage. But that's not what the word means.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that there isn't a scripture in here that talks about fornication as being sex before marriage.
Yes, because I. The Bible does say fornication
It
is.
says it doesn't say that. There is no law in the Mosaic law that says sex before marriage is a sin. And in the New Testament it says fornication, which that was added later. The original word there was just sexual immorality. And then they went to pornea, which is prostitution. But premarital sex is a Christian theological concept that was added later around the 12th to the 15th century. But there is no biblical evidence that points to premarital sex being a sin. Unless for virgin girls, they had to be virgins because their father would get a dowry for their virginity. But after they were, so like if they were no longer married, if they had sex with somebody that was not married, that wasn't considered a sin. If they were widows and they end up having sex with a single man, that's not a sin.
And I think this is just one example of the problem
So
that I
do the.
have.
Okay.
Let me just say this real quickly. I think this is just one example. Drinking and fornication are just two examples of the problem that you're going to run into when you say that someone doing a thing is them not being a true Christian, because there's no checkbox to follow to say what makes a true Christian. I mean, it would be the same like.
Well, it is a sin. You are literally opening your. We're supposed to keep our body as a temple to the Lord. So when you have sex, outside of
That's
marriage.
that is your opinion. There's nothing in this Bible that says that when you have sex with somebody, you're opening yourself up to demons or spirits. That's something that you have been taught or something that you are telling yourself. That's, if you want to make that a law for yourself, that's all well and good. But it's not
It's in the
biblical.
Bible.
Well, point to it. Where in the
It's
Bible?
it's in the Bible. You can't
Where?
take
Tell me the
things.
scripture. Don't just say
So
it's in the Bible. What
so
scripture?
Deuteronomy 22,
Deuteronomy 22, what?
verse 13.
And it says that when you have sex, you're opening your body to spirits. Huh?
Deuteronomy 22 is talking about sex before marriage.
Yeah, what does it say? Suppose a man marries a woman, but after going into her dislikes her and makes up charges against her, slandering her by saying, I married this woman, but when I laid with her, I did not find evidence of her virginity. Where does it point to? First off, he married her, right? And then he's lying on her. Come back, Deanna. He married her. He's lying on her, right? Because he's trying to say that the father sold him a girl that was not a virgin. Can you point to the law that says that a woman gets married and finds out, if she finds out that the husband is not a virgin when she married him? What happens if the husband is not a virgin? Can you point to that law for me? What happens if the man is not a virgin on his wedding night?
Maybe that's what the foreskins were for, like that little twisty tie seal on the
I can-
bottle caps.
I cannot point to that
Why not?
because I haven't got that far.
Can you do a
If
Google
I,
search?
if
Can
I
you
be,
you can do a Google
if
search.
I,
You
if I,
can do a Google search and look for the law.
Anchor.
Huh?
Did you hear me?
What'd you say?
Please reset your gift code.
so Hebrews,
Okay.
Hebrews. And I'm sorry to
No.
switch.
I asked for the
I'm sorry to
law.
switch verses.
Hey, Deanna.
What's
Deanna. I asked for the law. Hebrews is not a law. Where in the law does it point to men being virgins on their wedding night, and what happens if they are not in the law?
I just want to quickly point out.
I don't believe there is a law.
There's not one. There's not a law that says boys or young men have to be
There's not a law
virgins
for
when they
that.
get married. There's not. There's only a law around little girl virgins, because little girl virgins were sold to men or married off to men, and their father was paid a dowry, a bride price. If the father gave a young girl to a man and said that she was a virgin and she was not a virgin, then that father and that daughter was brought up on charges and stoned.
So yeah, I just wanted to point out that the law is against lying about being a virgin, not actually not being a virgin. Because Exodus 22:16 would suggest it's just about money.
It's really, I guess, supposed, I don't know, like saying show me where it says it's not a sin when you can't show me where it says it is.
Being sexually immoral is a sin. Fornicating is a sin.
Where do you know where the sexual immorality laws are? Huh? Do you know where they are?
You're wanting to see a law.
Yeah, let's go to the sexual immorality laws. Let's go to those laws right quick. I think it's Leviticus 18. Yeah. So it says the Lord spoke to Moses. So this is your Lord speaking. Speak to the Israelites and say to them, I am the Lord your God. You shall not do as they do in the land of Egypt where you lived, and you shall not do as they do in the land of Canaan to which I am bringing you. You shall not follow their statutes. My ordinances you shall observe, and my statutes you shall keep following them. I am the Lord your God. You shall keep my statutes and my ordinances. By doing so one shall live. I am the Lord. None of you shall approach anyone near of kin to uncover nakedness. I am the Lord. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your father, which is the nakedness of your mother. She is your mother. You shall not uncover her nakedness. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your father's wife. It is the nakedness of your father. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your sister, your father's daughter, or your mother's daughter, whether born at home or born abroad, which Abraham did. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your son's daughter, or your daughter's daughter, or their nakedness is your own nakedness. You shall, for their nakedness is your own nakedness? Wait, their naked. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your son's daughter or your daughter's daughter, for their nakedness is your own nakedness. I just
Your
recognize that.
grandchildren's nakedness be your own nakedness, but not
Exactly.
your
That's what I'm
children.
trying to like.
That's odd.
That's odd. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your father's wife's daughter, born in your father's house, since she is your sister. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your father's sister. She is your father's flesh, which Moses' daddy did. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your mother's sister, for she is your mother's flesh. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your father's brother. That is, you shall not approach his wife. She is your aunt. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your daughter-in-law. She is your son's wife. You shall not uncover her nakedness. You shall not uncover the nakedness of your brother's wife. It is your brother's nakedness. You shall not uncover the nakedness of a woman and her daughter, and you shall not take her son's daughter or her daughter's daughter to uncover her nakedness. They are your flesh. It is depravity. And you shall not take a woman as a rival to her sister, uncovering her nakedness while her sister is still alive. You shall not approach a woman to uncover her nakedness while she is in her menstrual uncleanliness. You shall not have sexual relationships with your neighbor's wife and defile yourself with her. You shall not give any of your offspring to sacrifice them to the Molech. Nothing about premarital sex. These are the sexual immorality laws. No premarital sex here.
Okay, I see. But then we have Hebrews 13:4,
That's not a
and
law. We don't even know who wrote Hebrews. That's not even a law, though. I'm asking about a law.
so 1 Corinthians 6 speaks on sexual immorality.
And what does it
And
say about
notice
premarital sex?
it says, I have the right to do anything, you say, but not everything is beneficial. I have the right to do anything, but I will not be mastered by anything. You say food for the stomach and the stomach for food, and God will destroy them both. The body, however, is not meant for sexual immorality, but for the Lord, and the Lord for the body.
And sexual immorality was what? How did they define sexual immorality in this law, in this book, in ancient Israel? How did they define sexual immorality in Israel?
He just read it.
Let's see, 1 Corinthians 5. It is actually reported that there is sexual immorality among you, and the sort. Hello, can you come back? 1 Corinthians chapter 5. It is actually reported that there is sexual immorality among you, and the sort of sexual immorality that is not found even among Gentiles. For a man is living with his father's wife, and you are arrogant. Should you not rather have mourned, so that he who has done this would have been removed from among you?
So are you
He defines the sexual immorality here. What sexual immorality is
He
it
said,
talking about?
he said the sort of sexual morality.
Which is what? Which is
That's
what
not
here?
limiting. That's
Which
not
what he
limiting
defined it? He said it. He said what the guy was doing. He
the
said,
sort.
"For a man is living with his father's wife." That is the sexual immorality that he's talking about here.
Exactly that he's talking
What
about.
sexual immorality is it defining in the scripture you just read?
The body, however, is not meant for sexual immorality, but for the Lord, and the Lord for the body. So, however you want to state it,
No,
it's
not
clearly
however you want to
stating.
say it, because you
It's
go by
clearly
Leviticus, then go by
stating that the
Leviticus
body is for
18.
the
The
Lord.
Leviticus 18, then you
The
shouldn't be
body is
fucking at
for the
all.
Lord.
Then you shouldn't be, if the body is for the Lord, you shouldn't be fucking at all.
And
But Leviticus 18 talks about the sexual immorality laws,
I
and
had
it
to take
does
stuff out of
not
marriage.
mention premarital sex.
And I think it's also worth pointing out that if it were clearly stated, we wouldn't have had to go to like 4 different books in the Bible for you to prove your point. Like it would
But
have
it,
been
but it
clearly
clearly,
stated.
it is stated right there.
But where is it stated though? Like you keep saying that it's. I think you're missing the point, Deanna. I don't know if you're doing it intentionally or not, but you've equated sexual immorality with sex before marriage, and those two things are just not synonymous in this book. And Thinker has pointed that out to you several times.
Y'all brought up sexual morality. I mentioned fornication. Then someone also brought up that sexual immorality is not a sin either. They
Is
both are a
fornication
sin.
is fornication not a form of sexual immorality according to you?
Exact. They're both a sin.
No, but what we're saying, so sexual immorality is a blanket umbrella term in your mind that would encompass, I would
No, it's
assume,
not in my
fornication.
mind. If this scripture states
No,
that the
no,
body is
listen,
for the Lord,
Deanna,
if this,
Deanna,
if
just
this,
let me finish. Deanna, let me finish my sentence, please. You're speaking on it as though sexual immorality is the topic, and under that topic is adultery, fornication, perhaps masturbation, according to some Christian doctrines. Do you agree? You got to come off mute. Just don't talk over me. Just let this be a conversation, and you won't get muted.
I like the same.
Okay, so sexual immorality, according to you, would encompass fornication, adultery, maybe even masturbation, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so what we just read in the scripture is that the sexual immorality that is spoken of in that scripture you had Thinker read, it wasn't about fornication. It was about a man laying with his father's wife. That's not fornication. That's not sex before marriage.
Also, like the scripture that you just read, right? If you go up just a little bit more, and start at 15:16. And I think it's important, right? In the Greek, the word for sexual immorality or fornication used there is porneia, right? And when you lose the context, right? I'm gonna pull it up. Corinthians 6. I'm just gonna do this. 15. Paul says, when he says, God will destroy, the body is meant for not sexual immorality, but for the Lord, and the Lord for the body. And God raised the Lord and will also raise us by his power. Do you not know that your bodies are members of Christ? Should I therefore take the members of Christ and make them members of a prostitute? Never. Do you not know that whoever is united to a prostitute becomes one body with her? For it is said, the two shall be one flesh. But anyone united to the Lord becomes one with him in spirit. Shun sexual immorality. Now, the word there is porneia, which literally means prostitution. It did not mean premarital sex until around the 12th to 15th century. So when he's talking about a man having sex with a prostitute, binding himself with that prostitute, Paul is saying that sex is a deeper connection. So he says, even you bring a prostitute into the body of Christ when you have sex with a prostitute, and you become one flesh with that prostitute. So he's saying don't even have sex with a prostitute.
Yes.
He's talking about prostitution.
Well, I wouldn't just say he's talking about
That's the
prostitution.
word that's used there in Greek. Porneia means prostitution. That is the Greek word used there.
He's not talking about just prostitution.
That's what the text says. It did not mean premarital sex until later.
Okay, even if so, also have to look at the definition of prostitution. Since we're going to look at definitions. But my whole point is that
What's the
fornication,
definition of prostitution? How you gonna bring
fornication,
that up and then just skip it? Like
I'm
what's your point in
sorry.
saying that?
I'm
What's the
sorry that
definition of
I'm sorry that I
prostitution?
cannot go off of TikTok
Don't
and look
just
at.
you just this is the second time you've done that. You've just dropped shit and then moved the fuck on. What's the
I
say the
can't be on.
definition
I
of
cannot be on
look? You said
TikTok
okay.
on
Now we
live
have to
and read
look
the
at the
definition.
definition of prostitution. Talk about the definition of prostitution and what that has to do with it.
I mean, prostitute. I don't
If
think
I
that's
could
being
look, if I
debased.
could look, I would do that, but I can't.
You've
But
been doing it. You've
My
been
whole
going
point,
on Google.
my whole point is that fornication is a sin. Engaging in
No, it's
sexual
not.
activity.
It's a sin for you. It's a sin for you.
Why do you
Please
keep
get the
muting my mic when I
definition.
try to talk?
we're not
I'm
muting
not.
you.
I'm
Those are
not muting you.
mods.
I am, because you keep over talking. And then she asked you to go do something because you brought it up.
But the minute I start
But you
talking,
keep
you mute my
finding
mic.
excuses.
Here's the
But the
crazy
minute I
thing.
start
Here's the
talking, you
crazy
mute
thing.
my
Like
mic.
your Jesus is God, right? But y'all keep quoting Paul. Why do y'all do that? Like, why do y'all keep quoting Paul and not your God? Why do y'all keep doing that?
Now you can speak. Or just sit there.
All of the Bible is God breathed. So it doesn't matter if I
But
went
y'all,
to
but
Matthew.
y'all
It
keep
doesn't matter if
quoting
I went to
Paul. What I'm
Leviticus. It
asking is,
doesn't
why
matter
do
if I
y'all
went to
keep?
Genesis.
I'm asking, why do y'all keep quoting Paul and not your God? Like y'all, Paul negates what your God says. Why do y'all do that?
Fornication, engaging in sexual activity with a person outside the commitment of marriage is a sin against your own body. That's it. That's all.
That's a sin against your body. There's nothing
It's still a
biblical that
sin
says it. It's
though.
not
It's
biblical
still a sin.
though.
And you said that
It's
it
not
wasn't.
it's
Oh
not
my gosh.
biblical. You have
That's
not
just something you
proven
made up.
it to be biblical.
No, you
It
just
is
said
it
it
you've not
wasn't a sin
proven you
though.
haven't
How is
proven it.
that's a sin against
You
your own body? A sin
haven't
is sin.
proven it to be biblical, Deanna. That is a law you've created for yourself.
And Deanna, have you heard that the
It's
several
literally
times that
You just
thinker
read a definition of a fucking Google. You
1
can't even
Corinthians
use your Bible. You have to use
1
Google to
Corinthians
back up your claim. You can't
1
even use
Corinthians
the Bible. It's not biblical.
So,
1 Corinthians 6.
First Corinthians, but I want to
And I just
just
read that.
I just want to point out that the bigger conversation here is which is better for society, and I would point out that we have this book that's written in an ancient language that nobody who believes in it wants to accept what the words in that language mean, and then they want to like force the moral precepts of that book onto other people and say this is a sin or that is a sin. And I would think that being that confusing is probably bad for society.
And then I'd also like to ask Deanna, when Thinker mentioned several times that this idea of fornication being a sin wasn't added until between the 12th and the 15th century, why haven't you asked her where that information came from, or attempted to figure out what she was talking about there?
Because it doesn't fit her narrative. She doesn't care.
Because whether it was added or not, it's still a sin against,
See, that's
well,
why
like Thinker says, a sin against your own body, but it's still a sin. So
But
it
what
doesn't
makes it a
matter
sin, though,
then.
right? I can
whether
see
it was
why.
added later on in time, it's still a sin.
But I can see why but my thing is like if someone came to me and they told me that a, a belief that I held was like erroneous, as opposed to just dismissing it, I would investigate it to see if what they're saying
It's
held
not a
any.
belief. Thank
Deanna,
you,
can
Victor. Victor, I already read that verse. They're not understanding.
No, you
1
did read that
Corinthians
verse, and then I read more
1.
of the verse, and I also pointed out that the word for sexual immorality and the word for fornication there is porneia in Greek, which means prostitution.
Yes, and then prostitution. Can somebody please put in the chat? Because again, I cannot be on Google and on TikTok. Because I guess I'll go off the panel. The definition of prostitution.
It
It
Verse
is what
means to
prostitution
sell
means to sell
sex.
ass.
We
please.
know
Like
what the
the
fuck
fact that you
prostitution
No,
means. It
it's
means
a
to
deeper.
sell sex. It means
Yes,
to sell sex, illicit sex.
it also means something deeper than
It
that.
does
Also,
not mean premarital sex.
I didn't say it mean that.
So why the fuck are you going on the definition of prostitution? We know what prostitution is.
Flee from sexual immorality. All other
It
sins a
doesn't
person
mean
commits
premarital
are
sex. That's the
outside
point
the
that you're not
body.
getting. Premarital sex was added to sexual immorality later on, extra biblically. There is no biblical reference to premarital sex being a sin. You can't back it up by your Bible. It is a
It is
extra
a
biblical
sin.
concept that was
If
created
you're sinning against
later
your own
on.
body, you're sinning. It is a
For you,
sin.
that's what you say because you
No,
go by
that's what the
church
Bible
fathers.
says.
It's not biblical.
It is. It's in the Bible. How is
No,
it
it's
not
not.
biblical?
No, it's not. Show me where it says premarital sex is a
I've
sin.
already read it.
No, you didn't. You said sexual immorality. It does not include
I've
premarital
already
sex.
read it.
It does. Nowhere in sexual immorality laws does it mention premarital sex.
Okay.
It's a law that you made for yourself, and nobody is saying that it's a bad law, but you can't push that on everybody else. Just because your pastors think so, or because some other man who calls himself a church father thinks so, it's not biblical.
And what I was trying to say earlier, Deanna, when you cut me off, is that I was asking you, why is it that you haven't asked Thinker about what she's repeatedly said about it being added in the 12th to 15th century? Why aren't you interested in investigating that? Because if I held a belief that I thought to be true and someone came to me with information saying, hey, that's actually not true and here's why, I would at the very least look into it before I refuted it.
I'm sorry. You wanted me to ask her why was it added later? Is that your question?
No, I'm asking you, why is it that you didn't ask for her sources to investigate it yourself to determine if whether or not she's saying is true?
About it being added, right?
About it being added, correct. About what the words mean.
Because that part honestly doesn't matter.
Exactly. They don't care. They don't care about truth. They care about their own motherfucking beliefs and ideas. They do not care whether it is biblical or not. This Bible does not actually matter to them. They make it say whatever they want it to say. But if you do want resources, you can go to the Theopolis Institute and study the history of the word porneia and how it became to be known as sex before marriage and who made the decision for that. It is an extra biblical concept. It is a Christian theological concept. It is not biblical.
And the reality is, like Thinker was saying, if that's a guideline that you set for your life, that's fine. Nobody is telling you to go out here and, just start throwing it out like Pez. Nobody is saying that. And if you don't want to engage in premarital sex, that's perfectly fine for you to decide that. But if what you're saying is not supported through the Bible, then at least give yourself the opportunity to determine that. So you're not running around believing something that's not true. It doesn't mean that you have to now change your mind and go out here, like I said, and just do whatever give it up to everybody. That's not the goal, but at least investigate it before you refute it.
So anything, I hear you. So anything that is considered a sin is going against God's law or a rule of duty. So in First Corinthians, what I had read once or twice, it says that the body is for the Lord.
Then don't fuck at all.
So people who are having sex outside of marriage and engaging in all these different sexual activities with all these different people, they have different evil spirits. They having sex with
That's a
somebody who
damn
could
lie.
have.
That's a damn lie. You ain't
Someone
never
could
seen a
have.
motherfucking evil
Could I?
spirit. You ain't never seen no evil spirit.
Yeah,
Could I?
that's just
Could
a
I
claim.
finish? Could I finish?
No, not when you talking bullshit. You can't back up anything that you're saying. You are just talking. You cannot back it up.
Because the reality is that this text wasn't written in English, and the word fornication does not show
So
up in
you
this
think
book. Can I finish a sentence, Deanna? Like, I
y'all don't
swear every
even
time
let?
but I was literally in the middle of a sentence. These texts were not written in our language. And when you look at the original language, you have to look at the context with which pornea was used. What was the cultural application of that word? If you haven't done the research and you haven't looked into it, you can't state with certainty that this means premarital sex. That's
That's
just being
called.
intellect.
All right, go ahead.
And I was just saying that's being intellectually dishonest and lazy, if I'm being honest.
And Sabrina, that's called self-respect for you. That's you. You set that law for yourself. Nobody has to set standards for you to respect them based off of you. I'm a fuck who I want to fuck. And if you disrespect me, I'm going to disrespect your ass back.
I'm not going to disrespect you.
I'm talking to Sabrina.
Sabrina. Okay. But my thing is, from what and some things in the Bible that you read, you have to read in context. I'm pretty sure you know that. You seem knowledgeable about the word. But when you have sex outside of marriage and you have sex with multiple people, different people, you are allowing certain evil demonic spirits to enter into your body.
So
How do you
Deanna,
know
Then,
let me
that?
let me ask
then
you a
you
question.
and
Hold
then
on, Deanna. Let me ask you a question. When
and
I
then
was a
you
Christian, hold on, because I've only had
every time
two.
I get
Hold
past
on,
that point,
I'm finna address what you said. Okay. Now, when I was
finish
married,
though.
well,
Can I
hold on. I'm gonna tell you. So when I was a
before you
Christian,
dress?
I was married. I married the first boyfriend I ever had. Okay. The first boyfriend I ever had, I was pushed into marrying him. Okay. Because, oh, you gotta live for Christ. And that motherfucker was abusive as hell. No, he was abusive as hell. And I was married, and he was the only man I was having sex with. Where did that evil spirit come from? How come that marriage? How come that marriage didn't wasn't protected? Why wasn't I protected in that marriage? It ain't church hurt because I stayed with him way longer than I even should have. I even after we got divorced, I was still a Christian. They ain't got shit to do with church hurt. But where was the God in that marriage? If having sex and marriage keeps you safe and you don't get access to evil spirits.
It was something else. It was something else you
I
were doing.
didn't. Can I finish what I was
The
going?
church hurt ain't got shit to do. First off, it was my mama. It ain't got shit to do with no fucking church. My mom pushed me to that. It ain't got y'all motherfuckers. Like, this is the crazy thing. Like, y'all will sit up here and think that just because somebody don't believe in your God, because we can read this book, right? We understand the book because we look at the original language, right? We look at the words that's in the book. Just because we don't think that sex before marriage is a sin doesn't mean that that somebody is saying that because they have church hurt. It's the fucking truth. And you are making a claim that if somebody has sex in a marriage, right, that they don't have access to evil spirits. That definitely, if somebody has sex outside of a marriage, that they are prone to evil spirits. Well, then where did the evil spirit came from that made the man abusive? Explain that.
Bloodline.
Oh, so
Bloodline.
regardless if you're married or not, and you have sex in marriage, you're still going to access evil spirits. Am I to understand that correctly?
Yes, you are prone to
Okay,
them.
so fuck if you want to fuck. Evil spirits in the marriage, evil spirits without.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, you ain't said anything different. You haven't shown
You haven't let me
that you haven't
finish.
shown. No,
You
no, no.
haven't let me
You have
finish.
not shown.
It's okay. No,
Listen.
it's
You
not.
have not shown
Think you're
you haven't shown it. You literally just said that
great
it's his
lady.
bloodline, and you're still gonna be prone to evil spirits if you have sex when you're married. You're gonna be prone to evil spirits if you fuck without it. So just fuck. Don't subject yourself to a ball and chain if you're still gonna have evil spirits. And this is the thing, y'all keep coming up here saying that y'all are still sinners even with Jesus, but you want to point fingers at everybody and say that they're sinners even without. Y'all are the ones that want the ball and chain. If you still gonna sin with the ball and motherfucking chain and the cross, that's the decision that you make.
Thinker, you got me side-eyeing my bagel now.
Like, it don't make sense. They can't even point to how the shit is supposed to be different with all this bullshit that they putting on everybody. But they still sin. They still suffer. Right? They still live in poverty. You still get access to evil spirits even in your marriage. Leave everybody else the fuck alone. You ain't different.
I am curious. How do you know it was the bloodline? Like you said that so fast, as if you did like a 23andMe on the fly. How do you know it was the bloodline?
Get on mute.
Um, I was muted for 5 minutes, and I guess you just activated my mic again. I'm cool on the conversation because I keep getting cut off. Everyone on the panel, everyone here.
Bye.
If you sit there and you are a believer, right? You want to tell yourself, you want to twist and add and do all this shit so you can believe what you believe. That's you. But nobody has to accept your additions to this fucking book and be forced to live their life by your motherfucking rendition of this book. Nobody has to do that shit. Do that shit to your motherfucking self. It's like that guy that was up here tonight added the word need to the Daniel prophecy to make that shit fit. Do that for yourself. But nobody else is obligated to accept your new creation of what the fuck this book says. Blind visions. Are you there on accident, blind visions? Okay. Have a good one. You said she got muted in the comments?
Because you can't mute for a time period
Yeah, you can.
on the panel.
But what does that have to do with the piano?
Nothing, because she was trying to comment in the comments instead of listening to what Thinker was saying.
And then, like, notice how didn't want to address where Jesus said that she should be able to do all those things. They want to ignore it. Like, they know damn well they can't do the shit Jesus said that they should be able to do.
You
She
got real quiet.
Yeah, she wanted to ignore that shit. I can take up my cross. I can sing a gospel song. I can pray.
Have
What
we
the
talked to her?
fuck?
Have we talked to her before, Thinker?
Uh-uh.
Okay, I didn't.
Yes, we have.
I
Talk
thought
to
Yes,
who?
so.
and I blocked her.
Talk to who? That girl that was just up here? The one
Yeah,
that
I thought
Yes,
we talked to her before.
yes.
I don't remember
I
talking to her.
blocked her. That's why when she came, I was like, I know full and I was like, oh yeah.
And I just think it's so very dishonest and unfair to carry on a conversation, get to a point where you see that your position is faulty and then just skip to something else. Like, and that's exactly what she did with those signs. And I think that was like the crux of the point she was trying to make, but it's so dishonest to just pivot there. She did a complete 180 and didn't even look back.
This is what I don't understand. How the believers in the comments, like they see this disgusting behavior, they see the deception, the faultiness, like, and they champion it.
Yep. Yeah, and that's the frustrating part. And what I was trying to ask her about the whole not being a true Christian is because you're going to get a different set of requirements and criteria from every Christian that you speak to. And when you think about that, if you're truly honest with yourself, that tells you that each person is creating their own requirements and their own metrics. And that's not fair, because they're also then telling you this is the standard. And they're making the shit up as they go and dropping the things that they don't personally like and picking up the other stuff that they do like. And it's just dishonest.
Cause here's the thing: if you already been fucking, like you already told us that you were out in the club getting drunk, you already been fucking. Why the fuck you wanna now pretend like you a goddamn virgin? Why now you want to pretend like you so righteous and so pure and so clean? No more sex before marriage. You done already fucked. Why now?
Biblically, she's married to whoever she done been with, because that's
That
how you got married.
Like what? That's that so that you can feel self-righteous, so that you can look at some other woman and be like, I'm better than you because I know how to keep my pussy to myself now. The fuck? And then you don't let some dude get in your head. Let me make sure my body count. Let me make sure I don't add another finger. Let me make sure my body count is only on one hand. I don't want to add another finger because I won't be valuable if I add another finger. Auditioning and shit for second Timothy, to be a second Timothy wife, and then the motherfucker, and then you still gonna get access to an evil ass spirit. Like, it doesn't even guarantee that you're not going to lay down with an evil spirit. Fuck that shit.
She said she denounced all the people she been with, so she not biblically married to them no more. I wonder if they know that.
That shit is crazy. Like, it's so irritating how they look down on people with their self-righteous asses. And then they be dead ass wrong. Then they out here talking about masturbation is a sin because God killed Onan because he spilled his seed on the ground. It didn't have shit to do with that. What's her name? Aming? What's her name? Okay. Oh, we're mean? Your feelings are hurt, Scott? We're mean because we're telling you that it's fucking dumb for you to be out here talking about having sex before marriage when you already out here fucking? The truth hurts. You don't think about that shit when you telling people who don't believe in your God that they going to hell, though, do ya? You don't. Do you look in the mirror and say to yourself, I'm mean. I should have never told that person they're gonna burn in hell. I'm mean. We did allow her to speak. She just kept wanting to talk about bullshit. We asked her questions. No, we're not obligated to just let y'all come up here and say whatever the hell y'all want to say. Answer the questions that we ask. R, how are you? I don't have time. I don't. Peter, how are you?
Hello. I'm good. Good afternoon from here.
Good afternoon. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
I am deconstructing.
Okay. What topic did you come up here to discuss?
Well, first, it's all it's just first of all, it's just about commending you people for putting up something together to Atlantic people. It's very important that this is done because the damages is too much, and for us that realize it's very late, I still think there's still time. So it's just to appreciate you, and it's really commendable. I think I wish I can do something like this, but yeah, I will get to that point. So
Well, thank you so much, Peter. I appreciate you, and I know that it can be very scary, right? Because believers tend to not allow other people to have the freedoms that they believe that they have the right to have, and I hope that one day you're able to get the courage and feel safe to be able to just speak openly about your thoughts about this book and what you're being taught. So
yeah,
thank you so much. I
yes,
appreciate you. And I'm sorry that you feel like you have to live in secret. And to all of you believers out there who say that your beliefs don't bother anybody, he literally has to whisper. And I hope you pay attention.
well, it really do bother us because I don't want to go back to the history, but for first of all, I'm talking from Nigeria though. This thing wasn't given to us. We didn't take it willingly. If we go back to our history, it wasn't willingly. But then they tell you they don't force you to go into this. We were forced. In fact, our ancestors was used as example so that other people will coil or go into this full acceptance or whatever they brought. But at the end of the day, I'm glad where we are now. If you're on this space and you go around sometimes, like you see Nigerians coming together to put all this awareness and debunk a lot of lies that comes with this book and the whole ideology behind it. So it's just a wonderful time to be alive, and having this experience right now is something beautiful because this is a very big an establishment. Is a religion is a big deal. Like it's a multi-million-dollar business, and fighting it takes a lot, But I know we'll get there.
I agree, Peter. And there's a lot of us, trying to help people understand what they believe and why, get to the point to where they can even ask themselves why they believe what they believe. And so I appreciate you for coming up. And if you are, secretly doing any of the work in Nigeria, just know that we have your back here as well. And I wish you the best. Okay.
Well, welcome. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome. Have a good one.
Yeah.
It pisses me off that he like literally have to like sneak. Like that's crazy. And then they'll come up here and say, why do you talk about something that you don't believe?
Times like this, and that just like, oh my gosh, my heart just got full when he was like, it's a great time to be alive. Because we are wicked. Y'all are so evil. I swear.
And
But
it's crazy. Like
remember,
Moses just put in the chat that we're not helping people with what they're supposed to believe either. And even that concept of what you're supposed to believe, like they don't even see the error of that. Like believe the things you've been convinced of, not the things you are told to believe. If that is prescribed for you, then your brain and your mind is not in your own control. And if it's not, then you might want to ask yourself whose control is it in?
they also don't pay attention to us when we say that is a belief you set for yourself and that is fine.
Mm-hmm.
We are not telling you that you can't believe what you want to believe for your damn self. Stop forcing that shit on other people. Believe what the fuck you want to believe for yourself.
And I mean, the reality is that they cling to these personal beliefs about the Bible. They haven't thoroughly read the Bible. They haven't researched its history or how it was canonized or even the context around which a lot of these laws and stories were written. And then they treat it as though it's an objective truth. And it's unfair because then they vilify us. So that's like watching the first few minutes of a movie and then saying you understand the entire plot and then telling everybody else when they don't follow the plot that you've made up in your own mind, then they're wrong. And when we point that out, then we're the devils.
Secret, like commenting in the comments, whoremongers and adulterers your God will judge, when your God is literally allowing grown-ass men to crawl through the windows of little girls in Malawi and take their virginity just because they started their period. Fuck your God. I don't give, if your God cares more about two grown ass adults having sex than he does about protecting young girls being raped by grown ass men. I don't give a fuck. Y'all care more about what two grown ass people do and the privacy of their bedroom than you do about children.
And to Mecca Dion, I'm not saying believe anything or anyone. I'm saying know what you believe. You're talking about believe others instead of what we've been taught. Question the people who taught you. Question if whether or not you've been taught is correct. That's all we're saying. And if you still want to hold on to it, hold on to it and hold on to it for you, but stop trying to push it on us.
I see, like, y'all will go out there and y'all will hold protest and signs up to tell LGBTQIA that they're going to hell. I ain't seen now one of y'all hold up a sign to P3DOs. Not one motherfucking P3DO sign. I ain't seen now one of y'all go out there and say P3DOs gotta go. Not
Or
one.
no, and then the ones that are out here like protesting the drag queen story time in the school, how it's so dangerous to kids, blah blah blah. You remember that person on that creator on TikTok that was doing every single day articles that came out about members of the
Yep.
trans community abusing children versus members of the religious community abusing children? There was
Yep.
not one day, not one single day in an entire year where there was not an article where a person in a church had been arrested for abusing a child. But that was not the same on the other side of the coin. So they want to ignore the data. They want to completely ignore what the numbers show and where the dangers truly are and hold on to this belief system that they've been told. And that's what's dangerous.
And the crazy thing about it is, it ain't even that I don't even think that they truly believe in a God. Like, the God makes them feel superior. Like, they're holding on to that fucking feeling of superiority. They're holding on to that feeling of looking down at other people to say, I'm better than you because I believe in a God. I'm better than you because I live my life a certain way. Y'all are holding on to your fucking self-righteousness. You are saved by your own fucking self-righteousness. That's why you don't give a fuck about what's happening to children, because if you fought the church, right, for what they were doing to these kids, if you gave a damn about those that were oppressed in the church and the church taking their money and not feeding them, you would lose this feeling of superiority. You couldn't look down on other people, and that's why you're willing to turn a blind eye.
Just want you to know I'm about to clip this whole conversation. You spoke facts.
I think it's weird that you follow all of us and you don't like us. Why do you do that? You're not gonna talk?
Uh, uh, hey, yeah, can you hear me?
Did you hear my question?
Yeah, but I think there's a misunderstanding. I'm an atheist. The joke I did before, it was meant to be funny. I didn't mean to actually
I know you
insult you.
doubled down in the comments. You do realize that? Why did you double down on that?
I was I was just trying to be funny, and it didn't go well.
Okay.
I said sorry in the comment a few times. I guess you didn't see it, but
Okay. No, I
I
didn't see it.
I
Okay.
really
I
am.
forgive you.
I really am an atheist. It's just that I'm a Hebrew speaker. I live in Israel, and I was trying to be funny about how the way that you read your Hebrew was
Okay.
a little off,
Yeah.
and yeah, I was really trying to be funny, and it didn't go well. I'm really sorry about that.
Yeah, I think in the future, one right, it would probably be best to make sure that we know you, right? Because
Yeah, I know.
you kept doubling down on that, but I forgive you. It's
Uh,
all well and good, but I've only been studying Hebrew for a month, and I've only read it out loud 2 times because it's kind of hard to pay attention to the vowel markers and remember the
yeah.
sounds at the same time. But I'll get it.
Yeah, I felt really bad because I saw that you were taking me seriously, and I was really only came here to try to say I'm sorry,
Okay.
and that's it. I'm an atheist. I completely support what you're doing, and that's it. I didn't mean anything bad about it,
Well,
really.
okay. Well, it's cool. I forgive you. Thank you for coming up and clearing that up. Okay.
Okay, take care and continue doing what you're doing. You're doing a great job.
All right. Thank you. Have a good
Okay.
day.
Yeah. How do I get off?
I'll take you down.
Yeah, thanks.
Hmm.
That's how you take accountability.
Yeah. Michael,
Oh, yes, ma'am.
how are you?
I'm well, man. How about yourself?
I'm doing good. Fee, do you want to do this one?
Yeah, I can do it. Hey, Michael, good morning.
Good morning, man.
Are you a believer, a Christian, deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
I'm going to say this openly and honestly. I believe in God. I don't do Christian. I don't do Muslim. I don't do none. I believe in God.
Okay, so these conversations are usually centered around the God of the Christian Bible. So it talks a lot about biblical teachings and scriptures and things like that. So is the God that you believed in rooted in the Bible in any way?
To be honest with you, I've read the Bible front and back. I read it. I read everything. And what I got out of those books was stories. They're all stories to me.
I mean, I don't disagree with you on that. So, I mean, based on that, I think if Thinker's okay with it, it seems like maybe the first topic about God being an idea or the second topic about
It's
belief
up
in
to
love.
you.
Yeah, I don't have an issue with engaging with you about this. I mean, as long as it doesn't get into the whole quantum realm, if we
Yes,
don't
ma'am.
want to repeat the conversation with Moses.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So I guess between topics, the first main heading or topic number one, which one do you want to talk about?
Uh, go for it, ma'am. It's whatever one you choose.
No. It's up to you. I'm not sure with what you requested to talk about, or with what you're comfortable discussing.
Actually, just what I seen the host put up. Like I seen it was a good topic. So whatever you want to start with, ma'am. I'm here to listen and also answer questions.
So that's not quite how the live runs. So normally guests come up, they pick a topic of what they want to talk about because we're not comfortable. We don't know what your knowledge base is or even what your belief systems are.
Okay,
So
let's
it's
go
kind
with
of hard for me.
let's go with number one.
Okay, is belief about belief or non-belief in a God being more harmful to society?
I can say no.
That's an or question. So is belief or non-belief in God more harmful to society today?
I believe a non-believer is harmful to them, but a believer, sometimes believers take God and they kind of overdo it in society today. If you look at most Christian church and Muslims, they kind of overdo it and overstep it in society today because it's like a push, like they push it on people, instead of just want somebody to just want to just figure things out themselves. But nowadays, this day and age, they push it on you so much to where it's like, this is it. Like you have to believe this way, you have to believe that way. So today's society is, yeah, that's how I feel about it. It's like a push.
So you're saying the pushiness from believers is what makes it harmful for non-believers?
Yes, ma'am.
I agree with you. I agree with you on that. I think belief is more harmful because there's no scrutiny as to where that belief comes from.
Yes, ma'am.
And most belief systems, specifically religious belief systems, are rooted in faith, and faith is just not a reliable path to truth. So when you have a foundation that can be absolutely anything that does not have to comport with reality, and then you start building systems around that basis or that foundation, it becomes harmful to all of society.
Yes, ma'am.
So I think that it's definitely more harmful in today's society for sure.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Well, I don't think we disagree on anything. Did you have any other thoughts that you wanted to
Um,
add?
my thoughts with when it comes to Christian, well, this part is Christianity, Buddhism, either whatever religion you believe in. And I tell a lot of brothers and also sisters that I run into when they speak about, if they're Christian or if they're Muslim or if they're Buddhism, whatever the case may be. Everybody is saying the exact same thing, and they're not realizing they're saying the exact. Okay, mommy, they're saying the exact same thing, that there is a God. It doesn't matter whose religion is right or wrong. There's a God. You're saying that there is a God. So why am I wrong? Why is this person wrong for being a Christian? Come here, mommy. Why is this person wrong for being a Christian? Why is it wrong for being Muslim? Why are they wrong for being, why everybody disagreeing because they have different views of that there is one God. I don't understand that. They're all saying this. Everybody's saying the same thing, that there is a God.
Well, I mean, believers are saying there is a God. I don't believe that. I've not been convinced of any of the ones that have been purported, like, or claimed. So, I mean, I don't disagree with you that you all are pointing to a belief in something, but everyone is not convinced of that something. And then the problem comes when you start ascribing characteristics and rules to
Yes,
that
ma'am.
something that you believe in, and then you start trying to apply those to people who don't even share that belief system.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I had a conversation with a Christian not too long ago, and they were pushing so much that why don't I feel that Jesus Christ is God? And I said, he was a man. He was a son of God. A son of God is a son of God, just like I'm a son of God. I didn't create myself. God created me. So if he's a son of God, so am I. So this man is the son of God. So I don't believe that Jesus is God. That's just my thing. That's just my way of thinking on it.
So how did you arrive? What are the characteristics of the God that you do believe in?
Okay, the God that I do believe in, and I don't look at me being created by no just popped out of thin air, or I look at everything around me, as far as the trees, myself, even with how women have babies. That's a lot. That's only something that a higher being can allow the human body to do, even with thinking. with
How do you,
creating things.
but how do you know that though? Like, I hear people who believe in this, I guess, deistic God often say that, like, the complexities of life have to point to a designer. When in reality, complexity doesn't, simplicity usually is the hallmark of design, not complexity. So, and also our inability to understand something or the things that we don't know doesn't necessarily mean that someone created it. I think to ask the question, who created the world, kind of begs the question, because you're inserting a God in the gap of our understanding. And I just don't know that. Well, for me, that's not a logical thing to do. It's a fallacy, honestly.
Let me ask you a question. Did you wake up today by your like? Do you feel like you woke yourself up this morning?
Absolutely, because my body got enough sleep.
And because your body, and who created your body besides your parents?
Well, their parents, because they created them. Like, you're gonna do the same thing that most
Yes,
deistic
yes,
people
ma'am.
do.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I just look at it as that. Like I feel like this our whole existence didn't just poof out of nowhere. I mean, do I believe in aliens? No. But can it be aliens out there? Maybe, but just I haven't seen an alien yet. It might scare me crazy.
Have you
But
seen a God yet? I'm sorry.
go ahead, ma'am. Say it again, ma'am. Say it again,
I just
ma'am.
said, have you seen a God? I said, have you seen a God yet? You said you haven't seen an alien yet, but have you seen a God yet? And it's not my conversation, so let me go back on
No,
mute.
no, no, no,
No,
no, no,
no,
no, no,
Selena,
no, no,
go
no,
right
no, no. You're
ahead.
well. No, you're well, ma'am. You're well, ma'am. You're well, ma'am. I have not seen my creator, which I feel like is, like I said, it's a God. But walking on earth, me as a man, I have a saying that I have tattooed on me: "Born a king, will die a god." Right. The reason why that saying is tatted on me is because I was born a black man and I'm a king, and dying a god means that I'm in tune with myself and life, but not saying that I'm bigger than my higher being who created me.
Selena, did you want to respond to that?
No, no. Well, I did want to ask because Fee did ask what the characteristics of the God that you believe in are, but I don't remember hearing that answer. You talked about women, having babies and who could create that, or how could that be if there wasn't, but you didn't list the characteristics. So if we could go back to that, then I'll be quiet.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead. Go ahead and go back to it. Just refresh my memory on that question, if you don't mind, ma'am.
So that was the question. She said, "What are the characteristics of the God that you believe in?" That was it.
Okay, the characteristics of the God that I believe in. I mean, I don't have like his characteristics because I believe that there is a God. I believe that there is a higher being than me, than anyone on this earth. So that's just, I mean, he doesn't have his like, oh, he's this or she's God can be actually be a female. I can't even keep saying he. God can also be a woman. Bless you, mommy. God can also be a woman
Bless
in
you
my
too.
eyes.
I mean,
Huh?
the idea that God could have a gender is wild to me.
Yeah.
But it
Yeah.
still doesn't answer the question that was actually asked. Like, right? Like, Christians say that their God is all loving. He's omniscient. He's omnipotent. He's omnibenevolent. All of these things. So those are the types of characteristics I'm asking about the God that you believe in.
I
She said that
mean,
was the cutest little sneeze.
It
That
really
was
was.
so cute.
thank you. She's my little princess. The characteristics, my thing is, I mean, it's not just Christians who can say that. Anybody who believes in a higher being, of course, going to say loving, caring, watch over stuff like those. I mean, that's the normal. And this is sad to say because these are the normal things that a human being would say about their God or whatever they believe in. Nurturing, caring, watch over, a protector. That's just how. I mean, that's just what a God. Me personally, God protects me every day. I go to work. I come home. I think I'm moving. I don't have illness, and I feel like God didn't place that on me. So He's loving, caring. But that's just a normal answer.
Right, but I think those normal answers don't really comport with reality because
Oh, okay.
Christians say that God is all knowing, He's all loving, and He's everywhere at the same time. So if those things are true, then where a little girl is being essayed by the pastor in her church, God is there and he's not doing anything about it, and that's not loving. So when you ascribe these properties, specifically the omni properties, to these beings that you have deemed to be God, they become more and more untenable. And when we talk about these problems and the logical contradictions that they create, that's usually when the pushback starts or the pivoting starts. No one really wants to sit in the discomfort of that reality. And I know it's uncomfortable for us as humans to not know things, because not knowing things is what usually, historically, from an evolutionary perspective, is danger. There's danger in the unknown. But we don't live in that time anymore, and we can explore things, and we've been able to identify the causes of things that have previously been attributed to God, such as thunder and lightning and epilepsy and all these things that have been attributed to be spirits. And none of those have been shown to be spirits. So I guess when we talk about, and you also mentioned something, and I wrote it down, about being able to wake up and go to work and provide for your family. I do those things too, and I don't believe in a God. So you'd have to explain to me how it's possible for me to do it without a belief in a God, and it being the God that's giving it to you. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am. Okay, mommy. Okay, mommy. All right. Um. Okay, mommy. Uh, it does make sense for you for me to convince you of something of that. It's not going to work because you're already set in your belief, ma'am. And if you're set in your, and if you're set in your belief and how you feel, there's no such thing as convincing an individual who believes like that. Why? Because that's your belief. I'm not here to make you or force you to think my way because of how I feel that there is a God. Even though I don't follow I don't follow no religion. I just feel like that there is a God. Period. So people find that weird about me because how can you believe in a God if you're not religious? I don't
But
have to
Mike,
be, I don't have to be
I think,
religious to say I believe in a higher being. I don't have to go to church and do all this extra stuff or whatever the case may be to get close to God. Nah, if I feel like I want to sit down and say, you know what, man, God, I need help today. Just help me get through the day, or praying or whatever the case may be. I don't say Jesus, whatever. I just, say, yo, God, watch over me today. But I can't help you see what I see or make you change your mind about something because at the end of the day, you have your own way of thinking.
right. And Michael, I'll correct you. I'm not set in my beliefs. I'm not set in any belief, right? Because I
Yes,
feel
ma'am.
like to be set on any position is to stop growing.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
growth, yeah, and our growth is absolutely tied into our willingness to reflect on things. But I
Yes,
think
ma'am.
it's that reflection that the vast majority of believers don't do. Because the question I just asked you didn't that what you responded to was not what I asked. I asked
Okay.
about
Okay.
I
Let me ask
asked
you. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I apologize. Go ahead, man.
Hey,
I
no,
don't
no,
mean to
no,
cut
no,
you off.
no,
Go ahead,
no,
man.
no. You've apologized several times for cutting her off. Please stop doing that. And you're doing it respectfully, like, yes, ma'am, yes, ma'am. But allow her to finish, okay?
Okay, no problem.
Thank you.
I apologize for doing it. That's just I grew up a certain way, so that's just how I am. I'm a respectful person. But go ahead.
Yeah, I can tell that you are, and it might help. Like I'm mute when you're not talking, and that kind of helps with the over talking on TikTok. Because sometimes there's a delay. What I was talking about is the contradictions that you run into when you believe in a God that has all these powers, yet you see no application of those powers to protect the people that he supposedly loves. And I think that's where I have a problem, because I'm not resistant to the idea of there being a God. I am absolutely resistant to the idea of that God being represented in this Bible or in any religion that I know of. Maybe there's a religion out there that I don't know of, and I just haven't come across it. So I'm not resistant to that. But I'm also not going to believe something just because I want to believe it. I believe things that are true. I believe things that comport with reality. And the idea of an omnipresent, all knowing, all loving God just does not comport with reality. And that's what I was asking you to address.
Can I ask you a question, Michael? And the question I want to ask, let's say you were put into a position to where you had to be the leader of the nation, right? And as the leader of the nation, would you lead from your conversations with your God, or would you lead as a human, like from reasoning with other humans?
I will lead. with reasoning with other humans because everybody on this earth, on this nation, believes differently. So I can't jump and just throw my God on people. It has to be far as leading with the human mind, reasoning with the human. You know,
So today you have conversations with your God to govern your life today. And so as a leader of a nation, you wouldn't converse with your God to govern the nation. That's what I'm understanding.
I feel like if when I get up in the morning and I do say my prayers with my God as I'm going throughout my daily basis, what's in my mind and how I'm speaking and how I'm talking, that's what my God has have me to say at that time. Just like me having a conversation with you right now,
Mhm.
this is how my God is actually flowing through me.
I
Having a
get that.
conversation.
And so if your God is operating through you right now through this conversation, right? So your God is talking to me through you right now. And so if you had to lead other people, that would be the same thing. You would be leading those people through the ideas or the concept that you believe that a God is saying to you. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
How is that different than what these people did in this book and what people do today?
It's no difference.
It's right. And so that the people around you, right? The people that you would be leading, you would be creating laws or policies or standards based off of what a God you believe a God has told you is moral or immoral.
Well, if I'm going to sit down with these people and make laws, for me, one, everybody's opinion to me would matter just because if I sit down with these people and what my belief is coming through my mouth, through my God, I wouldn't always put God there. It's just what I'm speaking is how I'm taught to speak mentally, through and how my God has had me speak today. But everybody's opinion matters. But if it comes to something that we can agree on, because this person might have this on their mind, this person might have this on their mind. Okay, let's go through this. So everybody speaks differently and flows differently. But if it makes sense and it equals up and it's gonna be better for the nation, then this is what we agree on. You get what I'm saying?
So like it would be multiple gods reasoning together is what
Yes,
you're
ma'am.
saying.
Yes,
Hmm.
ma'am. I do
Okay.
have. I do. Pardon me. I do have a brother that I speak to. Bless you, little mama. That I have. He's a good friend of mine, and he believes in, like you just said, gods. He believes there's a water god, fire god, earth, wind. His belief is strongly on that belief. And do I? I don't say nothing. I don't criticize him, whatever. But I had him break down why does he feel there's so many gods? And he actually broke down and it actually made sense, but not for me to say, okay, I'm going to jump to his belief. But it did make sense to me. But I said,
But
I'm not going to do that.
you would essentially be doing that anyway, right? Like, or you do that now because you believe that you are conversing with your God. Nobody knows your God. It's not
Yes,
the
ma'am.
God in this book, from what we understand.
Yes, ma'am.
And so the God that you have would essentially be different than the God of somebody else, right? That you would be having a meeting of the minds with.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
you're saying that you would reason with that person with their God and come to an understanding, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And
Yes,
so
ma'am.
you essentially are doing that anyway without you saying that you believe that that is possible, or you would tell yourself that you're talking to the same God and that the God that you're talking to is your God, while that person would tell themselves that y'all are talking to the same God and they would choose their God as the primary God.
You know something, ma'am? That makes 100% sense. And I like the way you put that. And that definitely, I can 100% agree with that.
Which means that, and for me, is that the concept of a God, right, is man made. And it's just each of you, right, operating within your own ability, um, reasoning together.
You say God is man made. Whew.
It's an
Um,
idea.
the
Like
idea.
if you right are telling yourself, like, you for yourself are having a conversation with your God, and then someone comes to the table. You have to reason with them. They're talking to their God, right? And you're able to reason together. Um, Neither of you know each other's God. And you may be accepting of this person's God, but of course you're going to tell yourself that your God is the true God, right?
Yes,
And they're
ma'am.
going to tell themselves that, but neither of you will be able to say who's right or who's wrong. But what's really has taken place is that the two of you, whether you want to call yourselves gods or your ability to be able to reason a godlike power, is it's the two of you have come together and were able to reason together.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think, in like what I see a lot of times when I talk to believers is that they don't necessarily they're not able to give themselves credit for the things that they do, and then they tend to try to or need to find a scapegoat for the bad things that they do. So they say, God, I can do good because God, and I do bad because either free will or the devil. And they've been taught to not see self, and they've been taught that if they pay attention to self, that they are sinful or selfish, right? And I think that's one of the biggest issues that comes down to a belief in a God and how it harms society.
I can honestly say that I've told quite a few people this because they always put God. Oh, God would never put you in a situation, or whatever. God won't put nothing on you than you can't handle. Me personally, I tell every individual, if you believe in God, whatever God that you do believe in, yeah, God would never put you in a situation that you can't handle. But you can put yourself in a situation that you can't handle. So it's not always about what God is putting the person in something,
How do you tell
because
the difference, Michael? How do you tell the difference between a position you put yourself in and a position God put you in?
okay, the position as far as if you putting yourself in is when it comes to doing wrong, when you know right from wrong. If you know that this right here is wrong to do and you do it anyway, then you're putting yourself in that position because you know it's wrong to do.
So, what do you say to a person whose child passed away in a car accident? They didn't put themselves in that position, but losing a child may be something they can't bear. Is that something God did to them?
Whew, that's a tough one, man. It's a good question. I can't answer that one.
And I think that's where these esoteric ideas of God are problematic because there's no consistent logical application of them. And once you start stepping away from reality, or you can't answer these questions that I think are valid questions, then it's like, what are we really saying? Are we just putting a label over our lack of understanding because it makes us feel better, or because it gives us a sense of comfort or hope? But I think those are, like I said, those are valid questions to ask.
Yes, ma'am. They're definitely valid questions. Definitely are.
One thing that I can notice though is that because you aren't driven by this loyalty and this doctrine, right? You do have more capability or I guess intention of being respectful. Like there is nothing driving you to like lose your shit over us asking these types of questions, right? Um, you are easier to reason with, I would say, because you aren't driven by a doctrine that tells you that your God is all good and that He wants a specific thing from you and you have to be a specific way. I think that's a little bit more better than this doctrinal theological type God.
I can definitely agree with that, but the way I live, I quit going off of God. What I just my belief in life right now. Like I said, I believe in God, but I look at life now. You only get one. I can't say I'm gonna come back as a frog, pig, goat, beetle, anything. But I live life for what it's life. I look around and I woke up this morning. Somebody else didn't wake up this morning. It's war going on over there. Things are happening with other people. It's not happening to me right now. So I live life, and I'm grateful every day for what I'm, able to move around and everything. Somebody had an accident last night. Somebody got shot last night. Somebody got stabbed this morning. Somebody got shot this morning. Somebody had an accident this morning. You know, so it's just, I look at life for what it is. If it was to come and happen to me, I won't blame nobody and nothing. I just look at it, it's life. It's. I'm not. People are dying to live, but don't even know that they're living to die. You know, so that is my logic in life.
Hold
In
on,
life,
who's dying to live?
no. People on Earth are dying to live. Like people are afraid to die. You know, they're, oh, I don't want to. You know, if they, you know, it's like no one wants to die, but the realization of things, you're living to die. Like you have to die. No, everybody has to die. Period. It's not no such thing as you're not going to. You're gonna die regardless of if you want to or not. Does that make sense?
The second part does. I didn't get the dying to live part.
Oh no, no. When I mean dying to live, let's say if I can't say, okay, let's just say for an example, you have a car, pardon me, not you, a person has a car accident, right? Let's say they have a car accident and they're hurt, they're damaged real bad, and they're fighting for them. They're fighting to live. They're fighting because they want to stay alive. They're fighting because they want to still be here. But you have to die regardless if you do make it out and you're living. But you're still gonna die. If you don't die now, you're gonna die regardless of whether you
But
get.
aren't you doing the same? Right? If you're thanking a God, right,
Yes, ma'am.
for waking you up every day,
Yes, ma'am.
literally you do that because you're dying to live.
Yes, ma'am.
So what was the point?
Dying. I'm not dying
You are.
to live.
If you're dying to live, you want to be here. That's why you thank this God every day for waking you up. You have a beautiful daughter, which I don't know if she's beautiful. She just sounds like she's just
Yeah, it's
adorable.
my little adorable little thing.
Yeah. Well, and I should have said I don't know if she's beautiful. I think all kids are beautiful, but
I got you,
I don't
man.
know what she looks like. She sounds adorable.
I got
But
you.
and I'm sure like you want to be here to see her grow up, right?
Of
I
course.
was telling them I literally have an alarm clock to tell me when to go to sleep because like I just enjoy life, right? And so sleeping to me has become like a chore, right?
Yeah.
I be ready to get the fuck back here and see what's going on, right, in
Yeah.
the world. And so like because the life is to you, right, something that you appreciate, you give thanks to a God, right?
Hmm.
And so you are dying to live as well.
But if it also comes to where it is my time, I'm gonna give thanks because it's my time to go anyway. I'm
I
not.
get that. I get
Yeah.
that. But what I guess what I'm saying is because you're giving the thanks to the God, right? Because you believe that a God can take that away at any moment.
Yes, ma'am.
You give thanks to a God for letting you live another day,
Yes, ma'am.
which means that you are also dying to live. That's what I'm saying.
I can agree with that, ma'am.
Yeah.
I can agree with that. And let me ask you a question. You said you have an alarm clock, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
To remind me to go to sleep.
I have quit using my alarm clock maybe 12 years ago. My body knows when to sleep. My body knows when I get
Mine
up at.
doesn't. Mine
My
doesn't.
body knows.
I overwork. I
Okay.
don't.
Yeah, my body knows when to I get up in the morning time at 4 in the morning. I do yoga and I stretch and I work out. And it knows already at 3:30 my body is up already and I'm preparing myself to get my exercise on. So for years I've never and my set time to sleep is 10 o'clock at night. Once I get done with work, baby and everything, she's put to bed whatever the case may be because she has her time when she sleeps whatever the case may be,
Mm-hmm.
and it's just I don't have no kind of my body doesn't need. I am my own alarm clock as far as sleep
Yeah,
and
because exactly you have different priorities, right?
yes ma'am.
I overwork myself, and so I have to tell myself to lay down and rest. And
Yes
so I
ma'am.
set an alarm clock, and at 3 o'clock every day, if I have not rested, then I need to lay down and rest. And that's just how my schedule is.
Got you, got
Yeah,
you, got you. Like I say, everybody on this earth is different.
yeah. I think also everybody thinks that everybody. This is like another thing. Like people always ask me, "Thinker, when do you sleep? Thinker, when do you sleep?" They think I don't sleep because I also have a startup that I work on. I do other things, and I'm a grandmother. I have kids, so they think I don't sleep because I do the live overnight. But I sleep when other people are not asleep. Everybody has different priorities, right? We do different things. When I sleep, my team in India is sleep.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. So when you sleep, right? Do you believe that sleep is what they call it? What do they say sleep is? Sleep is the cousin of death. Do you believe in that?
No, I don't believe that. I've never heard that a day in my life.
Yeah, yeah, I've heard that quite a few times. When you sleep and you're actually somewhat. Someone said somewhat dead. I didn't believe that either. I was just like, huh, and it didn't make any sense to me. So they're like, yeah, if your body is sleeping, but it's dead.
I'm
I
just
don't.
gonna I'm
Yeah.
just gonna point out that this is the second rap lyric. So one more and it's a trend.
You said the second rap lyric.
Yeah, the chat pointed out acutely that the first one was like the "Dying to Live" when I'm just that's Tupac featuring Biggie, and
Oh,
now we got Nas.
okay.
Yeah, but a lot of people actually think like that. Do you know that?
I'm pretty sure they do. Yeah, but no, I don't. I don't. Mm-mm.
I could absolutely see people prior to scientific discoveries and neuroscience and us having the equipment to image the brain to show what's actually going on when a person is asleep, seeing someone being asleep and thinking they were dead because they look the same. So I think that logically that would likely just be a saying that's held over from a time before we knew what sleep actually was.
Okay, I did a research, and I actually it was an individual. He actually stayed up as long as he could. Like when I mean stayed up, he was up for I forgot how many. It's on Google. How many days this individual actually stayed up without sleeping, just to see how long like he can stay up. And when he did go to sleep, he died. And that was just weird to me. Like how did this person, because he stayed up over, I think it was over probably like 10 or 15 days with no sleep whatsoever, and when he did sleep he wound up passing away. And that was just, it was on Google, but I just found that to be just weird.
Yeah, some people. That's why I said some people can go days without sleep. Right? Like when was like real deep into building my company, I would go 2-3 days without sleep, and then sometimes be like an hour here, 2 hours there. But some people can do that, but it's very dangerous to do that. So I kind of just got into the habit of doing 4 hours on, 4 hours off, and then like if I'm just constantly going, I got to the point to where I was like, okay, if it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon and I have not slept, then I need to lay my ass down. And so I set an alarm to remind me. Sometimes I might have already laid down, but I set the alarm to remind me to go to sleep.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Did you have anything else before we bring up somebody else?
No, ma'am.
All right. Well, definitely thank you so much for coming up. I hope you have a great rest of the day, okay?
Yes, ma'am. You too.
Nice chatting with you, Michael.
Yes,
Hope
ma'am.
your baby feel better.
Yeah, she's gonna get better.
Yeah. I hate to hear little ones with colds.
I know.
But Fee, he said, and I wanted to catch this, but he said that you can't be convinced, or people can't be convinced of their beliefs. But I believe Paul wrote in Second Timothy about being convinced or being persuaded about who Jesus is. So yeah,
Yeah. I've always thought that that was a weird thing for either theist or deist to say, that because I don't believe, that means I can't be convinced. And that's just simply not true. 9 times out of 10, it's the believers that aren't able to consider their positions on things. I had this conversation with a believer friend of mine. I'm like, while we're having the conversation, I was like, are you considering, or do you think that you could be wrong? She's like, absolutely not. And I was like, well, therein lies the problem, because I know I can be wrong. And as soon as I see the evidence to prove me that I'm wrong, then I'll admit that I'm wrong and I'll change my position. But that doesn't seem to be the space that most believers stand on.
Because they're told that what they have is the absolute truth.
That part.
Yep. Cross, how are you?
Hi, I'm okay. How are all of you?
Doing good. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I am deconstructing. I won't get too much into my own beliefs because I know you guys don't do.
Just like Selena,
so
you
sorry.
Do this one? Selena.
Oh, I'm in an area where my
okay.
Bluetooth is. Not my Bluetooth. My Wi-Fi is on Jesus.
Okay, no worries. Go ahead, Cross.
I didn't actually expect to get up, but you guys were talking about just. I wanted to add on to how, like Christians who say like Christianity doesn't like impact people, because I was raised like evangelical. And
so I just want I need your age right quick, and then
20.
Okay, and you're 20. You gotta be 21. You see that at the top?
Oh, yeah. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. Yeah, I have 21 and up, just because we do get into some really deep stuff.
Yeah, no, of course. I'm so sorry. I didn't notice.
That's okay. Have a good day. Okay.
You too. Bye.
Bye.
Why can't it ever go like that with Christians?
I don't know. People that are deconstructing are just a little bit more pleasant.
Yeah.
They're just a little bit more pleasant. Yeah. Is it Kine?
Yeah, Kine. Well, my name's Nikkei. Hi, how are you?
Nikkei. Oh, that's pretty.
Thank you.
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well.
That's good. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist? And then your age for TikTok purposes, please.
So I'm kind of in this deconstruction kind of agnostic zone, and I was actually going to ask you a couple questions if it wouldn't disrespect the live.
So it does have to be based off of one of the topics.
Okay, I think it would be number 1.
Okay, go ahead.
And my age is 40. Yeah, I'm kind of grappling with. I grew up in a very ultra conservative Christian background. Very cult-like. We were kind of extremists, I guess you could say. So I know the Bible very well. I grew up as a pastor's kid. My dad would start a lot of home churches, and I've deconstructed once I started having children, because I realized that when you go to teach what you think you believe, it's different. Just holding a belief for yourself can be one thing, but having to tell children this is how it is really shook me. And that's when I started my process. When my children were small, I started deconstructing about like the Lord's Supper and that concept of practicing that with my kids. I just felt deeply disturbed by the act in the church that I was in. And I just started being, oh my gosh, I guess I have questions. So it became actually a very terrifying experience to deconstruct, just because my whole world was very Christian. And even to this day, it's very ostracizing to be outside of that. I really wanted to thank you, host, for your live, because I feel a lot less alone coming in this space and hearing a lot of people who feel the same ways that I are asking the same questions I am. So thank you for hosting every day and just being there. You put me to sleep a lot at night.
Well, I'm happy.
Not in a bad way. And you're just highly intelligent, which I really appreciate, because I know a lot of people, and feels are important, but a lot of people come with their feels in this stuff, and you just are extremely intelligent, are very articulate, and I really appreciate your live a lot. My question is more towards the number 1. So I've fallen in the agnostic category for a long time, and I'm starting to wonder if I'm tipping over into atheism. And I think that's where the confusion is the belief, what does it say? Is belief or non-belief in a God more harmful to society today and I don't really know specifically what I'm asking, just more your thoughts on how did you arrive at the atheist, like do away with all spirituality? Is that kind of where you sit, or is there like a spiritual realm at all? And how do we like I'm fine with not knowing the answers, which is why I've stuck with agnostic, because that just says, how could you know a spiritual realm kind of vibe. I don't know if I'm making sense. I feel like I'm
Yeah, no,
rambling.
I'm getting you. So for me, I don't believe a God exists, right? So I know for a fact that I don't believe a God exists. And so that's how I arrived at, okay, so I'm atheist. Like for a minute, I also grappled with whether I was going to identify as an atheist. I never, I never once saw myself as being agnostic, but I don't really care if a God exists, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But I care more about the belief. So for a while, I was saying I was a pragmatic atheist.
Could you define that for me? I don't think I've heard that.
So it's just it's a lack of belief in a God, but concerned with the beliefs in the God, right? Like how the beliefs affect society.
Mm-hmm.
And I still am that, but I know that I'm just atheist. If that makes sense. Because I don't believe in God. But do I believe that there is a afterlife? The answer is I don't know. Right.
Right.
I don't know what happens when we die. Am I dead set against there being an afterlife? I'm not against it. I also am not actively worrying myself with something that I can't answer. Does that make sense? Like,
Exactly. That's kind of
yeah.
what made me feel that I fit. Everybody needs categories for some reason. I don't really care about categories and labels, but I would rather have a name for kind of my beliefs when people ask me, instead of being like, well, let me explain to you. That's why atheist or agnostic comes in handy, because then you can kind of put yourself in a category without having to explain everything. But that's how I am. I don't need the answers. My kids come to me. If they come to me with questions, I encourage them to research things. We talk about various faiths. We talk, they've researched different religions and like come to their own conclusions and things like that. But I don't know. I feel like it's more harmful than good. I understand the need for encouragement and the difficulty in life. And I think that's why a lot of Christian or faiths are so clinged to by people, because life is hard. But I feel like they honestly, at this point, they do more harm than good, because I can't see a lot of positive for religion right now. I just can't see it playing out in a good way at all, even in history. Like, what are the
Yeah.
pros?
Right. Like if there is a God that exists, he has literally allowed so much harm on the earth, and not gotten involved. And at this point, it's like, what is he good for if it does exist? But what we see is all these different religious systems, right? That's kind of created this big ass monster that gets to like move about and do whatever it wants to do.
Yep.
And so, yeah, I agree. I don't see. I think at one point in time, maybe religion could have, been something that was helpful. I see what it did for my ancestors here when they were going through the periods of slavery,
Mm-hmm.
and how they used it, as a hideout for like meetings and civil rights movements and things like that. But it's turned into something else today. It literally has morphed into the thing that harms the community, if anything, because it draws from the community instead of giving back to it. And so it's just like this, instead of it being like a motivational type program or thing that edifies, it sucks out.
And even the concept of like it causing good, I get where it could help you through difficult times, but at the same time, when I deconstructed, I started channeling all of that like power I was giving over to a God figure into myself, if that makes sense, and finding the power and the
Yeah.
strength within me, because I wasn't outsourcing it to a group of people at church, or, you know, like it was a codependency, you know, it was this kind of a codependent abusive relationship, right?
Absolutely,
You
yeah.
have this need to be validated by another thing. And I was like, wow, it's all right here. But in Christianity, I was taught I am deceitful, I am wicked, I can't be trusted, especially as a woman. I can't be trusted to make decisions. I have second guessed decisions my whole life because of my faith, right? And then when I stepped away from that, the empowerment with, wow, humans can connect just because we're human beings. Like it was
Yes.
just so different. And I felt when a lot of people in my life still look at me as, I'm praying for you. I hope you, get past this. I hope you heal. I hope your bitterness doesn't blah, 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 blah. And I'm sitting there like, I've never been healthier and happier. You're missing something, because like the version of me now is making me excited to wake up. Like
Yes. Exactly.
don't feel sorry for me. I mean, I guess pray for me, but I don't understand. I feel like every message I get from family and friends are so like almost like they're grieving. And it's hard to live in that constant I'm the problem, you know? I don't know.
Yeah, and it's because they just don't understand, and it's so crazy because they come in here and they talk about you can't have peace because you don't have God, and I'm like, you are the one who sound like you don't have peace, right? Like, and you can't tell me that I have not experienced peace. Only I can, only I know whether I'm in true peace. And I say all the time that when I was a believer, I did not like myself, right? And they think now that because they hear me say that I love myself, it's, oh, you're self-righteous, or
Yeah.
yeah, but it's not even about that. Like because I am able to love myself and be in peace, I can also see the suffering of other humans and give a damn. You
Yeah,
know what I'm
and you have
saying?
more, I feel like maybe not physical energy, but you have more energy to give to people because you're not so busy hating yourself and shaming yourself for all the things you're not and you need others to tell you to be.
Yeah.
You're able to just like walk authentically among people, and it just feels, I always liken it to my deconversion was how most people, most Christians use their conversion story, like when they came to Christ. That's actually how I tell my deconversion story, because that's when I feel like I became alive. So anyways,
No, that's true. Yeah,
that's how
absolutely.
I feel like it does more harm than good. That's how my wrapping it back to your prompt, because I don't want to derail the live. But thank you for letting me up. I really appreciate you, and
You're
I
so
hope to chat
welcome.
more with you in the future.
You're so welcome. Thank you so for coming up and sharing that. I think a lot of people needed to hear that. And it was a great conversation. I look forward to having more conversations with you.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too. And congratulations.
That was nice. She said something that made me think about the fact that I do think that there's a lot more peace that I personally feel, because I can remember as a believer in the particular branch of religion I grew up in, we are taught, of course, that no one that is outside of that religion will get, everlasting life. So I would meet people like at work and I'm thinking, oh, that's such a sweet person. And I would feel bad, one, because I couldn't become friends with them, and two, that they were going to eventually die. So it's almost like you're walking around with this heaviness. And this heaviness is a result of this belief system of what's going to happen to another human being because of what God is going to do to them. But you're supposed to love the God at the same time. And that carrying around that dissonance can feel so heavy in your heart, specifically when you're a person that cares about other human beings naturally. So I do think that the freedom that comes with challenging those systems and realizing that life can be just as beautiful, I can be just as moral, I can live a kind life, I can live a helpful life to the members of my society and the world and the planet that we live on without this belief system is very, very freeing.
Yep. And not having to worry about whether, your loved ones died and went and burned in hell. You
Exactly.
know? Absolutely. Let's see. Sound is in the guest box. What's up, Sound?
Good morning.
How are you?
Oh, shoot. I'm in my bad headphones. Give me just a second. I will switch over so you can actually hear me better.
Oh, I can hear you good.
If that's the bad one,
Oh,
she needs to give in to some of these some of these folks that come up here.
right. To the dude yesterday on Christina's live. He needs some.
That was so funny.
What? Because didn't he sound like he was being drugged away from the phone?
I don't
Drag.
know. Yeah. Mezzo had somebody yesterday. He was like, "Is your microphone in your shoe?" And Lawrence lit into that dude yesterday so bad. Christine, you were going to have to clip that and put it on the Discord because, oh my goodness, that was hilarious.
She kept saying he represents a lollipop.
Good morning.
I was trying to
I've
bring
heard
her
from
up.
many
I
people.
clicked to bring her up and she bounced out. What'd you say? Sounds. I'm trying to say
Sorry,
I
I was
had
like,
Lawrence in my head and I'm trying to say sound. I done called you sounds. What did you say?
I've heard from many people that the headphones that I was wearing, because they're like they're headband headphones, and the mic is really bad, and so I just didn't want to take that chance in here.
Oh, okay. It's good. What topic did you come up to discuss?
Well, I was thinking about the false prophets and prophecies. One, because the last time I was up here, I was mentioning about the like the angels and the conception of like the Jewish versus Christian conception of angels, and one of the things that I was like reflecting on in terms of like where the beliefs come from and what the how the old the Abrahamic time people reinterpreted the stories that they grew up on, but because like nobody was could fact check anything, right? Like their kids just accepted whatever version that they had. So it's like one of the things that I learned was like what I was saying last time about the angels was like she told me was from the Kabbalah area of Judaism, and um, and one of the things she was saying is like there's like 10 or 12 different levels of angels in or rank of angels in this particular uh, area, and one of them is the cherubim, and the cherubim are basically like sphinx-like creatures, not like what we uh have in like the baby with the big fat baby. That's a cherubim to us, but like in the original air time, apparently cherubims, or like what she was telling me is like they were creatures like a sphinx. And so I'm like, that again goes back to like what was the chain of events that brought the sphinx into the belief system of the ancient Hebrews, and at what point did they decide to change it from whatever it happened to be in Egypt into what they created, and how different it is, and like if we don't look into the purpose, the like the motivations of the people who were creating these stories, then how can we validate false or true, and the intention of the prophecies? So yeah, I just wanted to mention to you like the I talked to my partner and she was telling me about what you were asking me, and so yeah.
Like as far as like the prophecy, like I guess I'm not understanding the connection with like validating whether a prophecy is false or true by understanding like I'm sorry, I'm lost. Like I don't understand what the Sphinx have to do with
So
validating
the
it.
false,
Like
it's the prophet aspect, right? Like what is a prophet, right? A prophet is a person who is foretelling something. And
well, it depends, right? on what period of time. And you're talking about the Hebrew Bible, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Don't it depends on um, at what time, right? Because Moses wasn't the type. Moses was a prophet, but he wasn't the prophet that gave prophecies, like futuristic prophecies, right?
What I'm trying to get back to is like the intention of the people who are creating these stories. Um, so like, what does it mean to be a false prophet? And I guess because I don't believe in like the, Moses existed as a person, I think that, it was a story people were telling. And so
Right, but that's
what
in
was,
the number three is in the confines of the Hebrew Bible, though. Are you talking about? I guess help me understand. Like, are you talking about are, like for the uh, in the like doing an internal critique of the prophecies that are in the Bible, which is that's the concept of that, or are you? Um, I'm a little bit confused. I'm sorry. I don't quite understand. I apologize. I'm trying to follow
it's
you.
no, it's fine. It's fine. I I was interested in, basically talking about the idea of like, yeah, where did the concept of like the false prophets of the Hebrew Bible, what does it mean to be false or true? Um, ver in the book itself versus the people who are writing the stories. And that's where I feel like
Oh, you're saying how did the people inside the Bible determine whether what the prophets, what the character in the story was saying was true or false? Is that's what you're saying?
the people who wrote down the stories eventually, right? Their motivations behind uh, crafting the prophets, these people in such a way.
Okay.
Um, like because the intentionality of the book to me is how I process like why the prophets as it were in the Bible
The
are
historical
the
context is what you're saying.
yeah,
Why did they write that? For example, we talked to a guy earlier tonight about Third Isaiah, the prophecy about King Cyrus. And so you're saying, what was the intention of the writer of Third Isaiah? Why did he write that this God prophesied that King Cyrus would be his Messiah? That's what you're saying?
exactly. Yeah.
Okay, and she said, do what now? Well, and
Sorry.
so now that I know how you're framing it, what was your partner saying that has to do with like false prophets and prophecies?
So
Understanding the
I
reason he did it.
yeah. So the people who wrote down the stories, they came from oral traditions going back however, right? And so the way that I look at, trying to, figure out some kind of intentionality, like what made those people have intended and where did those stories come from? Uh, that's where I go back to like there are parallels between the, one of the Jewish conceptions of the angel that goes back through the history of our humanity, of being human. And one of those is like the Sphinx. Like in Hebrew, that became an angel, one of the levels of angel. And so I'm thinking like what was the intention of the writers of the Bible? In the same way of like there did they reinterpret it for their own purposes? And so it's like, who are the false prophets? Are the people who are writing it? Because and so that's where it's like the intentionality comes from the history. And so I'm always interested in seeing, right, where the ideas that got written down came from through history. And Does that make sense?
I think I get what you're saying. You're saying that instead of focusing on saying that Isaiah was the false prophet, you're saying the writer of Isaiah, the writer who attributed the text to Isaiah would be the false prophet, and then focus on what their intention was behind creating this false
Yeah.
prophecy.
Yeah, in a way, yeah, because then to me that gets back to like the conversation that I hear a lot in here is like how these religions, how these beliefs are man-made and for what reason they're man-made. And so like looking at how, you know, why was this Isaiah depicted as a false prophet, or who was depicted as a true prophet versus a false prophet, and who is telling us that at what point in history?
Okay, I get what yeah. So like I tried my best to bring in like the historical aspect of what was going on. Like when we do talk about the prophecies in the Bible, I try to rope in like the fact that it is written by a third person, right? And wasn't necessarily written by Isaiah the prophet. And that it was written after the Babylonian exile during the time where, they're trying to rebuild their history and rebuild the cult of Yahweh. So they're writing stories about how, what Yahweh prophesied this, years ago, right? I do try to bring in the historical aspect of it, but a lot of times when we're talking to believers about these prophecies in this Bible, they only care about like the internal critique of it. And so they don't necessarily believe that there was a third Isaiah, and it's hard to get them to see that Isaiah would have had to have lived 200 and something years in order for him to have written third Isaiah. But I agree that that it sounds like what she's saying is to pay attention to not just what the book says, because you don't believe it, right? But
Yeah,
it's more,
yeah,
for me, it's more interesting in understanding the why behind it. And that's what it sounds like your friend is saying. Like, it's pay attention to the why they wrote it, not necessarily what they wrote, because you're not a believer in what they wrote.
yeah. I think that they're, like we are, the nature of being human is storytelling, right? Like we tell ourselves stories, and the way that, I guess I deconstructed is this sense of like I could tell that I was being told stories for a purpose. And then I wanted to go back to like, where did those stories come from initially, and what purpose may they have served for our earliest ancestors as we were becoming human? Because I feel like that sense of, being conscious, becoming conscious, right? We were trying to figure out why we became conscious in a way. Like, what is it? How are we different than other animals? Why are we this way? And when I think we face ourselves as a part of animal kingdom, as a part of the world, it helps break down some of that like fear, or like the fear of seeing the stories for being stories. And and that's why I like the aspect of like, yeah, why are prophets false or not to people? Because even now, right, there's a different, like, was Jesus a result, like, was he a prophecy, was he prophesied, or is the Messiah still coming? Like, why would we need those stories? And do we need something, some kind of story, some kind of thing to replace that in our current time? And what is it people are trying to get from those stories? And that's my kind of deconstruction of faith in a lot of ways.
Uh, uh, that like and it just sounds like to me like it's adding in the history part of it, but I agree. I guess I'm still not understanding what it has to do with like the false prophets and prophecies thing. How she's tying that to like the angel thing. Um, but
Oh,
I
she's
guess
not. I am.
oh
No, I'm saying, like, she told me, like, because you were saying, you were asking me where did she get these ideas, and I was like, it's from the Kabbalah, and apparently, this is a thing that she told me was like the cherubim in the Jewish belief system, the Zohar, the Kabbalah in Western, um, and yeah, and I was like, and she was like, she specifically said, like almost exactly like the Sphinx, right? That's a cherubim, not this like baby thing that I had from my Christian conception of a cherubim. And so I went back and I was like, oh, well, that
so
was
she's saying the sphinx that was in Egypt is the cherubim in the Hebrew Bible is what she's saying.
yeah, basically I was like, oh, that could be. She didn't necessarily make that like exact connection, but like I was like, though a there could be a connection because that's how we tell stories, right? The people who came into the Fertile Crescent area, they came from Africa at some point, and what were the stories that we were telling to ourselves about this creature, the cherubim, and how did that like evolve into stories in different cultures, and what did that story kind of like serve for them, and how could it, like, what is it people might still be trying to get from it, and
I guess I don't
that's what
see
I
what
mean by
that
like,
has to do with like prophecies though, or false prophets. To me, it sounds like the creating a parallel, um, right, and then like not being able to validate it, right? Like I don't know. Like for me, it just seems like it's creating a parallel, an unnecessary parallel, unless unless it. I'm not. I'm sorry. I still don't get what that has to do with like false prophets or prophecies. I get what you're saying, but it just sounds like it's something different. And I thought you were saying like bring in like the historical context and understand why they wrote the prophecies. Um, but I
yeah,
like
that's it, that
saying
is what I'm saying.
okay, and then saying that like the I thought you said that she was telling you that the Sphinx was definitely like the cherubim. And you're saying that you are saying to yourself that the Sphinx, and I'm probably not saying that fucking word right, the Sphinx in Egypt, you're saying to yourself, oh, the Sphinx in Egypt is probably the cherubim in the Hebrew Bible. I don't see the connection with that. I see why you're saying why you would maybe say that to yourself, and because you're like, what other things did people share in different cultures that they turn into other things in this book? Um, but don't you think that could like create some type of false belief? Like somebody could go out and say, "Oh, the Sphinx in Egypt is the cherubim in the Hebrew Bible," right?
Yeah, I'm not trying to convince anybody of anything.
No, I'm not
Was
saying you are, but I'm saying like with you saying it right now, right? Someone listening to the live, because that's what I thought you were saying, right? Until I clarified it, right? But that you're saying that's what you thought to yourself, right? I'm saying like with you thinking that, like how would you verify, right, that the Sphinx in Egypt is the cherubim in the Hebrew Bible? Like how would you verify that thought?
well, that's what I'm coming up here to share these thoughts and have a conversation about what these, where these ideas could come from, because you have a lot of knowledge in these areas. And so I'm coming up here as a questioner and being like, these are interesting,
Yeah, but I don't
you know.
like. I can't bear. I wouldn't be able to verify that the Sphinx is a cherubim in the Hebrew Bible, though, right?
Yeah,
You see what I'm saying?
and that's what I'm confused by, because I'm like, the verification of it is, um
Is it? Do you feel like it's not necessary?
I
Like,
guess
would it be
the
necessary to
thing.
verify it, or do you think? Are you saying it's just kind of fun to have these thoughts, like to kind of explore it, and then there would be no need to like verify whether or not that that's actually true.
Well, it starts at the exploration phase. And yeah, we verify it by doing research and figuring out, right, when these different things were created, to figure out what might have influenced what. And I haven't been able to do this research yet. And so I guess what you're saying is, like, you want somebody, to have, like, figured out the all of, like, if I'm proposing this idea, you would have wanted me to have, like, gone through the history and have, like, you know
No, I'm not.
presented.
Are you saying, are you bringing it to me for me to go through the history and figure it out? Is that what you're saying? I'm trying to. I'm
No,
sound. I'm trying to figure out what you saying.
i'm
So
i'm 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 trying to go back to the 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 purposes of us recreating stories. And that's where, I'm trying, like, to me, there's how many different versions of, right, like, a prophecy must have existed in the different groups. And why would this particular one become dominant? And in the same way, right, like, why would a trope in one culture pass over to this other culture? And what would be the purpose of any shifting, or, of,
but what does that have
and
to do with like false prophets and prophecies? Those what I guess what I'm trying to figure out, right? Like figuring out
yeah.
whether the Sphinx is actually the cherubim. Are you saying that this is a way to like decode an actual prophecy, and then that's how you can tell whether the prophecy was true or false? Is that what you're saying?
No, I don't think, like, I don't think any of the prophecies are true, because I think they were just stories
Okay, so
that
what
people
does
were
this?
telling themselves.
Okay, and so how does the thought that the Sphinx in Egypt could possibly be the cherubim in the Hebrew stories? What does that have to do with false prophecies and prophets? Help me connect that. I'm still trying to
Well,
connect the two.
yeah, and it's about the purpose of the what was the intention of. And that's where I'm coming back to, like, I'm having these ideas, like, you're telling me, you're critiquing me correctly, is what I'm getting to, right? Is, like, I'm having these ideas about this particular concept of how did this thing get into this culture. And I feel like I I need to do more reading, more understanding, in order to have, uh in order to have a better conversation about it. And
In order to have a better conversation about false prophets and prophecies.
oh, shoot, sorry.
Sound, I'm
uh
confused. I'm trying to follow you, love. I'm so
I
confused.
I know, and I'm sorry. I apologize for coming up, and I guess my mind this morning isn't tracking as well as it should, because I like I said, I thought that it would be interesting to look at some of the parallels of the reasons that, you know, things like prophecies, like, you know, the how did yeah the
I think
the
it's I
stories
think
being written.
yeah, I
That's
think that is true. I agree that it would be interesting, right, to look at the parallels, but I don't see the connection with the topic, right? Like you are proposing something that is interesting, right? But I was trying to connect it with the topic of false prophets and prophecies, and that's where I guess that's where I was getting confused. It would be interesting to see what parts of different cultures carried over into, you know, each other. Um, that's something that, you know, we do all the time, and when you brought up the angel thing, that was pretty interesting. But I think I was just getting confused because I thought that you were tying it to the topic in a way of like just like how, this is why prophecies are false, or this is why this is that regarding false prophecies. But you're saying um, that it would be interesting to research the parallels between different things mentioned in the stories from one culture to the next in the prophecies, and understand the intention behind the writer writing the prophecies, is what you're saying, right?
yeah.
Yeah, I
And
agree. That would be,
yeah.
that is something that is very interesting.
um and yeah, and the, you know, yeah, why they would be cast as, you know, false or true, and how that has been interpreted through history. And
I guess
um
that's where I'm getting confused,
yeah,
because when you're saying why they would be cast as false or true, right?
in
Because it sounds like
well,
you're
yeah.
saying that it sounds like you're saying that they need to be decoded or something, right? Because, like, for example, the King Cyrus prophecy, history would tell us whether that prophecy came to pass according to the story. In the story, the prophecy came to pass, but we know that from looking at the writing, right, um, the context, we know that the story was written hundreds of years after King Cyrus had freed them from Babylon, had written the edict to Babylon, and made them let their slaves go. Right? When you
Mhm.
say so that we can see it, if why, like why it was cast false or true, or whether it's false or true, that's what's tripping me up.
Well, yeah, you just explained, like, at that time when the people were writing the story and for what purpose they were writing the story. And so um the the false prophet in the book, right, is a creation of the people of the time for a purpose.
I don't think that there's really many false prophets that actually um so like when they wrote about them, they were trying to write them as true prophets, right? And
Mhm.
they were, some of them were truly trying to prophesy, right, about Egypt being desolate for 40 years, the Nile River drying up. Um, and so, how would, how so let's take the prophecy of Isaiah saying that Egypt was going to be desolate for 40 years, right? If we were to
Mhm.
look at that today and we would say Egypt never laid waste and was desolate for 40 years, that would make Isaiah a false prophet at that time. And so you're saying that the person intentionally wrote Isaiah to be a false prophet at that time?
Potentially, yes. Yeah.
And you're
And
saying
is
to
there political
explore.
reason, or yeah.
Mm. But how would they know that he was? How would they know that?
What do you wait? What was that?
Like,
How
how
would
would
they
the
know what?
people know that he was that it was meant to be a false prophet? Like, how would the people at that time, like you said, for political reasons, how would the people who were alive at that time know that what Isaiah said was a false prophecy?
Well, okay, so historically, did Isaiah say anything?
That's not the
That to me is
point,
the
though,
first
right?
question.
But that's not the point, because you're
But
saying that they're writing it for a political reason. So the people who were alive at that time believed that Isaiah existed. So they're writing it to say to those people, here's what Isaiah said, right? So how would the people
yeah,
alive at that time, who was intended for this political ploy that you're saying, right? How would they know whether Isaiah was a false prophet or not? Who this political reason was supposed to affect?
well, the people that is interpreting it for them, right? That's the priestly class is writing these stories in
Oh,
order
you
to
think that they were
influence
interpreting it as, you think when they were teaching it to them, they were teaching it that Isaiah was a false prophet?
or true. That's what I'm saying is like I'm not as versed in each of the stories, right, of the Bible. And so like when I I'm thinking what was the intention of the people who were writing the story to cast a prophet as either true or false. And what that and who were the priestly class talking to, and what was going on in history at that time. And 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 that to me is, to me all of these stories of like who was writing what and for what purpose, and that helped me break out of the idea that this was a word of God, because
Oh, okay, I get it
yeah.
now. Okay, I get what you're saying now. Like, and I think it still just boils down to like the historical context. For example, like the reforms of King Josiah, right? And he wrote his own version of the Torah, and he added in different laws. He codified a bunch of laws. Uh, they wrote the story of Joshua and the conquest of Canaan to kind of match the reforms of Josiah. Certain stories that they told was to push a specific theological concept. You're
Mm-hmm.
saying like that, like the history, right? The history
Mm-hmm.
behind the history of it is what you're
Yeah,
saying.
exactly.
Yeah, I agree. That's why we frame the live the way we frame the live in here, and we bring in the historical concept, right, and the archaeological data. Like that's kind of what we do in here already, right?
Yeah, and I was just bringing in, I guess, another aspect of that, of like what was could have been the reason to bring this concept of like the angels, the concept of like the levels of angels. And I I happen to see this parallel of like where one of the levels of angels could have come into Hebrew. And I was like, and as you said, like I don't have any validation or anything. This was just an idea that I wanted to share with you. And and to me it's like, again, the parallel between like what was the political reason for people at that time writing it, for who, and and you know and so I'm like, yeah, what, and that's where I'm like, it is it's a tenuous connection, because to me it goes back to I'm like you said, just trying to look at like the history, right? That's my ultimate question, is like who was writing what for what reason. And um yeah.
Yeah. So Benny said that he followed you. He said he has a couple of books that can help you out with that, specifically like towards the angel and the Sphinx. And he said something about he found a connection in Mesopotamia, with the Sphinx and
Hmm.
the cherubim. So he said he can help you out with that. Also, Deconstruction, Justin. I don't know if you're a member of his
I'm going to disappear
Discord.
real quick, but I'm listening. Sorry, I have to text something, but
Okay.
I'm listening.
I don't know if you are a member of Deconstruction Justin's Discord, but he put a new sheet in the Discord yesterday that gives you access. I mean, connections to every mention of the word hell, and from the late Bronze Age to like early first century, so that you know why they wrote about hell and what they actually intended about hell and where the idea grew from. He has a lot of good stuff like that on his Discord and his spreadsheet as well. But Benny said to give him a follow and he'll hook you up.
Yeah, no, thank you. And yeah, I'm glad that you stuck with me through this. I apologize for being confusing. And yeah,
It's okay.
hopefully I will be yeah, I do yeah, enjoy the intellectual historical side of it. So I always want to chat about that.
Yeah, it's okay. I apologize. It took me a minute to catch on to what you were saying.
All right, thanks for the chat. And now I will be off and I actually have a meeting I have to go to.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
Thanks,
Bye.
bye.
What's up, Crystal J? All right, y'all. We got time for two more. Um, Jeff, do you want to do this next one?
Sure. Although,
Hello.
hello, Pinksky.
Yeah.
Are you a believer, deconstructing, agnostic, atheist?
Yes, I'm a believer.
Okay, and which topic did you want to discuss?
God doesn't prioritize moral goodness.
Ah, very good topic. I like that one. So, do you disagree with that?
I disagree.
And why?
Because you can only have morality if God exists.
Wait, why
Well,
you
that's a
sound so mad right now? What's up? You good?
I don't sound mad, I'm absolutely fine.
What the fuck? Who is this? Ain't no way in hell this is a real person.
Calm down. That's not real.
So
How old are
what?
you? Hold on.
Now
How
you
old are
don't
you?
think I'm a real person? You don't think God is real? You don't think I am real?
How old are you?
People are under a delusion.
You're
my
like
Oh my
man's
God,
10.
you are not for real.
my
Are
man's
you 10?
consonants are angry as
He's
heck.
strolling. He's trolling. He's trolling. We're gonna move on, okay? Go troll somebody else's live. Y'all know
Y'all
I
just can't handle this.
no, y'all know I don't like that shit. Don't bring y'all asses up in here
Sit on
trolling
the
up in
way
here.
down.
You gotta soften them consonants.
Goodness gracious. Sorry about that, Jeff.
Oh no, it's cool.
Miss DeChelle? Miss DeChelle? Okay, accidental, right? Let me see.
Came in talking in bold and all caps, unnecessarily too.
I think he was a atheist up here trolling. That's what I think. He thought he was gonna play. He was gonna pretend to be a Christian. Oh, I responded to you earlier, Lex. I think that's awesome. I'm glad that you're getting the water heater and you were able to like get over the feeling guilty about taking help from your mom's friends at church. I'm glad. Right, yeah. Like I can't stand that shit. Don't do that. Like don't come up in here trolling. Elizabeth. Elizabeth. Um,
But she said she was leading people astray.
are you there, Elizabeth?
Okay.
Elizabeth. Elizabeth. I can hear you moving. Are you there? Elizabeth.
Did she request to come up here?
Yeah, she was in the request. She was in the request, Mo. Tell
I guess she didn't
thank her
expect to
how
be
she's
up here.
here. Oh, huh? I'm
I
trying to
guess
get.
she didn't expect you to accept her.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to get at least one more so that Jeff can have a good conversation. Okay.
Mm.
Hmm. Everybody's gone. We're kung fu fighting.
Where did that come from?
I just feel like we've been kung fu fighting all damn night, Lala. You've been kung fu fighting all night.
Elizabeth, why couldn't you say anything while you was up here?
Were you scared, Elizabeth? Are you gonna come back? Cause we called your number.
Also, quit typing in all caps. One word to get you muted. It just so happened that word would be word.
Did Sam keep her from saying a word while she was up here? Because she got real quiet on stage.
Did
That
she?
part.
She got scared.
Stage fright.
Hey, melodic. I always, every time I say your name, I want to say melodic. That did not sound right. Oh my god! I did not.
You got a melody. Thinker Dugald is asking.
Well, addict.
Oh my god!
And thinking that came right after I read a comment saying that Jesus helped somebody play with their deadly snake. Like, what is wrong with this? What's happening?
Oh my god!
How nasty.
Oh my gosh! No, I see Dugald. I see the friendlies in there. I'm trying to get one more good, like one more opposition, so that Jeff can have a conversation, and then I'll bring up the friendlies before we close down. No, it doesn't say melodic. It says melodic. But when I read it in my head, it's and it didn't. Yeah, it's melodic.
Dang, I waste my name this week on Little Teacup. Melody.
And I didn't. It didn't track before I even said it out loud. Mary Bennett not connecting. Let's see. I'm sorry, Melodic. I hope you forgive me. I wasn't trying to make fun of your name. It's just what it was out in my head, and it came out. I hope you know I wasn't trying to make fun of your name. Thinker, I think it's you learning Hebrew. Yeah, I'm learning Hebrew.
She means that the mispronunciations, but she don't know you if that's the case.
Huh? You said what? Oh, you think it's me
She,
learning Hebrew that's making me mispronounce stuff? It might be, y'all. Like learning the Hebrew. Like, are you having difficulties reminding these remembering these damn vowel markers, Selena?
I'm skipping the thing. No, I'm not. I'm not
I was
skipping,
gonna
but
say, how
it's
are you
hard as
doing
heck.
that? Huh?
It's
Thinker.
hard as heck.
Huh?
Thinker, you called that lady Lisa Fried Chicken well before your first Hebrew class, so I don't know if you.
Exactly.
I'm just saying. I'm
It
just trying
looked
to keep
like
us honest.
it looked like her name was Lisa.
And muskrat.
Oh my gosh! You said you're skipping it. How are you doing that?
I said I'm playing. I ain't skipping nothing. I'm just fighting
Oh,
it. I'm fighting with it.
this shit is hard.
Yeah, I'm like, whoever say English is the
Wanted
hardest
to
language
learn,
is
but I
mad.
was like, I don't know if I could do it.
It
It just
is
seemed like
hard.
it would be really hard.
Oh my god, it's
Not
so
that I'm
hard.
It
not
is, and
up
I'm
for the
learning.
challenge, but damn. Huh? What you say?
I said, and I'm learning Spanish at the same time, so it's my brain is fried.
I bet.
And then like I do the the flashcards every day, but like without speaking it,
Yeah.
it's so hard to remember what words mean what. So I try to read the Hebrew Bible every day, but then like speaking it out loud, it's when I'm by myself, I can take time and sound it out, but like it's just I don't know, it's hard. You made a lot of flashcards. Oh, you said with Spanish. Nostalgia. I keep trying to add you, but you're not connecting. I'm gonna give it just a second to see if it connect. That's what I do too, Benny. Did you see the flashcard for money? I mean, for heart for love, and it had money in the heart.
Yeah.
You're fluent in tongues. I am his pastor. Okay, nostalgia, you're not connecting. So I don't think we have any other guests. I'm gonna bring up the friendlies, and then I guess we'll be done. I don't know why nostalgia's not connected.
Hey, Thinker, thanks for bringing me up. I wouldn't normally demand or request it that harshly. Trump just kind of announced that he's going to start a task force to go after anti-Christian bias.
What?
Yeah, it's an executive order. It's starting with the government employees, which would be me. But then who knows where it's going to go after that? But right now, it's a task force for religious freedom, he says, but its focus is anti-Christian bias.
Says what? Like says what is? Hold on, let me pull it up.
It doesn't have a lot on there because he didn't give a lot of details. It was just a breaking announcement that came out.
To eradicate anti-Christian bias, President Trump. Hold on. President Trump also said that he would. Hold on. Damn, motherfucking Hill. Why you got all these goddamn ass? Can't nobody read shit. Hey. Trump says he's ordering Attorney General to target anti-Christian bias with Religious Liberty Task Force. Y'all, here we go.
It's starting.
So we have an oligarchy and a theocracy.
Yeah. I knew this was coming. I just wasn't sure when it was going to happen.
Anti-Christian violence and vandalism. Speaking at a bipartisan national prayer breakfast, said the task force will be ordered to immediately halt all forms of anti-Christian targeting and discrimination within the federal government. But he can't fuck with us, including at the Department of Justice, Internal Revenue, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Like, who's fucking with Christians at these places?
Right. What are they categorizing as anti? What are they categorizing?
This is a way for them to like they said the people that's stepping down said don't believe the lies. He said this is like the first step of tyranny. Like they put out a bunch of shit to like incite fear. They was like hold the line and don't believe the lies. But like nobody is fucking with Christians at none of these places.
No, I work at the IRS. I go on breaks when I'm on lives during the day. I'm on a break, and then I go off as soon as I'm off a break. And because they try to say that we're doing it like to Christians at work, and while we're working, which is not the case.
Yeah, but who knows that you're on live doing this while you're
right? They have no way of knowing that.
Well, Elon did just steal all of our banking info, so he will know who contributes to what and when and where.
Yeah, but he doesn't have access to TikTok's data.
If he has your banking info, it's a possibility.
TikTok, not to TikTok's data services.
No, not to TikTok directly, but he can see who you.
So what you're doing on here, though, that's the thing. That's not how the servers work.
No. But he can see where you've spent your money. As far as that stuff is concerned, the main thing is about like what they took there was mostly like for example, they were mostly after taxpayer data, obviously, but like nonprofit organization information, especially for obvious political reasons. But they can also have your bank account info from any time you paid your taxes. So they do actually have info for your banking stuff. Does that mean TikTok specifically? No, but they can see what the transactions you've made.
Yeah, but we don't have like anti-Christian stuff on our TikTok. Like
no,
you're not.
No, at that point, I think that's more of just trying to find out whose profile's what. I'm so sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, you're not. Spending money on TikTok to anti-Christian things.
No.
So they shouldn't be able to tell, that you're on live with us unless they're standing outside wherever you are and listening to you.
Not unless they start doing deep dives into TikTok records itself, but I don't imagine that coming anytime soon if that were to happen. But this is a warning that they are
I think this
are
is
coming after it.
This is
very much so is.
Yeah, like first off, they would have to get rid of church and state in order to force other people, right? Like they just can't.
Yeah,
they can do this shit in the government, and honestly, like it's just fear mongering.
Yeah,
I think it's important too, while we go through this nonsense, to remember that fear is a very, very big motivator, right?
Very
So
much.
we can't be reactive in the way that they want us to be reactive when they make these statements, because we're playing into exactly what they want us to play into. Like there are barriers and there are laws that are in place that protect us from, unfortunately, I mean, well, fortunately, from the very thing that they want you to think these laws or these proclamations are doing. But the reality is that there are checkpoints in place and stopgaps in place to prevent
Right.
what they want us to think. So let's, when these things come out, let's just kind of, I
Yep.
think we owe it to ourselves to just kind of think it through before we kind of pop off and get nervous that it's about to start
Right.
the apocalypse.
The biggest reason I wanted to make the announcement is for any of your people who are like me, a federal and government employee, still don't give into it. Don't take these buyout deals that they're offering. They're all bogus. They don't have the money line items for them. They're not budgeted for them. It's all a mix, and this is just another scare tactic. But please, if you see
But I
it,
say pay attention to it, right? Like when they first took
yeah,
TikTok off of government phones, right? So like they're starting with the government. They're trying to see what they can get away with. Their goal is to make America a Christian national state. A Christian national country. We know that, right?
exactly, yes.
Yeah, that what they're trying to see is how much they can get away with, and it's really up to those of you that are in the government if y'all gonna lay down and take it. Y'all
Yeah.
could fight back,
Yeah, well,
right?
the biggest thing is right now our unions are doing the most. Unfortunately, since I'm in HR, I don't actually have union representation. I'm not allowed. The unions, their contracts are set up that we're not allowed to strike or anything like that. But our unions have a lot of collective power, so they do a lot of their fighting legally. So there are several lawsuits already happening with the unions throughout various departments and sections. It's really going to depend on how those play out. If they don't go well, if he somehow was able to bust up those unions or any of that kind of thing, then yeah, we'd have to resort to the other tactics that the private sector has to use.
Y'all know what religious freedom is code for when they use it in this context?
White supremacy.
It's just bigotry. Just
Yeah.
bigot. It's just
Yeah,
like
because they
religious.
coupled it. Look what they coupled it with. He told prayer breakfast attendees that his administration would also work to protect Christian in our schools, in our military, and in our government, in our workplaces, hospitals, and in our public squares, and bring our country back together as one nation under God with liberty and justice for all. Under the First Amendment of the United States Constitution, Americans are guaranteed freedom of worship, and the government is prohibited from creating any manner of established religion along the lines of the Church of England and the United Kingdoms. But Trump and his supporters have long pushed for Christianity, specifically evangelical and fundamentalist strains of Christianity, to occupy a privileged place in American society. His administration is expected to throw support behind efforts to permit public funding of religious schools and has already given social conservatives a victory by signing an order to ban the legal recognition of transgender people by the United States government. It's just white supremacy. It's Christian nationalism.
Sadly, I'm an out atheist at work. So we'll see how that goes for me. I don't know. I don't think I'll be my 18-year career will probably come to an end at some point here soon. We'll have to wait and see. But stand proud as best I can tell you. I just wanted to make sure everybody was aware that this stuff is going on and to stay strong and don't give in.
Jeff, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. What'd you say?
No, you're good. I was just going to say, like, every time you see somebody invoke religious freedom, they are doing some sort of bigotry. They're saying, I don't want to make a cake, or they're saying, I don't want to serve these people, or I don't, it's something like that. So they want to be able to just say the thing that would normally get them called out and not have any repercussions, and then just hide behind religious freedom to say it.
Mm-hmm. Well, I might be homeless and unemployed before long, guys. So yay! We'll see how that goes. All right, that's all I want to think here. I just wanted to give everybody a heads up and make that announcement.
It's gonna be okay. Like, first off, you have a community behind you if ever, right? So you have a large community behind you if ever that came to that, right? You know that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So don't freak out. we don't even know that if he write this executive order that it would fly with the Supreme Court, right? Motherfuckers ain't gonna lie down and just take the shit,
I
right?
hope not.
We will burn this motherfucker down.
Too late, fucking Chris. Trust and
We're
believe.
not going. We're not going.
You will be just fine. There's too many of us in your corner, friend.
I hope so. I'm a little scared.
We got your back, God. You're
We
just know
do.
that you are not alone.
Thank you.
Okay, you're not alone. You have a community behind you. So
Thank you.
don't worry about that.
I appreciate you all. Thank you.
Do check your text messages.
I will.
What's up, Auntie?
Hey, all my sweet peas. How's everybody doing?
I'm doing
Hey, how you
good. Hold
doing?
on, because somebody said you don't know us. Like if you are against us, I don't know. I need you to clarify yourself. If you are against that what we said, then we don't need you in this space. So I need you to like clarify yourself. When we said that we'll burn this down, and you said you don't know us, are you saying they don't know us? Who is you? Go ahead, Auntie.
I came up because I know I've been kind of quiet. All this stuff that y'all was talking about just kind of messing with me. You know, I go through my little depression sometimes, and all this shit that Trump is trying to do is just it's just getting to me. But I still listen. I still, I'm still following everybody, and I'm still supporting y'all. And I'm gonna do a live coming up. I got a live. I got some stuff I want to talk about. But I just been between Trump and Hebrew. Good God Almighty.
You been going to the study groups?
No, I don't. I do it 1-on-1 simply because I feel like if I go in with everybody else, that I would slow everybody down. You know what I'm saying? So I get with David
You
one
ain't
on
gonna slow
one.
nobody down. As far as me, like my ass, this shit is hard.
Well, I listen at you thinking you doing so well. You reading the Hebrew so well, and I'm like, oh God, I told her I do everything. I got all these different sources I use on YouTube to try to help me, but I feel like I said, oh God, am I just my mind? I don't know what's going on. But anywho, y'all, I'm having one of them moments. But I love
Y'all
everybody.
better not let Trump fuck with y'all like that. Like he doing some fuck shit, but don't let him, you know, create like all this anxiety and get you
Yeah,
down.
I know. I try to talk to myself about it. Me and myself have a conversation.
Yeah.
But it's just I'm at the place now. I'm at a certain age and certain things I can't just up and do, like I could when I was younger. So, and all of the things that he's doing touches me. Well, I know it touches us all. It's not just me. So I don't want to get out my me mind. But I just go through it sometimes, y'all. So just bear with me. But know that I'm following everybody. I'm keeping up with everybody, and I'm supporting everybody. But best I can, I still ain't figured out how to put money on my to recharge my thing. So I have to give my gifts out kind of slowly because I only got so much money on there.
You don't have to. Don't you ain't got to rush to do that. We know like a lot of people right now are trying to figure out how to resubscribe.
I
So it's
Me
all
too.
good.
I don't even see if they took my badge away because I've been trying to figure that out too.
You
And,
should be able to do it while I'm live.
mhm.
We done lost 400 subscribers, y'all. 400
Oh
in just
wow!
the
Yeah,
last
I
month.
saw that.
And see, I had mine on automatic. It will automatically come out of my account set up. So I got to get it back because I got you. I got several people I subscribe to, and I don't want to lose nothing. But
Yeah, it should let you do it during the live. I don't know why it's not. I mean,
do I
but
have to
we
go?
we understand if you can't.
No, 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 no. I can't. I just got to. Do I have to? I hear you say do it while you live. Do I have to leave the live and go to the website, or can I do it from here? Like, can I?
No, you
Like,
gotta do it from the desktop. You can't do it from your phone.
see, when you say that, all I have is a tablet. Would that
Mm-mm.
see? I
No,
don't
it's
even
gotta
have
be
No.
a
a.
PC.
Okay, okay. We'll see.
Or well, I take that back. If you go to Safari, the tablet, you can go to Google uh, .com on your tablet. Type in TikTok.com on a Google browser. Then yeah, you could do it that way.
I think I did. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. I won't tell you no lie. I'm gonna do it right now. But I don't mean to bring everybody down. That's why I've been kind of keeping to myself.
Oh, that was my fault. Here, don't worry about it.
Oh no, no, no. I was already. You just, baby, trust and believe. you just, you didn't bring me down. I was already down. But
She can do it on her iPad. You can do it, but what will happen is if you're looking at it on your phone, and when
uh,
you go to think it's live on your iPad, it's going to disconnect you from your phone because it only allows you to look at it
okay. So
once. But if
I
you
see.
go to TikTok, find Thinkers Live, and it'll at the top right, it's going to say subscribe, and then you can put your payment method
Okay. So you
in
say I go
in
to
the
tick. I'm sorry, baby.
if you
One
go to
more thing.
TikTok.com.
That's what I'm doing.
And you
Mm-hmm.
can do it on your iPad because I had to resubscribe to Joel's last night.
Okay.
If
Okay.
you go to TikTok.com and
That's what
sign
I'm
in,
doing. Okay. Uh, okay. Come on.
and it might knock you off of this one. So
I
let
see.
me let me tell you what to do first before you go. When
Okay.
you find Thinkers Live, it'll
Mhm.
have at the top right next to her name, it'll say a box called subscribe. You click that box and it's going to ask you for your payment information.
Gotcha.
And then you can't do it while you got to go down to the comments and do it, and then click it, and it's gonna take you out of the live because it's gonna take you off stage once you click on the live from there.
Yes.
Okay.
But you have to do it while she is live, which is crazy. I don't understand why.
And
Yeah.
then you can buy coins even if I'm not live. You can buy coins at any time, but you got
Yes.
to go to TikTok.com/coins to
Yep.
buy coins. But you can only resubscribe while we're live.
And see, I don't know. I don't ever catch uh Dash.
Thinker, I'm about to drop down so I can resubscribe.
Okay, thank you. I think I might do a Freeform Friday tonight with these topics. I know a lot of people, huh?
I said that would be so good.
Yeah.
So we can kind of.
But
I'm
yeah, and
sorry.
I'm gonna switch out a lot though, because I'm not. I'm gonna make sure that like people don't like come on stage and just chill, because I know a lot of people want to participate in the conversation. So what we're gonna do is have like one people can come up, one conversation, and then drop down and let somebody else come up, and just kind of chill tonight, have some fun, get everybody's mind off the bullshit. So I think we'll do that tonight instead of
Anybody
these
that,
one on ones, huh?
oh, I'm sorry, anybody that needs to resubscribe to Bash, he just said he's about to do.
Oh, back. Oh, good, because I need to resubscribe to Bash. He's finna go live now.
I'm going to drop down, but thank you very much for letting me come up and let everybody know. I appreciate it.
You're so welcome.
And also, I wanted to say, Dougal, before you go, I just want everybody to listen to a podcast by a man named Ezra Klein. He works for the New York Times, and he has a podcast. But the name of this episode is the not the most recent episode, but the one before that. It's called "Do Not Believe Him."
Ooh,
And
Okay.
that
just
sounds.
go and listen to that episode. His name is Ezra Klein, and the title of the podcast episode is "Do Not Believe Him."
Okay. I will check it
And
out.
and he explains why the things that he wants you to see are not actually the things that are going on. So
Right.
just go listen to the podcast. I know it's on Apple Podcasts, and because it's New York Times, it's probably everywhere you can
Yeah.
find podcasts.
I'm not too worried about the general
See, I
public
see.
necessarily.
He says he's trying to overwhelm you. That's what. That's
Yeah.
what I saw from other countries. They were like, "Here are the mistakes we made and what we didn't pay attention to,"
Hmm.
and so like, watch the other countries that got done like this, right?
Yeah.
Learn from them.
I
They're
wasn't.
telling us the signs.
I'm not so scared of what he's going to do to the public, and I know it's mostly fear mongering, but I know he can have a direct impact on me just because of my job. That's kind of where most of my fear is sitting right now. That's the hard part because I'm
Right.
not protected by a union or any of that kind of stuff in my role. So it's just kind of I'm one of the free floating up in the air ones, and it's really scary.
Yeah, I can understand that, and with you being in the government and everything. And like I said, if it came down to it, you have a whole community behind you. If we needed to raise money, like we've done it before, right? So like you're not alone in this. That's the power of community too,
That's the
right?
part I appreciate,
Yeah,
truly.
yeah. You're welcome. Heretic.
Hey.
I know it's been like back to 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 back. We didn't get to do it again tonight.
Yeah, no, it's all good because like I joined the live in the beginning and it seemed like it was like I mean, I yeah, I was in the comments in the beginning and it seemed like you had a great flow, so I thought, oh no, this is not the time. So, we just do it that way.
Okay.
I don't mind at all.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you come up to say something? I know you probably didn't come up to talk about that. Did you?
Just a little bit. I
Okay.
found some more information, like a journal that I'm starting to read about, specifically about Credo Mutua. And one thing that you might find interesting is that he claims that the Zulu creation myth is like a couple of, like tens of thousands of years before.
Tens of thousands of years?
Yeah, that's what he claims. So I'm just reading that journal at the moment. It's not very long. But yeah, I'll have some more stuff to share the next time we talk.
Damn.
Yeah. And then I'm going to watch Justin Deconstruction's episode on the atheist experience. And that just made me think if you are allowed to share when you're on. I can't
That
remember
will
if he
be on
said.
Friday, next Friday, the 14th. Yeah. Thank you for
Oh,
even reminding me of that. Next Friday, the 14th, I'll be on the Atheist Experiences show, Truth Talks. Hold on. The show starts at 7, I think. Hold on. Thank
and
you.
it's live if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's live. It is. I think it's 7 o'clock. Might be 6. Hey, do y'all need me to bring anything to the trip, Lords? Y'all
Like
like,
what? What you got? You talking about some spirits?
yeah, like anything? Like I know we going down like a day before, right? It's like 5 of us that'll be there a day before. Are you
I
going down the day
mean,
before?
what day is that?
The 5th.
No, hell, I'ma still be in New Orleans fucking with my autograph.
Oh, okay. I know a couple of us are going down there on the 5th.
Mm-mm, I'm not
Oh,
going
okay.
till the 6th.
Okay. But I know that because we got to decorate the room for the ball, and I was trying to see if y'all needed me to bring anything. Nobody has asked me or Bash to bring anything, so I was trying to see what do y'all need.
You know, hell, I don't need nothing.
What you
What I
need?
need is for the fucking plane not to fall out the sky. Can you bring that? Can you bring that?
Oh God, where do you wear it to the ball?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. So, shit, I might drive. That's why I might have to start out on
She's
the
still worried about the
drive
plane.
my ass.
I'm
Shit.
trying to get your mind off the plane. I'm trying to
Can,
switch the
can you
topic.
stop? Can you stop the damn plane? That's all I want to know. Because not only are they falling out the sky, they hitting each other on the ground
On the
too. Y'all
ground.
ain't. I'm
Like
all
they
like,
playing
what's going
bumper
on?
plane
I
with
mean,
each
let me
other.
tell you something. Those planes are not small. I don't understand how y'all hit each other.
Lord's gonna have me worried as fuck standing in line trying to get on the plane. I ain't been scared to fly a day in my
Listen, that is why
life.
I sit either in the very front or the very back because I have to see y'all face. If you, when I hear that doom doom, you hear that? If I see somebody pick up the phone, I'm looking straight in their eyes. What's going on? Why you picking up the phone in midair?
Laura's
What
like,
they
who
want in
you
there?
calling?
Well, yeah, who
Like,
you
are you
calling?
driving down?
Girl, no, I live way too far to be driving down. I'm flying. Like that's why I said Lord's gonna have me scared of flying. I ain't been scared of flying a day in my life.
Well, y'all, I don't think I'm gonna make it. I've been trying to get my monies together, and it's
What?
I know I've been trying to figure it out, y'all. It's just a lot. I mean, because you got to fly. I would have to fly, pay for the hotel, got to pay for your food. It's just a lot. I tried my best, y'all, but I'm gonna be there. And I'll be there some kind of way when y'all go live. I'll be live there with you. Cause
No.
I did want to come meet everybody.
Auntie.
I know.
Auntie, where are you coming from?
North Carolina, Fayetteville.
Well, like send me a DM. Let's see something, okay?
Yeah,
Can
let's
you
see
send me a
here.
DM?
Yeah, I can send you DM.
Okay. And we'll see what we can figure it out. Yeah, we can
And
make it
I
happen.
could, and just so you know, I couldn't resubscribe on my tablet. I had to go use my son's laptop, so it doesn't even give you
Oh,
the
gotcha.
option on like
Oh
a
So
tablet
man.
or iPhone.
I'm in here doing it on my tablet.
It wouldn't let me do it. Those fields to put in like my credit card information, it wouldn't even they weren't live for me.
Oh, okay, well let me see. I'm just there, so let me see. I'm talking. I may be done talk too much, and because I done put my card number in. Now it's asking for my security card.
I think I heard you asking, if we needed to bring anything. Me and Christina have been looking to try to find like a karaoke spot that was close by, and there aren't any that are like even within like a reasonable Lyft or Uber distance. So, I'm not sure if we're gonna see if we can find like somebody with a karaoke machine so we can do it in the meeting space because we've got the meeting space all 3 days. Um,
Okay.
and then excuse me, I didn't want to cough in y'all's ear. And then for the night out, where we get dressed up and go somewhere, I didn't know if we wanted to do like a club or like a nice restaurant or something like that. We just need to figure out what we want to do so we can find somewhere close. I don't want everybody to have to spend a whole lot of money trying to get to different places, so I wanted to see if we
Yeah.
could find something in the area relatively close.
You're saying the payment couldn't be processed. Is that what you got?
Yes, ma'am. That's exactly what happened on my tablet.
Okay. I get it figured out, y'all.
I Applebee's has karaoke. I haven't been to Applebee's in years. I can bring a karaoke machine. We have one.
That's what I was thinking about. Like because my sister, I told y'all my sister she's driving down for the trip too. So I was going to see if I could just order one and have it shipped to her house, and then she could just bring it down with her in the car. Then I mean we could. That's even like less expensive, so we can all
Yeah.
save money. And I know
And just
everybody.
chill at the hotel.
Yeah, because I mean I feel like that's what we want to do anyway. Just kind of hang out
Yeah.
with each other and talk and get to know each other.
Yeah. I agree.
I
And then
see.
so are we having a like a ball or are we going out dress up or like I need to know what to bring. Like
Well,
what
that's the thing. Like we sent out that loose agenda, but we are completely open to whatever everybody wants to do. I'm perfectly fine with staying in because that's just me. But I don't want everybody to be, to do what I want to do. I want to do
I'm
what
cool with
most.
whatever. I just need to know how to pack. Like I'm cool
Yeah.
with whatever. I just need to know what like I don't want to travel too heavy. My
Yeah,
ass, I'm so indecisive when it comes to my clothes, and I will be so mad at
Think
myself
of
if I get
me
down
too.
there.
I will
Yeah,
bring 3 suitcases because I'm
yes,
like,
because I need to be
well,
able to be like,
Same
oh, I'm feeling
here.
like this today. Like I can't, you know what I'm saying?
yeah.
Because
I
I
mean,
will
we
have
got
like
the
3 outfits a day.
right.
Like
My mindset is we have the meeting space and we paid for the meeting space, so let's use the meeting space. So if we're gonna do
yeah,
things, why not do it there so folks can save money? Because if we go out somewhere, then we got to drinks and food and all of that. If we do like the ball where we get dressed and look cute, like maybe on Saturday night, then everybody can bring their bottle and from their
yeah,
room or bring the music. Somebody got a good Bluetooth speaker, not the TJ Maxx Bluetooth speaker, but a good Bluetooth speaker. You know what I
I'm so
mean?
sick of y'all.
yeah. Plus, we're doing a live show in the ballroom, right?
Right.
Yeah. So yeah, I think yeah, I just say I'm good with whatever. I know we have the speed networking and the speed dating, right?
Yeah, Sandra's got that. Getting that
I'm doing speed
organized.
networking. I don't know about the speed dating thing. Y'all can
Yeah.
have that. I don't
I'm
know
gonna,
about that.
I'm gonna speed date if I get there.
I do the speed
Auntie could
networking.
use an uncle.
Oh my gosh. I'm not trying to date right now. Rhea, what's up? Rhea, we needed you yesterday.
We sure did.
Hey, hey, y'all.
Hey.
Hey,
Really,
Rhea.
what happened yesterday?
Oh my gosh. A black Hebrew Israelite came up yesterday and he was yelling, "La la
Yes.
you hootie, ya la la hootie," and then he was like, "Y'all don't even know how to speak African. Speak African. Speak African."
What?
We was like, "Yes."
Yes. He kept saying, if you African, speak African. If you Mexican, speak Mexican.
Dummy.
It's hilarious.
What? Okay. Yeah, that, I mean, once
So you
people say
said,
stuff like that, you know where their head is at and you know what kind of brain cells they got
yeah.
going on.
It was so funny
So,
because Lord's clowned the fuck out of him.
Yes. He did sound like he was from the lollipop guild.
Was Ria here for the guy
what?
that got angry? The guy that got angry for being called a teacup.
I don't know. I don't think real. Were you here when the guy was like he went on
Mm-mm.
teacup and I was like, "You're on teacup,"
Mm-mm.
and he was
He
like,
got
"Oh, so now
mad?
you want to call?" He said, "Oh, so you calling the names now, huh?"
What?
Yeah. You have missed some
And
the
Selena
last two
called, changed her
eventful
name to
days.
Little Teacup.
Man. Oh man, I'm trying to get this episode ready for y'all tomorrow because
Oh, I
I was
can't
just
wait.
about to say that's the only excuse because we need
I've been
another
busy.
episode.
Sorry,
Mm.
y'all. Oh my God, that's
I've been
crazy.
talking about
It's
Yahweh, Ben Yahweh all fucking week.
For real?
I
Yes.
Rhea, I enjoyed that so much. I was trying to leave a comment, but it wouldn't let me. I wanted to leave you a comment, but every time I tried to do it, it wouldn't let me do it. But girl, you got something good going.
Oh, thank you. I wish
I'm
I could.
enjoying it.
Are there clips? Oh my God, I would love to see this.
I'm telling you because this is the thing that y'all I googled uh I looked for like Yahweh Ben Yahweh and I looked at him and I'm like, why would anybody follow this dude? But I guess it's
That
charisma. I don't know.
No, if
did
you
in the early
listen,
2000s.
if you listen to like, if you go on YouTube and like listen to his sermons, I get it, but I don't get it. You know what I'm saying? Like, especially in the mindset of like coming out of Jim Crow, like, 20 years down the line, like people are still not getting any difference. Like black people still being treated the way they treated. Like it very much is easy to just be like, oh, he looks cute. His eyes are light, and he's
Ah.
influential, right? He's a light skinned man. He's tall. The way he talks, like he's very like charismatic. Like even as a kid, people were just like, yeah, he could talk your ear off and you just sit there and listen to him, you know?
And it's
Mm.
just so crazy. And when I was reading about the communal living in in Acts, how they all sold all their stuff and gave it to the leaders, and it says that the leaders would like pass it out. It just makes me think about Yahweh Ben Yahweh and how he had them living on compounds and living in communal living and like
Yeah.
literally the blueprint for the bullshit that we see is in this book.
Yeah, they had to eat specific food. They had to like those clothes. I'm telling you, they lived in those clothes, those white robes. I don't know if you guys went on the Instagram page to look at their pictures. They lived in those clothes day in, day out. And I don't know if y'all remember on the podcast, I made a joke and I was like, I don't know how they didn't get dirty because these people were walking around lifting furniture, like anything they needed to do, they did it themselves. Like they
And
did not
people
outsource anything.
and people think I'm crazy when I say I don't like Lisa Ray because what is that? Because what is that obsession with white? What is going on? I don't like
Who
that.
is Lisa Ray?
That
Uh,
lady,
the
the lesbian
Black
that
actress
always,
dress.
who
yeah, she's
played
always
in
wearing white.
what's she was she one movie? uh, what's the name of that movie
Players
with
Club.
Players Club? She
Oh, the
played in
one
that
that
movie.
that. Oh, I know who you're talking about now.
Who married the president of Turks and Caicos, and come to find out he bought her a Bentley and it was in her name.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, see y'all missed
You
that.
know,
See,
you know that's the Brat's sister.
Yeah.
yes, that is yeah. And
Mhm.
she married the president of Turks and Caicos, and he was stealing and cheating and bought her Bentley for her birthday. And then when they broke up, she found out that the Bentley was in her name anyway.
That's crazy. I
Oh,
never
Rhea.
knew.
Huh?
I wanted to say, look into South Korea and the cults and the cult leaders here.
Oh.
Yeah, I think
Mm.
you might find something there too.
Funny you say that because the
Oh,
next episode is actually in an Asian country. It's a Japanese cult.
interesting. Well, it's Friday for me already, so where's my episode?
Well, it's coming.
Yours comes on
I'm kidding.
Saturday.
I'm kidding.
Yeah. Oh, and I said Truth Talks. It's called Truth Wanted. And it's next Friday, 7:30.
Eastern
I mean
Central
7
Time?
o'clock. 7 o'clock to 8:30 Central. Yeah.
And the Central Time, okay.
7 to
All right.
8:30.
On YouTube, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I've been saying the wrong name of the show the whole damn time.
I'm excited.
Yeah. But what was I getting ready to say? Damn. Oh no. I was looking up to see if Trump could like issue the executive order for the task force. Um, and it said like the only thing that I'm finding is that it's saying that that he can't actually do that. Like he's just trying to instill fear. Like he can't actually create that task force.
It's so many things that they done told Trump no on. That
Yes,
all these judges are like, no, you can't do this. This is unconstitutional. He's like, nope, do it anyway.
Mhm.
and the thing is, if you look at the setup of uh uh the House and the Senate, he has a razor thin margin in the House. He has a person margin in the Senate, right? So if he were to get anything passed, every Republican would have to vote for it, right? Every time. If something got introduced in the House, every Republican there would have to vote for it all the time. Not one could abstain, because then he would need Democrats to help him before it could even get to the Senate, right? So he's gonna try to executive order his way through everything. But what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Y'all sue Biden for all his student loan executive orders and all of that kind of stuff, and so they can do the same to you, right? You
Yep.
can bring his executive order and say, "Boop is unconstitutional. Boop is unconstitutional," right?
Yep.
So you
I
kind of go ahead.
I'm sorry, I have a question for anyone on the panel. Like in South Korea right now, or just in their political history, whenever a president gets impeached, soon after the president is removed from office, why doesn't that necessarily equate to the same thing in the States?
Because our rules, the Constitution is it doesn't make any sense, right? I really think they assumed, right, the founding fathers, that if um a president got impeached, that he will remove himself, right? Because it would just be so embarrassing. Right now we had Nixon to remove himself, but these new people, they believe that this is their birthright, so they're not gonna remove themselves, right? They impeached what is his name, Clinton, right? But they didn't vote for his removal,
Mhm.
right? I mean,
Wow.
he's not gonna. He Most of these people aren't gonna remove themselves. Nixon did it, because he didn't want to be impeached because he probably was going to go to jail, right? But these people, they're not afraid of jail or anything like that. They basically daring you to remove them.
He got
Yeah,
immunity.
the
He don't need to
Senate
be
won't
in jail, can he?
remove him. The House impeaches him. The Senate isn't gonna do shit.
Oh, I see. Because of the
Yeah.
majority.
Yes. I mean, the Senate at the time had, and really, I don't think any politician on either side of the aisle is happy about removing a president. They don't want to be saddled with a precedent that
Of
that
removing. Ah, I
brings,
see.
right? They don't want to be saddled with the precedent that removing a president uh brings.
Because if it happens once, then it's a lot easier to happen again.
Well, yeah, because this is the thing. We have majorities here, and then we have something called a supermajority. If you get 60 Senate seats, if you have Democrats and Republicans, and either side gets 60 Senate seats, and they have what is called a supermajority, it is filibuster proof, right? They can basically ramrod anything they want in. So let's
I
say
see.
you get somebody like Trump, right? If he had a supermajority, right, then he could basically, if the Dems had a supermajority, right, if they had 60 Senate seats, right, and they also held the House, then they could just boom remove the president. But then when the other side did it, then they could too. I don't think
I see.
anybody wants to be saddled with. See, it's not like in Korea, right, where this is not like in Korea where the people will basically demand the president be removed,
Yeah.
right? It's like, because like I remember when that ferry capsized and all those kids unalived,
Yeah.
they wanted that president removed, and she got removed.
Yeah, she did.
But people not like that over here. They really just,
And all these different aspects that really play into it. It's a lot harder for Americans to, for instance, protest in
yeah.
droves to the point
And
where.
I tell people that, like, people who live in other countries, right? People that who live in other countries, right? Because even if you, let's say, like Russia is a big old landmass, but they don't have a lot of people there,
Mm,
right? It's easier to mobilize 3 million people than it is to mobilize 325 million people, right? It's
wow.
so easy to mobilize. Like you're, let's say you're in, I don't know, Egypt, right? You can, most of the people in Egypt live in Cairo, right? It's easy for those people to do that. But when you're talking about the US, where you in Texas, you start in Texas and 9 hours later, you still in Texas. You drive and you still in Texas. You in California, you drive 9 hours, you still in California. I don't think the people realize, one, how many people the US has in it, right? And that would be like somebody trying to mobilize the people in China, right? It's just,
That's right. That's